Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Canada World Championship qualifier event out of Montreal. This is the A.W.O.L channel hosting. I am Kohlrabi, joined by Blue here for a little intro to the event while players get set up and put together. How you doing this morning, Blue?
Tired, but that's because I woke up before 6 a.m. to get this set up, or at least help set it up. And I'm only going to be here for another 15 minutes, maybe. But happy to be here for the intro and checking out some Canada alter. It'd be interesting to see who's able to take this one.
Yeah, we just got reports that Horizon is actually in Canada playing. You may have
Mhm.
seen him on a stream or two on AWOL, part of the stream team. I actually did not know before this morning he was going to Canada. Maybe he mentioned it before, but now we have someone on the ground to root for. We don't have the melee fully populated yet, but we do know some of the Canadian players. Who's gonna take it, Blue?
Looking at what we have here, just as far as names that I immediately recognize because they also could just be using other names. We do have some team names showing up here. Like I'm seeing Zypo here. Oh, we are also seeing Darth Fumbles, who was at the Dallas qualifier and was able to go to the top cut on a goal ring. I'll be curious to see if that's the case. And then, as always, I think coming into this event, we probably had the Canada favorite possibly going to Kaifu.
Yeah, Team KRA, I think will have at least 3 members, possibly more, so they will also be people to watch out for. I don't know if Kaifu is going the Repotter Otter route or something else. Psychos, I think, has been playing a couple different things here and there. And then I believe Rhubarb will also be playing, and probably some of the newer names to KRA. Do you were saying you can actually see player names in there now?
Not in that. I'm looking at the sheet that they provided us, that'll
Oh,
populate things. They have names that are pre-registered at the moment. It looks like there's, um
I should probably pull that sheet up.
yeah, that'll help you out. 50 that are pre-registered, uh, so that's what I was looking at, not on Melee.
Ooh, 50 pre-registered on the sheet, but only 46 in the melee. So what happened? Who's missing? Who's not signed up for melee? What's going on?
Yeah, we have at least another 15, 30. I think they're actually gonna start the Swiss, 15 after, so they have a little bit of time. Hopefully, they don't have a certain security scare that we had over in Dallas, to prevent people from playing, but this time around, hopefully Canada is a little bit better off than we are, but yeah, that's what we got, but like you mentioned, I think essentially some of the KRA folks will do well. Like to see other players potentially that I just don't recognize their names comparative to what their Discord is to potentially do well. It'll be interesting to see who makes the top cut. I liked the top cut that showed up in Dallas. We had some players or some heroes that we don't typically get to see. Speaking of like Etsadi was a good one as far as making it all the way to the semifinals in Dallas as far as North American tournaments are concerned. But past that, anything could happen. The only thing that I'm expecting not to happen is any type of Muna being in the top cut.
Um, yeah, I think a lot of I mean, I guess I could look at the list. Let me see if I see any Muna players here. Let's see. No, 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 no. I mean, there's someone named Persephone 1305, so
Yeah, could
I don't
happen. I'm
know.
just saying that it probably won't. We're more than likely looking at I mean, I could see Muna and Ysmir not making it again at this point because no one wants to play. I mean, we had the huge EU BGA online qualifier, thousands of players, and no Ysmir at all in the top 32. That was a top 32 cut and no Ysmir. We did get Muna there though, I believe. So
Yep. I also do now realize Vint 6 is on here. So another name we've seen
oh yeah,
around. There's a Sky Beast. Do you think that's a certain someone that maybe changed their name on Melee?
could have been. It's hard to tell, to be honest. We have so many different things with Melee that you just have to kind of figure out. It's easier when you're at the venue and you can kind of figure out who is who a little bit. In case anyone isn't aware, we are in fact not currently in Montreal, Canada. We are doing this all remotely. I want to thank the folks over at Imaginaire, I think is how it's pronounced. Or maybe there's a French accent to it. I'm not sure.
Boutique
That
Le Imaginaire.
exactly for letting us help out here to do the stream. They're getting everything set up on camera on their end, and we are doing a little bit of casting and production side of stuff on our end. And hopefully it works out well. Should be at least better than no stream at all, so just be thankful.
Yep, yep. Uh, Everything that Blue said, we so far have tested and developed and done as much as we can. So now it's just in the hands of technology. There was a oh yeah, Argon 11. Shout out to Argon 11 who's also playing and around a lot of the online tournaments, and Thaddeus also as well. So some really, really good names here that we see on the list so far, and hopefully that equates to some really good games.
Yeah, hopefully
Didn't
they'll show
Kaifu
up.
already win? Yes, but also no. Uh, Kaifu always wins, um, but not a qualification to Worlds, as far as I know.
Yeah, we'll have to actually play the games before we give the victory to everybody, but,
I I also see a name here that's Tempo XQC. Is XQC hopping into some altered? You know, he is
probably,
Canadian.
probably. I mean, it's just it's definitely a possibility. I haven't been keeping up with the stream, so I didn't know if I've seen some altered practice happening, but, you never know. It could just be an XQC fan over as far as Canada is concerned. I know a lot of Canadian folks like to support their broadcasters and everything, so make them happy.
Does the Melee link still work for you?
Did they blow it up?
Stopped
It
working on my side.
it did indeed stop working on our side, my side as well. So we may need to find a new melee link.
Yep. A list of all the qualified players for Worlds. Yeah, so you have Rinku, Yakumo, as Nick probably said correctly, or Giacomo. I can't remember. I already forgot. You have Sparky, uh, Popeye, Bumpo, and I think I'm only missing one player that is maybe the Aphonis. Um, that would be a good list for me to write down, but I think I have most of it in my brain.
Yeah, it was Nadir and Essen that was an Afanis that made it. Um, so yeah, it was. I mean, we could start from the top. It's the Dutch side, which is Popeye, and then we go to Canada right after. No, not Canada. To France right afterwards, right?
Um, yes.
So Popeye, and then we have Pampat, and they played. Who did they play in the finals?
Atigma and Kenton are the
Yeah,
other two.
yeah,
Uh,
Tigma. and Sparky, and is Kenton the other Leal qualifier?
Yep, the other Afanis.
And then from there we had Essen, which is Nadir, and Dallas, Rinku, and on the recent EU-BGA qualifier found right here on this channel, we had 2 different players, and that was Timpet and Giacomo. I'm gonna say it wrong this time.
Yep,
So that's 3, 6, 9 players already?
369. Very fine.
Indeed. Let's see. Stream is still working,
Yep.
and then they actually have a view bot in there. Not a view bot, a spam bot.
Oh, uh-oh.
Stre Cheap viewers. But either way, uh, well, they are gonna get set up here. We will be looking at table 1 for the stream, and just looking at the top tables, and I imagine it'll be similar for the top cut, if I remember correctly. Past that, we'll just commentate on everything we could possibly see. Not sure we should have the deck lists, but just in case that we don't have the deck lists, we will plan to just view best we can. Uniques, we should be able to see from the deck list side of things, and maybe no promises, be able to show them on screen. Not during Swiss at the moment, but potentially during Top Cut.
We will show all the things that we can show and do all the things we can do. As far as we know, unless they've changed it based on player feedback, it will be 6 rounds of Swiss and best of 3 in Top Cut. I have no idea, especially because the melee doesn't work anymore.
Indubitably. Yeah, we'll if when I jump off here and we get our other co-caster joining us, I can make a phone call and we can figure out how we're taking figure out if there is an updated link for everyone to take a look at and the like. Where could that just realized they hadn't posted an article for the winners of the EU PGA qualifier.
No, they're a little behind on the articles.
Yeah. Kenton. Do, Timpet. Sparky.
What does everyone in the chat want to see? I know a hero's guide to Asgartha altered TCG said that they want Muna and only Muna to win. Uh Chile WCQ going crazy. What's happening over there?
Yeah, especially since they what time zone would Chile be in right now?
I have no idea.
Chile time zone.
Chile is in Pacific Standard Time, but Chile, I'm not sure.
Um,
But
they're in the same time zone, so they'd be coming up on 10 a.m. So I'd be did they start early? Did they? I guess they could have started earlier. Okay, yeah, it's round one. Okay, makes sense. All right, I'm actually setting up the qualifiers command just in case someone else pops up with that.
We see some shadows working around here. They were numbering tables. Yeah, we might have another 15 minutes or so to go before games actually start. So let us know what you hope to see. We don't have any control of over the games that are picked or anything. It'll always be table 1. Um unless there's some kind of mix up on the spot or whatever, but we will have player names hopefully every single round.
Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully every single round. We'll have to get access to the as soon as we get everything sorted with the melee, we'll be able to check that out. And whatever name they decide to show on melee is what we should be able to put up on our side. And so everyone will be able to see that. We should be able to see every, and I believe what we had for the top cut is a best of three as well. So before that, I believe for the schedule, it is rounds 1 through 3. We'll have a break as they also get some food. And then we will resume shortly after an hour break and then go to rounds 4 to 6. And it does not look like they have a major break between end of Swiss and Top Cut, but they will need to take a little bit of time, I imagine, in order to verify who is what and do a quick breakdown. And then we'll go straight into the Top Cut. And yeah, so everyone can plan out their day to watch the stream the entire time.
Yep. I had a thought that maybe just left my brain. As
Mm.
Blue mentioned, we woke up even earlier to get on a call and just make sure we could get things sorted out. Not as early technically for me as it is for Blue, but still early for a Saturday. Um, Chili's out there in Seattle hanging out. Sounds like with some altered people. Did not invite us. It's okay. We know who his favorite is.
Do we? Hard to tell with Chile. Riku.
Hope they just added some more tape to the table. Things are getting serious.
Popeye, Sparky. Yeah, best of three top cut will be top eight. Currently, at the moment, we'll haven't seen anything different from the melee, which should either be fixed or they are providing a new one. Actually, what we can do to um, verify that actually is just to go to their profile potentially.
Let us see. Kind events. That button's not working for me. The whole website just not wanting to cooperate with me.
Could be the scenario.
All organizers. Okay, so if we type in Imagine,
Yeah, I found the organization I can send over to you.
yeah, send it.
Really, it's only showing their tumult. Maybe this isn't the right one. No.
I was coming to PAX West, but Altered no showed. I could have told you weeks ago that there was no Altered at PAX West. I was told this beforehand, but flights were already booked. Yeah. PAX East, there will be no Altered either, as far as I know. There actually technically was supposed to be something for Altered at PAX West run by ESA, but I'm not sure if they are doing it, and if it is, it'll be very small, like maybe a learn to play or something. Um, I would expect the only convention for the rest of the year that you will maybe see altered is PAX Unplugged. Um, but no 100% confirmation yet.
Have to wait and see.
Du-du-du. Yeah, I usually kind of know some of that stuff ahead of time, just from being in like the staffing discords and stuff. But
Even those aren't a guarantee.
yep. Okay, so we have the organization here,
Mm,
but
I'm not seeing it.
yeah, there's a tumult though. Do you want to go to Canada for a tumult?
Don't. Don't have enough time to even go to maybe some of my own tumults, so probably not gonna go to a Canada one.
Yeah. Only one here in Dallas, and I went to it, and I did very, very well and won everything and made everyone cry, and that's the true story.
Dang.
How's the game doing in NA? I can't really exactly speak for Canada. In the US, things are super spread out, especially where I am in Texas. So that is already a hurdle. And then there are a lot of different games that are popular here. You're battling for space against the big three, and then also Grand Archive and One Piece and Gundam is now out. Riftbound is coming out in like a month and a half ish. And so I would say it stays comparable to other TCGs. Like I kind of watch how many people show up for other TCGs and everything, and I think it's pretty comparable. But it depends. There's just really good pockets in the US. There's really dead pockets, so all depends. But online is very much alive and well and growing and growing. So
Yeah, it's the beauty of having a game that can activate online too, is that you'll be able to always play if you so choose. Obviously, there's the component of wanting to be in person and do different things, and all I can say to that is, for those that have their communities individually, to try to keep them alive yourself. And always at least get that 4 pod, to play each other and do a nice little round robin potentially, or even some 2v2. 2v2 is always a good time. We might be able to watch that sometime soon.
yeah, they're doing a really cool thing that once again makes me wish I was in France. Um I think there was maybe more information posted on Instagram just because of character limits. Let me pull it up. But they're doing like a week of programming in the office. So let me see here. So on September 4th, Caleb will be in the office for some alternative gameplay, which we've heard might just be 2v2. Sigismund will be in there on September 11th to talk about meta and deck building. And then A.W.O.L will be there on September 18th for Skybound Odyssey. So content creators going into the Equinox office and then streaming or sharing some content from there. Um, it'll be in French, but it's always good to watch. So
You don't need, to understand language to understand some cards, alright.
and you can just work on learning French. So
True, this game is sponsored by French, the entirety of French.
yep, all of French.
It's like, the Got Milk campaign in the '90s.
All
Got
right.
got French. Um, Still waiting on the first game to be starting up here. We technically still have another 5 minutes, I believe, based off of schedule, and past that, we are still trying to figure out some Melee stuff. I don't see it on that link that I provided you, but it could also just be the wrong thing. Because are they in the St. Bruno location? I don't know, to be honest.
I have no idea. I thought it would be Montreal, but that's like the same thing of the Dallas qualifier wasn't in Dallas, so who knows?
That could be true. I believe, I put some stuff in the description as far as where the location is. They are in Pointe-Claire. Boutique. Yeah, so it's Pointe-Claire. Maybe that is what I need to look up for the Melee. Let's try that. Do, 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 do,
Oh
do, do.
man, I guess the image of the promo boosters for Skybound are out online somewhere,
Mm,
and they are very cute.
very cute. What do you say? How are they cute?
Well, it's a spoiler, but if you go to the main Discord and you look in the spoiler channel, you'll see. I cannot describe it though, because that would be a spoiler.
Ah, okay.
Oh, that's the wrong game. We have some interaction happening on the table here. Oh, was that Justin?
Yeah, it looks like Justin.
Yep, that's Justin. I recognize his phone wallpaper, which is a very weird thing to say.
Can we zoom in to see if we can get details of what's on his phone right now? This is the moment I wish I had Justin's phone number so I could just text him. I guess I could just hit him up on Discord, see if he'd answer.
Stream says hi, Justin. Yeah, thank you to everyone who plays in the weekly A.W.O.L tournaments.
Guys,
It's a lot of fun. Monday and Wednesday. If you don't
uh,
know about A.W.O.L and you're tuning in because you're in Canada or you wanted to watch a WCQ or something, definitely join the Discord and take a look. We have a lot of fun, very cool. Wow, my brain is definitely at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. There are prizes, adventure pass support, all of that. It's streamed weekly, so lots of fun.
indeed. I'm just looking at Justin looking at the latest Magic news, on his phone at the
Yeah.
moment. Um, yeah, so the lot of stuff happening there. I'm still trying to find I did find the Point Claire Imaginaire, but it's not on that one in particular. If I wish I still had, like, a screenshot of the Melee so that way I remembered which account that it was under, because that would be nice. It would make it easier to find it. Let's see here. Organized by they have a bunch of Lorcana on that one, but no altered with that account. Do, 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 do,
Keep forgetting what I'm doing. And it's that I need to grab the information to send to Elio.
Oh, that's right. You can swap him over here and I can do some phone calls.
Yeah, I will let you know when he is ready. He grabbed some coffee or is grabbing some coffee.
Yeah, surprise everyone. Elio's gonna be doing some co-commentary if you didn't already pay attention to the description. I'm gonna be gone for a little bit, and then we'll come back eventually, but we'll be around.
All
Gone,
right.
but not forgotten.
All right. Elio is going to jump in, just sent over the call link. So we'll say goodbye to Blue
Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you later. But for now, bye. I'll message you if I get the information on the melee.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Okay, surprise, surprise. Elio of YouTube fame will be jumping in here in a second. Let me get things put up here. Hey, what's up, Sipe? Twice the altered this week. Canada already going. It looks like, I mean, technically they have one more minute. So they should be throwing people at this table soon, but how things are in person, there may be little delays and things like that. Um, Let me
Hello,
change
can you hear
some
me?
of this. Is that Elio?
Yes, it is. How you doing, Cole? Robbie?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing all right. It's a Saturday morning. I'm gonna be watching some Altered. I'm trying to restrict myself from booting up my own games of Altered. I know that I've got a duty.
Yeah, I just sent you the link so you can watch the feed. I'm going to do the little edits here so that people know more about who you are. But Blue and I already kind of talked about what we're looking at. What does Elio want to see?
I always like to see some things that are a little bit off meta. Uh, there's some we've seen a lot of diversity lately, so I feel like the only things that I've seen like fairly underrepresented are Subash and Arjun. So if we ever saw any of them, I'd be pretty excited. Uh, yeah.
That's asking for Arjun's a pretty big ask these days.
Yeah, uh, it's not that I think Arjun is bad, but I think that a lot of things Arjun does well kind of compete with things that the other Muna heroes are doing well, like festival decks or just like endlessly anchoring things. And if you're going to be endlessly anchoring things, might as well put a boost on them.
That's what I always say. Always boosts. All right, let's see. So we want school. All right. I think I've got things all switched around. Now we're just sitting here waiting. There's I see a backpack. There's people
I see a backpack.
moving around on the stream. I mean, I guess we could start showing you this very thrilling table instead of just our faces. What do we have in the chat? How many players in the northern edges of America? Um, I don't know. Like the coasts or
Never heard the northern edges, like the
oh, northern. Wow, coasts are not northern edges. So close to Canada. I know that we have Horizon there from the states and Darth Fumbles. I'm not sure who else traveled from our side over there. There's a couple different areas that travel into Canada or Canada will come down for, like Baltimore, I know is an area that some of the Canadians will travel down for, but, um, how many people in Chile or Chile? It's funny how the 2 tips of America are playing Altered. Yeah. Oh, Vint. Yeah, Vint is, also going to be playing. Let's check this gameplay section here. Boom, the exciting gameplay. Uh as mentioned before, this is the view we have, so we'll be doing the best we can with what we got. Elio and I get to watch the nice uncut view here with the tripod taped to the table, but we made it pretty for you.
yeah, the tripod looks like it's set up somewhat precariously, but looks stable.
That is not blue. This is Elio. Is there anything you want to tell the people of stream, Elio?
And thank you guys for watching. I'm excited to see what our next qualifying hero is going to be. We've had what, five different events, and within that, like seven players in Dex qualifying, but five different heroes have won those five World Championship qualifiers, and
Yep.
we have a shot for a sixth today.
There's only one faction that has not qualified yet.
Uh, it's not a faction that anyone's like a big fan of, though, right?
I don't think so. Whenever any other faction complains, I just have to pull that one out, and then Unfortunately, there has not been a Muna qualifier yet. There have been multiple Ysmir, multiple Axiom, multiple Bravos now. I think only one Lyra, though, with Sparky. Canada does not have two spots. Canada is only one spot.
Now, Lyra has qualified, but they haven't won one, right? I think they took second or something, or
Yeah, in Lille, since 4 players qualified, there was an Evenka that qualified. Yep. One spot up for grabs in Canada. I think I could be wrong, but I think from here on out, every qualifier is only one spot. I think the last multiple spot qualifiers have already come and gone.
well,
Um,
I know the Asia in person WC I believe was canceled. Did they add a slot to the BGA WCQ for Asia as a result of that?
that is a good question that let's see here. So I know that the one next weekend, which is the North American kind of time zone event, is only one. Let's see. So Eastern Asia is okay, cool. So yeah, you are right. Eastern Asia, as far as we know, qualifies 2 players. So there
And
is that.
today is Canada, obviously, but is it also the Chilean one? I always see results from the Chilean tournaments on 39 cards. It seems like they have a somewhat active scene there.
Yep. Italy has 2 as well. All right, well just disregard anything I said. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so there's 3 today. There is this one, there's Chile, and then there is Vietnam. What was that third one? Let me check. Um, and there is not a stream for the third one. Taiwan. Taiwan. Uh, do they have, let's see, can we see this bracket? Mm, I don't think I can check the bracket, and I have no idea what the time zone difference is for certain. But yeah, there's also Taiwan. So Worlds itself is going to be super cool. One of the reasons we had to move up the East Asian online qualifier is because of visas. For the players that win, if they are in certain Asian countries, they need a little more time to get special visas to be able to go compete at Worlds. So we had to move it up. So now it's the same weekend as the second United States qualifier in Baltimore. So next weekend there will be 2 as well. At least 2, maybe more than 2. All right, Asia and Italy? did not get qualified in national qualifiers. I yeah, I don't know how I've seen like people talking about it in the Discord, but I don't know how Asia is doing their qualifiers. It kind of, to be honest, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because I know that someone was saying that in, I think, Ho Chi Minh, there was recently a national event, and then there's gonna be regionals, but I don't know
Are
what the
they doing like
difference is.
a multi-tiered system for invites?
That's what it sounds like, but I do not know the ins and outs. So if anyone is around there and knows what the setup is and wants to let us know, if there's an Axiom match, I give that priority. Well, thank you guys for watching both streams. Appreciate it. I almost wish I could do the same, but it would be very chaotic with everything we're already running on our side here. Thanks for joining, Elio. All of this was very last minute for everyone, including the people that will be on cast today. So thanks. It's usually a lot more organized and everything, but we locked in like officially doing it on Wednesday of this week. So
Yeah, I'm excited that we were able to put it together though. Um,
yep. And then when the game doesn't start for another half an hour and you have to go to the farmers market with your partner, this will be a great cast that you got to be a part of.
we'll we'll get started one day.
A bunch of national events, then they play in a WCQ. Interesting. Lots of fun in PHWCQ nationals, lots of laughs and fun. Yeah, the energy is always really, really good at altered events. I haven't, well, I mean, I did attend a qualifier for Star Wars in Dallas, and I would say the vibes at the altered Dallas qualifier were much better than the Star Wars one. So, even in the highest competitive level, players are always very friendly, very fun. So, you played in the event, Elio. How did that go for you?
I started off rough with a loss, but I ended up 5-2. Missed the top eight by breakers, um, which I think is my punishment because I played Siggy, which is not my. I mean, I normally jump all around, but Siggy is who I've played the least. But it's a very flexible hero, and I expected the Dallas meta to be pretty diverse, and it definitely was. Uh, which is cool to see. So I had to bring back the meta to the meta, and make sure that people were keeping themselves honest.
All right. So we're getting word from Justin, but that there were some technical difficulties and they're going to funnel us information as soon as possible. It does look like
Oh,
players are at the table.
I see someone mentioning that Canada qualifies 2 players. Are there 2 players that qualify from this?
It used to be two players until the amount of players signing up was not enough. So I
Is that going to
believe,
be shifted to the North American BGA then, or
I don't know. I mean, I could ask.
ultimately, like they're trying to qualify a certain amount of players to have the event be a certain size. So I expect that slot to go somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. The total event should be 32. So that is actually a very good question that I will literally ask right now. The kind of hard part is Cedric is on paternity leave. So shout out Cedric once again. New papa. Congrats. I'm not sure if the baby has been born, but last time we were on stream and I mentioned that it was very soon, he said not yet. So I'm hoping by now that it has arrived. I believe it got EU BGA shifted. I thought the EU BGA one. Oh, you know what? You might be right because even though it was top 31 for the EU because of the what happened in Essen, they might have shifted that spot to EU.
I know that they did take that slot from somewhere, but I had thought that it was some sort of
Oh,
European event, but I can't think of what that would have been.
yeah. What's funny is Chile mentions that America's BGA has two per yesterday's article. That is incorrect. And we've already submitted that for correction. So you know what? You know what the solution to this is, Elio? They
Hmm,
just give me the
what's
spot.
that? I mean, they could, but it's pretty
I
clear you're
also
just
I
gonna
think
earn
you're
it at
muted
the.
or something broke on my end.
Uh,
Okay, it
is
was my bad. I hit my headset. I
okay.
can hear you. What were you
Yeah.
saying?
I mean, they could give you one for free, but I think it's pretty clear that you'll be earning multiple number one slots, and they're gonna have to be handing them down anyway.
So what you're saying is they should give one to you.
Yeah,
What what
as soon as they have you off of the casting and on the playing tables, like yeah, it's just whoever's getting second is the question, I think, right?
We got Pratt in the chat. Dallas representation facts is
See Rune Folk calling out Elio for real. That is me.
mhm.
Uh, Scott, we're currently waiting on round one to begin. Do we have a little round counter that we can put on the overlay?
Yeah, so we have uh let's see.
I see the table starting to be set up. I see a Tasia. Kohlrabi's dream is coming true.
Yep. My Swiss is broken for some reason, which I can fix very easily. Let's see here.
So while
Uh
you're playing that up, so you play a lot of Tasia, uh,
yes.
and you think it's not in a great spot. Who do you hope to see on the other side of the table when you're playing this Tasia?
uh right now it uh Arjun. Another Muna deck. Honestly, I don't think right now there is a matchup that is great. And I think um yeah, I mean if you have the really really strong anchor uniques, that's like the one exception, right? Or if you can pull off a ramp Asia, maybe you'll get through some stuff. But I would consider Erlea a very good player, and she has even had a very hard time. I know in the last couple tournaments that I played that she was in, did not do very well, and that's not for lack of trying. Was one of the only Muna, well, I think was the only Muna player to hit the top 32 in Lille, but then wasn't able to make it. I for a very, very short period of time, there was the Loki tech working out. I honestly can't tell you why it stopped working out, but I know it no longer does. Uh,
I feel like it's a very specific meta call. When you're playing against things that are really filling up their hand, uh, but that doesn't feel as good against low to the ground things. You don't. It doesn't help a lot versus Trace, for example.
yeah. So yeah, if I'm against Axiom, I have to worry about just how many cards they're going to see and the Grems.
Well, I
If
have great news for you, by the way. I think
it's
we have a
Tasia v
guaranteed
Tasia.
Tasia win. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Ysmir just has too many answers to everything once they get to like 8 plus mana. Bravos is just too fast. And then Ortis is just too much removal. So really, and Fen or Lyra. I mean, maybe I'd be happy against a Navenka. I think that is a decent matchup for Tasia. I think there's a lot of interaction that she can play with against Navenka, and there's not traditionally as much removal in an Navenka list as Fen. But the other side of Fen is also that she just has access to so many cards and so much like bringing cards back around. So it's very hard. Um, I have not tracked my games in a long time, but maybe I should start again and see what my strongest matchup is.
Now, the common removal and interaction that people are playing out of Chasia now is basically Requiem, I think, is the most popular. You see some Mana Reaping, and you see some Beauty Sleep, which is more tempo than removal, but Beauty Sleep can be good versus the anchored units where at least you're taking their power off the board if they're going to be sticking around. I'm not sure how important it is to stick or keep the Spindlehaven with all that in mind, uh, especially since those Requiems, if nothing ever hits the reserve, like you can really keep things anchored from hand forever a lot of the times in Atasha v Tasha, I would feel.
Yep. So we have got word that the technical difficulties were with melee, so there is no longer a melee. I am trying to figure out who the players are so we can get player names on the screen. If not, I will just toggle those little things off so you don't have to see player one and player two. And then question in the chat, how's the Saudi matchup? Really bad. Sakurabru really hurts. I think what Elio just mentioned with Requiem. Requiem is a really good answer against Saudi because the second you see a energy bar, you get rid of it. But even if they're not relying on the Sakura brew and energy bar, they probably also have hunger, and the hunger just hits Muna really, really hard. Even if I have, Spindle Bastions out, I have anchored characters, or I have stuff in my reserve, it's just all going to go away, and Muna has a really hard time. I kind of like thinking of it as like Muna builds up a Jenga tower, and it's very hard to pick back up the pieces when someone just, takes away some of your pieces and the whole tower falls.
And one of the top performing Atsadis, I can't remember if it was at the BGA or one of the other recent qualifiers, wasn't even running candy bars, which is one of the few things that you can kind of positively interact with out of Tasia. But yeah, I think the Tasia Atsadi matchup is like 35, 65.
Yeah. I honestly don't even think against most matchups that Sakurabru and energy bars is a good play. It hurts. It feels terrible to get hit with it, but I think in the meta, unless you can do it multiple times over and over, I don't think it's actually a good play. A lot of the decks right now can get through it rather easily. Um, but I mean, it happened to me 3 times from Pratt on Thursday. So that was great. I was playing Navenka though, a little bit sillier of a Navenka deck. Uh that in that case won the game for Pratt. Because he
Nah,
pushed me back so many times that it didn't matter anymore. But that Navenka deck has no permanent removal whatsoever. So
so I'm looking at these Tumult cards. Are these? Okay, yeah, they're the World Championship qualifier Tumults, so they have those backs fixed. All right, we're seeing some cards coming out. The Spindle. I
okay.
think I saw Beauty Sleep. I see. Is that a little mouse? Another Spindle Harvester. If the right hand is what they're considering for mana, it looks like they may be valuing that Spindlehaven, which I'm curious to see. The other player looking at Floral Tent.
Yep. So we have player names on the screen now. Thank you, Blue, for coordinating those for us. Yeah, with no melee, we can't see who's at table one. Little Mouse is so good. I think I'm kind of still on the fence about Little Mouse, to be honest. In our tumults in Dallas, I tried to build a very mean Muna deck. It did not work, but we have a Sneezer Shroom coming out here first.
Sneezer Shroom mirror match here.
Oh, Sneezer v Sneezer. Then the Bumblebee. It is
Both players
interesting.
opting to play the both players opting to play the rare Sneezer Shroom.
Yeah, yeah, both are rare. And then the caregiver for, oh man, the view. The view for us is different than wait, no, never mind. I'm just not even gonna try. I'm just gonna watch the game. But I was gonna say it is very interesting that in Muna most of the time you're running the common Bumblebee, which does not have the anchor ability. I think it's most likely the right call, maybe, depending. Uh, but it is
Yeah,
very interesting.
I think that you mostly play it for that one drop from hand ability and then being slightly larger from the reserve.
Yep.
You have so many other things that cost a decent amount of mana that you'd prefer to be spending to anchor, like the aloe vera.
So far, very traditional setup, nothing out of the ordinary here.
One of the things that you can do in this Muna v Muna matchup is just open up with that anchor ability on the Sneezer Shrimp. Against other factions, you may need to be worried about immediately losing value because your Sneezer Shrimp gets hit by removal. But there's nothing really effective that's going to challenge that here. And something like the Little Mouse would stop that Muna Caregiver from getting the anchor effect. So our top player not only smartly prioritizes getting that anchor effect out, but also gets rid of the Spindlehaven on the other side so that their interaction can continue to have an effect. Uh, which I think that's a 2-0 round for them, which is a good strong lead, especially with them being able to keep that Sneezer Shroom on the board.
Yeah, if these decks are similar, I wonder if the first person that gets the spindle out is actually at the disadvantage. So I wonder, I mean, we just saw it in the what is that? The left player's hand there. The one with the Tasia sleeves, there was a spindle in hand. Uh, Most often, it takes a lot away from Muna to be able to cast removal, but Requiem, very good, only 2 mana. You don't have to sacrifice too much, and the left Muna player was able to get that double advance. So far, still very traditional. Aloe coming out, the O gun is in the reserve, so we've seen that. From what I would guess, based on how straightforward these are, there's gotta be some good uniques backing these decks up.
Yeah, it's interesting that the player chose to prioritize getting that Spindlehaven out, which is now removed. I do think they had the Aloe Vera in hand, and that was the 4-mana turn. So they clearly think that it's important in the matchup. And if that's true, it's now removed. So maybe they're feeling vulnerable, or maybe they're just happy to get the Requiem out of the hand. A rare Spindle Harvester coming out, which is something that in set one we didn't see very much of. It was a pretty spicy pick, I think, playing Spindle Harvester rare, and now it's very common and it's very people are recognizing how powerful that resupply effect is and how easy it is to get. And I think that also kind of pairs up with a lot of the uniques that we're seeing that care about getting boost to turn those into anchor effects. You see these Ogans and you see the rare spindle haven in order to synergize with those, and so everything kind of comes together in a nice package if you're able to get that machine going.
Yeah, the I think once people kind of figured out how easy it is to Astasia play the harvesters from hand to get one boost and then immediately get a second boost from the Spindle Bastion, which then triggers the resupply. It's just very good. And now it's just Shroom Ogun for the left player here and beat Shroom for the right player. There is a question for you on what do you think of Bumblebee in some Siggy decks?
I I wanna like it, and I try it a lot myself. I think in general, like we've seen in the game that one drops can be quite nice. They're a good uh, kind of initiative card to force the play into your opponent's side of the field. But I also think that in practice, I've had trouble getting it to work well, and I think part of that is that Tasia can find itself running out of cards, and you almost just want the more impactful, expensive things rather than trying to take those stall plays. Um, but it's certainly not a bad card. It's a great card. It's like the value out of it is really good. Um, but it hasn't been as effective as I thought it would be in play.
Yep. Ilio and I actually have had some conversations about different Muna cards and decks, and I've built some ones that would seemingly be very weird for the meta, and I won't say that they've been very successful, but I think one thing I did learn from building them is that rare Parvati is maybe something that in the current meta should really be looked at, especially with Corgi. I think Corgi in a normal Muna deck without anchoring uniques is not very good, but in a setup with rare Parvati and Corgis, there might be something there. I just don't have as much time to play as I would like. But I have a Grand Bois deck. I have a Toxic Shrooms deck, which is a lot of Little Mouse, Jack Frost, giving things fleeting with my uniques, things like that. And then I have my the Ritual deck that I call it, that has Parvati and Corgi and some other things. So I have
I
been
see a
trying.
unique Yeah, I see a
Kodama.
unique Kodama come out here, by the way. I don't think that we don't have the card here to see what it does, right? Uh,
No, we have no
um,
deck lists loaded in yet. If Blue ever finds anything out about that, he'll let us know. We
but
have
I'll
a
tell
sheet
you,
for it.
I think it's a 3 cost from a hand. I think it may be 2/4/4 stats. Doesn't look like it's a sleep coming out. Um, so it's got a couple lines of text, so it's doing something good. Oh, I'm also noticing, by the way, Blue. So I see that you were asking about Bumblebee out of faction in Siggy. And I think that uh, it's in the rise of the traced decks that have less removal and interaction, having that kind of increased power and card advantage of it sticking around. I see Scott calling it pseudo card advantage. Uh, can be pretty good, and you're never upset to be playing more one drops in Siggy. Uh, but in like the mirror match, or I think versus Asia or Bravos, where you have interaction like Requiem or teamwork training. Seeing your opponent play 3 mana for the reserve Bumblebee feels good as the player not playing Bumblebee.
All right. So I think I did get some deck lists. Let me go ahead and get you a view. So what do we have here? So the left player has the Kodama, which is 6M. And I pulled up Zypra first. All right.
And we are seeing a common Kodama from the right player, which to me is a very strong sign that this player is on Festival,
Hmm.
which The other player requiemed early on a Spindle Haven, which you hopefully have another Requiem in hand, because if you're otherwise having to deal with that festival and you can't interact with either the landmark or the characters, then the festival player could sneakily take this game. Um, I see a blue counter on the Sneezer Shroom. I'm not sure if that's supposed to represent fleeting, but they are a few effects away from being able to get it. And this is a potentially game point turn from the left player, though it'll be difficult to overcome the stats that are already out there from the Kodama and Sneezer Shrooms in order to actually pull out a traditional win this turn.
Yep. And I will fix this card view as we go along. I know that it looks weird on stream. The mask is not working correctly on my end, but to tell you what the Kodama was, it's a 3 from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/4/4. That is, unless you control 2 or more plants other than me, I gain a sleep, and then each player draws a card. Both triggers are from anywhere. So pretty interesting little Kodama there, and I'll work on the fancy view as we go here.
And yes, we do have two different Sneezer Shroom arts out here. When you're running different arts, there's the downside that if you're in like a 2 out of 3 match, you're kind of leaking a little bit of information of uh, how many Sneezer Shrooms that you may be running. But the upside is the mental anguish that you put onto your opponent with your different arts, and that may just be worth it.
Is that some of the stuff that you're doing? Is you're trying to mental game your opponents?
Always trying to get in their head, uh, your head especially.
I don't know if my head is able to get in, or if you would enjoy being in there. It might be very
It does feel
dangerous.
like I put something in one ear and it comes right out the other.
Especially when I am playing with cards here on the screen. As I
A rare
mentioned,
Fairfox, by the way, coming out here, which I love to see. We don't see a lot of them, but it's a really cool card in this Bravos heavy matchup or Bravos heavy meta. There's a lot of messes and havens, and having something that can interact with those very powerful landmarks or just be a very well statted body is not bad. It also hits a lot of things in traced. All of those, you're making them resupply, which is a trade-off, but you have the option of doing it or not doing it. So it's a cool card. Um, but it does look like the right player is likely going to have enough power this turn to at least hold one of these lanes. But because of the tempo and timing of things, it's going to be difficult for them to take both. But the huge bumblebeat that they do have, uh, maybe enough to hold it and get them back some board position.
yeah, very interesting setup for their markers for the player that is on the right, Zypra. They're using different colored dice to denote different things. So the blue, I'm guessing, means fleeting, and the red are the boosts. And then they've been using green dice for anchored. So if I am reading the board state correctly, none of these are anchored currently. And as for the Fox, if this deck does well and is not Festival, I might have to check it out so that I can use my fancy new Tumult card, because otherwise you don't really see Fox played very often.
Yeah. We do see the aloe vera come out for the player on the right. They didn't have the mana to anchor it, so the fact that they're putting it out there again kind of says to me that they're trying to make sure that they're surviving and delaying the game and maybe trying to go for a festival win. uh, rather than getting the value of trying to anchor that and get excessive pressure. But also, like they are just way behind on board right now. It's two advances away for the left player, and four for the presumed festival player. I guess you have the list. Is there festival in this common Kodama list?
I do have the list, don't I? Let's see. So neither list has festival.
Hmm. It's just sneaky mind game. I love it.
Yeah, one of
This
them.
Kodama coming out. I forgot exactly what it said. I think it does some sort of drawing on both sides, right?
Yep. So from anywhere, it will have both players draw a card, and I just have to click back into it. One of these has a unique minotaur, which hopefully we get to see. Will be really interesting.
The left player here definitely just trying to take one lane and then go into the next round. And they'll be in a strong position doing that because they've got the anchored spindle harvester, which will get a boost from the haven and resupply to make sure that they have plenty of options to choose from for the next day. And there's nothing anchored right now for the right player who's currently coming from behind. So they're fighting a very uphill battle, which I think in these Tasia matchups where you're kind of doing a slugfest, a lot of it is about the anchored power that you can keep on board, because that's really how you build up your numbers. So it's it's a fight that they're holding on to, but it will only get harder, difficult.
Yeah, that is their dice are hard to see, but I mean in this sort of position with how much just got cleared off of the board, it is hypothetically anyone's game. Definitely a little easier for Sixem left player than it is for the right player, but I mean, a double move while also blocking could technically do it for the right player here.
Now the right player did choose to keep the Sneezer Shroom rather than the Fairfox, which is interesting because the top lane here is basically grass versus water, and that Fairfox has a quite nice 3/3 stats there. But rather than try to keep those higher stats for this turn, which does look like could be lethal from either player, they're keeping the Sneezer Shroom, which if things end up going to a tiebreaker or even just another round, uh, that will pay off.
Yeah. So the player behind right now, the right player does have a little mouse in hand. That reserve on the other side is very stacked. So there's double O gun. Do you hit one of the O guns or do you hit the bumblebee so there's less for the O gun to deal with, to interact with?
I think it partly depends on how much they have in hand, but it's almost assuredly the Ogans that you're hitting here. Um, they're going to be providing at a minimum 3/2/2 of power with the power that they're putting on the spindle harvester, and it's not unlikely that they have something in hand, but doesn't matter. The Tasia player on the with the initiative starts out with the bumblebee and says, "If you're going to mouse me, it's going to hit an Ogan, one way or another."
Yeah, we can't see how many cards are in hand on that.
Might be two
2.
cards for
Yeah, thank
the
you.
Ogan player.
It's like as
Yeah,
soon as I mentioned it, they were just like, "Oh, it's 2."
yeah. Now they've got 5 mana left, which they're tapping 2 here to play one of their Ogans. There's Bumblebeat coming from both players and Spindle Harsher is coming from both players. So this player and potentially Beauty Sleep in the decks as well. So um, there's potentially two more plays coming from them. But they've already got a lot of power on the board that the other player has to deal with.
Yeah, we know that there's a mouse and a requiem. Let's see, there should be enough mana. So if you mouse the other Ogun, there won't be very many stats there. Still gonna be
I think
hard.
that's
Oh, there's a
I yeah.
what's
What is that card's name? We don't see it very
yeah.
often.
I don't remember his name.
I, I can tell you that he's 3 mana and he grows bigger.
Yep. All right, there's the mouse, rare mouse. There goes the Ogun. So we
It
know that
takes the
there's
advantage
a
in
Requiem and then a
lane.
oh god, what is his name?
Yangsu?
That sounds right. I think it is a Yangsu. And then oh, there's not enough mana to play that and the Requiem though. So
Yeah, they've got one play left, but that may be true for the other player as well. And so we're currently looking at from the Kodama player 3/3/3 of stats, and then a looks like 4/4/4 plus 2/1/1, so 6/5/5. They're currently operating at a heavy deficit, which I'm sorry, I said 3/3/3. It's 4/4/4 due to the Tasia boost, but they're down a handful of stats, and so if anything is able to come out of the hand from the player currently in the lead here, uh, there's not a lot that can put them back in it. But it certainly is possible. And one of the cool things with Altered is that with the uniques, anything is possible. But it's
yeah,
looking like a
we've
rough spot for our hero.
we've only seen one unique so far. We can't tell as well what is in the left player's hand. I think they're up to 3 cards now. Ooh, that's that is a perfect card to have there on the hero side. And there's the GGs. The Aloe has that 4 in water, but doesn't even really matter. Then they win on the companion side.
Yep. And the fist bump is extended. Looks like the other player shows a beauty sleep that they had in hand just to
Oh, yep.
show all the different avenues for victory they had available to them.
Yeah, very interesting deck choices overall. We didn't really get to see any of the uniques or anything. Uh, Blue advised me we don't know if the deck lists are open or closed. So what you see here is what you get in regards to the deck lists. You'll have to see if the players come back around. Um, if I am going off of all the previous weeks, neither of these decks would make it to top cut, but maybe there's something we didn't see. Maybe one of the players is just really good at piloting their deck, and hopefully we do see Atasia in top cut and then maybe even win the whole thing.
I think we very much could see a Tasia in top cut. You're too down too early.
Hey, I
We
said
already
just
have a
based
one.
on recent weeks. I
Yeah,
didn't say based on anything else.
yeah. We already have a 1-0 Tasia.
Yep.
What do you think of Kodama and Tasia? Are you it's strong stats for the cost. Are you playing it these days?
No, no, I don't see how you really get away with it. I mean, I guess if you resupply it, it could be a pretty good option, but it falls into that same trap of it's another card that you technically have to set up because if you play it from hand, it's going to be providing you nothing at the start. That essentially gives the opponent a whole other day to answer it, and so, not to mention putting sleep on it also makes it valid for more forms of removal than if it didn't have sleep. I don't know. I don't play it. Maybe I'm wrong. I also, of course, am very anti super traditional, seemingly meta decks. So I don't play the very streamlined Inker and Ogun things. So, but that's why I'm not competing here and I'm talking to you on casting instead.
I think it's a cool choice. I mean, the players clearly choosing a couple of things that have high power for the cost with the Fairfox and the Kodama. And as you said, like if you resupply those things, there's a lot of power that you're putting on board
Yep.
potentially.
A guy trying already calling me out. I said, if it is the same as previous weeks, then you won't. That's all I said. So, you can write in the news articles how I'm canceled though. I will accept it. I will accept out of context quotes to make things more
I don't
fun.
think that we can, every week has been different, right? Five different heroes winning. We have a lot of different heroes qualified. If anything, I'd say by the previous weeks, we're going to see something new this time, making it all the more likely that Tasia is at that top table.
I would love to see an entirely new hero qualify here in Canada. If I am going off of what I know based on players there, I think one of our favorites is definitely Kaifu, who I would guess is going to be on Traced, which would not be new. And then I think even Psychos has moved on to Traced. That would be another Traced. And what have you been playing, Rhubarb? Rhubarb playing Kojo a lot lately. So I actually don't know what Horizon is playing, but shout out to fellow A.W.O.L stream team member. I know he loves Ortis, so see what that means. Undefeated Tasia, ban aloe vera.
Yeah,
True.
people calling for Tasia bans in the chat. I with these multiple traits in the field, I do think that there's some Tasia builds that can take advantage of that. The trace variations do differ up a lot though, but some of them are pretty light on removal, um, which is an environment that Tasia can sometimes take advantage of. But we have been seeing more booms and Keylon bursts. We even saw the 4 mana removal spell that sap dispersal out of trace at one of the top tables at the BGA tournament.
Sap Overflow?
Sap overflow, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, what were what were we talking about? Oh, Tasia. Actually, yeah. I am not I'm not blue, so I don't usually like self promo and shout out things, but last night we recorded the next episode of Altered Corner for our top 5 wishes for Sky. And then so we got into the whole conversation of Muna's problem right now and things that might help. Outside of I think a new set will just change the meta. I think something that Muna needs is like a really good like high velocity card and master screen, sure. Sure, boss blue. We like watching their hands, move around. I think something like when you look at a hooked and just how versatile it is and it draws you a card, how good in certain matchups it is. It doesn't even have fleeting. You can literally play that twice in a day, which draws 2 cards and moves 2 characters. Very good. Or just comparing the physical training that's become very popular as of late in Bravos. The Muna does have it, but it has the common version, so it does not draw a card. Obviously, the
Well,
answer to that is Sapduende, but Sapduende is by far not as good as physical training.
well, if you're looking to draw cards, the new Muna hero will give you that ability. You can draw a
Yes.
card every other turn
Yep.
with Corian Puff.
Yep. I am very excited for the new Muna hero, and I am looking forward to ways on how to make that woolly back a disadvantage for them or to bring it back home where it truly belongs. So I thought honestly they were gonna hop into the second game super quick because we saw some people moving around at the table and some shuffling of the adventure cards. That does not seem to be the case. I think they're probably still in round one timing wise. Um,
Yeah,
Elio, I
I mean,
know we could only afford you for a small amount of time. How much more you got? What are we looking at?
I can stick around for another round. Uh, I can do this next one, unless I'm stepping on someone's toes, in which case.
You are not at all stepping on any toes. What will happen is I'll probably bring in a caster to join you for the next game, and then I'll rotate to director. So a guy
Okay.
trying is up next. I will take a look at where he's at. He should be listening. Man, as I mentioned before earlier, a lot of this was more last minute than we like to do it. So we're kind of just flying here. So we also have Chile, who now since we kept talking about the qualifier in Chile, and we've been talking about Chile, I'm gonna like pronounce them together. Um, Chili will also be here after you, so I'll coordinate with him. But let's get uh, a guy trying in here, and I will send him the correct link. Uh, let's see here. Ooh.
I think that guy will be surprisingly good. I'm guessing that's about the new Mooney hero that we're talking about. I think drawing cards is something that we shouldn't underestimate, and I'm sure with that new hero, we'll see lots of things that do synergize and take advantage of that downside and turn it into either an upside or at the very least negate it.
All right, I'm gonna rotate out. You will be alone for just a second, and a guy trying will hop in, and then I'll jump in the director. You guys will be able to hear me. I'll try not to interrupt very much, but stream will not be able to hear me. So see you on
Okay.
the flip side.
Cole's saying some very mean things to me yet now. Now that he's off mic, you guys can't hear it, but it's very mean, very rude. Oh, I kid. Curious to see what the meta ends up breaking out like this for this tournament. I think a lot of people were surprised by the American meta and its diversity, but then the BGA tournament also had a similarly high variety of heroes. We're still kind of adapting to the post Faunus Nerf meta, but a guy trying. Welcome.
Hi. Apparently, I'm still Kohlrabi for a second, so I'll do my best tree impression. But
Yeah,
great to be with you all. How you doing, Elio?
yeah. I'm doing well. What about you? What are you excited to see on this Saturday morning?
Well, I would love to see. You and Cole were just talking about it. Muna has had a rough time of it recently, not showing incredible tournament results. I believe they're the only faction that hasn't qualified a hero,
Yeah,
or a player rather. So I would love to see a good showing for Muna. But other than that, I just want to see some great games. I would love. It's always nice to see underrepresented heroes, but it's also great seeing meta heroes piloted incredibly well.
for
So
sure.
I don't think we need to uh, avoid Traced or Sickest Mars or anything like that. Um, of course, we see them a lot because they're very powerful in the current meta, but that doesn't mean that the people who are piloting them are any less skilled.
Definitely agree. And there's a lot of great gameplay and novel gameplay decisions that are fun to watch. That I think no matter what the matchups that we end up seeing, like I'm always excited to see those games. Uh, but these early tables are often where you have the opportunity to see some rare matchups
Yes.
that are less common at the top tables. Uh, but I agree. And there's so many things that are good at the top of the meta that are viable. That even the things that we feel that we've seen a lot, we've only seen so many times because there's so much diversity.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, a good amount of Atsadi, especially during the coverage of Dallas, because there was so much of Phobia's top four Atsadi list, I believe. Uh,
Yeah, and
top four.
there were also I think Etsadi was the second most prevalent hero in the top cut of the BGA
Yeah.
Championship qualifier.
So, like, a hero that up until I would say maybe a month ago, yes, Atsadi was seeing a lot more play, but I still think people were looking down on him in terms of tournament results, favoring either Kojo or Basira as the Bravos heroes to watch. Atsadi was like, yes, doing so much better, but is he there yet? And we're actually seeing some good results from him, and as you said, some very good a good amount of people bringing him as well.
Yeah, for sure. I see chat talking about Siggy has actually taken a little bit of a backseat to other heroes with Afanas losing representation, and I think that's somewhat true. We still see lots of people bringing Siggy, but the top cuts have seen less and less of it. We didn't see any at the top eight at Dallas, and we didn't see any in the top eight at the BGA tournament. That's both pre and post Afanas nerf.
Yeah, and I think one of the things with Siggy is that he's a bit of a like you have to play around. You have to be able to beat Siggy to do anything in this
Ye-
meta. So everyone has practiced their Siggy matchup. So you're more
He's
likely to be prepared for what a Sigismar is doing, as opposed to heroes that are less represented, like maybe Lindaway, who seems to be becoming one of the favorites of Izmir now that Afanis has sort of taken a backseat after the errata. I don't think Afanis is dead or anything like that. I just think a lot of players won't want to dedicate the time to building the deck with Tumble Championships and World Qualifiers already happening, and are saying, "I'll wait until set four and kind of pretend Afanis is a new hero, start from scratch."
Yeah, I think I think he's definitely not dead. There was a at least one X and two Afanas at the BGA tournament after the nerf. But I think you're totally right about how people prepare. Where City is very much a known commodity, and so if you go into a tournament with a deck that has a bad City matchup, you're kind of putting yourself into a potentially weak position. So most people are coming in with decks that can at least have a reasonable City matchup, which if not a strong one.
I also think Sigismar, because of the basic nature of his hero ability, doesn't often do crazy synergistic things. Most of the Siggy decks we see are just good Ortis cards. And so it's more simplistic. Not to say that Sigismar isn't like hard to master. Like a good Sigismar player is still something great to watch, but there is definitely, I believe, lower floor, high ceiling. So we know what to expect from every Sigismar because we played so many of them so already.
Yeah, Siggy very much plays a fair game of just trying to advance on the board. There's interaction and there's a lot of interaction. There's a lot of tricky things that you can do, but you're not getting an engine going. And a lot of the other decks that we're actually seeing pop up in the meta uh, are doing some sort of uh, engine-like behavior, whether or not it's Trace getting its 5 counters and then using its landmarks to get a lot of cards and power onto the board, uh, or Atsadis that just take over with their huge power and mana advantages. Uh, Siggy tries to play fair, whereas these other decks are kind of waiting for their pivotal turns when it's very difficult for them to start losing lanes.
Yeah, and we've seen another thing we've seen is Sigismars have had to cut landmarks, really. One, because of license withdraw as removal for their landmarks, and then of course the hunger, which is a hugely meta shifting card. I I have to admit, when I first saw the hunger, I was like, this is a meme card. There isn't any way that a 9 or 8 cost character is going to see any real play, but it has completely changed the game. It's really slowed down the meta, and it's it's funny. There's a number of heroes that rely on their landmarks. Ghoulrang, I would say, being the most like has to have Messictet to really perform. Trace obviously is benefited by Haven, as well as Kojo and Basira are benefited by Haven or the Mess, but not the same extent that Messictet is for Ghoulrang. So we're seeing these decks perform well that need to have landmarks, but also this meta shifting card that removes landmarks and gets rid of your engine. That's one of the reasons I think Trace does so well, is that Trace engine is uninteractable because it's on the hero card, and then everything else, you're just getting card advantage and playing cards from reserve. So everything already has fleeting, so removal feels worse into it, and you can kind of save your hand by playing out of reserve to play around the hunger.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Uh, Even when you try to build to interact with Traced, uh, sometimes you just find that they find ways to ignore you. Uh, Speaking of Traced, I don't think it's on the stream yet, but we are, or maybe it is now, but we are seeing the table here, which is going to be Traced versus Tasia.
Yeah, and I believe, oh, maybe not. I was gonna say I think it might be the same Tasia from round one, but now the player names
I
are disappearing.
I do not know.
Right.
I know that the player from round one did have this promo Tasia, so it could be the same player. Now, in this matchup, I'm curious to see if this Trace is going with the more kind of direct routes of linear routes where they're just playing their game, or if there's going to be some more interaction and removal from this Trace, which both ways Trace can find ways to beat Tasia. You don't necessarily need to remove things if you're putting tons of your own power onto the board, but if you're the Tasia player, one way that you can win is just building up snowballing advantage with your anchored cards.
Yeah, and if you rely too heavily on removal against Tasia, which because of anchored removal feels twice as good normally, the spindle can just absolutely destroy any plans. So it does turn some Tasia games into a did I draw spindle versus did I draw removal, and whoever draws their important piece of the engine first will have a major advantage. But we've seen a lot of Trace really only running hooked as any sort of interaction, and instead deciding that I don't need removal if I can just play around your characters. So I'll outmaneuver you by playing a bunch of cheap cards that are overstated, like Walrus Scout not as much, but mainly like Amelia Earhart, Dr. Frankenstein, cards that are cheaper but or have good effects. Um, and keep after Ewing you until I know the board state, and I'll just win one side at least.
Uh, Rinku in the chat points out that the Tasia player from last round had Tasia sleeves with his photographic memory. So I do think that this is an entirely new Tasia. I see the bottom player did have a Haven to start out. Uh, Good to get those landmarks out early. We'll see if they take that in their opening plays. Sounds like we have our player names now. Cheeky versus Sky Beast. Cheeky being on the Tasia list, and a Vike. I don't know if that's pronounced right, but coming out first from the traced player, opting to make sure that they put some sort of card into their reserve and some power on the board. And with their 1 mana available afterwards, threaten to do a follow-up play, which causes the Tasia player to play in the other lane with a Moon Druid that otherwise could have just both blocked and advanced. But I suppose the Trace player was worried about what may be coming, or the Tasia player may have been worried about what could have come out over the top to flip the script.
Sorry, I was having a small technical difficulty, but I wasn't seeing the game, but now I got it.
Tasia player follows up with a on the next turn with their rare Spindle Harvester. They haven't shown anything yet to put boost on it to be able to start resupplying, but a common follow-up line may be a Spindle Haven or an Ogun. We'll see what they follow up with, which is actually just a answer for the Haven that comes from the other player.
Yeah, Haven is one of those cards that, yes, you want to remove it, but it also doesn't feel great to remove because it already resupplied, so it already got some value. So yes, that was 2 mana for 2 mana, but your 2 mana essentially didn't do anything, and they used 2 mana to resupply. If you think about it in terms of like card advantage.
Absolutely. Especially with, the old Haven was a lot more threatening where you're still trading down in that card advantage as you're describing, but at least you're stopping this perpetual power engine that can provide 2, 3 power a turn. Now it's only providing 1 a turn, so the perpetual value, like more than value, is coming from that resupply now, which your Requiem is not undoing.
Yeah, and that was something that people have said since uh season 1 with Beyond the Gates, is that Haven always feels like it's getting some value, which is why it was so powerful on top of you know acting as a monolith for Traced in the late game essentially. I am curious, as you mentioned, to see how many cards this Tasia player is running that give boosts outside of just Tasia. We see the rare Spindle Harvester. We normally see that with the Spindle, as you mentioned, Ogun. Some lists are running so, but that's not necessarily an auto include, because getting that resupply engine online early is very helpful. Uh, and we already see a Muna Druid in reserve for the Tasia in order to re-anchor that Spindle Harvester if they can find another boost for it.
Yeah, and finding that other boost can be pretty important for making that a much more powerful card where you're getting the continued value from it, which itself can be anchor support abilities and let you keep your engine going, as we were describing earlier. Uh, we did see the Trace player start out with a Frozen Resupply, another card that has become very popular for all Axiom players in this meta. Uh, and one of the ways that Trace can ensure that it's starting to put cards in its reserve that it can be playing out. And the Trace player can potentially get 3 counters onto Trace this turn with the Cylinder and Grems in its reserve.
I guess our Tasia player passed because with 1 mana up, seems like the Trace is making another play now.
Does look like it. There's not a lot that you can do with that 1 mana. You can follow up with other Spindle Harvesters if you have them, but even if you have those in hand, when you're not getting the Tasia boost, it can feel pretty bad. and it's not worth threatening the lane there, especially when the Axiom player is probably gonna be able to overcome it anyway.
It is interesting to see that the Tasia decided not to anchor the Spindle Harvester with the Muna Druid, just possibly wanting it for a 1 mana after you play next turn, so they don't have to commit a larger player at first, and it might just fit better into their mana curve anyways.
Well, they also, they have this aloe vera out, and they have the initiative here, which will let them start the turnout by anchoring the aloe vera. And they didn't have the boost on the spindle harvester, so keeping the power on the aloe vera and keeping the anchor on that, I think uh, it will put them into a stronger continued position. Uh,
Especially
but especially
because
with Trace running, sorry, being so light on removal,
yeah,
it's unlikely they'll be able to interact with it.
and especially because that aloe vera is currently doing a great job at stalling out that uh, hero expedition. The Traced is in mono water, and that 5 stat in water is going to be difficult for a Traced without Haven to really overpower. So you won't really want to. We see Spindle Harvester off the resupply. That'll be great with the Spindle on board. So setting up for 2 resupplies at the start of next turn with re-anchoring the aloe vera and then Spindle Harvester again.
Yeah, and absolutely, the lanes are lining up well for the Tasia player. One of the few tools that the Trace player can have here to try to remove that strong advantage is to maybe hook the aloe vera over. But now that you see this, we don't know if that's in hand, and now that you see this Spindle Haven in reserve, the Tasia player is probably thinking through their options of whether or not they want to establish that and protect their aloe vera, which they do choose to do. Uh, but they don't open up with the Munidrid, which I think is fair. There's not a lot of at hand sabotage available from Traced, though the Armor Jammer is seeing more play.
Yeah, and we've seen less and less lists running Tinkerbell. So even though Traced was not online at the start of turn, is now. Even if Traced were to draw a card and put a card from their hand into reserve, it's kind of unlikely to be a Tinkerbell at this point.
Yeah,
I,
for sure.
I will say that is probably the most surprising thing for me to have seen cut from a lot of Trace lists, just because of how strong sabotage can be in this game. But Trace just saying, I already have card advantage over you once I'm online. I'm not going to worry about lowering your card advantage. I'm just going to worry about tempo and outstall and just beating you out in expeditions as by minimal amounts as much as I can.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Trace players play very low to the ground, valuing having cheap things that they can play rather than the 3 cost, which sometimes doesn't have much of an effect, especially in some of the decks that are drawing a lot of cards and having a lot of options available to them. Sabotaging one thing doesn't necessarily change your opponent's game plan in some of these matchups, but it it does mean that when there is something scary on the other side, their ability to interact is a lot lower. And if they're cutting the uh, on board removal and interaction like boom and Keylon burst, they're really uh, saying if you can find a way to beat me, go ahead, but it's gonna be tough for you.
Yeah, and I will say Tasia with the Spindle, Muna Bastion, and the current suite of characters they have online, on the board that they can then re-anchor the aloe vera. They seem to be in a very good position, but we're now no longer in the early game for Traced. Traced is online, and this is where Traced can just start to overpower. We do see the Kellen Elemental, which is strong in both lanes that the Traced is combating currently.
Yeah, if they're able to get that power into the water lane and get themselves over the hurdle of this aloe vera, can be very huge for them. Otherwise, they're going to feel fairly stuck behind it. Uh, and they may have the power to do so depending on what's in hand for the Tasia player. The Keel Elemental is going to give them 3 water. They've got a cylinder out, and the Sap Sniffer will also provide another 2 water stats.
Yeah, that'll be 6 water, just allowing them to sneak out over the aloe vera. And wow,
That is
deciding,
a shocking play.
yeah, we don't know how many cards the Tasia has in hand, so maybe just deciding that I the body block is more important. And
Mhm.
also they are on grass, so they are on forest. They have 5 forest stat currently in their companion expedition. But
Yeah,
oof,
so
that
they
is
will be able
certainly a
to
play.
yeah, they will be able to, pretty much guarantee that they're not gonna get, 2 lanes pushed against them this turn because they put this extra power on the board. But I think from, as we're counting up, there is gonna be the power to at least advance on the water for the Trace player, and likely as well block them on the forest and mountain. But it's true that, like, we don't know what's in their hand, and there's already a lot of power that can come out of this Trace player, and if they didn't play that Moona Druid, maybe they end up taking a 2-0 loss this turn, which
Yeah.
itself would be pretty brutal.
Still, the aloe vera, incredibly strong card in terms of stats. It costs 4 essentially to play because you're rarely going to play it without the anchored. So it's your most expensive card in the deck. It seems like keeping that on the board as much as you can is really beneficial. But again, we don't know what's in the hand, so maybe this was the best play that the Tasia felt that they had. Well, I would assume it's the
Y-
best play they thought they had, or else they wouldn't have made.
Yeah, I think most players often opt to keep that Aloe for the reasons that you're saying, and especially with this Spindle Haven out to protect it from any of that interaction. But the aloe vera, anytime you anchor something, it's kind of like you're paying that cost to play it out again, but for very cheap. So that supportability can act as a 4 mana advantage where you're getting an aloe vera next turn for free, in addition to starting with that resupply. Interestingly, the Trace player looks like they're opting to slow down the game a little bit. They're not trying to advance on the water, which they don't need to anymore since that aloe vera isn't starting in play, and instead blocking on one side while blocking and advancing, blue blocking and advancing, or maybe they traded lanes on the other side. Uh,
They both players advanced on the companion expedition, and because the aloe vera was fighting in forest and mountain, only had 3 stats with the boost, that Frankenstein was able to perfectly stall them out on the hero side.
um,
So
but we are coming
still one
close
for
towards
one.
the end game. It's not game point yet, but we're at the point when next turn could be potentially the last turn because they're only 3 advances away from winning. And the Tasia player doesn't yet have a engine going for power on the board. They could be a festival lift, which could still very much be threatening a win out of nowhere. But if they're not, the Trace player has lots of mana, lots of cards available to them now that they can maybe use to take over.
All right.
We
So
see a unique here.
it seems to have some bottom text that says when something happens, a character gains anchored. I can't see it exactly, but that
Mhm.
does. I would assume it's either when a character is played or when a character gets a boost, because that's most of the uh, activators we see in Muna. But it does seem to
I
say
don't.
hand cost 3 or less gains anchored.
Maybe our director will be able to get the preview on screen like they were before. But yeah, that unique was resupplied, so it's going to be open information before it comes out for the trace player, and the trace player themselves take their time with a to get their own information, revealing their own Repotter Otter.
Okay. So these Repotter Otters, okay, it doesn't seem to have a passive ability. It just seems to have two arrow abilities. Because there is the bug fix traced has been a very popular point of discussion, at least when we're starting to see trace being played again. It's kind of fallen back a bit because other trace have been performing well. But the counterpart to that was the Repotter Otter seems to say each player may put a card from their hand in reserve, and then the next permanent you play this afternoon costs one less, and it's a 2 mana 1/2/2. But we were seeing a bunch of Repotter Otters that say when a card leaves your reserve, create a brass bug, and then you would have a bunch of cards that discarded everything.
And one of the important things for these trace decks to avoid being interacted out of the game is having ways to put cards in your reserve from hand. Uh, because of maybe fleeting from fan and acapella training or exhaust out of any number of heroes, one of the ways that you can try to interact with trace is not letting them get the counters onto the hero. But when you have uniques like this Repotter Otter that can fill your reserve no matter what your opponent does, it just makes the counters an inevitability.
And that Mowgli does say when a character you control gains one or more boost, anchor a character. So that
Yes.
can be very strong.
Yeah, the Muna player is starting to put together the things that they may need to be able to take over this game, uh, while the Trace player is getting their power. They've got a big Frankenstein, which is by itself going to be putting 4 power into the lane for a very reasonable cost of 2 mana. So they're going to probably want to start closing out this game before this Mowgli and whatever other cards start to take over for the Tasia player.
Yeah, the we don't see currently any way for the Mowgli to be anchored itself, which can just snowball things because if you have the Mowgli anchored and another character anchored, then at noon when the spindle gives a character a boost, Mowgli will proc and give a character anchored, and then from there you just have your core engine set, but you need to keep re-anchoring Mowgli. Ooh, another Requiem.
Wow.
Oh no, Lost in the Woods.
It's a Lost in the Woods, which coming against the Trace player, which is basically playing everything from reserves, it might as well be discarding.
Yeah.
But cool to see this Lost in the Woods. There's a lot of interaction that is like available to Muna, but a lot of it has kind of fallen out of favor with Requiem being by far the most prevalent and occasionally mana reaping. But Lost in the Woods can answer any permanents you want, and a play like this is just better than mana reaping.
And the Trace player is in a slightly awkward position with the Sap Sniffer because the Kellen Cylinder targets a character that's already in play to give it a boost, the rare Kellen Cylinder. So they need a character in play with a boost to augment with the Sap Sniffer from reserve. So they'll need to make another play before they can actually get any benefit off of Sap Sniffer's ability. But
Yeah,
we do
they
see the
that did
Grams.
line up. Yeah, the play seemed like it could line up really well, but Trace, as always, has so many cards and options available to them. They're gonna get this Keelan Elemental out either way, which will give them the opportunity to put the boost on there. Or if they want to use the Grams in, either they could get power with the cylinder, or they could get rid of this Spindle Haven on the other side. I don't think the Spindle Haven is a huge threat at this point, since it doesn't look like there's likely to be anything anchored that's sticking around to get the power boost. And unless they draw something the next turn, there's no interaction that's being stopped by this Grems right now. But we'll see as they play the Grems what they're choosing to do with it.
So it looks like they are going to just destroy their Kellen Cylinder. It will not get them. Oh no, it will get them in advance because they're on water. and the little mouse only has 3, and it also successfully blocks. Oh no, the Grems is one,
I
two,
think
two.
it.
So
I
the
think
little
we're
mouse
both
will.
double it. Oh no, they did. Did they have a counter on that Keelan cylinder? Why didn't that harvester advance on grass?
Uh, because it
Oh,
wasn't
they were
on
on Mountain
grass.
Water.
Yeah, they were on Water Mountain. So
Got it.
very. This is what Trace does. Trace says, "I'm just going to play around your board as much as I can." Tasia, by the nature of her hero ability, the first character you play each turn gets a boost. That's typically going to be your most important character. So Tasia has to play face up, not as face up as a hero like Sub Ash, which has to do things at noon, but in a matchup where you are able to play around what your opponent's playing, Tasia will always have a bit of a disadvantage because they have to commit so much in the beginning most of the time.
Yeah, and right now, both of these decks are kind of playing, looking like they're trying to get an engine going where Trace is just in his hero, and the Tasia player has cards like the unique in their reserve. But the Trace player's engine is going, and the Tasia player generally is trying to get a snowball that is happening and building up power over subsequent turns, which they're starting the turn with no power on board and a 1 point game point threatened from the Trace player. So it's not a position that you want to be in as the Trace player, as the Tasia player, sorry. But because it's a rare little mouse, they can at least start by slowing down that Keelan elemental and hoping that they're able to just stop the options the Trace player.
And you called it out earlier. We do see that rare armor jammer works great with the Grems because you can one, it gives a sabotage, and then you can discard it for a brass bug and a sabotage at the same time. But even though it's a very powerful include, we haven't been seeing it in every traced list. So good job on that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not everywhere yet, but it's picking up steam, and I like it. When you talk about Tinkerbell and the 3 mana investment, you're getting power on the board, but you're sometimes choked for mana, and the jammer not only interacts with the Grems as another option for you to get multiple sabotages out of it, but also turns your Frankensteins into more flexible threats that can sabotage themselves. So a lot of or more Trace players are opting for that as their interaction than there used to be.
All right, this seems to be a double anchor Kellen Elemental from hand to. You may put a card from your hand in reserve, okay, from hand, and then when a character you control gains one or more boost, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, target character with hand cost 3 or less gains anchored. So this does seem to, I would assume, the third unique also is one of these continually anchoring uniques, although we don't know that for sure.
Yeah, so they're trying to put up a fight, and luckily, so the Trace player with their frozen delivery hit a Grems, which doesn't have a permanent now to make power with in the form of brass bugs. So it's possible, though unlikely, that the Trace player somehow runs out of gas here. But they still have their hero power available to them
And it looks
with
like 2
the
cards in hand, so a total of 3 cards
yeah,
and the
they've got
Grem.
lots of options, and the Tasia player is down to 2 mana left.
I am curious if the Tasia, because of their when a character gains a boost, uniques, is running cards like Nurture or So that we don't see in every Tasia list, just because it works well with their uniques. These lists are not open, so we will not, even though our director does have the lists, we won't reveal that information unless it's actually shown on the game board. But it is something to think about.
Yeah, and that's one of the types of cards that can potentially get some additional power to hold out for this turn, while also setting them up for the next turn with the anchor abilities. But it looks like they don't have nurture in hand, and use their last options playing out the Mowgli from reserve. So they're in a very hopeful position of just hoping that the Trace player somehow, by some miracle, doesn't have the power to advance on either of these lanes. But the Trace player is playing with confidence and speed, which makes it look like they think that they do.
Yeah. I believe they have it on board because the Kellen Elementals 3, the Mowgli is 1 mountain, and so they are currently at 5 mountain, and they only need to advance once.
Yeah, and the handshake extends for the Trace player to take the victory over the Muna player. Uh, we do see a lot of these Muna players showing up in droves, though, and we saw another 1-0 player from the first round. So Tasia and Muna are not out of the opportunity for a top cut, far from it. But as we've seen Trace show up more and more with how powerful he is, this is one of the reasons why.
And there's always a lot of discussion around the power of uniques, and this Tasia has incredibly powerful uniques. But the most important thing you need to be able to do to get any value off those cards is one, play them, and then be able to activate them. I don't think we saw any of the two out of the three uniques that we saw from the Tasia player proc their passive abilities.
Yeah, I think some of it was some awkward timing.
Yeah,
Saw the first unique when they were on a potential and in reality penultimate turn, which is just a little bit too late. As sometimes when you're trying to get those set up, you're maybe losing that first turn or so, and they didn't really have the time to get them set up.
yeah, and then that last turn, just having to use them as stats, not for their ability, just trying to block and advance and hopefully get one. So a rough, what seemed like a strong starting area for the Tasia when they had the spindle and the aloe vera just wasn't able to keep the engine online after that aloe vera went back to reserve.
And with that game, I will be ending my rotation on the stream, and Chili will be replacing me. Chili's a great guy. I matched up against him on BGA the other day, and he ignored me for the entire game. Uh, no, but
Chili is rude
he
like
was
that.
on his phone. Yeah, no, he's a very nice guy. So thank you all for having me, a guy trying next to cast with you.
Yeah.
And I think Chili will be jumping in soon.
Thank you, Elio, for casting our first two matches. And I would say, everyone go check out Elio's channel. Does some very great deck building and playing content. If you are curious to follow any of the casters and commentators from this tournament, if you go into the description, there are clickable links that will bring you to their channels. This is a growing community, so be sure when you can to show your support for the community and for the people who really just love this game and want to get more eyes on it.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Now, we've seen two matches, four players, three Tasias. I don't believe that's representative of the meta in Canada, although, to be honest, I don't know for sure. I don't believe we've had any breakdowns of heroes. So I think in these earlier rounds, we often try to pick out matchups that are more interesting while still playing at top tables because the field gets narrower and narrower as you go throughout the day. Uh, but it would be interesting to see if there is I would say, disproportionately large amount of Tasia players, but Tasia always has good representation, normally being in the top 3 heroes played. Just doesn't see the con the c converting to top cut. And I've been joined by Chili from A Hero's Guide to Asgartha. Welcome. Thank you for co-casting with me. Oh, I am unable to hear you currently. Uh, Seems like we might be having a quick issue, but I'm sure we'll get that sorted out soon. Uh, Mimi, the traced one, which I believe was Skybeats, although I don't.
Okay,
Oh,
I should be back now. Let me know if you can hear me.
yep, I can hear you.
Fantastic. It's good to be on. You guys did a great job over the first 2 rounds. I'm excited to be here. I will say, we do, like you said, we don't tend to see that much Tasia being played. But I do think, given Traced is the strongest hero at the moment, or at least in terms of representation, you're seeing so many people move there. It is a good counter to Traced because there isn't as much removal as you would with other heroes. Um, but one of the insights that I got from you guys is I loved the idea of a more and more removal, or at least more and more sabotage through the armored jammer coming on with Graced. It's a strategy I've had from the beginning because I love that card. But with the Garems coming in, it just gives so much more flexibility. And I've always loved the interaction with Frankenstein that you guys talked about.
Yeah, and it also works with other cards like Mechanical Training, any of those, and
hmm
Jan Assembly Overseer. We've seen it more
I
in.
haven't seen many Jards though. That's not a regular card played.
I was gonna say we see that more in trace builds from a few months back, where people were going heavy on like the Ouroboros and just
hmm
cycling through their deck as much as they can. Um, it wasn't seeing great, great success outside of the Potter Otter versions of it, which had the uniques that say when a card leaves your reserve, create a brass bug, and then you could just cycle throughout your entire deck without passing priority and make 10 brass bugs or something.
Yeah,
Uh,
crazy.
which that's incredibly unique specific. Um, but we've seen that fallen out of favor since uh what was it, Lille? That Pumpote won
Yes.
with Trace. We've seen that fall out of favor and go back to a more traditional build of Traced, which is very much just sort of tempo oriented, playing around your opponent. A lot of 1 mana, 2
Yeah,
cost
one mana
characters.
resupply, basically your resupply builds. There are a few bug fix combos coming out, but from a perspective of game dynamics and game stability, there's not many of those that are actually played or winning top tables, which is good. It means that you don't need a ridiculous unique to win a game. You just need something that goes with your archetype, that goes in line with what you're trying to develop across the remaining 39 cards.
Yeah, and the bug fix variant as well is incredibly unique dependent. I
hmm
believe that text of bouncing cards back to your hand when a token is played is mainly on Ouroboros Inkcaster, although I think it can pop up on some other things, but it's mainly Ouroboros Inkcaster that's bouncing cards back to your hand. Just like the Potter Otter is, I believe, the only one of the only, but the main character that can get the when a card leaves reserve, create a brass bug. And because of that, because they're so restricted on the amount of characters it shows up on, there's going to be less people who can play it just because there
That's
are
true.
less uniques out there.
Yeah, I know I've got 2 of them, but it's not my style of gameplay, so I usually let my teammates at AQZ borrow them so they can do it, but it just doesn't fit with me, and I think that's one thing with this game is a lot of people are playing what feels intrinsically right for them to play. There's more than just I want to win. Of course, there are players that will play the meta deck and will make that meta deck work, but because we have the ability of having uniques in play, it doesn't matter uh, because you can still beat anyone else with if you surprise them with the way that you build your uniques, because you can build uniques with mechanisms and archetypes that are not traditionally found in your faction, and I think those are really fun to see. Like here, I we've seen some fun Asia builds. Um, I would love to see them at the top tables purely because I don't think people prepare for Muna. People do not prepare for Tasia the way they probably could. Now, if any of these Tasia players come across uh, a Achati, they'll be in trouble if the Hunger gets played and they have ramp. But outside of that, you just never know because they can only ever get rid of one card at a time, right? And if you have mass anchoring, you might be able to make it through.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons we've seen Tasia sort of fall. Also, a hero like Fen, we've seen fall from uh, player usage and also conversion rate is because of the hunger. Hunger
Yeah.
destroying most of Fen's card advantage that she gets from her resupply, and also having cards now like Tech Lab Unit or Lyra Contortionist that it increase the amount of cards she can have in reserve. And then for Tasia, the mass anchoring uniques as well as the spindle, all stuff. Your entire engine is about keeping the same board turn after turn.
Yeah.
You don't want to rebuild, and that is one of the things we saw in the last Tasia game is that they struggled to rebuild once their aloe vera left. So
Yeah.
cards like the hunger, which every single hero, every single Bravos hero is seeing the hunger run in some capacity. Not in
Yes,
every version of the deck.
you can't, but you can bring him into every deck if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't remember if it was Dallas or the BGA qualifier, but Basira was sort of the one hero that wasn't running hunger as much. And then I believe it was actually the BGA qualifier, the winning Basira had 2 hunger in their list. So now more people who are playing Basira are adopting that. Where mainly before it seemed it was Kojo, and of course Atsadi was the one who was mainly playing hunger.
Yeah, but one thing that Muna does have, and it looks like the table is starting to get prepared. We are going to
Yep.
have Kojo against another. Oh my goodness, this is a Muna fest. I think Kohlrabi's had a chance to just rig the tables here because we
That's
are
what I
bringing.
was wondering. Is this an accurate representation of the hero diversity, or are we being shown a Muna bias because of Robbie, Mr. Muna himself?
Yeah, no, now one thing that Muna does have for them against the hunger is they have the ability of playing aloe vera while they're shuffling up. That if they're able to play that, they can, yes, they're going to lose anchor, but they don't lose board presence. And I think that is potentially a way that you can counter it. But I feel a lot more people just are giving up on Muna than trying to trudge through it. But as we've seen today in Canada, you've already got at least 3, potentially 4 players if this is a new player. It's Vint 6 against Sixum who are playing. Vint playing out with his Kojo deck. Vint being one of the top 8 in Dallas, has decided to have a second go crossing the border into Canada, getting his passport stamped to see if he can get that elusive ticket to France. This is going to be fantastic.
So Sixum is the winning Tasia we saw in round 1. So is not a fourth Tasia, but
Thank
still
you.
good to see a I would assume
He's 2-0.
2-0, because we're going to be watching mainly top tables until probably later in the day, where we get more into win and in situations.
Hmm.
So I would believe this Tasia is 2-0, although I don't have that confirmed for me.
Yeah, we are looking at table one, and if they follow the traditional format, table one will always have the undefeated players. And just as we're prepping and they are getting the board ready together, so given there are going to be 6 rounds today, if you go 5-1, you're guaranteed to go through. If you go 6-0, you're guaranteed to go through, and potentially 2 or 3 that are 4-2. So the table is incredibly open for everybody, but it will be matchup dependent if you go 4-2. Your second loss makes it very difficult for you to make it through. But a 5-1 is possible.
Yeah, if you're 0-2 at this point, your tiebreakers are probably not going to be great, even if you win
Mhm.
out the rest of the day. It still might be possible, but it's on the lower end of probability. Although, if you're X-1 right now, still live for top 8.
That's right. And it looks like Vint 6 is going to be going first. No, they're not. They are rolling the dice to see. I gets a 1. They're only rolling one dice. I'm not used to the single dice roll. I'm used to the double.
I was going to
One
say,
against
normally
4.
Normally when I see one, only one being rolled, it's for evens odds, not for
Oh,
high
okay.
roll.
Okay,
But
there you go.
I don't know. We have no audio on the table, so I don't know what they have agreed on. So we'll
No,
see.
it's interesting as we go through. Now, what one thing of note here, so if you're playing against Kojo, regardless of the hero, do you always choose to go first if you win the roll dice roll?
It
I would always
is
say yes, but
it
I don't know.
is interesting because in this game, because you're swapping who is first player each
Mhm.
day, it doesn't have the same impact as, in almost every other card game, going first is inherently overpowered. Except there's some exceptions to that, but most of the
Mhm.
time in most card games, the tempo given to you by going first is incredibly powerful. I would say the only hero that always wants to go first is Kojo,
Yeah, and this
just
is
because
why
that
he's probably choosing to go first so Kojo doesn't get the benefit, right?
yeah, because if you go first as Kojo, that is guaranteed to be as meant like more Buddhas that you see than you would otherwise. Because if it goes 8 days, let's say, that's four Buddhas because 1, 3, 5, and 7, which is
Mhm.
the same as if you went second, is 2, 4, 6, and 8. But if you go to that ninth day, that's an
Yeah.
instant 2 2 2 value that you got throughout the game, as opposed to having to waiting 2 more days if you're going second.
That's right. There's also a huge potential with Kojo and Buddha to go 2-0, and it's a complete mental drain on your opponent when you're behind two as well. So there's that element of the psyche game being played out when Kojo does get a chance to go first. Um, Especially with Tasia, where if they do have a spindle in hand, they're more than likely going to play that turn one, and you're going to go 2-0.
So we see Sneezer Shroom
Hmm.
getting a good anchor character to start with. I think it's interesting that the Tasia player is playing it on the hero expedition because they do have the option to play it on the companion expedition. If it doesn't get removed, then it starts off 3 3 3 against Kojo's 2 2 2.
Yeah, because it is the rare that they've played as well, so
Yeah.
that does get the extra boost at noon every day. And on the other side, look at that going for a potential 2-1. Is
Oh,
that
but
what's
this
going to happen? No, it
Mighty
doesn't.
Jin, or Tiny Jin,
Oh,
Tiny
please.
Jin perfectly just eking out one mountain over Muna Caregiver for a double advance for our Kojo, and that's what you want to see if you're
Wow.
Kojo. If you're a Tasia fan, not what you want to see.
Yeah, double advance as well
Oh,
when they're not playing first. That's a beautiful art. Do you love it, the Buddha? Well
yes.
done to Kari, the token lady. Please reach out to her. She makes those beautiful tokens.
I was gonna say I was curious to see when it's flipped over. I had assumed I was like, oh, is it going to be the promo from season one promo packs? But no, it is Token Lady's amazing sort of stained glass Buddha. Oh,
Now, out of all the art she does, that's my favorite. The stained glass style
yes.
is just so gorgeous. So gorgeous. Let's see.
And
We've got the mess being played out.
early
Interesting.
mess. Now, I have a question for you, Chili.
Yeah,
How many copies of the mess do you think?
two.
Two?
Yeah, I'm a two, and I'd probably put three havens. And the only reason that's if they're playing what I call a traditional current Kojo build is you don't want more than five, because at the end of game, if you've got two of them out and you top deck it or you resupply into it, it is worthless.
Yeah. Also, uh, I was gonna say I think mess is two or one. One, I think you're playing with fire a bit because then it is one of your best ways to get card advantage in
Hmm.
Kojo, especially when mixed with the Haven, because then that character is going to get a boost if you resupply into a character. Uh, and we do have, while you only need one throughout the game, you're not hoping for double mess. You're hoping for mess and Haven.
Hmm.
There are
That's
cards like the
correct.
Grems that will remove the mess, and we always have the option that if you draw into the second mess, easy mana decision.
It's an easy mana decision. I don't think you, in terms of all your landmarks, it's tough to go above 5, regardless of what your landmarks are. What we didn't say though is we on the other side, looking at Tasia, they have a double anchored going into the 3rd day, which really helped them out a bit. They are still behind by 2 tracks though, but they now have a resupply available to them. They've got 3 tokens on. They're doing really strong in terms of power there.
Did
They have
they
the ability.
did they miss the boost on the aloe vera?
It looks like they haven't put the boost on the aloe vera. Not sure if we can I guess we're not there present, so we can't tell the judges about that. But that aloe vera should have a +1 boost.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, they absolutely did, and that may have actually changed the outcome of the prior day because Kojo ended up moving forward on that side, and they did not. They did have
They
the
it would have been
snowman.
5 it would have been 5 against 5.
Yeah, so it would have been no movement.
That's a
It, that's a bummer. I don't know what they can do. I don't know what we can do either. I know based on the rules of Altered, if someone outside of the players recognizes a mistake has been made, you can actually call a judge over on their behalf. Yeah, it would be hard to shout all the way from over here, at least where I am. A guy trying, you're probably a little closer than me. I'm calling in from Seattle today.
I was gonna say I'm calling in from Baltimore. What excited for our own world qualifier coming up in 2 weeks. So if you're going to be at the Baltimore qualifier, if anyone listening is going to be there, would love to see you all. Excited to I'm hoping not to be able to play in it because I'm hoping because helping with production and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
But still incredibly excited for well, all the world qualifiers, but especially one I can easily drive to.
Now,
And we
one thing
see a second sneezer shroom.
yeah, so what we didn't talk about though, and this is why you need more than one mess, is it got removed through Requiem. And that's the problem is if you don't have enough card draw, and that is one of the few cards you have for card draw in the current Kojo builds, you're in a bit of trouble. And it looks like they may have that given they've got 2 cards in hand and nothing else available to them. So it is going to be rough on them.
I was talking with Elio last game about the Requiem destroying a Haven Bravos Bastion. That was an Axiom, of course, but Kojo, I'm assuming, is also running it, the more powerful version in
Hmm.
Bravos. And it feels bad to get rid of the Bastion because it already got value. It automatically resupplies when played. The mess essentially didn't get any value because it never was able to get its food counters up to
Hmm.
resupply. So you essentially went 2 mana for 2 mana. Your 2 mana Requiem for their 2 mana mess.
Yeah, but the difference is here because you have cards that are anchored, you have the ability of bringing things into a future day
Yeah.
that the other player didn't. They had to start from a complete new board state. I think it's very very smart play though by this by Sixum. I believe Sixum is the player on Muna,
Yes.
correct? On there we go.
I completely agree because the one thing that Bravos has always struggled with more is card advantage. So why Haven Sarengar is in I I would assume almost every Bravos deck. It's in every tournament deck. Really, would assume outside of starter decks, it's almost every Bravos deck on BGA as well, just because it allows you to get card draw.
Yeah, not sure if you're seeing the same issue here, but it looks like they're having production issues in Canada because the stream has frozen.
Yeah,
I believe it's also frozen for everybody else. I keep on clicking refresh and it is not. So our internal stream coming to us as frozen. So while we are waiting
either
for
that
that,
or they're thinking very intently about this next play.
yeah, it has to be frozen because no one can keep their hand that still for that long. But I would say like I've been really surprised, but also pleasantly surprised as I'm seeing these Muno players, really try their best to get some some representation. We've seen, of course, they won in the mirror. Another Muna player lost, but I think they're way ahead in terms of their ability of progressing here, as long as there's no card draw facilitated by the Kojo player, by Vint 6. But once again, they are ahead on the curve, so we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah,
Now, do you play Kojo?
I try to play every faction a little bit and most
Okay.
heroes in every faction just so that I have a sense of what's going
Mhm.
on. I will say we have a lot of Bravos players in my local scene, and we did last season as well. So I typically shy away from Bravos
Mhm.
on the regular just because I like to see a lot of hero diversity when I'm playing. Um, so I play Kojo a bit. I don't play it as much as other heroes. My main heroes are normally I will play Sigismar because I think it's important to know the sort of top deck of the, and maybe not the top deck in terms of performance that we've seen recently, but always
Yeah.
one of the top deck in terms of representation. And then Ben and Aphanis were like my three heroes that I had been playing, and then a little Tasia here and there. We do seem to have the breakdown of heroes, so we can go over that a bit.
Yeah,
We
thank
have
you very much to Stream Elements for putting this on the chat. Go
yeah,
ahead.
so we have 8 Sigismar, 8 Kojo, 7 Tasia, 4 Atsadi, 4 Basira, 3 Gulrang, 3 Traced, 2 Fen, 2 Sierra, 2 Akesha, 1 Rin, 1 Navenka, and 1 Aphanis. And
One Aphanis.
off of just a quick scan, I believe that means we have 3 heroes without, or no, 4 heroes with 0 representation, which are Arak,
Yep.
Sabash, uh,
Waru.
Waru, Lindway. Oh, and a 5th, Arjun.
So surprised no Lindaway, because I think Lindaway can be strong, but it does require a special person to play them.
Yeah, I have seen, felt like a lot of people have jumped off of the Aphanis train now
That's
that Aphanis has been
yeah.
eroded, understandably so.
I I I guess
What are your thoughts, Joey?
I would that's a hard one for me. I think people are jumping the gun like they did with Traced when Traced lost its card. I think he's still viable, but maybe people just don't feel they have had enough repetition in the new style of deck. But I hope people don't just run away because I think he's still strong. He just not as is not as ridiculously overpowered as he once was. But you do have to build him differently, and it does take time.
Yeah,
But Trace came back.
I think it's mainly a thing of Aphanis got eroded in the middle of World Qualifiers, and the week before
Mhm.
Tumble Championships started happening at your local stores. So a lot of players, I think, are deciding, hey, I'm just going to wait till Skybound Odyssey to pick up Aphanis again. Aphanis is going to be a new deck. We're going to have to find a new way of playing the hero.
Mhm.
I don't think we have enough time to really establish that
I
deck
agree.
right now. So I'm going to put it out of my mind and focus it on it and act like Izmir's getting 2 new heroes in Skybound Odyssey.
Yeah, and just one bit of feedback on my perception of what ended up happening is it's very difficult to do this when like to put any level of errata when a massive tournament, in this case, it's all your championships, your chance to get to Paris are in play, and some people played by different rules than those that are winning now. I think for next year, there may not. We basically have to come to a point where we're saying no mid-season patch, so that everyone plays by the same rules. It's a little bit easier when it's just tumults, like it's you're preparing for a tumult, which is more a local tournament than something as major as this. Or that we go into a point where there is no erratas during mid-season patch. You just have the single one. It looks like the channel that our stream from Montreal has been cancelled. They are working on that for us though, so hopefully we can get that back up and running shortly.
I will say, I think this is also a special case because it's a hero errata
Hmm.
and also one that wasn't on the watch list per se. Uh, Afanis has been being looked at for a while, but was not actually on the official watch list. There's a lot of
Mhm.
cards that Afanis is that was running that were on the watch list, but not Afanis the card itself. So, and if a card like, let's say, rare magical training,
Mhm.
if that had been suspended for uh for Izmir, which I'm not suggesting they do, I'm just saying that is a power card that is now weaker because the Afanis errata, then it
Yeah.
wouldn't change the deck as much as nerfing the central piece of the deck, which is the hero itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had a good conversation with Cole and the team over at what's his podcast called?
I was gonna say Hero's Guide to Asgartha.
No, that's
That's your
mine.
podcast.
Hey,
Altered
oh
Corner.
my goodness, Altered Corner. So with him and Wookie, I was listening to them a week and a half ago, and as they did their live stream, and then they asked me just to join them in, and I did for a second. And Wookie spoke about he had a sense that that the community feels there's a lot of erratas in this in Altered. But when you go and count all the things that have been changed, it's very minuscule. But it's felt very hard because two of them have been heroes.
Yeah, yeah, and most hero centric games will try to avoid touching the text of the hero itself, just because that's the core identity of the hero is the hero,
Yeah.
and more look to balance around the cards. I personally am of the opinion that I like that Altered can balance with erratas better than other paper TCGs,
Mhm.
but I also have a huge background in digital TCGs. So I guess digital card games because they're not tradable.
Yeah.
Um, and so bounce patches are more frequent. We are seeing a bit of Altered in the story is a sort of in the lore is about the melding of two worlds, but so is the game itself. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh, I like this.
it we have this melding of the physical and the digital, and there's this sort of separation between the two about I mainly play in paper uh because I have two locals that I go to throughout
Yeah.
the week for Altered. I'm very fortunate to have multiple communities within a relatively close driving distance, uh and therefore I don't play as much digitally because I get my fix playing in paper, although I do still play digitally as well. um And so we're seeing a bit of a divide, I feel, in the digital versus the paper, where people who mainly play paper are probably saying, "I don't want erratas because uh, it's it is confusing to be like, all right, here's my Haven Bravos Bastion." It's like, no, 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 that's not what the card does anymore. Even though you see the text on the card, you're able to read the card. Well, most TCG players don't seem to be able to read the card most of the time, but you should be able to. But whereas it gets changed on digital, and you have to print on demand in order to get the correctly uh, errated cards.
Now, I'm just with that one. I know Equinox has said they're working on how they can recompense players for that, and I think if that gets quicker and easier, that would really be useful. So if they do make it an errata, maybe a week later you get your card in the mail, or you pick it up at your local game store, and the impact isn't felt as much when you have to keep up with card text flavors that have changed. Um, but as I said, like I don't feel personally that there's been too much change. But it does come to show that our game developers and the testing, there probably needs to be a little bit more of that testing before they go to print. Unfortunately, you go to print basically a year before the set is released. You send some things out, so or it could be close to that. Now you know you don't you don't know how players are going to react and how they're actually going to play the game different to a developer has now. And we've seen that through some of the articles that Altered TCG blog has done when they were talking to the designers, right? And they said, we anticipated this, you did this. We felt these are some of the strong. Aurak, for example, was expected to be incredibly strong in this set, but it hasn't actually come through. Um, and so they have some surprises, and I actually think that's okay. Um, rather than looking at the negative side of it, look at the positive. If there's something that's detrimental to the game, wouldn't you want someone to react as quickly as possible? You're never going to satisfy everyone.
Yeah, and I think we're also in a specific time in Altered where we are at the end of our first year, go, beginning our second year. So we're having these world championship qualifiers leading into the world championship, and it seems like they want to create some sort of stability
Hmm.
before the world championship, which is kind of ironic because it seems like Arata's also reduced stability because it's trying to create a more stable metagame, but it increases instability within the community because you now have to change
Yeah.
metas.
Okay, sorry. So apologies, guys. We had a bit of silence there. We had no, we didn't know if Cole was actually speaking to the world or just to us. Looks like he was just speaking to us. We've just been advised that they're having huge issues in Montreal in terms of their camera. They will be shutting it down for a little bit. But we wanted to advise that Vint6, who was our Kojo player, has won round two, so he is currently undefeated. Unfortunately, they also have issues with their software that tells us who's what everybody's record is. But we do believe he is 2-0 because of being table one.
3-0. That was round
Oh,
three.
sorry, 3-0. So thank you very much. 3-0 for being. Um, now with that though, so we will stay on stream because I think we can talk a little bit. It's almost like a podcast for us, and we've done this before.
I was gonna say I'm always ready to talk to Chili.
So, um, the yeah, there's always going to be people that are going to be upset, like you, as you were saying, and I'd like you to continue with your thought before we got the basically the good cop bad cop from Kohlrabi in our headset.
What what was I saying? God,
You were talking about the impact of erratas, and trying to bring stability and also disruption of and how it happens.
yeah. So erratas are by design supposed to level the playing field. They're taking a at least that's how we've seen them used so far. We have not seen any cards get buffed. We've only seen cards get nerfed.
Yeah,
Um, or at most
yeah,
side
changed in
graded.
one way or another.
Yeah. But it's never been strictly an increase in power. So we see that they are trying to create a more stable overall meta by making these changes, these outliers in performance. But because there's already been an established meta for 2 months at that point, and kind of Afanis and Siki had been major contenders in the meta since the beginning of season two.
Hmm.
So it was changing a very central part of the meta, which is what erratas normally do, but it shakes up everything. So in trying to create stability, it leads to instability because now it changes the meta. Decks that were good into Afanis might perform worse now, which is one of the things we see potentially happening with Siggy. Siggy, I think also I said this earlier. People know how to play into Siggy. If you can't win a Sigismar matchup, you're not really going to be able to perform well at the tournament just because of the representation. But it does mean that the natural predators to an errata deck are going to start performing uh are going to start underperforming because they no longer have that deck to feast on. And also whatever decks Afanis was holding back are now able to rise in power.
Yeah, and my only qualm with all of this is maybe the erratas, unless it's something urgent, should all occur at set release. And the reason why I say that is the introduction of a new set automatically is the equivalent of an errata because it changes the conditions. But then you're only doing one every 4 months rather than every second months. And you have to kind of learn to navigate, especially when there's tournaments in play. They happen prior to the mid-season patch, post mid-season patch. You're playing by different rules where some going to win something or gain something under one condition and a new other. Um, we're used to, I guess, in a TCG game, that you're used to the cycle of a set. So maybe that is what they have to do, unless it's something that needs to be fixed immediately. And I'll say, Garrett, what they did with Garrett and making that announcement was something they needed to do it immediately. I know it happened at before the card was even launched, but that's something that I would expect they'd try to fix almost the moment they see it.
Yeah, and it seems like you might be suggesting a sort of inverse of what we're seeing currently, which is the season patch seems to be more about suspensions and saying these are the cards we think are going to be problematic, and we're eroding some cards. But
Mhm.
it like in Trial by Frost, it seemed like chi- uh the first set well, maybe it's because we didn't have anything beforehand, but we saw cards being suspended and then later we'll errata them, and then they were eroded at the mid-season patch.
Yeah,
So maybe
and
maybe it swapped and said the mid-season patch is when suspensions happen. Hey, we realize this isn't great for the meta. It's overperforming, and then at the set launch when you're releasing, it's 102 new cards, I believe, or card families, including the heroes in Skybound Odyssey. We're also kind of releasing these 5 extra cards, which are the eroded versions of whatever.
yeah, my whole thing is maybe remove the mid-season patch altogether from
Mm,
potential, unless something urgent comes up. And I'll say what they did this time. You take out a Farnus, there was no other changes really. There was something added to a watch list, but that's which was the bug fix combo, I believe.
yeah,
Um, but that's it. Um, and we are early on, so we're going to get to these teething areas. But as we move forward in the game, you'd expect there to be less of these surprises. Um,
yeah,
one thing I like though in what they did is they actually gave people time, which they had not given in prior releases, and I hope they do that going forward. That when they make an announcement, and maybe the announcement is at the mid-season patch that says, "Come the next set, these cards are no longer valid," or whatever they do, but give people time because previously the announcement went live and it was straight away. And it's just like, what do you do? If you had not read the announcement, you're playing on BGA, and your cards are still valid on the system, but they're not valid in terms of gameplay state, right?
yeah. I will say the one uh, sort of caveat to that is that the uh, the delay affected testing for the new Afanis. It allowed people who were because the effect happened. The change went into effect right after the Dallas qualifier.
Correct. Yeah,
So it
you couldn't test it on BGA, but you could test in person. In
yes,
person,
you,
the
you could
new the
you could
new.
test in paper, and so it's like, and I think it's good that they left Afanis unchanged for um the Dallas qualifier because people had already sort of made plans of like this is my deck. But at the same time, what was it? A week later was the BGA qualifier, and if you're playing mainly digitally, you have no time to test Afanis, the new Afanis on BGA. Which, if you're playing digitally primarily, that's your main method of testing. So it did affect it.
Mhm.
It's again created stability, for the Dallas qualifier, but then it uh, kind of made it harder for players to prepare a Faunus for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I don't know how you can do that because you can't have like a beta program like a Finest Real, a Finest. Maybe you can. Maybe you can select another hero and it goes under that method. I have no idea.
Yeah,
It's something I didn't think of before. So nice work, a guy trying on giving me some new perspective.
I mean, it's one of those things of like, because it's happening in the middle of a tournament season, there is no way to easily do it.
Mhm.
Any way you're doing it is going to
Yeah,
hurt in some way,
yeah,
because if they had changed it on BGA early to let people test for the BGA qualifiers, then you can no longer test on BGA for Dallas. You know,
yes.
there's no good timing in the middle of a tournament season, which kind of goes to what you were saying of should this happen in the middle
Yeah.
of a tournament season.
But let's look at it from another lens then, though. The every other card game, they don't have the ability of testing online, right? If you look at it from a perspective, and I played a only one other card game, which is Flesh and Blood. There is something that is there that you can use. It's not owned by the company, but that only has card legality per the card legality policy. So in this case, if we were playing on that platform, a Farness wouldn't be live until the rule became legit on the day of release. So you cannot test there. The only way of testing is face to face. We have the luxury that other card games don't have, but we complain about it. It's never going to be perfect, but it is better than anyone else has.
Yeah, it's again, it's one of those issues where we're in this sort of nebulous space between physical and digital.
Yeah.
What type of card game are we? And we see even games that have both platforms, like uh, Magic the Gathering, monolith of TCGs, the grandfather of TCG, basically, has paper, but also has Magic Online and Magic Arena. But they also have different. There's some stuff that's like banned on Arena, and some stuff that's eroded on Arena that isn't in paper,
Oh,
and
really?
stuff like that. So there's this huge disconnect, even to the point that in the upcoming Spider-Man set, they aren't allowed to use the Spider-Man characters for the game. So everything digitally will have to have a different name and art because they're not allowed to do that. So it creates this separation
Yeah.
between the physical and the digital in this game that has the platform, where one of the things that Equinox is trying to do is sort of bridge the gap. And I think the BGA qualifiers is trying to merge physical and digital by letting people qualify for this in-person tournament through a digital means.
Yeah. Now let's switch this up, but let's go full circle. So we started this talking about the representation in Montreal
Mhm.
and the fact that there's just one Afanis. And I think you guys summed it very cleanly to say Afanis has come down in representation because people have not had a chance to test. And I completely agree with that in a tournament like this. I don't agree with it in a tournament that in your local gameplay, like because that's where you go and test. Like that's where
Yeah.
you go and play, you go and enjoy it. You're not there to, at least when I go, I'm not there to just win. I'm actually not there to win this season. I've been doing really poorly. I'm there to try different things, and that's because I made a conscious decision. I'll use it for my own example. This set that I said, I basically seldom lost when I played Sigismar in season 1 and season 2. Seldom. I basically was able to open up so much product. It was great. And I'm like, well, wasn't fun for everyone else, I don't expect. But for me, I said set two, I'm retiring Sigismar so I could play every deck. And I lost basically, I was basically 50% win rate, right? Which is uncommon for me, at least at the time. Now it'd be great if I can make 50% win rate. Um, but where it really hurt me is because I wasn't testing these decks there and I wasn't testing them at PGA. When I went to Dallas and I tried to bring Sigismar, I had not had the reps in to be able to play. And I can see that's what's happened with the fantasies. If you don't have the reps, it, you just don't know. You don't know the lines well enough so that it becomes ingrained in the way that you behave rather than taking 10 minutes to think because you don't have that ability of doing that in live in face-to-face play. That slow playing thing that you see on BGA is not something you can do because you don't have a clock that you can say you can use up the whole time.
Yeah. And I, I agree with you. Like, uh, throughout most of the first half of this season, the deck I was playing the most was a Rock and Kibble because I was like,
Good job.
I was like, I like this hero, has never really performed well, but I wanna see what new toys this hero got,
Mhm.
especially because this is like the first set that I feel like had a lot more options for a Rock and Kibble, especially with the Lyra support abilities fitting in perfectly to their game plan. Um, but as we got closer to Tumult Championships and uh, the World Qualifiers, I have not been competing in the World Qualifiers because I've mainly been trying to do casting or production. I am planning on competing in my local tumults, but a lot of my locals are practicing for these tournaments. And so I will instead say, okay, I try to bring like 4 decks and I'll say, what do you want to practice against? Do you want to go up
Oh,
against
cool.
Sigismar? Do you want to go up against Tasia? I have built my approximation of these tournament ready decks. Let me help you practice. And so we've switched over from sort of wild testing in the first half of the season to more targeted testing in the second half, where we are actually it's everyone gets ready, prepares for battle. We are on the verge of tumult and world qualifiers. Ooh, ooh, just spilled
There
some
we go.
water. Luckily
Everything
on
okay?
nothing, nothing
Nothing
important.
broke. Okay, nothing.
But got a bit too into it right there. But uh, into more targeted testing and more serious testing. So we're not just playing whatever and throwing spaghetti at the walls and see what sticks.
Yeah, that's interesting. But you're really helping others prepare, but you're not preparing yourself. Are you wanting to play in the tumults, or
Yeah,
is
so
is it
I have my first tumult tomorrow.
okay?
Um and I'll be still don't know what deck I'm choosing. I'll probably bring three decks and then see what the representation is like. If no one's playing Lyra, I'll play Fen. I'll take a Bliss Bassist.
I know I was saying you're doing it to see which card you can get. Least
Yeah.
representation, I'll use that, right?
If everything's represented, then I'll probably play Sigismar just because it's a good deck. I believe I'm able to pilot it pretty well. Um, at Gen Con, I did in the standard championship go undefeated on Sigismar, and then immediately lost to Navenka in top 8 on stream, but in a great match. Uh, Night Song, incredible player, amazing Navenka player, and all the marbles. Amazing final match. If you haven't got to see it, check out. It's on this channel. And while we're talking about channels, I'm gonna say make sure to follow A Hero's Guide to Asgartha on Spotify and YouTube. They do amazing lore. I've listened to so much of lore. Most of my understanding of the lore is through these two people, Chili and
Myself
Nick.
and Nick, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, not including myself in that. The Nick, the who is not. I was gonna say who's not with us, but that makes it sound like he's dead. No, it's just not on the broadcast right now. Um, uh, and also does amazing interviews with members of the community, and also more recently, uh, members of Equinox. You've gotten some amazing interviews with like Loki and Yoshi. That
That's correct.
i-
Those were amazing. We
if you
feel
haven't
very
checked
lucky.
those out, please do. And I will always shell out for altered content creators. This is a small community. We need to support each other.
Thanks, the guy trying, and I guess with that as well, we've got to say we've got the new set coming out shortly. And is there anything that you are basically the god when it comes to uh, preview season reveals? Is there anything you're able to share in terms of when we expect information or card reveals related to set 4 Skybound Odyssey, given its importance on the world championship because it will be released just prior, 2 weeks before the event, and will be live and all cards accessible for World.
I so I believe that if I was at Equinox, I would have been had most of the cards spoiled at this point just because of the proximity to Worlds. Uh, I believe 1 week from tomorrow on September 8th, Loki has said we will be getting a uh, an article that breaks down the amount of people that have gotten spoiler cards and when we can expect them. Uh, I believe I'm allowed to say this. I will be. They told me to reveal my card on the 8th if I could. So same day, you will start seeing creators spoil cards. Um, I would expect maybe one article maybe before that next week, but I think once the 8th happens, we're going to. I don't think that's under.
You're reading Cole's
Yeah,
comment
I
there.
was gonna say I don't think that's anything crazy. Um, but Loki said it in the public Discord that there's an article coming on the 8th.
Yes.
And I think you'll see a flood of uh spoiler cards within the next 2 weeks after that.
Yeah,
I
and I
believe
think
they're trying to stagger it a bit so that you have reveals every day. They've asked people to so it's like a constant flow as opposed to 20 and then
yeah.
none for a few days, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're still learning as a company. I sorry, I'm the collective we. We're learning as a company in terms of how to actually do deals. I personally love the spreadsheet that you have that basically puts the location or who's spoiling it, so you can people can click directly into those spoilers, so you can see what they've revealed, and also appreciate the content creators that are taking the time to discuss or present. And in some cases, some of them are doing a really good um, like video presentation of what their card reveal is going to be. Um,
Yeah, I never
so
want to praise Cole, but Cole did like a little shoot for Grand Bois that I assume he shot it. It could just be some footage of the forest, if I remember correctly. Actually, no, he might have been in it. So I
yes,
think
he
he
was
would
in
have
it.
had.
He
Yeah,
he did, and his story is quite funny because his card had been revealed just before, so he had to get it done really quick to release it. Um, but
yeah,
there's a large number of the community. I don't know if all cards would be revealed. Um, I would hope at some point we either decide to reveal all cards before the event or reveal only a few. So then when you go into your pre-release day, there's a surprise. And there's something great about the surprise as well.
yeah. It is. Uh, we had that a bit last reveal season with the um with what I referred to as the unique scavenger hunt, which is with your print on demand order, you got X amount of uniques from Whispers from the Maze to complement the amount of packs of print on demand that you got.
Yeah.
And a lot of these, this is Cole's Grand Bois was spoiled by this because unique started popping up everywhere. Now we didn't know exactly what Grand Bois did, but we could get an approximation. My reveal card Merlin was also shown this way. Luckily, I had already had my video like finalized. I was just planning on posting it later that day. So it was like, all right, yeah, that people will know that Merlin is a card for 3 hours before I thought they would. Um,
And good job on your video as well. With you're learning the video editing much better than I am with
well,
the magician style.
I was gonna say I did have to I have two useless degrees. I have a degree in musical theater and a degree in acting for film, and so I did have to shoot and write, star in a thesis film for my degree, and I did end up editing it as well. So I have a small background in editing that I am trying to get better at.
Well, well done. It's great. And while we don't know who's going to get cards to reveal this season, I'm hoping that on the 8th, I'm hoping that before the 8th, this is released because then you can look forward to the 8th and the schedule of releases. I know Nick and I are hoping that that comes our way, and we'll see if anything does. But if not this set, maybe the future. But I would be like, if you're a content creator and you get a card, what's the process of thinking, how do I want to reveal this? Because I started looking at what other people had done, and some just basically showed the card and did analysis on it. Others created a creative, magnificent piece. Your favorite one was a song.
Potter
So
Otter. If anyone, please go find the Potter Otter video. It is maybe it's because the guy's singing in Spanish, and so it makes the absurdity like a little less for someone who doesn't speak it very well like I do. But the
yeah,
guy's like singing about how Potter Otter has a 0 in forest and 4 in water, and he's just rocking out, and I love it. Please go
that's
check
so
it out.
funny. But for me, I also go the other part is, what are these cards going to do to impact worlds? And I think you're right. The earlier that these cards can get released, and we have had confirmation on chat from Kohlrabi that all cards in the entire set, so except the uniques, of course, will be released by the 22nd, which means before pre-release, all cards will be available. At least you could have a look at them online.
Yeah. So I think that's good. Yeah, I think we want players. I think we talk a lot about worlds. Skybound Odyssey being live for worlds, but another thing that kind of gets overlooked is that's also live for the last chance qualifier. And
Oh, that's right.
and so worlds, you'll have to have 3 decks if you're competing at worlds because the new conquest format.
Hmm.
And so the we're going to see just more heroes in general being used because we have 32
People.
times 3, we see 60, was it no 96 heroes. Now there
Hold
will
on.
be overlap, but
Okay, okay.
there's 128 players that can participate in the last chance qualifier, only on 1 hero each, because it's not the conquest format. But they will also have to be prepared for Skybound Odyssey. These new cards that will not only 6 new heroes that have 6 new play styles,
Yeah.
but how the 96 card families that are being added affect the existing heroes that we have already seen.
Yeah.
What if
And
there's a
so
card that all of a sudden makes Waru busted? I don't think that'll happen, but you never
Imagine,
know.
imagine. Can we go back to those days? I miss playing Warrior. Uh, now, and I think that I completely forgot about the last chance qualifier. The interesting part that so I had a chat with Rinku, given he works with us, or he's part of my team at AQZ, and he said Equinox is currently working with the world qualifiers to basically say, hey, we may still be able to tinker with some of the way that we're going to run this tournament. So at present, they basically said, yes, you're going to do conquest. What happens is you present your 3 decks to your opponent, and they nerf one of those decks. So basically, you cannot win, and then you have to win with both your other heroes that remain. So it's a best of 3 format. You have to win. If you have Sigismar and you've got Kojo, you play Sigismar first and you win. Then you have to then play Kojo and play against their other decks to win. So um, I think it's really cool, but they're even having potential discussions to say, is this the best way that you want to play, or should we not ban one?
Oh,
What
interesting.
are some of the options? And they're going through that. I think that's valid that they're bringing in the players to make this decision with them, so they can get their input. Because I think of it, if, for example, some of the best players in the world qualify and they're known for a specific deck, and you never get to see that at Worlds, I would feel sad.
Yeah,
Now, is it better for a level playing field? Potentially. Like, we don't know. I'm going to reserve judgment till later. I was skeptical, but I'm also excited because it shows, is this player versatile?
yeah. I think it's interesting. Conquest is, I believe, a great compromise in the best of one versus best of three discussions that have been happening around competitive altered. A lot of players being like, like best of one. Um, and this is best of three in quotes, but it's actually sort
Best of
of
one.
it's multiple best of ones. Uh, and Conquest as a format in other card games, because this is not new to card games. Um, it has been used in games like Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra. Uh, there is a similar system in Lorcana currently. Um, that is that it allows for more hero diversity. Because let's say every single person brings Sigismar. Okay, maybe Sigismar was always going to have a huge representation, but maybe those two other heroes are Nevenka and Lindaway. You know, it
Yeah.
because players have to choose three heroes from three different factions. It's going to open the options for more hero diversity. That doesn't mean that we won't see, maybe people just running uh, Sigismar, Trace,
Kojo, Trace.
and I'm going to say Cowrie, just because I want to throw one of the new
Oh,
Cowrie
nice.
and Puff, one of the new heroes in. Let's say those are the three most meta heroes. A player could just choose those three decks to bring as their conquest decks, but it also opens the possibility of if there is a huge outlier in, let's say, uh, what is the most winning deck right now? Either Traced or Kojo.
It's traced.
Traced.
Yeah.
So if you have two decks that are incredibly good into Traced, you just don't ban Traced because you're like, I prepared for the Traced matchup, so I'm going to leave Traced up
Yeah.
because I believe I can play around that matchup. Whereas I'm unsure of my Sigismar matchup, so I'm going to ban that.
Yeah.
The ban choice is going to be another layer, and the fact
Yeah.
that this is the first time we're doing it is at Worlds. I'm not sure if players will be prepared for the uh the metagame of choice. Not to say the metagame in it of itself, but also how your choice affects your deck decisions. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, so I as I said, skeptical because I've not seen it, but I'm also really like, if this works, it's going to be amazing. But the only part that I'd be lost is like if I never get to see a player that is known, like known
LWB?
for a deck, like, but he hasn't qualified. I didn't want to use his name,
Yeah.
but he's probably LWB's very well known as a Fen player and never gets to play Fen. So or just trying to think, or guys, in this case, since we're in the North Americas, Rinku not being able to play Kojo
Yeah.
ever. And so he's always the one deck that gets banned. Rough.
And and if you are known for a specific hero, it is statistically more likely that it's going to be banned because
Yeah,
people
true.
are afraid of it. So it's
Yeah.
like, great. I know Rinku can't perform on anything but Kojo.
No, he's
No,
done well on others. He's done well.
I'm just throwing shade at Rinku. Rinku actually, we are
Asked.
hoping to have him commentate Baltimore
Hold on, is
live.
that confirmed? Is it confirmed now? Are you confirming this with me? We had
I,
a chat
I
last week, and he said he's not sure yet. He's been waiting for the answer.
so I've been talking to him, and last I told him it was 95% sure, and
Yes.
I would say right now it's 99% sure.
Beautiful.
I still have to basically Rinku is confirmed. We just have to figure out if anyone else what else is happening with commentary. But
And
yeah,
if I could
I'll
be
drop
there,
that
I would
here. I'll drop that
definitely.
here.
I would love to join you if I could make it out there, but I don't know if the family would let me. It looks like the video is starting to come back on. No players yet at the table, but we will keep you looped in. We appreciate everyone's patience. It has been 35 to 40 minutes of you and I just
For
chatting.
this impromptu Hero's Guide to Asgartha interview.
Yes, no, A.W.O.L branded Heroes Guide
Yep.
to Asgartha, a co-brand. But I want to continue the discussion as we're starting to get the decks being back on. It looks like the old video is still showing Kohlrabi if
Yeah,
if
you'll
you're
have
able to look at
to
it.
refresh. It looks like.
So the Oh, wow. And Kohlrabi is telling us some your mum jokes to us as really bringing back the high school year over here. Now, in terms of some of the other heroes and their representation for today, as far as we've been advised, does anything stand out to you from the heroes that we've been told? So once again, really grateful. I've got to scroll back up just a little bit
Yeah,
for what was presented. So we had this was by Stream Elements. I don't know who Stream Elements is. If you know their name, it'd be great to give them that shout out.
it's just a bot that they programmed into. They programmed the command into so that people could see the
Cool.
representation.
Well, thank you very much, AI, for your wonderful bit. We do not use AI in Alted, just letting you know. But so 8 Sigisma, still the highest representation alongside Kojo.
Yeah,
Would you have expected that?
yes, I would have. Sigismar one is a fairly easy deck to pilot. Also isn't incredibly unique dependent. Uh, One of the things about Sigismar is and one of the reasons that I think uh, Equinox is struggling to find out how to deal with Sigismar, although they might not have to because of his lower tournament win rate in terms of the qualifiers. That he's a great onboarding hero. His hero text is incredibly simple. You just
Yes.
create an Ordis recruit every noon. It's a starter deck hero. So players can go from getting the starter deck, just building on top of the starter deck, adding their uniques, and he's good out of the box without needing any specific uniques. Now, some uniques are amazing in
Yeah.
him. So not to say that Sigismar can't be buffed by certain uniques, but he doesn't need uniques in the same way that Lindaway kind of needs uniques.
Yeah.
Lindaway has much less printed support for sacrifice. So any cards you have that give her more support in the sacrifice package are going to have to come from your unique slots.
Yeah.
I
But
will
yeah.
say the one thing that kind of surprises me, I guess
Yeah.
two things, is Atsadi at 4, and Basira. I would have seen Atsadi a bit under Basira. I feel like Basira a lot more people pick up Basira as opposed to Atsadi. I still would have thought that I thought there would have been like 5 Basira and 3 Atsadi, based off these numbers, and only 3 traced. I think is
Yeah,
a bit surprising.
Trace is the biggest surprise for me, given what you see on online, and this is the difference between the online community, which the people that you see have got access to the busted, units, to what happens at a local game, or now we're moving it up a level to what's going to happen at national qualifiers. So Trace, I expected to be higher. I actually am incredibly surprised by 7 Tasia,
I'm
and
I'm not really.
really? So for
Ta
me, the only reason I thought people were going to use it, outside of their thinking that Trace was going to be there, was more like to say, you know what? Maybe I've got a great chance of being the first for my faction and get that nice card.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I think Tasia always sees good play rates. She's one of the more brought heroes to tournaments, but she has abysmal conversion rate.
abysmal.
I I don't know why Muna players, you know, like the struggle so much. But
It's the hippie love,
I
man.
enjoy Tasia. I do. But uh she just doesn't have the stats to back up her play rate. So I I am never surprised to see her at number 3 in terms of brought decks. I would be very surprised to see her at number 3 in terms of conversions.
Yeah, I if we see one Muna player, and it's always going to be Tasia, I guess, in these days, unless you're using a Fen Festival deck. Arjun, unfortunately, as fun as he is to play, will sorry, as fun as they are to play, potentially not able to get the conversion up enough wins. Um, but yeah, I look at that. I also am surprised that there's no Lindaway. I I I think that's a sleeper deck that if you're a good pilot, you can really win games without people with surprising people a lot. Oh, apparently Vint left Symbiosis behind. That's not kind. just going without the other.
I will say I think that uh l- I'm Izmir is an interesting place because most people are playing Afanis. If you weren't playing Afanis, you were probably playing Akesha in terms of just play rate. And then Lindway at third. As we talked about earlier, most people are leaving Afanis for now. I think people will be back, just like people got back to Traced. Um, but it seems like Izmir players are moving more towards Akesha as their next Izmir deck, as opposed to
Or the
Lindaway.
new hero.
Well, I think people are very excited for Moyo, but they can't.
Can't play him yet.
Unfortunately, can't play Moyo for another 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
Yes, about 6 weeks.
But Afanis was a board based deck. It was all about boosting characters and uh and I think it plays a lot more similarly to Lindaway. So I think it's very surprising that most Afanis players that I know are instead opting to move to Akesha. I think
Yeah,
that's just kind of a thing of, oh well, I know Akesha a bit more, whereas Lindaway has some very interesting play patterns that you have to learn.
yeah, and I would say I would have expected that, but we're not really seeing an increase in Akesha. Like Akesha only had 2 players,
Yeah,
right? So what it feels like, and this is very similar to what we saw with Traced. When Trace was nerfed, they didn't move to other Axiom heroes. They moved to the next meta hero, and
yeah,
or what they already knew. And maybe that's why we're still seeing people play Sigismar and Kojo. Kojo makes sense, I think, from a perspective of yes, you may not have the best uniques that support the Kojo build because none of the uniques actually talk about creating a token. And if you have a Buddha out, you get something, right? At least none that I've seen. But their card pool of their commons and rares are probably the most overstated of all. No other faction has that strength, which is why you see Bravos as a whole being the most representative of all the factions.
yeah. And in terms of uniques, most Bravos players are looking for 3 particular words on their unique. Draw a card,
Yeah,
and that is an incredibly broad uh
card pool.
text. Like that can be on almost any card. So it's easier to find uniques for Kojo. And similar to Sigismar, you have a very simple ability. So
Yeah,
you don't have to build around the ability that much as you do with other heroes. Like Arak and Kibble, if you don't build around 0
zero
stats,
stats.
you're basically playing a textless hero. Uh Kojo, you don't need anything that interacts with Buddha. You can just play whatever good cards you have, and Buddha will just appear every other turn. So
Yeah.
it's not necessarily as as unique dependent as other heroes might be.
Yeah, and the main drawback for Bravos historically has been access to cards. So
Yeah.
card draw. When Serengar came out in Trial by Frost, it was amazing for them to get something, and it basically became a 3 of inclusion in all 3 decks, regardless of your game style in
Yeah.
Bravos. Then the
And
same
at
thing,
common.
and at common. Yeah.
Like I was talking to a local of mine, Kyle Infinite, who was a top 8 Afanis at the Dallas qualifiers.
Oh, I met him. Good guy.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. No, no, he's great. But we were talking, and we were saying one of the most exciting things in this game is when a new good common is released, which is kind of the opposite of most other games. You're like, oh, let me see the highest rarity cards. You're like, no, just show me a good common. Show me a good common I can slot into my deck without using rare slots, and I will be ecstatic. And that is Haven Sarengar. It's just a
Yeah.
good common that fits in every Bravos deck very
Mhm.
easily.
Now, I don't know who I spoke to, and they were saying people were comparing this to Baba Yaga, and I said, and I heard someone say something that really enlightened me, and they go, Yes, the problem with Baba Yaga is you get it upon play from hand. It is a closed information. It's your closed hand. And your open hand, they can see and they can potentially sabotage it. They can prepare against it. They can interact in one way against it with Serengar that you cannot with Baba Yaga.
Yeah, definitely. The only way to get hidden information draw off Haven Art is Arcalano Milk.
Yes.
I guess you could also uh Mana Flare, but
Sure, sure. I don't know
that is a
why, but
legal
sure.
play you can make. I would never recommend it, but it is technically legal. But something that gives fleeting when played from hand, but then you're losing the second use of the card by doing that. Now you still go card neutral because you're drawing a card as well. But yes, Baba Yaga being on play, and it's also the stats of Baba Yaga. You know, common Baba Yaga has never really seen much use at 2/1/2. But a 3 mana 3/2/2 and then a 2 mana 3/2/2 from reserve. So it's overstatted from reserve. And
Mhm.
it also
Yes.
it beats out Kojo, or like, it beats out Buddha token, it beats out Order Recruit tokens. It's just incredibly good at uh it can block, but also still giving you card advantage. And if they want to beat the Baba Yaga, they're gonna have to put more into a single lane. Because they'll have to put 3 mana into the lane to combat the Baba Yaga, most likely.
Yeah.
Because the average stats of 3 mana is 3/3/3.
Now, as we transition a little bit, it looks like the players are on break. They have finished their third round. They have been on break for a few minutes. We will be coming back shortly with a video of round four. I have asked to see if we can get some help from Montreal who is 3-0. Um, but round three has not yet been updated in the software they're using locally. The only one we know is that Vint6 is 3-0 at the moment. There were a number of players that were 2-0. That is Thaddeus, Sambi35, Sky Beast, Mr. Pampoon, Psycho Z, Chris K, Corona24, and Midlona. Of course, we cannot confirm if that is the full list. So apologies, players, if we're not providing all that information. We are waiting for confirmation on who is currently 3-0 and 2-1, and give that on stream once it has become available. We have also been advised that there is now 7 rounds of Swiss, not 6, as had previously been advised as well. Um,
Okay.
so that means what we had said before means it's very much the same. So there'll be anyone that is 7-0 will go through, anyone that is 6-1 will go through, and a few 5-2s.
Well, I commentated a game before, so
I
I
I
I
I'm happy. Sorry, we've just got asked the question to see who else. We're going to rotate some of our players out. I'm happy to go. I'm actually on vacation, but I wanted to join the stream. I will be watching this on video later on. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't get to do a full game. A guy trying. It is fantastic to be able to have talked to you, to work with you. Um, the one thing I do want to ask you before I transition out is what's next for you and your video content that you're doing on top of managing the reveal schedule once it is released.
so I've been working on a video that is kind of being outdated right now. It's basically a brief tumult guide, what you can expect to see from each faction. You'll know your local scene better than I do, but it's like this is what is performing well, just a general meta guide.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
Unfortunately, it's been pushed back a bit more because I have been in talks with the people at Games and stuff for the Baltimore qualifier, and I've been focusing more on that, making sure we have things prepared for broadcasting that, which has affected my content creation. Um, and I do really want to make, although I believe Kohlrabi, I haven't watched it yet, but I did see that Kohlrabi posted a Rock and Kibble deck, and I was going to post my Rock and Kibble deck. So I'll check and make sure that it's not too similar,
No,
or else I'll
actually,
just point.
bring it up anyway. just because then it's interesting you can contrast and compare it,
Yeah.
which will be fun to see. I think Aurak and Kibble should be better than it's presenting myself as well. Now, what I will. So the other thing is, if you do see a guy trying in Baltimore, come and say hello.
Yeah.
Go and see him. I haven't had a chance to meet you in person, but I'm looking forward to that day. I may have to make it out to the West Coast, to the East Coast to say hello. So,
Yeah.
or
For
close
people
to the
who
East
don't know,
Coast.
there was a almost very exciting situation where I happened to be an hour outside of Seattle. I didn't realize I was an hour outside of Seattle when I
Salt
was.
Lake of Salt
Or
Lake.
Salt Lake. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. You said you're in Seattle now.
Yes.
Outside of Salt Lake City, where Chile is located. I was like, oh, maybe I can get a chance to say hi, and then I was unable to. So
Yeah.
it's so
He
close to getting to
broke
meet
my
in
heart,
person.
disappointed me there,
I'm
but
sorry.
no, that's okay.
Someday.
Yeah, we will absolutely. We'll all connect. And then just as I say bid my adieus from my end, the other thing is we have released Tumult prep guides for every faction, thanks to a number of AQZ members and Kohlrabi since he's left AQZ, but he is still part of our team in heart. So faction, the audio is not the best. Unfortunately, I had to do a lot of these while in the car. So, but the content that's coming from really, really strong players was
And
really great to
Kohlrabi.
hear. Well, including Kohlrabi, because he knows the game very well. Right?
He does.
I know I don't like giving him raps, but he knows the game very well. A lot of archetypes. It's more from a lens of how do you prepare to play against someone that is bringing in X, Y, or Z hero in a faction. So slightly different. It's more like you know your deck better than anyone else. But if you were to play against Sigismar, what do you do? If you were to play against Afanis, well, you should probably be very lucky if you play against Afanis these days.
Although, hey, maybe they found some sauce
Maybe.
that you don't know.
You never know.
I, in all honesty, if someone pulled up to my tumults tomorrow and was like, "Here's a Faunus," I'd be kind of scared.
I'd be
So I
worried
was
because
like,
you don't know.
I don't know what's in that deck.
Yeah.
Either that
Now,
or they don't know if Faunus has been eroded. Those are the
and
two options.
and based on what you had said, myself and Nick are going to be working feverishly to release the rest of the lore videos. So we've recorded everything for set 1 and 2. By the end of next week, I will have recorded everything for set 3. As you know, Nick does a lot of editing and he puts audio into those videos that makes it kind of sound effects. That takes a little bit of time, but we are hoping to get those released shortly. Hoping that comes to the community. I'll also say there's some really good work from a lore perspective done by some of the French people. Unfortunately, it's not in a language that we understand very well. So, but that's it. It has been fun. Good luck for the rest of the cast. I will be watching this on replay later on and seeing it. Guy trying, awesome, and the rest of the casting team, all the best.
Always a
I'll
pleasure,
see you guys
Chili.
later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the abyss of the Be Right Back screen. I am Blue, still joined here by a guy trying who hasn't left yet, despite us trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, you can't get rid of me that easy. I have anchored.
Yeah, with a floral tent or no floral tent.
No, just spindle. So
Okay.
you're just gonna have to get rid of that before you get rid of me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We are back. We should be starting here momentarily in the next 3 minutes or so. But in the meantime, we did get the results from round three of these 7 rounds, which we just also found out they are doing 7 rounds. And we'll be able to take a look at who the top players are at the moment that are undefeated or have 9 points, if you will. And yeah, do you want to rattle those off there, Mr. Guy Trying?
Sure. We have Noble Gaston, Sky Beast, who we saw in round 2, I believe. Thaddeus, Kroner 24, Vince 6, who was the Kojo from last round, and then Chris K for Key. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Yeah, and so, like we mentioned earlier, you can still qualify into the top cut by going X and 2. If I did the maths right, as far as taking a look at it, I believe around maybe 4 or 5 might make it from X and 2, depending on how things rattle down. But past that, just the undefeated folks and then X and ones will for sure make it. So there's still some possibilities for the folks that we haven't mentioned thus far. We still have players like, let's see, Darth Fumbles, who does have 6 points and is just currently X and 1. Psychos also is X and 1, a player that we've seen on the Discord quite a lot. And what else do we got going here?
Sixum, who we just
Yep.
saw, we've seen twice on stream so far on Tasia.
Yep. But yeah, a lot of good players out there. Obviously, some players that I thought were going to be the front runners on this that haven't quite done as well as expected for the event thus far. So sad to see that. But other than that, how has the event been going for you thus far?
It's been going pretty well. I just want to confirm something to our audience that, well, probably fortunately, Kohlrabi does not have any control over who is sitting at the stream table. That is just table one. So it's just been a freak accident that we've had Tasia every single round.
Yeah, yeah.
That is not some Muna bias from Kohlrabi that is infecting the stream. That is just the luck of the draw.
It is indeed that way because if anything was going to happen, we were definitely not going to be see Muna bias. Because although I believe we did get to see Muna as or Tasia at the very least being one of the higher hero breakdown heroes with 7, I believe total. Correct?
Yeah, the third most represented hero, right behind Sigismar and Kojo.
Mhm.
I was talking to Chili about that. I was like, I'm not surprised by that. Tasia always has good representation. She just doesn't have good results. Uh, so it's she's normally around third or fourth. One because she's a starter deck hero, and starter deck heroes are just more simple. They're more easy to build around. Of course, you always want the multi-anchoring uniques whenever you get a boost or anything like that, but you don't need them to play Tasia.
Right.
Uh, and Muna as a faction there is something to be said about faction identity in this game. Yes, you want to bring a hero that you think you can do well with, but there's also top of faction rewards. This is a world qualifier, so rare aloe vera is one of the best cards in Muna. Having the specialized world qualifier stamped version of that, when there's only one given out at each qualifier, is going to be pretty rare. So that is definitely a reward that people can aim for. And people also want to bring a deck that they personally vibe with. And Tasia and Noara are just cool characters overall.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know everyone's been kind of down on Muna as a whole in this current meta, which makes sense, especially with the prevalence of increased popular removal cards that we've seen in Whispers from the Maze, whether that be like Evanescence, License Withdrawal, and the like. but it's always been a thing in my mind because I've been covering these events since the very beginning when we had 1,000 plus players at Angers. That there is a lot of Muna, there is a lot of Tasia specifically, but they just don't convert. Like, period. It's and that's why anytime someone says like, "Oh, Muna, Muna, Muna," I'm like, when has Muna ever done anything other than the occasional online tournament, which we've had some really good Brazilian players do well in online tournaments for Muna.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when a Tasia gets their engine perfectly online, it can be very jarring because you're
Yeah.
just like, they set up a board and it never left. And then you don't know what to do. You just have to. It's kind of like a Kesha lockdown in that way, where it just feels demoralizing. And so it's more likely to stick out amongst other heroes. So the multi-anchoring uniques have kind of been a boogeyman in the community. At least they were more in set one and set two. Uh, and so we think about Muna a lot more than we should given the results. I also think it's part of Muna's design where they like to give their opponents things for advantage. You play Daughter of Idrisil, which if you're playing Daughter of Idrisil, good for you. We haven't seen that since really set one,
Right.
at least in any major popularity. But it gives your opponent a card. If it is the rare, it gives you both a card for 5/5/3. Great stats. Can very easily win you thing, but the 3 hand cost makes it so it's easily removed by most common removal in the game. So you gave your opponent a card, they removed your thing, and what are you left with? Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, speaking of daughter, I think the only time we're ever gonna see that now, or at least currently, is in maybe an aggro Rin deck of some sort, right?
Yeah.
Because past that, why would you do it? The thing with Muna on that is that I've been looking forward to the possibility of just the idea of being able to capitalize on giving your opponent stuff. And I'm thinking that with Sky that might happen, especially with the idea of a hero that specifically gives your opponent something to activate.
Yeah.
So I'll be curious if we get enough support for Muna for that to happen, and it should be pretty fun. We are getting into the game here shortly. The players are setting up, so we are going to switch over to the gameplay screen here.
I do just want to say on that note, one of the I think Kohlrabi's down on this card. I'm not entirely sure, but one one of what I think is the best Muna cards is the little mouse. Because it gives Muna access to long needed sabotage, but it's still exhausted resupplies.
Yeah.
Yes, that means that they can't really play the card that they get that turn unless they have like Vike or something like that. But it is less so it's more of a tempo play than necessarily a card advantage play. Because you sort of muck up their turn, their ability to play this turn, but not the game overall. So
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if Muna can capitalize on this sort of gift giving identity that they have in the next set, like you said.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's there's always a possibility. Like, I've always thought it would be cool, the idea of being able to use the out of faction quets, for example, and being able to utilize that. And I've seen people attempt it, especially in 2v2 decks a lot,
Yeah.
where they're able to create the recruits for your basically your teammate or something like that, or wherever you need them. But because it makes the most sense from that factor, because if you have cards like Daughter of Yggdrasil where everyone draws, technically you're helping out your teammate as well as your opponents, but it it's still difficult, right? So it'll be curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, in 2v2, which is a format I love, I wish it got more representation. The difficulty is not on BGA, so it's not as accessible to people to test. And so people are less likely to then pick it up. Uh some of my locals at one point were using a group hug Waru and Arjun deck that was all about that was based around cards like Grand Bois and Quetzalcoatl. And every time you give your opponent something, you get twice as many benefits from it because both players are running those cards.
Yeah. So it looks like the players are starting to set up here. It looks like we will have Sky Beast on the stream again, this time against a player known as Noble Gaston. I just put Gaston because it was too long to fit and too bad. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I am in the process of trying to pull up the other deck list here so we can see uniques as they come up. But
I
yeah.
I was gonna say I was very curious to see which heroes are going to be flipped over. The Tasia I was very curious about because there's two face down, presumably token cards, which Muna doesn't have access to tokens, so I don't know what it could be. Made me think it wasn't Tasia, despite the green sleeves. Uh, so now I'm just very curious as to those are probably proxied uniques.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what I it's fun to see. It's interesting how the players still do the face down thing, even though I believe folks are just doing the predetermined thing of odds go first, evens, or something to that line nowadays. But it's not bad. All right, so I do have the guess deck list here too. So, ooh, French deck list.
And this is our first time seeing Atsadi on stream today. We've had a Tasia every round, just luck of the draw. But that does mean that Atasia is undefeated going into round 4.
And about time that some of them do it.
And I was saying earlier, I was surprised that Atsadi and Basira had the same representation. Seems like there's a bit of a hold on something.
Yeah,
Players who are starting to draw up.
yeah, they just had him stop for a second. They're going to start in about 3 to 4 minutes, is what I'm getting the notification for.
Great.
So I think they're trying to line it up with all the rest of the play and starting a timer.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, there. So we do have both deck lists, so we will have access to the uniques as they come up, assuming that they're not too similar. They aren't for them. And perfect. We should be able to tell just by looking at it. But yeah, it's Saudi versus Tasia. How you feeling about this matchup?
To be honest, I favor the Atsadi. Access to Duel of Grit. I assume Atsadi is running Rare Duel of Grit. It's very good in the Atsadi playstyle. At least common Duel of Grit hits most things in Tasia's deck. The fact that that card says equal to or less than hand cost of a character you control is so powerful. So it can always trade well, and against a deck that is looking to anchor as much as Tasia normally is, discarding their discarding an anchor card the first turn it's played is getting rid of 4 turns of potential value from that card, at least. Also, access to the hunger. If this Tasia is one of the decks that is trying to get this anchor engine running, the hunger will just eat all that up, and it'll be incredibly hard for the Tasia to build back. Tasia will have a very strong early game in order to take down the Tsatsati, I would say. But once Tsatsati gets ramping, it might be hard for Tasia to keep up.
Yeah. So I'm just getting verification that give them a go ahead to start starting here on our end. Look at them being so nice and letting us know that waiting for us to be ready kind of thing. But yeah, it's interesting. I recently talked to a few different Bravos players and how they felt about certain matchups. Recently, the most recent being Giacomo, who won the EU BGA online qualifier. And the reason why they went with a no permanent Basira deck list and how they feel about the current meta and how they are able essentially to not worry as much anymore due to Faunus being gone, about their the way that they would play where they felt normally Basira was kind of unplayable because of it. And now if you do no permanents and you have things like a hunger that does really well against engine building decks like your Itsadis, like your goal rings, or even your Tajas, it feels pretty good, right? And then you're able to take advantage of that with essentially one card when it comes to the hunger, but also just play as greedy and aggressive as possible without getting punished for it.
Now, would that talk happen to be a video that we can expect on at Blue Oak TV?
Potentially.
Whoa! Well, make sure that you look in the description. There are clickable names of all the casters. Click on Blue Oak TV and subscribe if you want to check that out. Hopefully, coming soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Hashtag ad.
Hashtag ad. You can also hear about my most recent talk here with Rinku, who won the Dallas World Championship qualifier. That's a fun combo. One of my longer ones as far as a top cut talk these days. But we are getting started with the Tasia going first, starting us off strong with the Sneezer Shroom and a Floral Tint. I believe we also saw a mana channeling coming out from the Itzadi. Seems like both kind of got what they wanted to a certain extent, other than maybe a double advance for Tasia.
Yeah, the floral tent. Did that resupply into Spindle Harvester? I can't really.
Yeah, problem with the glare
Yep,
there. It does look like a spindle harvester though.
rare Spindle Harvester.
So not a bad one to hit. I'm sure they would have preferred to hit that in hand, but at least they're able to use it now.
3 mana up means that this could be the Spindle. A great thing to set up early, especially when you have that Spindle Harvester on the board at 1 boost. At noon, it will create a second boost and allow that Spindle Harvester to resupply. And we see 3 mana tapped. Is it going to be the Spindle? No, it is going to be a Muna Druid.
Interesting. Moon Druid, a card obviously that has solid stats all around. It's been used since the very first set, Beyond the Gates, but usually honestly, it's a good turn 1 play because a lot of times your opponent's expecting an anchored character, and they don't save things like Sabotage or the like, and you can play a card that just goes over anything. We do see a double advance coming out from Natasha there, but this time around, it's
The,
also used for that support ability.
what was that from the Atsadi? 4 mana up and passing?
They must not have gotten a good draw, or they're planning on staying from behind, which usually is. I mean, you don't mind being behind as Itzadi, but it's not the same as if you're playing as a goal ring and you want to be even or behind, right? So, uh,
Yeah, yeah, Goring, a deck that thrives off of being behind, so much to the fact that they are cutting cards like Sinisa and Rare Mobile Armory, a great reveal video
yeah, I agree.
from Blue Oak TV. Uh, but that removed Defender because you want to stay behind longer so Messick Tech gets more value. Atsadi can still play well from behind, especially as they get more mana, but they don't need to be behind unless there are specific uniques in this Atsadi's deck that get benefit when a card is played in a region that is behind.
Yeah, which is more prevalent as far as uniques are concerned with these newer sets. They definitely have added that more than we would have seen in Beyond the Gates, for example, where there are other restrictions, whether it be landmarks. Putting a card from hand to reserve is a popular one in Bravos these days. But yeah, it's interesting to see where they're at. They do come out with another tiny gin over on the hero side. So working on that ramp, but at a certain point, you're just going to get too far behind, and yeah, you can set yourself up for a eat me energy bar Sakurabu maybe, but if your opponent can just double advance on you right on top of it, it still doesn't feel good. So I'll be curious to see what else they have at this point.
Yeah, it does help that the Tasia's hero expedition is currently in mountain only. So the tiny Jin essentially being a 5/5/5 almost because mountain's the only stat that matters. We did see Floral Tent resupply into the Spindle, Muna Bastion, so can play that if they want, but tapping 4 mana for that Aloe Vera.
Yeah. Good card to hit at all points. Obviously, no tree out now to protect it, but they do have that floral tint to stop it from getting hit as far as the anchored's concerned. Obviously, I'm sure they prefer to keep the anchored on the aloe vera if possible. There is 3 mana left for the Itzadi, so we could see something, but it looks like we see a pass there again, this time with multiple mana up on the board, and it looks like they're just gonna give up another advance. At least they're stopping that individual mountain terrain.
Yeah, the thing that I just have to suspect, I we can't see how many cards that the Atsadi player has in hand, but I would assume they kept very crucial cards like the Hunger, maybe kept 2 Hungers, in order to just make sure that they had, uh, access to it, but I don't know, some very awkward mana timings for the Satsadi player so far, and they're a total of 3 expeditions behind right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't mind being behind sometimes, like I mentioned, as far as having an engine type of deck, but it does get to the point where the timer isn't necessarily something that you see 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 20 minutes anymore. It's a timer that you see on the tumult track, right? And you can only get so far behind in some cases until things get a little bit kooky. It does look like we see a unique come into the reserve
It looks like
here
the Isenboshi.
in Isin Boshi. Let's see if I can pull that up here. Elemental.
And we are on 8 mana with Tasha on the play, so that does mean the Hunger can come out and eat up these 4 cards, the 3, well, 5 total, including the Atsadi's Tiny Jin. But the Tasha would still have 4 mana remaining to make a counterplay afterwards. And we see 8, yep, we see that Hunger.
So I have an
But this Hunger is not going to be gigantic. So, Tasha can play any character in that companion expedition and get an easy advance because the Atsadi has no remaining mana.
yeah. So I was going to show you guys the Isin Boshi, but it looks like the deck list we have on file may be a different deck list. So we'll have to let them know that we may have something that's a little bit different than what they are have shown already. But you do get to see in the top right corner there, as far as the discard, how they're handling uniques as a whole, where they have the mana convergence and written on it is the unique itself. So that way they're able to indicate it and put it into play as soon as it is played.
Yeah, and we just see Ogun not boosting anything, not getting Anchor. That seems pretty telling. That there's probably no that last card in Tasha's hand is not able to be anchored, or else why not just play it there? Or it could have been an aloe vera that they would have had to pay 1 extra to anchor. Um, we now see the getting a good look at the hand from Matsadi. There was a mana flare, must have just been drawn, or else they probably would have comboed that with the hunger. Eat me energy bar, shuffling through quite a bit, so I didn't get a great look. But does have eat me energy bar unless they put it into mana to potentially set up a as Blue mentioned earlier, Sakara Brew um play. And there's the EV energy bar right now.
Yeah, I don't see many times where you're gonna be manning your Eat Energy bar as if any card is influential in these Itzadi decks that you see in most of all of them, it's that card in particular where you kind of need it in some scenarios, and it's just so threatening as a whole, right? We do see a mana flare come
Oh,
out for them
and there it is.
to play it as you had mentioned. We will get the double move back, and yeah, I mean that's how it goes. It will be fleeting, so won't be able to utilize it as far as to be played from reserve for 4. But as a Sakurabru, you don't really care, to be
Yeah.
honest. You do your job from hand, and that's about it.
And Eat Me Energy Bars is a very interesting card because it actually makes most expedition permanents make the lane that it's put in, the expedition that's put in, your stronger lane because of like, whatever passive benefits. But Eat Me Energy Bar actually makes your expedition the weaker one because you can't play additional characters in there uh, without turning off the Eat Me Energy Bar. So we'll see a unique Daughter of Idrisil coming out, and it looks like that Ogun for a double advance, most likely. Can't see the stats exactly, but I believe that is a 3/4/4 maybe on the Daughter of Idrisil.
Yeah,
And
it's
it,
hard to
it does
tell.
it does seem to be one of those things where when a character gets a boost, a character gets anchor.
Yeah. Again, we would be able to pull that up here, but we're just getting some stuff here sorta as far as the deck list. I think we may
Uh
have yeah.
Looks like it might have been a 3/3/3 because with the boost, it looks like it tied the Sakara Brew at 4/4/4. So it was only a single advance.
So we'll see. We'll be able to get an update for you all shortly. But as you can see there, single advance. One of the other things is that it looks like the Itzadi is currently separated by 5 advancements, so is 3 behind still. But they do have that Eat Me Energy bar still threatening out on the board. One of the biggest things about that card and Gears as a whole, and being able to stay on the board if you don't advance is just they are always constantly threatening. And if you don't have something like a Grimm's when you're playing Axiom or something to that effect to remove them, it doesn't feel good to try to just destroy it with some other type of interaction, and you honestly don't even see a lot of those in Tasia these days anyway. Maybe with the mana reaping, but do you really want to ramp Itzadi more these days?
Yeah. Although at a certain point it does become, they have so much mana. What's one more gonna do? But still, it never feels great. Uh, that does look like
Thelma?
Valmon, I
Yeah,
believe is how it's said. And
yeah,
that
but
should be gigantic because the Asadi is at 11 mana.
yeah,
Or no, is at exactly 10 mana.
yeah.
So Eat Me Energy Bars essentially turned off for this turn because that Valmon is present in both expeditions.
Yeah, it's the Digimon of the altered universe with the Mon at the
Yes.
end. We do get a Tolarian skater here with the Scout to boost it up a little bit, take advantage of that gigantic ability from the character. It's a specific character that I feel like I've seen show up a little bit more in Itzadi decks as far as just being a regular in the list. One that I mean, I can see the idea behind it, but I'm not quite sure as far as how well it works in practice. Obviously, it's been doing well enough for this player who's done well in this tournament to use it. But yeah, as far
Are
as
you talking about the skater or the Valmon?
the Valmon
Yeah.
as a whole, it never really spoke to me as far as on in the Saudi deck list. But uh, I mean, to be honest, the Saudi deck list in Dallas didn't speak to me either. But look at it in semifinals, right?
Yeah, I to me it seems like it's just it has late game potential with the gigantic, and then it also lets you uh it also can defend well
Hmm.
at four mana, being a 4 mana 6/6/6. Or wait, no, is the rare what is the rare stats? I believe it's a 4 mana 6/6/6.
It's a 4 mana 5/5/5.
5/5/5. Um so is overstated while defending, but still it only defends one lane, one expedition. So that doesn't it's not great. But hey, I'm not a huge Atsadi player, so I'm not practiced on the deck. I would trust these people over me because they are actually getting some results with it.
Yeah, it's tough to argue with results these days, but it does look like we do have a dead even race here on the tumult with the Itzadi 3 away and the Tasia 3 away. But the Tasia does have a lot of board presence at the moment as we get to see that fleeting hunger being played from the reserve.
And there's a very interesting card in the reserve for this Teisho, a card that was thought to be integral to Muna's design in the beginning, but hasn't never really seen much play. Meditation training. Normally, you're opting to have either characters natively have anchor, use support abilities to re-anchor characters, and as we've discussed multiple times, having uniques that anchor characters. So meditation has sort of fallen out of favor in most Tasia decks. But one of the most important things about these multi-anchor uniques is that they cannot anchor themselves. So you either need two on board to constantly anchor each other, or meditation training to add anchor to the anchoring unique.
Yeah, we do see a unique cuddly corgi being played here. Again, we are having there's going to be some checks here after this game to verify that we didn't get the wrong deck list, everything. So that'll be verified after this game. But at the moment, it does look like it is a cuddly corgi unique, and I assume it is probably one similar to where it provides boosts and/or anchored, because I do see a lot of anchored and/or boosts being played here for the Tasia setup.
It seems like the cuddly corgi is not able to give anchor itself, like to other characters,
Mm,
because the daughter of Idrisil has not been anchored.
yeah,
But it does seem to be able to give boosts when things are anchored,
yeah,
is why we're seeing boosts go everywhere and then activating the daughter of Idrisil over and over again.
right. So it
So
makes sense
maybe
there.
that's the reason for the meditation training, because they don't have the full suite of anchoring uniques.
Makes sense. And it does look like, based off of the double unique play, that there are a considerable amount of stats on the board here for the Tasia player. We will see the Velamon come out for the Itzadi. Two gigantic characters on the board for them at the moment, but they will have to constantly deal with the anchoring that is already happening here for the following day. It does look like the Daughter of Yggdrasil will finally leave at the end of the day here, but
I mean,
still,
there's still that meditation training.
yeah. So it just it's not looking good at the moment for the Itzadi player, and they only have 1 mana as well, so I think we're waiting on a Tasia play here, but this may be the second to the last day here. It's always hard to tell with the acrylics, but I'm pretty sure that they're dead even at the moment.
Yeah, they're dead even in the tumult, looks like, and we see most likely. Oh, cuddly corgi again. That does seem to be the last card in the Tasha's hand, I believe.
Yeah.
Um, and just going to anchor that daughter of Idrisil. I believe. Oh, because the meditation training went to discard the hunger gained a boost. So that is 999 in each expedition. Uh, and it seems like we will get a double advance from the Tasia after all the Cuddly Corgi boosts have been added.
Yeah, because it looks like you mentioned before where there's some type of interaction with the character joining, um, and everything along those ends, so we'll see how they're mathing it out here. And then we will see the proceedings going on. They are providing the boost to the corgi that just joined, as well as boosts elsewhere. Yeah, and there's the anchored that we had mentioned before, which will provide another boost for that specific cuddly corgi.
So, yeah, the two Cuddly Corgis sort of creating a bunch of different triggers where they when a character gets anchored, they give boosts to other characters, and whenever a character is given a boost, the Daughter of Idrisil gives anchored, therefore re-triggering the Cuddly Corgi. Uh, and it's most likely going to cause a double advance for our Tasia player. I can't entirely tell the stats on the Daughter of Idrisil, but that's just with the Cuddly Corgi alone, it is 877. Oh, and we're getting more boosts. So yeah, that is a double advance and stopping. Oh, still a oh
Still 1 for 1?
yeah, 1 for 1.
Yeah. Maybe there definitely wasn't as many stats on the hero side between the Sneezer Shroom, the
Yeah.
the spindle harvesters and the unique cuddly corgi. So that's probably what we were looking at as a whole. But either way, the massive board state that we're seeing here for the Tasia seems like it's an unlikely scenario unless we see another hunger
I was gonna
coming out.
say, Atsadi
Yeah,
has a lot of cards in hand,
yeah,
and after drawing for during morning, Tasia I think will only have 2 cards in hand, and only 1 if they decide to put into mana, which it doesn't seem they have to.
yeah.
Everything is already on the board. So if Atsadi has the hunger, this will put Tasia quite far back, uh
Another meditation training.
especially because this Tasia is first player, so they have to commit a card from their hand, which can just get eaten up by the hunger.
And they may have to commit both because the Itzadi definitely has enough mana to play a smaller cost card if they so choose to just see everything that the Tasia has available to them so they don't have to worry about going one for one. But we'll have to see how that turns out. We do have some interactions going on here after the meditation training was played by the Tasia to start doing the chain of events that comes from these two uniques. But yeah, so we'll keep on letting the boosts interact here. Hopefully, I'm assuming they brought enough boost counters, knowing what type of deck that they're playing. But I've seen people run out before.
Yeah, I was gonna say a couple of those can flip over to 2 boosts if needed,
Yeah,
but that is a lot of counters going everywhere. If the Tasia wants, the Tasia can meditation training again, even though everything is going to have anchored already, just to after you. It's a 3
yeah.
man after you, which is a pretty rough after you, but you only have 1 card in hand anyways. Because if you commit that last card and Atsadi plays a hunger, it's it might be game over. Especially if they have a card like Arcolano Milk or Mana Flare to give that hunger gigantic. And I saw an Eat Me energy bar. Seems like they have 5 cards in hand. No, 4 cards in hand. Valerian Skater. I think I saw Mana Flare, but I'm not sure if I saw Hunger.
Yeah. That we may be looking at a potential of a Sakuraru play then here if we're looking for something that can delay the game a little bit until they can find the hunger. At this point, if I am the Itzadi, I wouldn't mind just doing a Sakuraru play in order to keep the game from advancing to where my opponent is adjacent, or at this point, even getting a double advance to win the game. So, especially if I can find the hunger soon, because even if they decide to play that the the card to anchor that doesn't actually gonna be able to anchor and everything like that. I just I don't think he has so much mana at this point, it really doesn't matter, but we're just going to see a Pathfinder come out, which is kind of surprising. I'm curious to see where this play is going.
Yeah, just seems to be an after you. you what is this? Tasha uh, exhausting 1 mana orb, plays that floral tent, and is
I think
that
that
another meditation training
it
I
looked like it
saw?
when it looked like it when it was coming out.
Now, I'd have to check the ordering. I don't think there's a hunger in hand.
Yeah.
But does does the hunger does the floral tent stop the hunger? Or would it eat the hunger and then uh would the hunger eat the floral tent and then all the anchored characters?
Oh, you're talking about, like, order?
Yeah.
That would be a good point as far as
I believe the way that it works, I'm not a judge or anything like that, but as someone who likes to learn about the rules, I believe the tent does stop the hunger.
yeah, I believe it should stop it because there's no way that, it would be able you'd be able to pick the order, so
Yeah,
it
because
should
it all
stop.
happens at once.
Yeah, so it should stop the hunger, at least for the anchored characters and everything. So that's how it would work. But either way, it doesn't look like it matters. We just have a stat pile up there. They
Yeah.
don't have enough stats, and we will get the double advance here for the Tasia player based off the uniques that they had, and just a good run there for the last 3 days or so.
And that is a Tasia at 4-0? Or is this 5-0?
This would be 4-0 now, getting past Swiss round 4. So good for Sky Beast at the moment. Hopefully, we can figure out the issues that we're having as far as their uniques and everything, and get an update on that here shortly. But
Yeah,
in the meantime,
we have a good idea what their uniques do, but just because we saw them activating so much, but still, it would be nice to have confirmation on stats and exactly what those triggers are, especially for the cuddly corgi, because we don't. Daughter of Idrisil seems to be kind of uh,
yeah.
known,
Well,
and the
that
Isamboshi, I don't think we know.
Yeah, well, that and also just to make sure that we have the correct deck list on file.
True,
Last thing
true.
we need is there to be an issue later on and have a deck check and the player just having a completely different deck by accident kind of thing, right? So, you know,
Now, what do we do if one of these players in the middle of this tournament sells one of their uniques to someone else in the store?
well, the good news is that this is in person, so technically you could use a mana convergence. Whereas if you're an
True.
EUBGA online setup, it's kind of hard to use a mana convergence on a card, kind of thing. So, if
Does
only.
does Altered do they program in mana convergences for the future like that?
I don't think so, because that would fall more so on a BGA thing, and I don't think
Yeah.
BGA is apt to do that. I'd be curious on how they do that. Obviously, I think it would be possible, but I also think it would be something that would be more difficult than it's worth a little bit as far as BGA is concerned, but we'll see.
I believe this is a one-day event, correct? Everything
Correct.
Top Cut is happening?
Yep.
Yes. We had a question in chat about that.
Yeah. One
Um,
day event.
and yes, people in chat saying that the tent would stop the hunger
Okay.
as we suspected. Just wanted to make sure.
It is indeed a one-day event. We will go through 7 rounds of Swiss into a top 8 top cut. As far as that top cut is concerned, we are looking at anyone that is undefeated XN1 and about half or so XN2 players making it into the top cut. And we'll see who is able to do that based off of different tiebreakers. But yeah, other than
So,
that, go
so
for it.
theoretically, our the winner of our round 5 match should be locked in for top cut.
If
Most
they
likely, because
all, oh,
they would have the best tiebreakers of having been. I
yeah,
don't know exactly how tiebreakers are,
yeah.
how they're calculating tiebreakers, but it seems more than likely that the next round would be their win in it.
You would think. I have seen situations where undefeated players or close to undefeated players had had worse breakers than certain people, but more often than not, you're right. I will be curious to see how the event staff on the venue are going to calculate breakers. Uh, because we are not using Melee at the moment. But there's some simple ways you can do it, and it just may take a little bit more time for them to do that in the meantime. But we do have about 30 seconds left in the current round as far as Swiss round number 4. You have all been watching the World Championship qualifier here for Canada in Montreal. I have been Blue Oak TV. I'm still currently Blue Oak TV. Been joined by a guy trying for these events. We had a little bit of issues for one round, but it looks like we're on point for the rest of the stream to catch the rest of these Swiss rounds into the top cut. From what you've seen thus far, do you think we are going to have Atasia make it to the top cut?
I I think there's a good chance. Seen Tasia at we've seen a couple Tasias at the number 1 table. Um, I think we'll have one Tasia in top cut. We'll see where they go after that. It's you know I don't know the full breakdown of like what heroes we have. We have now
I can help you out with
uh
that.
three we have three
Oh, with
we'll
the
have 3 undefeated
yeah.
players at the end of round 4.
Yeah.
Sky Beast is one of them on Tasia. I don't know the other two, but it's or what heroes there are. Although Vint Six, who was undefeated, was on Traced, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Although,
I don't know. I can check real quick though.
oh no, wait, no, were they the?
He'd be
They
a
were the
co-
Kojo player.
yeah,
They were
he's
the
typically a Kojo player.
yeah.
So
They were on the Kojo. They were
yeah.
on the Kojo.
Vote. Take a look to see what we have here as far as if they've reported all of round 4 yet or not. They have not. Are still waiting on the results there for the complete set of round 4. And then we'll be able to take a look at that. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. It's definitely a possibility. We're about halfway through now as far as the Swiss is concerned. But
Also, just looking at the round list, Bit 6 was going up against Sky Beast, who was on Tasia. Right? I might be. Was it the Tasia or the Traced? I am.
you're talking at previous rounds?
Yes, we saw in a previous round. We saw Sky Beast
Go up against Mr. Pampoon, and then also went up against Chicky, and first round went up against Karma Goes Hard.
maybe we didn't see.
Yeah, Vint was on stream for round 3 against Sixum, and Sixum was a Tasia, I believe. Yeah,
Uh,
Sixum was a Tasia.
Wait. Uh, was S- Sky Beast what we just watched?
Yeah, Sky Beast was just what we just watched on the right there. Sky Beast round 4 versus Noble Gaston.
Oh, that's interesting. That's not the round 4 I have. I see Noble Gaston against Kroner 24
Oh,
and Vince 6 against Sky Beast.
did they swap it? Hmm. It may have changed at some point when we're doing the round 4. We may not have been watching Sky Beast that entire time. Who knows?
Yeah. Which also might explain the maybe the deck list situation. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yes, unfortunately no one is playing Arjun. Arjun, a rough hero in the spot unless you're playing the Luna Festival version as an easy way to get Anchor. Although I will always be partial to the Renaissance Festival list.
Yeah. Okay, so I did look at it, and it does look like it could have just been a mix-up on the matchup side of things, and that was in fact Kronar that was playing there, and not Sky Beast. So we should be good there. And you know what? For funsies, while we're waiting for things to ramp up here, we can take a look at the deck list actually. So
Sure.
or not the deck list, but at least the uniques that we saw, because we did see all 3. So I don't mind showing all 3 uniques. So we'll switch over to gameplay screen here really quick. And then we'll take a look at the Isan Boshi first. And let's hope that this shows up correctly. All right, so Isan Boshi is on the screen here. It is a 2/2 Isan Boshi, 1/1/1 in stats. From anywhere, target character gains 1 boost, and when I gain 1 or more boosts, if you control 3 or more characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less gains anchored. Other than me.
When Isan Boshi gains a boost?
Yes, when I gain 1 or more boosts.
Oh, interesting. So a bit more restrictive.
Yeah. And then for the Cuddly Corgi, we have a 3 from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/1/0 in stats. And when a character you control gains anchored, target character in play or in reserve gains 1 boost. At dusk, if I'm not fleeting, draw a card.
So helping out with the common issue of running out of cards when everything's anchored, and
Correct.
therefore just being dead to hunger.
Yep. And then last we have the Daughter of Yggdrasil. It is a 3/3/3/3/3 stats. When I leave the expedition zone, each player draws a card, and when a character you control gains one or more boosts, if you control three or more characters, up to one target character with hand cost three or less, other than me, gains anchored. So
Wow.
works well with that Isenboshi then.
We so that does put into context, that is the thing I was curious about for the Daughter of Yggdrasil, because when a unique characters always keep the character's essence, which is whatever their main identifying quality is. For Daughter of Yggdrasil, that is your opponent or both players drawing a card. So somewhere on the text, it'll say when something happens, your opponent draws a card or each player draws a card. A common one is uh, at dusk,
Yeah.
both players draw a card. And I was like, that can be devastating since you're constantly trying to re-anchor the Daughter of Yggdrasil. But if you're trying to re-anchor the Daughter of Yggdrasil, it never leaves the expedition zone. So you're never giving your opponent card advantage.
Yeah, so I mean, as long as you can keep on anchoring in, especially if you have that Isenboshi out at the same time, you're feeling pretty good about never having to worry about that, as well as just obviously anchor everything at the same time while using that cuddly corgi that we saw at the very end there that is able to draw.
Yeah.
So nice little engine that they had going there.
I
Uh,
think was the Cuddly Corgi bleeding during that
if it
match? I think it might have been
bleeding played from
uh
reserve,
I
maybe.
think it was resupplied into. I don't remember exactly. Oh, actually, I don't think it was. I just looked back and I don't think it was. So that means that our Tasia player was drawing an extra card every single turn.
Yeah. So I mean, technically, they would have had more resources. We were originally worried that they wouldn't have enough if they dealt with a
Yeah.
hunger. So they had at least a little bit more than we expected. So it's one of those things. Let's see. Just messaging the folks over there is to make sure that they know we figured out the issue with Asia.
Do we know if there will be any form of open deck list for top 8?
I don't know. That is something I can ask as it happens, but if not, I'm going to assume everything is going to follow the same rules that Dallas did until I hear otherwise, and it's just safer to assume that at the moment. I'd rather
Yeah.
do that. I'd rather do that than have players get. I mean, not that I expect it to happen here and people watching the stream to be able to snipe deck lists, but it's better safe than sorry overall.
Uh, so our 3 players who are undefeated at the beginning of round 5 are Vid6, Chris Key, and Kroner 24, who just won last game.
So we do have the matchups set up here.
Yes.
All right. Look.
And it seems like we will be watching Vint 6 on Kojo in round 6 against or round 5 against Chris Key on a hero not yet to be seen. Or at least not known to me.
Indeed. Let me adjust that here. Chris Key. We'll get to see what they are piloting here shortly. Should be a fun one.
I
Uh,
I also just want to take a quick moment while we're in between rounds to shout out both Blue and Cole, the stream team at A.W.O.L, the Ultra Weekly Online League, for putting this broadcast together in conjunction with Imaginaire in Canada uh, to get this broadcast out to everyone.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate
Oh, of
that.
course. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you having here. We can only do so much, and being able to have people to actually cast with, because otherwise I would have had to cast with Cole the entire time, which we
And
both
no
know
one wants that.
is unbearable as a whole. So
Uh,
having
a,
some
a, a little
variety there.
behind the scenes, we actually drew straws to
Hmm.
see who would have to cast with Cole,
Yeah,
because someone has to, um, and no one volunteered.
yeah. We kind of stuck chilly with it for a little bit. I think I don't remember who it was, to be honest. Oh, Elio had to
Yeah, it
do
was
it.
Elio, and Elio, we want to uh, thank you. Unfortunately, bad luck of the draw. You had to cast with Cole, but you got through it like a champ.
Yeah.
In all honesty, Cole is an amazing member of the community. We like to give him, we like to tease him and stuff like that. He's an easy heel. Uh, but I do think it's important to at the same time acknowledge all the great work that he does for the community
You
amongst
can,
all the other people of the team
yeah,
at A.W.O.L. I
yeah,
will say that this
yeah.
is not
You can,
this
but
is not the expressed opinions of Blue Oak TV or anyone at the AWOL League. This is
exactly.
just my opinions. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization.
Yeah, there's nothing that feels better for me than when I give Cole so much shit that other people around me start giving Cole shit, because that's when I know that not only am I a bad influence on people, Cole gets more shit. So
Yeah,
it works out. So either way, they are starting to prep up the game here. We'll transfer over as soon as we get the chance to. We do know Vint is on Kojo. I'm gonna check really quick to see if we can find out what who was it again? Chris Key. Chris Key is on, so that way we can determine it for us. There's Chris. We do not have it quite yet, but we should be able to check that out here shortly. Either way, though, Vint kind of taking things off from where they were in Dallas, getting in the top cut there, currently undefeated through 4 rounds of Swiss, coming into round number 5. They may just make the top cut themselves here over in Montreal. Should
was
be a good
Vint?
one. Yeah.
I was gonna say, was Vint on? Did Vint get top 4 at Dallas or?
No, I believe Vint went out, in the 8th round,
Okay.
because they had a mirror matchup against, Not a Piece of Meat, or
Mm.
Belteshazzar, and I think they ended up losing that one. If I'm correct, which I believe I am, because I'm often not incorrect, as far as things are concerned. But maybe they made it, because I know we had Baltazar, and then we had one more. We had Rinku in there, because there were 3 Kojo or 4 Kojo.
I
Not a
think
piece of
3,
meat. Yeah, not a
but
piece of meat. Rinku and Vint. I'm pretty sure.
oh yeah,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm also starting to mix things up with the BGA qualifier, and it does look like we will be seeing a Kojo mirror match.
All right, let's transition over to it so we all can take a look at it as well.
Our one of our Kojos having the promo, which automatically makes them more likely to win.
Yeah, I believe that is Vint as well. So
Yeah,
congrats to Vint on that.
uh, and we saw Vint earlier with the Kari for Token Lady, stained glass Buddha. So again, that also basically has 333 in stats, mentally, not in terms of actual gameplay, but it's a mind game.
Yeah. It's always fun to have different tokens out there, different types of things for everyone to take a look at. And you'll also notice on the board currently that we do not see any of the tumult track. These players are actually going to pretend that the tumult exists.
Don't
And
worry, they remember which zones they're on.
yeah,
They're like, oh no, I'm on Mono Forest with my Haven Saringar.
yeah, they're in the process of trying to find Asgartha at the moment. And just they gotta find their way across the tumult and find Asgartha. But, we, getting some shuffling going on. The Kojo mirror matchup is an interesting one. I did get to talk to Rinku a little bit about it because it was thing that they did prepare for, and the idea of how you decide to play that is kind of pivotal, I think. The types of removal you do, your just psych out plays in a way that you can play around there. Because obviously, if anyone's gonna know your deck somewhat, it's gonna be the mirror matchup, and being able to prepare specifically for it is one thing that I don't know if I see a lot of it as far as when it comes to things with Altered in particular. Obviously, there are highly meta decks, but it feels like a lot of the times they prepare for other types of decks. Like previously, Afanis always prepared for Sigismar because they
Yeah.
knew that they had a bad matchup against it and everything like that. So it's always interesting to hear the ideas behind players and how they prepare things, especially when it comes to matchups.
It'll be interesting to see. We saw Vint 6 earlier have at least one copy of the mess. So seems to be on some landmarks. I would assume one or two copies of the mess and three havens, although that is I don't know that for sure. It'll
Yeah.
be interesting to see if this if our other Kojo player is also on a similar landmark loadout.
Yeah, it's interesting because Vint has, if I remember correctly, talking to the Kojo players, has been infamously a more of a no landmark Kojo player prior to this. And I believe their Dallas deck list had no landmarks. So interesting that they decided to move over to that. Typically, when you do run landmarks, and obviously this can change, but a lot of the Kojos have been maxing themselves out at 4 total, whether that be a 2 and 2 setup or a 3 and 1 of some sort. So it'll be interesting to see what we have from both of these players. They're both rolling the dice to decide who we got going first, which does matter in this
Yeah,
matchup,
the the
especially with tokens.
the first roll was a tie, so even in die rolling, they seem to be mirroring each other. I will say the fun thing you can do with a Kojo mirror matchup is instead of having a first player token, you can just swap the Kojo or the Buddha token back and forth to mark first player. I know some people at my locals who will do that in a Kojo mirror match, but I would assume we won't do that in this qualifying tournament. Still
Yeah.
no tumult tracked though, so and this is, I believe, our first match on our first game on stream that does not have a Tasia.
No Tasia. What's wrong with the world?
Yeah, we have not seen. We've seen one traced, I believe. We've seen no Sigismar, which is tied with Kojo for the most represented deck, and yeah, it's mostly been Tasia.
All right, they're going to go ahead and start right away here. So obviously the players have their hands and they're starting things up here. We do have tumults finally out there on the board. They are still running the vertical tumults, even though technically we wouldn't be able to. Hopefully, has anyone found any indicators on these new tumult tracks that you're aware of?
No, I know that the foil tracks are slightly misprinted
Yeah,
in that the forest only region looks like a mountain and the mountain only region looks like a forest.
yeah.
But that is not the case with the non-foil tracks. And as far as I know, there haven't been any indicators that have been found on these tracks that you can
Yeah,
differentiate. Still, I think it's just a matter of habit
yeah.
that
Also,
people are used to.
shout out to Vint, my dog, knowing to put your acrylics flat for stream. You rule. I guess you were on stream enough that you figured out that that's what you needed to do. But yeah, that's thank you so much.
Yes, we always appreciate if the standees are tilted up because they are pretty flat. It can be hard to notice where they are on the track, but if you lay them down, we still get that beautiful artwork. Uh, but it's more stream friendly from the top down view.
Yeah. So one bad thing about the acrylics. I typically like the acrylics, but otherwise, this one, that yeah, you got it, Pratt. Just he's a real one for that. But
Oh,
oh, he's got him. Oh, he told him to do it. He told him to do it. I guarantee he told him to do it. Oh,
uh,
good. You're my new favorite player in North America.
well, now we have a streamer bias, so
Probably gonna curse him here, but
yeah, I was
we'll
gonna
see.
say, if anything, that's the commentator's curse.
Yeah. We get the rare 3 exhaust here coming out from Chris Key. Also does not have his boot out yet. There it goes. Um, the rare oh, it's only 2, only 2. Oh, nice, an excavator.
Wow, that is not a card we've seen a whole lot in. Seen it every once in a while, but it's not a mainstay in Kojo decks. So
Yeah.
very interesting to see if this is a different style Kojo deck with the excavator.
Yeah, the main thing that I would see that would be applicable on is if they had a good amount of physical trainings,
Yeah.
to utilize that, because that would be pretty big, because I know I've been using it in Basira deck lists I've been running lately, and it's just been awesome. But like you mentioned, not something that's been super prevalent in Kojo. But it does also help with the water stat, which everyone knows Bravos does have a problem with.
Oh man, we were so close to seeing the
2-2?
r- rare quad advance, but I believe that Isenboshi is going to.
That'd be quite enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's one, faction that is, that allows the quad advance or the 2-2, it is definitely Bravos. Uh,
Or Lyra.
that's true, or Lyra and Bravos combined. You see it a lot,
Wait,
but,
is this a quad advance?
I don't see how it would be. Isaboshi's only 2 stats, and
Yeah,
Excavator
and
is 1-1-1-1-3. Did I miss something? Okay, no, it's not. There you go.
okay,
It
yeah. I was gonna say they moved all 4 tokens. It's
yeah.
like,
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure I know the water stat." But, yeah, no, interesting with the excavator. It is a good card in my opinion, especially in Basira, but I'll be curious to see how it plans out here for, the Kojo side of things, which has been the more popular meta hero when it comes to Bravos as a whole.
yeah. Normally, I feel like in popularity, it's Kojo, Basira, and then Atsadi. Interesting to see both Basira and Atsadi at 4 in this tournament. And ooh, we see an early Haven, which is always a powerful option.
Yeah. Um, don't know. I mean, I guess technically it's not too bad to see the Mighty Jin rare come out in this scenario. I know sometimes you would more than likely want to see that hit on your day 2 here, where you have that 4 mana play into a highly an easier statted setup for you, especially with the Buddha out. That puts a lot of pressure on your opponent as a Kojo player. But they have a play here regardless when it comes to that Pathfinder that would be pretty good on that hero side at the moment. But we'll have to see how Chris is going to be able to respond here with the
Oh,
other
and we
Kojo.
see we see our first unique, a Foundry Armorer,
And I think we actually
which
do have this one. Let me pull it up here.
I would assume it's one of the ones that creates a brass bug when boosted.
Yeah, let me pull it up here for everyone so that we can take a look and card view and pull it up. So Foundry Armor, it is from hand, create a brass bug robot token in each of your expeditions, and from reserve up to 2 target characters each gain 2 boosts. It is a 4 from hand, 4 from reserve, 2/1/1 in stats, and it also has a support ability of the next character you play this turn loses fleeting. So nothing crazy.
Okay. Uh, is tapped out. So that Isenboshi uh will be enough with the Haven boost to take and block the hero side, because uh our but our Chris is in mono water there. So an easy setup turn where Vint got Haven out and minimally had to and had to offer minimal cards to still get a 1-for-1 advance. is still one advancement behind overall, but in terms of that turn went even.
Yeah. And Vince also doing something here that I highly suggest you do as a player who uses tokens regularly. Put your token out as fast as possible, especially even if it's face down, because you don't think you would, but you do forget sometimes. And we even had it happen at one point in Dallas in on stream, and we were able, luckily, to catch it before it mattered. But always be sure to remember to do that. You can put it out, especially if your opponent's okay, and especially if it's face down, it doesn't really
Yeah.
count as far as what's going on, and it helps remind you because you'll see it on the board and you'll flip it over. But in the meantime, board state wise, we do have an advance here for Chris. They have not passed the first player token quite over yet, but we know that it will go to Vint for the first player because it will be a Buddha turn. And we do have some mana decisions being made here between the players, waiting on Chris Key to put theirs down first. And a reminder, the unique in the reserve, the Foundry Armor, does have the ability of up to 2 target characters each gain 2 boosts apiece. So it would be a pretty big play if they're able to get it out here. And it would cost 4 mana though, so they'd be down to a spot of only being able to play 1 cost. And instead, we will see the the Haven come out.
Yeah, the Haven resupplying into the nice promo convention art of Daedalus. The Mighty Jin has Mighty Jin and Bravos Pathfinder both have some double Haven, have strong lines into both of these expeditions, both players being in mono water on the hero side and Chris being in mono mountain on the companion, while uh Vint is in forest water. So that Mighty Jin can easily block and potentially advance on on that hero side or companion side at 6/6 essentially 6/6/2. Water not mattering too much because Mint can advance on forest.
Indeed, they can. We do. Wait, did we have a scenario there where they didn't swap first player?
Uh,
'Cause I see the Buddha out for Chris. That was 5 mana
I
turn, so that would be a Chris key
on
turn. Okay, so we
on
were
the
right.
5 mana
Yeah,
turn.
we were right. We were right. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that Vint still has his Kojo
Yeah, that's right. I
face
was
down.
I was getting confused there. You're good. And we just talked about that for like a whole 5 minutes. Look at me go. So we are at the point here where we are still even. No, Vint is one behind on the tumult at the moment with Chris taking the advantage. So I believe they locked up there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also very interesting. The Bravos excavator getting to be played out and get some value because the boost from Haven, Bravos Bastion he was able to win that expedition while only committing the Bravos excavator and giving an additional boost to the Foundry armor that is in reserve.
Right. And that Foundry Armor will also give a good amount of boost from reserve when it is played. It might be a good turn to set it up here. It is a 4 mana play, and they will have 2 mana to work with. And Bravos does have a tendency to have a lot of 2 mana plays that they can decide to use, but in the meantime, we will see that Snowman play coming out here from Vint on the left Kojo, one of the better out of faction cards that comes into these Kojo decks, just from a pure stat perspective, in my humble opinion. And we've seen added a bit more this time around, I think, for Kojo players. Whereas before, I feel like most of them had troubles finding the rare slots, and you may see like a one off, maybe two. But I feel like it's a lot more common these days.
Yeah, it also has the ability to exhausted resupply if you discard it. Not used very often. Normally, you're hoping for
Yeah,
that body, but if at the end of your turn you have no other plays, you can use it to dig a little deeper, try and find cards you might be looking for in future turns. So again, it's not a mode we use very often when playing the card, but always nice to have that potential to
Indeed.
that modality.
Yeah, same thing with uniques, right? There'll be a scenario where you have a really good effect as far as just the standard effect for the unique, but it you just want to have the support ability option a lot of the time, right? Even if it's not something you would always use. We do see that Mighty Jin come out here for Vent, a good spot to put it as well on the individual terrain of Mountain on that companion side to go along with his Buddha. We'll have to see how Chris is able to respond with 3 mana left. There are removal options here for them. It'll be curious to see if they have been holding on to any of them at the moment. They will not be able to utilize it to remove the Mighty Gen if it's a Duel of Grit of some sort, because I believe it's only the promo data list that we see out on the board at the moment.
Yes.
So it'll have to be either the Snowman or the Buddha helping them out there in the meantime, if it is removal, but we could also just see some characters as well.
Yeah. Also, that data list should have fleeting. I don't see any marker on there to indicate that, but it did come from the reserve. Uh, we see a second data list coming out, targeting the Foundry Armorer.
Mhm.
It seems,
Yeah, we'll see a roll here.
but it seems like they might be opting out of the. They're just not doing the role because it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Uh, Coach's already winning that lane, but yeah. Oh, so just shortcutting a small bit to
So now,
since
yeah,
since the role didn't matter.
yeah, makes sense. And they did remember to remove the other data list that
Yeah.
was fleeting as far as that setup is concerned. Which usually happens, I feel like a lot of the time. I know the technical competitive rules is one that there's actually it's not a penalty point, or is it a warning for not putting fleeting? I forget exactly what it was, but it's to me, it's one of the ones that I don't quite agree with as far as forgetting fleeting is concerned. I understand people can manipulate that, but at the same time, it feels like something that is so common that if you go too intense on it, it would hurt and how and you enforce it and everything like that, but yeah,
Yeah,
personal opinion.
it I guess it really matters about the end of day
Yeah,
if they don't discard it.
yeah.
Uh if they put it back into reserve when it was supposed to have fleeting, then I think that's a higher penalty than
Oh, yeah.
at least this is not me as a judge. I am not any uh, judge expert, but I it seems like that would be the more common thing of like, oh, if the player got any benefit off of it or any apparent supposed benefit by putting the fleeting character back into reserve, then that is higher than just misrepresenting the fleeting and before it gets discarded.
Right. We do see that Foundry armor that we saw earlier being played for its reserve ability of up to 2 target characters each gain 2 boosts. So it previously had some boosts due to the data list plays, as well as coming from the reserve from the Haven, and it gave itself 2 boosts while giving the Buddha boost as well.
A lot of boosts.
A lot of boosts going around. You would think that this is Basira.
And now we see one of the reasons that that Bravos Excavator was probably in this deck.
Yeah.
With the amount of boosting that can happen, uh, that Bravos Excavator can get a lot more value than your typical Kojo deck.
Indeed, it can. We will see 3 coming out here, and it will be a unique for Vent, it looks like.
Yeah,
Um,
unique Haven Bouncer.
okay,
I would assume some form of sabotage, because that's Haven Bouncer's sort of core identity.
take a look
Um,
at it here in a second. So, yeah, Haven Bouncer coming up on the screen for everyone. From hand, let's do 3 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/2/2 in stats, and it has a from hand ability of just to sabotage. And then from reserve, you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, resupply. And when I leave the expedition zone, draw a card.
well, that's a very important set of words in Bravos, which can sometimes struggle with keeping up card advantage. and we see them pulling out the.
Oh, they're verifying ownership because it looks like he's using a proxy.
Uh,
Hopefully, nothing pops up on his cell phone that's too scandalous at the moment.
yeah. A.W.O.L is not responsible for any images that might be shown.
Right. So as they check that out, a decent Haven bouncer. It just kind of supplements the idea as a whole that I think, especially in Bravos, there's a lot of times where there are good uniques, don't get me wrong, but there's not a lot of must-have uniques. There's a lot of variety that you can see in Bravos decks these days as far as the uniques that you provide. I do notice that he's having the issue of where your account isn't loading because I can't see his profile in the top right there, so it might not pop up directly. Oh, there it
Oh,
is,
there we
finally.
go.
But yeah, it's interesting when it comes to Bravos and being able to just utilize different uniques at different times. And we're confirmed.
Now, quickly gift it to yourself. Take the phone, gift it to yourself. You're unique now.
Run away with it. Once again, I want to thank everyone that has just joined us thus far for the stream. It's been a good one getting to watch these players. We are in the Swiss round 5, as you can see in the top left there. We will be going 7 rounds of Swiss into the top cut of 8 players. That will be a best of 3, so stick around for that.
And I don't know why they put the unique off to the side. Maybe awaiting handing it over to a judge.
Yeah, it is interesting why we don't see it on the board at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to. I would assume a character is one of our players is maybe asking about the legality of the unique in the deck because of the printed proxy. Uh, but it seems like everything is resolving now.
Yeah, everything looks like we should be fine. So
Yep.
looks like we will have everything on the board that we need to see. Verifying some stats, maybe we'll have to figure that out. Only 3 mana left here for Chris Key to be able to play after playing that big Foundry Armor unique themselves. Uh,
Most likely, just we'll try and play something to shore up the companion expedition. Given that that mighty Jin is very well positioned into Chris being in Mono Forest and Vint being in Mono Mountain.
Okay, so I got confirmation here. There was a small dispute over the unique. The player had listed a stat wrong, but the card was submitted correctly, so there is no issue.
Great.
So we do get to see a fire rabbit come out here, and it does have fleeting on it.
Yes. So that will be Mighty Jin getting 2 boosts and fleeting, 1 mana left in hand, and I think 8/8 in terms of stats currently, going up against 6/6 in relevant stats in that companion expedition. Another fire rabbit will get this up to 8/8.
Yeah, so the boot on the right here of Chris Key really trying to push for that double advance if they possibly can. 1 mana
Or
left.
or at least tying. Because
Yeah,
currently they're tied, and that would mean that
yeah. So
a
that
single advance, and that obviously would have loved to see a double advance if you were Chris here, because that would have won you the game. But this still puts you very well positioned into the remainder of the game, only having to win one expedition.
Yeah, I was curious if they had anything left with the 1 mana that they had, because it felt like they just might. They have 1 card in hand at the moment, and they'll have 3 after the draw, I think, if I was able to
Yes.
spot that correctly. So they did have to utilize a lot of resources just to keep Vint from being 2 advances away and taking a, or at least being able to utilize the ability of going 2-0 as a Buddha on a, I mean, as a Kojo on a Buddha turn. So maybe that was the reasoning behind it. They did have to utilize a lot. They don't have anything in reserve to benefit off the Haven either, whereas Vint does, and could be looking at a potential of getting 2 owed here, but that would put them even and put them in a better spot, and maybe trying to burn Vint's resources to get that 2-0 and try to win the game on the following day.
Yeah, and Vint is in a also on their power turn with the Buddha token.
Yeah.
So positioned very well going into this turn.
And interestingly, we do not see a mana coming out of Chris Key here either.
That makes sense. You're one expedition away. You have 7 mana. Most of the cards in your deck. The only card in your deck that you know is probably above 3 mana overall. Well, you have Mighty Jin potentially. Aklut, although Kojo, that's more of a Basira card. Some Kojos run it,
Yeah.
and then Hunger if you're running the Hunger. But this does not seem to be a Hunger list.
Well, and the idea that he didn't mana also probably indicates to Vint that they do not, if they did have a hunger, they didn't have it in hand. So it's not
Yeah,
something that they would have to worry about for this play. Because if there was any time to play it, it would be now, where there's just a lot for them to get rid of, or at least have the ability to get rid of. A thing to be important to remember is that tokens do not count towards the hunger
yep.
as far as boosts. People have forgot, and people try to pop up, but sometimes it does. Either way, we do see a sabotage coming out here from a Haven Bouncer, the MVP of the EU BGA Online qualifier, especially when you get your unique sold out from under you. Um,
Interesting that they decided to go Haven Bouncer against Haven Bouncer when the other Haven Bouncer, when Vince Haven Bouncer is just that much more powerful.
yeah,
Maybe hoping to bait uh Vint to overcommitting on the hero side. 4 mana left, 2 cards in hand for Chris.
it looks like they are gonna stack here.
Tapping 2 mana.
Okay.
Bravo's Pathfinder. So that is would not help them on the companion expedition, which is why we see them getting more to the hero expedition. Still, I think might need one more card. Again, I don't know the stats of the Haven Bouncer off the top of my head, but oh, unique Ozma.
All right, unique Ozma. Let's go ahead and pull that up for all the folks out there. Where is it? There it is. Ozma on the screen for everyone. 33221 in stats. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 2 boosts. And when I leave the expedition zone, if I have 2 or more boosts, draw a card. And so for me, the condition here is just helping them, especially if it's a 2 cost.
Yeah. I was going to say that Ozma not doing a great job with that 1 water against the Bravos Pathfinder, but that 2 extra boost is going to go a long way to helping block this companion expedition or this
Yeah,
hero expedition.
and it sets them up even further with having that snowman in the reserve now as well, which is gonna line up pretty well with the hero expedition and being able to get some boosts out of the haven from reserve. So I'll be curious
And
to see if we get anything hit from sabotage.
drawing 2 cards, one from the Ozma, one from the Haven Bouncer, both say when I leave the expedition, draw a card. The Ozma has the conditional 2 boosts, and I believe the Bouncer did not have any conditions on their ability.
And we will see a mana coming out from Chris Key here, so that puts them down to 2 cards in hand or 3?
2 cards in hand, I believe.
And we do know there is removal in Vince's hand because there is that mana eruption waiting, which will be key here, especially with such limited resources for Chris Key, despite having 2 cards in reserve, to see if they're able to capitalize on that in any way.
And this might be where we see 2 havens are better than 1. We see Bravo's Pathfinder come out as a 1/4/4, 4/4 in the stats that matter in that expedition. Ooh, and the Haven Bouncer sabotaging that is going to be difficult. But the Snowman can come out in that expedition as a 4/5/5 because of the 2 boosts from Haven instead of the 1.
Yeah. Down to cards only in hand now for Chris Key, so they're gonna have to utilize whatever they have to try to keep up in this game. At this point, I have to imagine they're more than likely hoping that they can just go into a tiebreaker, although they would probably still be at a disadvantage there, but you're gonna wanna try to get the game going as long as possible. There may be a unique or something that might help them pull this out, but at the moment, at least they are on the Buddha turn to keep themselves in the board presence slightly into their advantage.
Yep. And we will see Hilarion Skater get played. Interesting. They could have scouted the card for 1 mana as a 1 mana after you get a boost, and then had Tillarian Skater from reserve get an extra boost off the Haven and know where to place it. Uh, Shows to me that that last card in hand also costs 3 mana,
Yeah,
and they want to be able to play that out.
yeah. Typically, it would have been a good spot to do what you mentioned there and be able to have 2 mana left, which we know Bravos can really thrive on, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case. We do see that Ozma come out once again, will be able to give itself 2 boosts, plus the, 2 boosts from reserve
Yeah, I was
as
gonna say
well.
missing the Haven triggers right there. Oh, and there they are. Oh no, that's a fleeting token. But this should have 4 boosts,
They put the Tiny Gin to reserve, I believe.
and we do see a unique Chiron come out.
Can pull that up really quick to see if it matters.
Seems like it's boosting 2. It might be a charge ability.
3/2/0/2/2 in stats from hand. If you control 2 or more boosted characters, characters you control gain 1 boost. Yep. And when another target character joins your expedition, target character gains 1 boost.
Uh, and we should just be able to see.
Hopefully, we have Ozma Vint remembering that the Ozma actually has 4 boosts at this point.
Yeah, because that would be 8/8. I don't think it matters that much because uh Vint either way with the snowman should be able to block one of the sides and advance. Um, Although it's always good to remember your triggers.
Yeah.
But if if Vint plays the snowman over the Buddha. Oh wait, no.
Oh, then
Oh, and the fire rabbit. Okay, I was gonna say because that just ties it up because they're on forest. Uh, yeah, that Ozma. That misremembering the Ozma trigger might have mattered, made it so that the Vint had to commit that fire rabbit as well.
right. But they had it either way, it looks like.
Yeah,
Wait, are they going the tiebreaker?
yeah, because they they both single advanced to meet.
So, would the Ozma would have mattered then, right?
I'd have to do the math. Um,
'Cause they would have been at 10, 10, 9. Vint would have. I mean, we can go back and check at some
Oh yeah,
point.
that it might have mattered. The yeah, that might have mattered.
Yeah, interesting. Well, uh, too late now. Um, we'll see a unique though pop up on the board in the form of a spy. Let's take a look at
Looks
what we
like
have.
on arrow sabotage and resupply.
Take a look at what we got here. 3/3, a 2/3/1 sabotage on arrow, and if you control one or more landmarks, resupply. And it also has a support ability. If the next character you play this turn loses fleeting.
Nice. Uh, yeah, it's always unfortunate when you see a mistrigger that does end up mattering. We saw that a bit earlier with one of the Tages for getting a boost on their aloe vera and therefore allowing a Trace or Kocho, I can't remember who they were up against, allowing it, an advancement that shouldn't have happened. To and that Tasia ended up losing the game. It might not have mattered in the grand scheme of things. I don't know, but it did matter for in that moment.
It did indeed, but I guess at a certain point, you can only revert so much, especially if your opponent's playing on the idea of you having a certain amount of boost. So, um, it is what it is. Can't revert at this point. Vint does look like they are in a pretty good position at the moment. We'll have to see how we receive this response from Chris Key here, who is going to play a Haven Seringer, similar to the one we see in the reserve for Vint. At this point, it is just a boost race, and it feels like the person with two Havens and multiple cards in reserve is probably in a better spot. But we'll have to see how that turns out.
Yeah. Also, having the sabotage at sort of turn really did help. Just have one less character in the Haven, especially that Chiron that has that charge ability, and it does seem like we're getting the fist bump. Chris will say, "I can't. There's no way I can beat you," and just pass, allowing Vint to go 5-0, and most likely locking themselves in for top 8. There is still a chance, based off of how tiebreakers work, that if they were to lose the next 2 rounds, they might not make it into top 8, but feel they should be feeling very secure going into these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's the main thing that they want to do though is they definitely don't want to go undefeated because we all know what happens if you go undefeated in Swiss
Yeah, if you go undefeated, you lose to 8th
immediately.
seed
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah,
There's nothing stronger in altered than being 8th seed.
indeed. Um, in the meantime, uh, a guy trying. We will be getting on another co-caster here in
Yep.
a minute. Any last words for the folks before we switch on over?
It's words I've said before, but I'll say them again. Uh, if you enjoyed this coverage, feel free to subscribe if you're not already to A.W.O.L, Altered Weekly Online League. Check in the description for myself, Blue, and all the other commentators for links to their channel if you want to support them as well. Enjoy the rest of the games. I'll be watching, and stay safe and have fun. Peace out.
Indeed. Go ahead and head out here, and we will get Gus coming in here shortly. Thank you, everyone, that it has been here with us thus far today. It has been quite a fun stream to take a look at. We are getting into the game of round 6, I believe, here momentarily. But in the meantime, we will be getting Gus to join us. I am messing with some stuff to make sure that we have everything on here correctly for all of you folks at home between myself, Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Gus is currently here at the moment, so that's good. Yawning. It's tired, I guess.
No, no, no. I'm awake. I'm awake. Hello, everybody. Hello, Gus the Bus here. You know, just driving the bus around, just saying hi to everybody. Honk, honk.
There you go. Gus, how's your day been? Have you been able to watch the stream a little bit?
Yeah, I've been cleaning. My door just opened randomly by itself. Um, sorry, I just got so distracted by that. I've been listening to the stream here and also the Chile World Qualifiers as well. I don't know why there's a ghost in my banish that one immediately. Get some good old bash the gates here.
Yeah.
But it's been interesting to watch the Canadian one because a lot of it been Tasia, but the Chile one has been a lot of Sierra Mist.
Yeah.
So I get it getting a little bit brown from the South America here, and I guess Central America is not South America. I mean, yeah, South. Yeah,
For Chile?
yeah, yeah, yeah. They're doing been playing a lot of Sierra for sure.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Surprising. Always fun to see what's going on while we're getting things going over here.
How are things over here? How I know I saw a lot of Tasia. I know this was a Kojo v Kojo. And I did see that there was a interesting unique this Haven Bouncer. Not Haven Bouncer, it was a Haven Bouncer, right?
Yeah, there was a Haven Bouncer that was played there for a little bit.
Yeah. One that could you draw a card and then you also sabotage as well, something like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
getting
That's
things going here. We'll be able to. We're actually going to get into round 6 here fairly quickly. I'm going to make sure that we have everything that we need here for that. In the meantime, let me pull this up here as far as gameplay is concerned.
this is gonna be interesting for me because I never cast without the BGA, so now this all requires my memory and quick mental math. So sorry guys if I do the math wrong. I do have a calculator pulled aside here just in case if I need to do some quick maths.
Trying to calculate what's going on the table.
Yes, yeah, because I especially since I have to squint because the camera is not that zoomed in. But
Yeah,
it is
chat.
what it
We
is.
do have a bit of a green tide with all the Asia happening overall. Well, I'm still waiting on the final results here for round 5, so we can get the breakdown. It looks like we actually have the players getting ready for round 6, but I don't see the update on the website side of thing for myself at the moment. Hopefully that gets popped up here soon, and we can watch. I have not paired it yet, but I imagine Vint will still be there because Vint would be the only undefeated player left at the moment.
Okay, I
Um,
was going to ask you: is he the only undefeated player left, or is there one more?
uh, they beat Chris. I guess there could be one more. I know Chris Key was one he just beat, and then Kronar is another player that was undefeated in round 5. So they could have won round 5 into round 6. So we'll have to see how that one turns out. Once we get the pairing here. It looks like the players are pulling things out
Oh,
though.
I see a brass bug.
So that could be the scenario here. I'm not sure. Let me make sure to see if everything's been done here. And I can also just ask. Um,
You get to ask in like in French Canadian terms, or do they just?
no.
I'm just teasing if anyone's from Quebecois.
I imagine there's a good amount of people at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, the one in Chile has a lot of not a lot, but has a decent amount of like Brazilian representation as well.
Yeah, Brazilian players go nuts.
Yeah. And I think if I remember, Sippy was saying like the top contenders from Brazil are attending the Chile one.
Oh, are
Um,
they?
I think so. I think that's what he said earlier.
Nice. Well, the more people at these events as a whole is good. Bigger events mean more possibilities for everyone
Yeah,
in general.
I think from here and there, I think it's the same, almost the same amount of players. So like about 40, I think it's 43 from Chile, and then here's like 46,
Yeah.
47. Yeah, something like that. So
Okay. So it looks like the what we're watching on screen actually I mean, what I'm setting up on screen, the game has not quite started yet. Round 5 is still waiting on one more OT game that's
Oh,
happening.
okay.
So, we'll get results from that
Oh man, I wish we
shortly.
could see that game. I know we're only stuck at table one, but don't be afraid to wave that camera around a little bit. Unless it's really had to be stationary, then don't break the camera. It looks I see tape on the board already.
Yeah, it's best to leave it where it's at for everybody.
uh,
On the things. But yeah, do want to thank the folks at Imaginaire for having us here at A.W.O.L to help broadcast this stream. Glad that we were able to have a broadcast for this Canada-based event. Always nice when there is a stream to go along with the results that we see on 39cards.com. Shout out to Tom. But yeah, good that we were able to help out on this, and happy that we were able to get some casters like Gus available on the week of to show up and spend their free Saturday talking about some altered.
yeah, Cole was begging me. He was like, "Please, guys, please, I'm begging you over here." And I'm like, "All right, buddy, all right, I'll do it."
Yeah, that's Cole's job, just to recruit entirely. So he's the person that's in the Discord 24/7 all the time to just make relationships and get people to show up for things. Past that, that's all we really need him for.
We're
That's why
just
he's
kidding,
here.
Cole. We love you, man. You do a great job.
Gus loves you.
I love you, buddy. If I was there with you right now, I'll give you a good handshake.
There you go. We are waiting on round 6 to start here. We have 2 more rounds, round 6, round 7, before we get to the top cut. Vint doing quite well at the moment. We do have the possibility of one other undefeated player, like I mentioned, to still be available. Kronar, I believe, is a Muna player that we did get to see on stream at one point. I believe they were mislabeled as another player. Oh yeah, they were mislabeled as Sky Beast originally, but they are in fact Kronar, also a Tasia player that could be still undefeated. We'll have to see how that breaks down here after this round. So, still a possibility for Tasia to get one of those top cut spots. In fact, it's honestly pretty good if as long as they can keep things up here for the next 2 rounds. In the meantime, though, it does look like we have Vint on the Kojo dominating the meta with Bravos for North America at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Gus, how you feeling about Bravos?
Well, Bravo did got me my tumult, and I'm not afraid to say it. So I feel Bravos is a good deck overall, even for new players. I just did a demo game yesterday for my locals, and I just gave them my Bravos deck, and they just beat my other deck easily. I'm like, okay, well, I if you're trying to get someone into the game, I think Bravos, especially Kojo decks, is a very easy deck for them to learn and play with for sure. You don't need uniques; it's not unique dependent. Unlike Muna, very unique dependent.
Also,
So
you won your recent tumult over for this season, or was that
this
previous?
isn't, yeah, this season, yeah,
Nice,
yeah.
very cool.
It was right after I casted the European qualifiers, Swiss. I
Oh,
left there, go to the store. It took me almost 2 hours to get there due to traffic, and I was like, "Man, don't think I thought I was gonna get round one bye because I thought it was gonna be late."
yeah, very nice. Was Rinko at that one?
No, he was on the other one the week after,
Oh, okay.
where I posted a picture of him and his smiling, beautiful face with his broken card that he doesn't own, that he borrows from Simon.
I was wondering because like he had told me that you guys are at the same local, so I was curious
Yeah,
to see
yeah.
what was going. But
He's a great guy. He's very good. I could tell. I didn't know he was Rinku for the longest time, and he was talking to Kohlrabi for a while. It's like, I know Gus, and he's like, every time he casts me, I was like, he has no clue who I am.
mhm,
And I didn't know who he was until he won the Dallas World Qualifier. Like, I knew him and I knew Rinku, but I didn't know there was two of the same people. I'm like,
I
man,
gotcha.
yeah.
It's always interesting when someone finds out like an alter ego kind of thing, right? And they're like, "Oh,
Ha, alter
the,
ego. Yeah.
yeah." They're like, "Oh, like that's you." Well, I knew you about you on Discord, but I didn't know that you existed as a real person in real life.
Yeah. So I mean, it's great to have someone from my area going to the top. So I'm cheering him on for all the way through.
Yeah, for sure. Well, my mic. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, no, it was interesting. Same thing for me. This was all the way back in season one, though, with Beyond the Gates. Had a player come over. California is obviously pretty big. Um, had come over to one of our locals that drove a little bit. That was in California and in the area, but it's usually pretty far to drive for it. And was playing. This was in prime. This was right before the Gamers Guild Arizona tournament. I think it was like the week before, and they came over, and they were doing well. And they ended up. We were doing usually do like 3 rounds of Swiss at our locals, and they ended up going 2-0, and I played them as well. We were both the 2-0s. I was playing Waru at the moment. Waru never die. Uh, and they were playing Finn, and we were playing, and then after we finished, we were talking about doing some trades on uh, Altered, obviously, and so we had to exchange names on our Altered accounts, and at that time, that when we gave them, like, oh wait, that's you, kind of thing, right? It was interesting as far as that's concerned, and that was the story how I met all the marbles.
Ah, awesome. So why didn't Old Marble didn't come over here, man? What's going on? Should have just traveled from Montreal. Could have had a second
I
shot.
think he's already planning on going
Don't say
to
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Uh,
No, no,
so
no.
we'll
My chances has been depleted.
I don't know if he's has the has the time to go to all those different events, but I think he's planning on doing that one. So
I
we'll
hope
see.
so. I'd like to meet the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Exactly. But yeah, we are waiting for things to wrap up here for round five. As I mentioned, we are currently in round five. I believe there was just one other game that went to a tiebreaker that they're waiting on, but we do have round six matchups. So I am going to get those logged in here, and we will be looking at it does look like Vint is the last undefeated player. The other undefeated player that was on table two did end up losing. So they
Ooh,
are Kronar, the Tasia player, will not be playing Vint at the moment, and
okay.
we'll be watching Vint versus Matthew Charpentier. I'm not Carpentier. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but not a player that we've seen on stream quite yet. So at least we're going to get some variation as far as that's
All
concerned,
right.
and get to check that out. So let me put that up really quick, and we'll see what we got going past that. That their event is gonna stay, so that makes that easy. And then I'm not gonna put Matthew's full name up because it's too long. I'll just put Matthew.
So we should have one more round after this, and then I guess on their end they're gonna need to do some math here to figure out who made it the top cut and who didn't.
Yeah.
That
So
may have to
as we
leave.
mentioned before, 7 rounds of Swiss, undefeated and X and one will get an automatic top cut set up, and then the X and twos or the five and twos will have to decide who has the best breakers. It should be, if my math is correct, about half of them potentially, based off of the total number of people. But we'll see how that ends up happening, and we'll see what kind of breakers they use, because we are not using melee at the moment, so we can't use melee's automatic breakers. So we'll see how it ends up turning out for the Swiss here, and then we'll get into the top eight and watch some quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Only one player here from Canada will get that WCQ to spot here to go to Paris.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to see who makes it to the top. I actually can't wait who makes the top cut besides Vin. We all know he's gonna make a top cut. I mean, it's whatever at this point. Uh,
It will be cool to see him do well. I got to interview Vint at Dallas prior to the top cut, and after he had already made it, and I felt like I kind of cursed him there a little bit because they lost immediately afterwards. So hoping they get another chance here to take the whole thing.
yeah,
And
I'm rooting for Vin. You know, Vin is one of our A.W.O.L local guys too. So it's
yeah,
hard to not root for him.
yeah, it's we'll see how it turns out, but it will be cool to see the NA meta be cemented even further for the Bravos faction, potentially with Event Win there.
And then everyone from the Euro is gonna complain, no Siggy, fake meta, not a real tournament.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the big thing with the World Championship is that you can't just bring one deck, so
Yeah, that's
we'll,
true.
we'll have to see what ends up happening there and how what kind of strategies we'll see from the different players. Let's make sure that I have the deck lists here for Matthew. They are going by a different name potentially.
I would like to quickly mention that the Tumult set 3 like adventure tracks are probably the best ones so far. I love them. They're just like the right amount of thickness compared to like the other ones we've been given.
Oh yeah, I haven't opened mine up yet.
I got like 3 of them, buddy. You want me to give you one?
No, I mean I have it already,
Okay.
so I'm not worried about it. I just haven't opened
Okay.
it up yet.
Oh yeah, it's. I think they got it right this time. The set 2 one was too thick and they were like easily damaged around the corners when you're trying to open them up.
Yeah.
But the set 3 ones come in an easier package. They're not too thick. I think they're just about right, and I hope they keep it the same like thickness, the same packaging, and everything.
All right, we are going to cut to the game here right now. They are just setting up at the moment,
Yeah,
but
we got Vint versus Mystery. It's gonna be a hard one for him to fight what he doesn't know what he's fighting
yeah,
against.
we it could be anything at this point, right?
Not a Faunus, that's for sure. It's not gonna be a Faunus.
It could be a Faunus. There is one of Faunus.
There is one of Faunus. Okay,
Yeah.
and we had never seen this player played on stream, so we have no idea what they're really playing.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see the decklist population because I currently don't know what they're. I think they go by something else on a different setup here because I'm not seeing their name as far as what is populated here. But hopefully we'll get that sorted here shortly. But in the meantime, once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far here at the A.W.O.L YouTube. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Um, bringing cold to get the names right for the top 8 announcement. I commend you for trying to yeah, thanks though. Um, to be fair though, Cole's practice on his French has been lacking anyway, so I don't even know if he's going to get it right. But he has been practicing technically, or so I've
Has he?
heard.
Okay,
I've heard,
you heard? All
but,
right, I
but who
guess
knows?
we'll test him when next time he pops up.
But yeah, we'll see what we got going on here. I think he's going to come back at some point. I know he was taking a little bit of break. He was streaming for things. Got Gus here to commentate as well. We'll have to figure out what's going to happen here for the top cut. But yeah, we're just waiting on the second player here to show up. Then we'll get the deck list. At the moment, it is Vint just hanging out at this. I mean, realistically, he doesn't even have to move
Yeah, he could just stay there and just
as long as he
yeah.
keeps on winning, right?
As long as he has a heartbeat, that's all it takes.
Yeah. Shout out to the Chicago locals. There's a good group of folks out there that came out to Dallas, and there's a few of them that did really well. Um, and cool to see one of them come out here. I when I saw Vint, I thought I'd see more of them, but maybe he just went by himself. He really wanted that spot and thought he could take it.
Yeah. Do we know if any other teams made it up so far? Like any KRA members or any
Yeah,
other organizations?
there's a few KRA members, if I remember on the list. I don't know how well they've been doing.
Okay. I know
Um,
Kaifu did not do well, so
yeah, I think there was at least one or two other KRA members there. So I'm not sure how. I mean, I don't think they put it in the list here as far as the breakdown. So I'm not sure what their
I'm assuming you'll
real.
get a breakdown probably after the 7th round.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they didn't put KRA in their name, so I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know
that's true.
if that's the
Uh,
case for all of them,
yeah,
kind of thing. So
that's fair. That's fair. The cells here waiting to set up. We had a player there for a second. Now they just vanish. Maybe went to the restroom or something. Quick break.
could be. We're getting into it though. Here shortly, I do see a shadow. Maybe someone's showing up. Potentially, maybe.
Maybe. Oh,
Oh wait,
oh,
Vince,
no, no, they're gone.
hold on. Vince
Oh,
on Discord. Let me message him. Do I not have an active chat with Vince? Hold on.
oh, he put his phone this way. It's gone. Oh,
No.
we got a Siggy versus a Kojo here. So I guess we do have a Siggy on the potential top cut here coming in with a nice foiled Orcs recruit. Hmm.
Indeed. So Sigismar here for the player to the right. To decide which token hero will reign supreme. They are using the standard Sigismar, not one that's promo version or anything, just foiled and
Yeah,
with the
nice
ability on it.
foil. But we got the promo like token as well. So I guess that kind of makes it up a little bit.
Yeah, at least getting that out, getting from the season one Beyond the Gates OP packs. Be sure to foil all your packs. Get those POD orders
Yeah.
in. I think the recent one just closed, but get the next one.
Yeah.
Hashtag ad.
Next one I believe is first week of October. I don't quote me on that. I know it's not long, but I believe it's the first week of October.
Now I gotta quote you.
Oh, geez.
Let's see here. Still not seeing other deck lists quite yet, but hopefully we'll get that here shortly as they're setting up at the moment. Um, and we'll get some die rolls here to decide who goes first. It does
Yeah,
matter these
we
days.
do gotta roll for initiative here to see what happens. We got a 4 versus 1, and looks like Ben is not taking the advantage here.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
is putting out his Kojo face down though, so we know to flip it over when it is in fact their turn.
Oh man, this matchup always scared me a lot when I was doing my 2 because there was 2 Siggy players, and I
Yeah,
just wanted to just run away.
you
And I
know,
was like, and playing through the games with my Kojo deck, I was getting more comfortable. I kind of didn't really practice much as I
mm,
should. I was just inspired by Rinku, to be honest with you, and that's it.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, it's interesting because when I season two tumults, I specifically picked Kojo to deal with Siggy decks because I felt like it was a decent matchup into it, and I felt better against that. And I kind of knew we weren't going to have as many Afanis players, so I felt better of the Kojo matchup into Sigismar than anything else at the moment because I knew there was going to be a few Sigismars, so I didn't feel bad about it. Although it's different now a little bit. I think the deck lists have been changed up a little bit, so
Oh yeah.
good to see that there.
Yeah, with the current set adding a couple cards like conscription. Well, that's mostly made for Goring, but I've seen some Siggy playing conscriptions here and there. Then the Bumble Beat, which is questionable on my part. I heard you. I think you were talking about Bumblebee earlier, or that no, that was Elio talking about Bumblebee
Yeah,
earlier.
I was asking Elio about Bumblebee and why if you like that or if player or the thought of it putting it in out of faction into Sigismar decks
Yeah.
and being able to utilize that because I've seen a few people do it. I don't know if I like it in particular, especially using a rare slot, but yeah, they're getting started here at the moment. You can barely see the cards for the Sigismar player with the
Oh
blue blending in
yeah,
perfectly,
that's
but
true. But we got a nice view of Venti's hand here.
yeah, so we do see Vince. We'll see how it turns out for them. First player will be the Sigismar player. We do have the deck list for both players at the moment. So if uniques come out, we can take a look at it. It looks like we may have difficulty being able to tell which one's which on the Sigismar, but we'll see how that turns
Oh,
out when it comes up. But
is there multiple names of same names,
yeah,
different
something
uniques?
like
Yeah.
that. Something
Okay, I
like that.
gotcha.
So we'll see how it turns out. But in the meantime, we're getting started here. Swiss round 6. Only one more round after this. One undefeated player, one player with that is X and 1 here for Matthew. And yeah, we'll go from there.
All right, we're getting thrown in. What the first unique right there? The Baba Yaga Probably just drawing a card.
Let's see if I can figure out which Baba
You see,
Yaga is
it says
this.
if you control a token, you draw a card or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm just not sure which one it is because it looks like it,
Looks like it's a 2/2/2.
it is a 222.
It looks like it's a 2/2/2.
All right, so we'll assume
Has a
it's two.
support ability as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's a 222. We'll pop that up on the screen for everyone real quick.
What-
Baba Yaga, 2 from hand, 3 from reserve, 222 in stats from hand. If you control a token, draw a card.
Yes, that is the one. They also threw in a little character as well. I always forget that little guy's name. It's
Horse Crier.
Crier. Yeah, there you go.
So looks like we'll be looking at a 1-for-1 here. Not the ideal water spot to put down for that Sarengar, but they did decide not to use the Fire Rabbit ability,
Yeah,
just using it for the stats
that
instead on
is
that side.
fair call. Fair call. You don't need to boost if you don't need to boost.
So going in here to day 2 to check things out.
I'm not
Well,
sure if Vint has like a Bushi in his deck or not to help conquer that water stat because I know some Kojo decks don't run heavy on water. So overcoming a solo water type can be a little bit difficult.
I believe we saw some Misamboshis for
Okay.
Vent. I feel like it's become more of a common factor in these decks as far as that's concerned to try to cover up that water weakness that we see a lot of the time.
Yeah,
You know?
especially when you're playing early and you don't have like that Haven um fashion. I mean, there's also Pathfinder too. You can also help cover that as well.
Speaking of Haven, we do see one played here by Vint. Not a bad spot, especially resupplying into a Bravos Pathfinder, which is a good card to have, especially when you are on a solo water side over on that hero expedition. We'll have to see how that plans out for them. We have 4 mana here for the Sigismar player, which could be an awkward turn. That Baba Yaga that we saw as far as unique is a 2 from hand, 3 from reserve, correct? So
Yes.
uh, they probably don't want to play it here, especially since they won't
Yeah.
be able to card draw. So we will see a 2 mana play here for an Ordos
Ooh,
Cadets.
Order Cadet.
Interesting. I haven't seen cadets in a long time in Sigismar deck list, it feels like.
Hmm. It is interesting to see Orders Cadet. It's I think I typically see it more in gold rank decks than I would see in a Siggy deck for sure.
So we do have Vint prioritizing the idea of getting that Sarengar out instead of the Pathfinder, which would have been in a good spot on the other side. Instead, just opting to be happy with a 1-for-1, it looks like potentially.
Oh, and the gift of self.
Yeah,
On
so
two.
uh, the Sigismar player able to take advantage of that, getting rid of a stat and able to draw 2 cards and help build up those resources as well for themselves. They will have to make a decision here as far as the reserve is concerned and what they want to keep. The Ortis Crier
Yeah.
does have 2 boosts due to the characters joining during the turn there. Probably getting rid of that unique. Yeah, not much you want to play there
Yeah, I
personally.
guess just there for just draw and just throw it away.
Yeah, so probably got what they needed out of there. That Baba is worse than the rare. Well, Freeloader, if they had the ability to play the rare, I'm sure they would, But
Actually, I don't think so because the rare, the unique is a 2 cost from hand. So
yeah, but it's 3 from reserve, so you can't play
and
for 2 from 2 costs from reserve.
yeah, but I mean, I guess you're right. I guess really what do you value? You value the draw, you value the body.
Yeah. Either way, we're going into it here. Back to the Sigismar as the first player. You decide how things were going. We do have an even tumult at the moment, one with uh both of them with 1 advance apiece.
I'm curious to see. You know the uniques that the Siggy's playing, so I'm curious to see if they're playing similar uniques of like spamming tokens, or is it more similar to like the Baba Yaga, just drawing more cards, getting more resources? And
I'm
he
not
threw out the
looking at
Order
it
Crier.
until it
Yeah,
pops up, to be
that's
honest.
fair. That's fair.
So
Well, I'd
we'll
like to
see
be
it.
surprised.
We'll see how it goes. You do get that Ortis Crier being played from reserve. It does have 2 boosts due to its support ability, so it'll be not a chunky boy, but it at least will be a 3/3/2 at the moment, which isn't too bad for 2 mana.
I was gotta remember that Pathfinder does have fleeting on it. I'm sure Vint knows, as a master player himself.
Yeah, probably okay there. We do
Yeah.
see a 2 exhausts being set up here for the Sigmar player is
Ooh.
going to throw out the
Oh,
Frog Prince, a good spot to be in as far as water
yeah.
concerned.
You always gotta remember those that little frog prince is a tough little guy. Don't expect it, but you don't realize that that 3 water is just enough to just block anything from you.
Yeah, at the moment, currently tied on water. Um, and we'll have to see if Vince gonna take the risk of trying to go over the top there and take that water terrain, but potentially having to deal with something like an Ordish Trooper at 1 cost that can add 2 water themselves, or if there's something else Vint wants to do and try to take over the opposite expedition where that Ortis Crier is sitting with 3/3/2 in stats. Either way, it's not gonna be super easy, so we'll have to see how they
Yeah.
do it here.
I'm curious to see what he's gonna do. He does have the fire rabbit and does gain the boost from the landmark. He does decide to throw it into the hero expedition.
Yeah, so enough for them to G just over at the moment, but 2 mana left. Now the question is, does the Sigismar player decide to throw out the 1 cost that we probably know that they have available to them in some capacity, whether it be a rallying call or an Ordish Trooper, I would think.
Oh, here it comes. And there it is.
Ordish Trooper will put them 1 stat above in the water, so at the moment, we need at least 1 more stat to tie for the Kojo player, 2 to put themselves in a one-for-one situation.
It looks like they decide to play. Ooh, another Pathfinder. That is just enough to get over.
Yeah, utilizing everything that they possibly can at this moment, it will be a one-for-one situation here, going into a Buddha turn. Kojo keeping up to where they want to, making the Sigismar use as many resources as possible, and honestly, burning a lot in the form of
Yeah.
having to reduce their reserve. The Sigismar did have a nice setup between the Baba Yaga and the Gift of Self to help them out with the resources, but at the moment, I think they're down to 3 cards in hand
Yeah, I
and
think
potentially manaing here.
yeah, 3 cards in hand. I know you got 2 cards in reserve, sure, but that with that Haven on the board is gonna be a little bit difficult to overcome. I like I'm trying to peek over Vince's hand with my
Yeah.
neck, even though I know I can't do anything with the angle. uh,
And we're waiting on the mana decision here at the moment from the Sigismar player,
yeah, and they
and they
decided to
will.
throw one.
So 6 mana apiece. Vince starting off strong here with the Pathfinder, a good spot to put it. Although they don't have any forest naturally, they do
Yep.
have the ability to block that water individual terrain from the Sigismar, as well as being able to advance on the mountain that is also available to them.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong start. And how will the Sig respond back? Could be some removal. We have not seen the removal being played yet. I think they're really deciding on like which side to really fight on.
Yeah, it's definitely been a back and forth a little bit as far as deciding who goes where. It looks like we're going to see a cadets play here potentially. Um, would be surprised to see it come out on the hero side, especially since they don't have any water as far as
Yeah.
static terrain. But I'm sure they also don't want to deal with the Buddha that's just sitting there. So we will see it, in fact, on that companion zone at the moment, played from reserve. So it will have fleeting 4 mana apiece for either player to decide how this one's going to turn out here on this current day. If any time was the time for Vint to get a double advance, I would think it
I
would be
think
now.
yeah. I think he's definitely keeping pressure on the Siggy player because you can definitely tell the Siggy is trying to really hard to think about where to fight on. And ooh, he has to try to play the mess.
Yeah. Mesa, a card that has been pretty prevalent in Kojos these days. Vint, I believe, has been doing a lot of no landmark type decks. So opting this time around to throw that out, kind of join the group of the rest of the Kojos playing the landmarks. But it is a good card. Every single time a card leaves your expedition, you'll be able to add a counter to it. And if you have enough counters, you can exhaust it to
Yeah.
resupply.
Of 3 counters, I believe.
Yep. And we will see
Ooh, big
everything
card.
exhausted here. It is a unique Kokoba. So let's see if I can
Oh,
pull that up here.
I can't wait. There's a big. I see arrows. I think I see arrows.
All right, so we're going to pull it up here for everyone to take a look at. It is a 4 from hand, 4 from reserve, 1/3/1 in stats, and the arrow condition is if you control 3 or more characters, characters you control gain 1 boost. And then another one of if you control a token, create an Orders Recruit Soldier token in your other expedition. So this is actually really close
Yeah.
to the one that has been pretty popular from France by Claydeus that is able to create 2 recruits instead of just 1, but does the same type of thing as far as charging everything. So not quite there, but still pretty gosh darn good if you don't mind me saying.
No, I don't mind you saying. It looks like they're gonna just trade for one here. Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
I'm sure that Unique was a surprise for Vin. I'm assuming he thought he was gonna get both sides in that day.
yeah, it did take them the using that resource there of the unique in order for it to happen, but still, I don't think they're upset with the one for one, especially since they were able to set up with the Haven Sarengar in reserve at the moment. Only thing that they'd have to be worrying about is an exhaust and or sabotage coming from the Sigismar player, because I assume they
Yeah.
probably have some
They
type
should
of
have something. We have not seen a single removal from both sides. No sabotage, no exhaust, no dual grid, no teamwork training.
Yeah, Jack
Yeah.
Frost is usually pretty prevalent though in
Yeah.
Sigismar deck, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it. I know Order Spies aren't as popular, but there's usually at least one in Sigismar decks. I feel like for
And,
commons it makes sense, but we will see the 2 exhausts coming here from Sigismar.
yeah. Interesting enough that he only has 2 cards in hand and he just threw 1 mana. So I wonder if he can really take it with whatever he has on this board.
Sure enough, we do see the Jack Frost. Does not want to see
You know,
them gain any more resources with that Sigismar.
that
We'll
is
have to
true.
worry about that resupply coming from the mess though here potentially.
I will bet
Instead, we'll see a
respawn.
card from hand. It
Ooh.
will be a spy. I believe this is one
Uh,
that we have seen before. Um,
yes.
so I'll pull that up on the screen still for everyone to take a quick look at. It is a 3 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/3/1 in stats, sabotage from anywhere. If you control 1 or more landmarks, resupply.
And they resupply to another seven guard. So the exhaustion is kind of like I
Yeah,
think
it did its job initially, but
yeah.
past that kind of got stuck in here from the resupply. Yeah, freeloader. I mean, this is pretty much the ideal setup that you can get, right? You get your haven out, you get your mess out, and you just
You know,
keep on getting the free resources in your reserve.
and
Only di-
he still has the mess to play with too.
yeah. So we will see that Haven Sarengar that did get resupplied based off of the Order Spy's effect of if it has a landmark, you can resupply. I will go over on that companion zone at the moment with a boost, so it should have enough stats based off of being in forest and or water. We'll see what the Sigismar has left here, though, to potentially play to
Oh,
contest.
I
And
thought they had only two. I thought they only had 1 card left in their hand. Do they have
okay,
more? I can't
guess
see from here.
guess they did. So we
No.
will see the mess go into the Tiny Gen. Not a bad card. Um, and it would be helpful at least on the hero side at the moment. They would still have to contest the 3 stats that they see coming out of the Sigismar player, but they have 3 just on that spy.
Yeah. It's a little bit hard for me to tell the acrylics for the Siggy player, but I think yeah, they're on forest. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Forest in the water.
forest and water individual terrains. that's a hell of a statement, freeloader. When you live it in the haven and the mess is in town, you can pass all the gas you want. That's something.
The preloader, you missed your opportunity to rhyme right there. I feel like you had your chance to rhyme something and it got completely lost. But decided to throw the tiny gin right in the hero expedition. The most likely advancing. Let's see. Is that two water on that order spy?
So I believe it's a 1-0 here because,
Yeah.
the Sigmar had enough to block on that companion side and will able
Yeah.
to get the card draw from the attorney, but not enough to advance. Um, so that will leave Vint the slight advantage on the Tumult and only 2 advances away here from taking the game. But, it seemed like the Sigismar was prioritizing the idea of getting that card draw and helping out with resources a little bit more.
That would be fair because I thought they only had one card left in hand, but now they have three. Well, most likely two if they decide to throw one in mana. They're probably trying to get more resources here because they were kind of running out of gas at this point.
There should be a Buddha turn as well. I don't believe they passed the token.
Did it boot a turn? Breathe. Me, you. Yeah.
Yeah, there they go. They figured it out. We didn't even have to message the tourney organizer. Yes, Vint is the last remaining undefeated
Yes.
player, Cole.
But you never know. This could be a defeat right here. I think he's doing pretty good. I can't see him losing, but you never know.
It is up on the tumult at the moment, so could technically still take this game, but Sigismar is not in a bad spot either. They will be able to hit at least one card with that Jack Frost unless it gets hit by the sabotage from the spy, and it in
And yep,
fact will. So
fair. I mean,
Vi-
it's a fair choice, honestly, between the two options.
Vint is saying, you know what, I want to be able to play all my cards from reserve. Thank you very much, and is going to get the sabotage and forgot to resupply, and now he remembers to resupply. And a
Oh,
tracer
sir.
resupply.
Yeah. Oh,
What a resupply to hit.
that is a strong. That's gonna be a strong hit on this turn.
So great resupply from them. They do have 6 mana left, it looks like at the moment, and it looks
Yep.
like 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 mana left total here for the Sigismar player. It's gonna see 3 exhausted here for a
Oh,
spy of their
another
own,
spy. Do you
deciding what
take
they
out the
want.
tracer or you take out his draw power?
Yeah, so as for Vint here, I really don't mind either one
Eh,
because I'm either gonna
yeah.
try to win immediately here with the Tracer, or I'm going to be happy if I give up only one here, and
You
I
do
have
have to note that he is both in two forest
yeah,
terrains here.
so he is going to hit the Sigismar. Doesn't even want to give him the option to get some more card draw just in case this game goes another day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the Siggy player that doesn't matter which choice he makes, either he has to fight against forest for him to not advance.
And we will see the mess get thrown out there again. He had exactly 3
Ooh.
counters, and we do see another card that is pretty good when it comes to water, but there is only one spot for that water to be effective, and that is over on the companion side.
And do you take the advantage with the support ability or do you just play it out?
So we see a unique coming out here for Vint. I'm not sure which one it is. It is that bouncer that we had seen earlier. So we'll take a quick look at that before we switch over. It is a 3/3 bouncer, 2/2/2 in stats, sabotage from hand, and from reserve, you may discard a card from reserve. If you do, resupply. And when I leave the expedition zone, resupply. I mean, draw, resupply. Too much
Draw,
resupply.
resupply. So draw, resupply.
Yeah, so it is good for a sabotage at the moment, and it will allow them to have 2/2/2 in stats over on that hero side expedition.
Yeah. And there are advancing at the moment on both sides. I can't tell how many cards a single player has left. I'm not sure they have anything to respond back this to. Actually, after losing both the resources in the reserve here.
Yeah, Cole, it did seem that it got a little bit darker after the break. But I think that's just more of a sunlight thing over there because I don't think they're using any like overhead lights for the stream.
Sorry, we could just budget them, get some candles out, and light up the area. Ooh,
Sandman coming
Sandman.
out here. Go ahead and sleep that bouncer that would have gotten a card draw had it left the expedition. So not a bad card to sleep. We'll still have to contest with that spy though.
Oof,
They
that
are gonna
tracer.
the tracer thrown out there.
What
Still
the
have one
call?
man. Yeah, still have
Oh,
1 mana left here, which they can utilize to help advance on the opposite end with the Senboshi if they get contested. Only 2 mana left here for Matthew on the Sigismar. We'll have to see what's going on.
yeah.
Cole, you've been requested for top cut, so that way you can pronounce French better than me, apparently.
Oh, the teamwork's training.
That will be the last card in hand, though. So
That would be it.
they're using everything they can here to keep themselves in the game. Um, that Isamboshi won't be any good for water on the hero side, but it can be utilized for a boost if there is another one cost in hand.
The only thing I can imagine is maybe a tiny gin.
There is a one, and they're going to play it anyway.
It should probably stop them from moving because they're still on water.
Yeah, so it'd be one, and they had how much from the spy? 3 step.
Is it 2 or 3? I can't tell.
So
Um,
it's a 2 spy, so 3 with the boost, so it would have been 4 stats to block total. So I think that would have been enough.
I think they still moved apparently. So,
Maybe they were using it for the mess counter.
that's fair. 3. What
Yeah,
time is it call? Is it nap time for you, man?
classic mistake. Is it just like Matu or something like that?
At you.
I see math, I say Matthew. I thought they were just trying to be fancy with the IEU. My bad. Um, we will be going to the next turn here. It will have the benefit of having that Haven bouncer unique that was slept previously by the Sandman. 2 card draw here for the Sigismar player. It does look like they are not going to mana, and we will just see that Sandman come out right away.
Yeah. Man, it's only one way from winning here, so you just need to focus on just one side. Ooh, hitting him another sabotage. Leaving 2 cards left in hand for the second player.
Mhm.
Gonna be a tough one. Mess is still active. Haven is still here. Not sure what they can really do. Ooh,
Not a bad card, especially in the forest region. They should be dead even though, as far
they
as
are.
forest stats at the moment.
It comes a nice resupply, and a mighty Jin. That is gonna hurt whichever side he chooses to go to here.
We will see the 3 here to play the Mighty Jin over on that terrain that is the solo forest at the moment. Add another 5 forest on that side, so put them up by 5. Only 1 card left here to play from the Sigismar player to figure it out.
I'm curious to see if Vint has any removal left in his
Yeah,
hand.
that's what I said the second time, right, freeloader? Matt 2. 2.
Mathieu.
Anyway.
What just happened?
Looks like it'll be the GGs.
Jeez, but I couldn't tell if the Siggy conceded or Vint conceded.
It would have been a scenario where it's a 1 for 1 and the Sigismar had to double advance to keep up there.
Yeah,
So just the 1 advance
I would
told the coach will
imagine
take
that.
it.
Yeah,
Oh, guys got it clean? Perfect.
yeah. Probably because my Spanish blood helps.
With the French. But yeah, so that'll let Vint be the continuing undefeated player, 6th win in the Swiss round 6. We'll go into undefeated area in Swiss round 7. They pretty much guaranteed themselves a spot in the top cut. So I think they should actually just forfeit Swiss
Yep.
round 7 because everyone knows if you go undefeated through the Swiss, you immediately lose in the top cut. So
And maybe we'll get to see somebody else play. No
don't get
offense,
your
Vince.
hopes up.
We all love you, but
But yeah, once again want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. I have been Blue Oak TV on YouTube, hashtag ad. Joining me today, right now, is Gus the Bus to commentate. You'll be here for a little bit, yeah?
yeah, I'll be taking over for a good hour or two here. I think I said 2 hours to call.
Okay, cool.
I'll be here for the top cut.
Nice. At least for part of it, right?
Yeah, I'll be here cheering on Vin till he loses, and then I'll just go to bed.
That's fair. Um, And yeah, you we just watched the Swiss round 6. Swiss round 7 will be coming up. This will be the last round of the Swiss for this event. Then we will go to the top cut. Top 8 will qualify. It will be a best of 3 in the top cut unless they have changed something without my knowledge, but at the moment it will be a best of 3 and we'll be able to take a look on who's going to be able to take it. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and take a look at the results that I have available to me to see if we are ready for round 7 or we're still waiting on 6. But yeah, at the moment, it looks like we're still waiting. Vint is the only undefeated player at the moment. We did just get to see Mathieu um,
That too. It's
get,
okay, buddy. I got it. I got
yeah,
you.
appreciate it. That actually goes by Stars P, apparently, and other things. That was with one loss, but now has two after going up against Vint. Some other X and one players that we had available were Kronar24, that was playing Tasia, I believe, Chris K, which was also playing Kojo, Psychos, that was also X and one, Mid Loner, also on X and one, Vero Solis, Sky Beast, and Emma were all our X and one players that if they were winning, they're putting themselves in a pretty good spot. To
So,
come
based
in.
on what information you have, can you think you give us like an estimate, like which heroes are making it and which heroes have not made it so far yet?
I haven't seen all the heroes
Right.
or all the people on the stream. I know, for example, obviously Vince on Kojo, Stars or Met 2 is on the what we had there with the Sigismar. Kronar was on Tasia, I believe, and Chris K on Kojo as well. Psychos, I do not know what they're currently playing. We haven't seen them on stream. Midloner, the same thing. Vero Solis, I don't believe we've seen on stream. Maybe we have. It sounds kind of familiar. But Skybeast we have seen on stream. It is also on Tasia. And then Emma, I do not know what they currently are using. So
Interesting. So we got a couple more mystery people to figure out what's going on here.
yeah, yeah, definitely bad for Vent if they win the next round. So that's why I was saying just quit, take a
This
quick
is
break,
honestly,
before top
yeah.
cut.
I was going to ask you, do you know they're going to take a break after the Swiss rounds?
I don't think they're going to take an official break, but they'll need a little bit of break to calculate, I imagine,
I
before
would,
they
I
start
would
things up.
personally be Vin and just take the L, just take your 7-1, relax a little bit, get some food, bathroom, take the advantage, you know.
Indeed. All right. Well, got that here. What we'll probably do is I'll finish out the Swiss with you, and then I'll probably bring in Cole in my spot for the top cut, and then once you have to head out, I'll swap back in your spot
That
is
sounds
the
great, my man.
plan,
I know you need a
unless
break. You've been doing a lot of hard work on the back
unless
end and
someone
front end.
else shows up at some point. But in the meantime, we'll talk about a little bit more about the event.
Yeah, so
Uh,
how do you feel about that match between the Siggy? I know you're a Orders guy based on your headband, of course. That's how I could tell.
Play a lot of Bravos too. I think it's
Yeah.
probably my favorite faction to play at the moment because I feel comfortable playing all three of the heroes. Whereas I feel like Ortis, I just don't play Waru anymore. So And no
Yes.
one should play Waru anymore. I know there was the one player
No.
that, EU that made top cut, but they also didn't go past that, so, I'm just saying, not a big Waru fan right now. Revert Waru, guys. Let's revert Waru. Give the token back. That's all I want. The token
Honestly,
back.
I feel like the token back is justified.
Give it back.
If cards have to go to sleep mandatory,
Yeah,
I feel
give
like
the
the
token
token is
back.
justified.
Give it back. But it doesn't seem like that's gonna ever happen, but I
Nope.
can keep saying it. Um, in the meantime, I also wanna thank, the folks at Imaginaire for running the event and having us on to cast everything, provide the clean feed for us to get things going. Revert Wuru, great Swiss player. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. I know River Afana is also a great Swiss player too. So
Um, yeah, so thanks to them for having us to do this. Excited to see who's going to take this qualification spot. A lot of good players. A lot of good players also that haven't been doing well on this event so far. So excited to see who is able to take this one. Vint obviously showing a good case for themselves, especially after going top cut
yep,
over in Dallas.
representing
Um,
America.
yeah, trying to get that next qualification spot after going out in Dallas after they made top cut. So trying to make sure that they can maybe get a trip over to France and hang out with Rinku and be Kojo buddies.
Yeah, I like to think he went out in blazing glory. You know.
He did have to play up against I believe, a mirror matchup against Not a Piece of Meat or Belteshazzar
Okay.
in the Kojo mirror there. So not ideal for him, I'm sure, but is what it is. And now he's playing great and just I mean, they made top cut, but
Yeah.
is just 3 wins away from getting that WCQ spot. We are waiting for the end of round 6, I believe, before we get things up. I'm still looking on my end to see if there are any updates, but we should be getting pairings here shortly to get into the final round. Haven't quite got there yet.
Yeah, I want to talk about Muno. I guess mainly Tasia, because I think we've only seen all Tasias here. And I expect at least one Tasia player gonna make it to the top cut from the amount of Tasias we've seen today on table one here. Granted, I know some of them have been taking themselves out, so it's kind of like self-sabotaging for the faction a little bit. But I am curious to see if any Tasia players make it to top cut. I'm assuming one will.
Yeah, I just did a heroes command so I can see there was 7 total Tasia, which was the third highest rather, because we had 8 Sigismar and 8 Kojo. Um, as far as heroes are concerned, so they do have a good opportunity, but Tasia infamously does have a trouble converting, I
That's true.
believe. Um,
Good player base, bad conversion rate.
Yeah. And yeah, so we'll have to see how that is. The big surprise for me, honestly, when we're looking at these breakdowns here, is the fact that there's only 3 traced. Haven't really seen NA embrace traced as much as the EU meta has.
That's funny. I find that funny because sometimes in my locals there's a lot of trash players, and then some of them just don't play them. But and just trying to think about the world qualifier that happened the other weekend with the amount of like these characters being played. Kind of seemed like almost like same ratio you saw in the world qualifier, but in a smaller scale. I think was Koja was the most played in the European World Qualifier, Blue, if you remember.
Yeah, I think it was up
Yeah, it
there.
was I think it was Kojo, then Siggy. I think Tasia was either third or fourth. But
You're talking about for the BGA one or
yeah, the
the
BGA one, the BGA
Reveal one?
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I could look. I think I still have the breakdown
Yeah, I
there.
like to compare like just a percentage ratio between what we see online versus what we got going on today here.
Yeah. Let's see here. What do we got? No, I wrote it down.
I know it's 1,000 players versus 40 players, but that's why I say it's a percentage versus like
Yeah, so
numbers.
we had a top cut breakdown of 6 Traced, 5 Itzadi, 5 Sigismar, 4 Finn, 4 Kojo, 2 Basira, 2 Tasia, 1 Golring, 1 Navinka, 1 Sierra, 1 Waru.
Right.
And we did have 1 Itzadi drop, and we ended up having a Golring ad for that one.
Yeah, and I'm then looking at the heroes today. We got like the 8 Siggies, 8 Kojos, 7 Tasia, the 4 Stadi, and 4 Basiras. And I'm hoping that the 4 Basiras are all running 2 uniques. As they should be, because the 2 unique meta is pretty strong today. Or
Yeah.
this format. As you can tell, since Basira player did win with only 2 uniques.
Yeah, another name I mispronounced, well, that Cole mispronounced as well. Instead of the name is not Giacomo, apparently, it's Giacomo.
Giacomo. Yeah, I can see that. But I want to say something interesting, and I still don't get it to this day how Goreng is being played in a frequent basis, but I don't think any Goreng players or any Goreng has won a world qualifiers.
No, not
But
yet.
they're being persistently played still.
Yeah, they've gotten close. They've been getting some top cuts. We do have round 7 pairings though, so I'll give everyone a quick update as far as the undefeated players at the moment. We do have Vint 6, are not undefeated, but players that with good records. Vint 6, who is the only undefeated player left. And then they will be going up against Mid Loner here, who is also X and 1, and technically can probably lose here, but probably doesn't want to, just in case their breakers aren't that good. But playing up against Vint would probably be a good breaker. We also have Vero Solis, that is also X and 1 at the moment. Chris K, which is a player that we got to see in the Swiss round 5 up against Vint. And Emma is the last X and 1 player at the moment. And we do have a few X and 2 players that will definitely need wins to give themselves a chance as far as breakers are concerned. At the moment, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 X and 2 players. So, um, 5 of those, maybe less, depending on if the one X and 2 player that's playing the X and 1 player wins or not. So let's say around 5 potentially there, plus the Vint and the other players that we could be X and 2. So looks like there's a breakdown of around 1, 2, so probably 3 auto qualifiers, and then the rest of the 4 or 5 will be X and 2 players between them. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, you're cutting close, guys. You gotta
Yeah,
win here.
that's how it turns out, though, sometimes. We are going to be jumping into the game here shortly. It looks like they'll be setting up here in a bit. Vint, as is tradition, is just hanging out because they don't have to move at this point.
Yeah, I think the seed is infused with something at this point.
Yeah. Let's see
Have we got the other person on stream before?
here. We have not seen Midloner yet, I don't believe.
Okay. I'm curious to see what they're playing here. Maybe they're the one Gorang player that was complaining about, like, oh, Gorangs are just fake. They're not real.
What do you mean they're fake?
I'm just saying. I was trying to say I was talking about earlier before you listed the round 7 pairings here. That we don't. I see Gorang perform well, but not well enough to win a world qualifier, and I don't know if I will ever see Gorang win a world qualifier at this rate.
I think there's a possibility. There's some really good goal ring decks out there. It's just hitting the right players at the right times in different cuts, you know? So we'll have to see how it turns out for other goal ring players here these days. But in the meantime, it looks like the players are sitting down. So we're going to switch on over to the gameplay screen.
Alrighty, yeah,
and
they're still setting up here.
doing a little bit of setup. Vint making my job easy, not having to change the name. We are
That
in
is true.
round 7.
That is true. Good job, Van.
In the Swiss round 7 at the moment. anything could happen. We'll have to see what we're going up against here for mid loner. Realistically, a spot in the top cut on the line. If they manage to beat Vint, they guarantee it. If not, they'll go X and 2 and have to get breakers. We saw two players with the same pair of uniques that was close to qualify with goal ring. Yeah, exactly.
What? Which tournament was that? The BJ one,
I think they're
or was that Lily?
not sure. I just feel like there's pretty similar uniques when it comes to goal ring. I think a lot of them prefer the when a character joins, um, draw a card
Draw a
setup
card.
as well.
Yeah, draw a card or like just spam tokens.
Yeah, but what to see. Yeah, Cole does in fact have one. Drew one of the Silas's that does
Yeah,
something similar like that, trying to sell it for $1,000. I think is what you're asking, Cole.
I think Calls is trying to really say he's going to convert to Ortis next set.
No, he wants
He's
the
gonna.
money. He's gonna help his values by going full capitalist.
Oh
I don't know how that helps his values though.
yeah,
Well,
I was trying
yeah,
to set up here.
yeah, getting everything sorted, no big deal.
I guess what to get sorted out. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick.
You're good. You can go and grab some water. I'll talk a little bit as we wait. There. Getting added for some reason. Oh, it's just there. I don't mind praise. All right, we do have mid loner here getting set up. Gonna play the reigning undefeated setup person here of Vint. Vint, tell mid loner put those acrylics down. Everyone knows. Oh, it's a Rin. It's a Rin and Orchid that we have here. I heard Gus scream "what" from the other room while going pee, I think.
Impossible! Impossible! What is this? We only have one Rin player, and they made it all the way to the top table, facing the challenger himself. I'm sorry, Vin, but I had to root for the other person now. You didn't offer it for $80, Cole. Well, I think this person here has a good chance making the top cut, even if they lose. I mean, I guess it really depends how the rest of the tournament goes here. Looks like trying to break down the decks, shuffling it out, so no sticky cards coming by. Because you don't want the same copy of cards coming in and disrupting the whole deck. Oh, top four, not top eight. You call, you're absolutely right. That's my bad. I can't read. I'm curious to see if this Rin is a just like a weird amalgamation of like aggro Rin or the Rin with festival or something else that is completely weird here, because it's interesting to see if Rin being shown on the final round on table one.
Yeah, worked their way up. Mid loner sticking around, but didn't quite make it to the top table yet. Let's see where they took their loss at in previous rounds. Mid loner had previously played there. And where did they lose? Where did they lose? It looks like they lost in Swiss round 3 to Kroner, which was another Muna player on
Oh,
Tasia. So they ended up losing to Tasia.
is these Moon on what violence going on here? They're just self sabotaging themselves to the top here.
Yeah, that's what happens when there's a bunch of them, right?
That is true.
And
You
this
guys want
is
Muna on the top. You gotta stop playing Muna.
yeah, this is the only Rin in the tournament. So I
Yeah.
know a guy trying smiling about it being that likes a good fashion Rin deck. As I
Yep.
said, I think only Muna, but I said it should be only Rin deck in the tournament. So good for them. We will see things how they go down there. Oh, and they did get the Rin player to put their acrylics down. You
Nice.
know, God, gosh darn it, Vint. I love you so much. Vint is my new favorite player. Vint,
Yeah.
where are you at?
I mean, he's been helping you us a lot. He don't have to move because he's been winning, so he doesn't change the name.
yeah.
Figure out who's playing what. He telling the other players to put the things down so we can all see them because I
Yeah.
have a hard time seeing things.
I am gonna adjust the screen just ever so slightly here because it looks like they're pushing the mat around just a little bit. So hopefully we can see the edges of the stream a little bit more. Pardon my dust. Well, actually, I can do it this way. It's gonna be harder, but I can still do it. Uh, in the meantime, Gus is gonna do some stuff.
Yeah, it's all setting up here. I think so Ben did win the role here, so Ben is going first, gaining that voodoo token out already. So I've been told that is a great way to start for Kojo. I don't know. I never played Kojo my entire life. JK, that's a big lie. They're just talking now for some reason. I don't know what they're talking about, but there's a lot of hand motions going on here, and it makes me nervous.
Don't be too nervous. So everything's gonna be okay.
The judge, I think, is just trying to get the timer set before they start rolling here. So just quick little talk between the two players. Ben's probably saying, "I'm going to destroy you and your Rin nonsense," and the Rin player is probably begging for the lights to please just let me win one.
He's pretty please.
This time they got the timer out with a battery pack because it almost died during the last game.
Had that happen before.
Oh, really? Oh, no. All right, the game started. Cards are being drawn, and now they're being sorted out, being chosen to what's going to mana here. And we do see, I believe I see a festival in the Rin's player hand. I can't say for sure, but I swore I saw a Lyra festival
Definitely could be a possibility.
or a Muna festival. Is the Muna festival Lyra? Oh, yes. The answer is yes. All righty. Ben's coming in strong using all 3 mana with his Ozma unique. I believe he just draws a card out of it. I'm sure Blue will pop the unique on screen here for everyone to know.
Yeah, take a look at that. Ozma unique for everybody once it loads. 3/3, 2/2/1 in stats. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 2 boosts. And then when I leave the expedition, if I have 2 more boosts, draw a card.
Yep. Bountiful Meadow was played by the Ren player and threw in a cost reduction for the Sneezer Shroom. But it does get the double advance here.
That they do.
Now is the Ren's player's turn. They do throw down a Kodama just from the Ren's abilities, and they do win on Forest. Right enough, I was playing Ren yesterday in my local, and I kept forgetting the ability half the time.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't get in a lot of games with it.
Yeah.
Just a reminder for everyone as we get into this final round here and the Alavera being played. After this, and they start calculating who will be in top cut, they will also be doing some deck checks for the top cut. So we may have a little bit of a break, but the plan is to have a bit of a showcase match potentially between the Swiss and the top cut. So be sure to stick around, and you'll be able to take a look at that as well.
Yep. That's gonna be great. So Alabama coming in with a extra pay for the anchor on the water with strong stats for herself. And I think Ben He's trying to decide what to really do here, though he doesn't have to really think really hard because he's already he already made it to the top here. Ooh, decides to put Isumbushi onto the reserve from the Ozma unique ability, playing the Isumbushi, blocking the water and advancing, I believe, to the two. Yeah, it does gain the boost from itself. So yeah, it does 6 water versus the 4 water. So he does advance. Oliveira is staying and it's also now Vince's turn. So Buddha has been played to the companion expedition here. I'm assuming there is a festival deck or maybe a personal or not personal, an optional festival deck. Guess we'll see as the game goes. We do see a proxy card for a unique pellet. There we go. Sorry
All
guys.
right.
My memory is not the best. So I'm like doing
All
my
right.
best to remember each
We
card
have to
here.
try to find out which one this is because they may or may not have
This
multiple.
is I think it has a 0 stat in water. I can't tell. There's a glare. And it has a lot of words on there.
Okay. If it is the 0 statted one, we can assume that is this one. So we'll bring it up on the screen here for everyone. It is a 2/2 Capelia with 2/2/0 in stats. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. And when I go to the reserve from your hand, you may play me for free, and I gain a sleep.
Yes, I believe that is the card. Just based on what you were saying and kind of like following the text.
Mhm.
Mighty J was played here, so I guess it's now Ren the player decide what to do here. Got a lot of options. They could re-anchor the Oliveira again, which would probably be more ideal for them to just more resupply options.
The fact that we do see a snoozer shroom in the reserve as well as some Kodamas, definitely means that we're more than likely looking at the festival deck, I would have to imagine. So it's something that Vint will have to be aware of.
Yeah. I'm sure Vin might just try to fish out some removal. I think they are running I'm not sure rare mana eruption, but I do remember them running a mana eruption of some kind. And we do have another Capella unique coming in blue. I'm not sure how many they're running, but there is another one that came in.
All right. Do we have an idea on stats?
It's 3 from hand, 2 from reserve.
Yeah, I meant on the
Uh,
stats.
3-3-2, I think, or is it 2-2-1? Water is definitely the weakest on that one.
Okay, so does 3/3/2 sound good?
Yeah, I think it's 3-3-2.
Problem of same looking unique, so it makes it harder when we're looking at it. So we're
Yeah.
looking at it here on the board now, though. 3 from hand, 3 from reserve, 3/3/2 in stats. When I go to the reserve from your hand, you may play me for free, and I gain a sleep. And when another character joins your expedition, if you control one or more landmarks, up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored.
I mean, if they had one more mana, it'd be the perfect festival play right here.
Yeah, sleep, anchored,
Even fleeting.
anchored everywhere, man. But
Yeah.
only 3 mana.
It's hard. It's kind of hard to tell a little bit because the white cards kind of blend in more. But yeah, I believe yeah, it is 3 mana. I think they decided to just pull dual grid out of it. Yeah. Discarding the cup pellet that was just played. And we do see another Oliveira coming in anchored thanks to bountiful metals, making it 1 cheaper. And most likely blocking and advancing the companion expedition and blocking and advancing actually both expedition looks like. Yep. Rim player does take both.
So it's really cool as far as a deck that isn't necessarily just a festival deck, able to keep up on the tumult with a deck that is known to be pretty aggressive in the form of a Kojo.
Yeah.
So the fact that they are doing well as getting the resources they need in order to potentially win with a festival setup is going to work out quite well for them. But we'll have to see how what Vint can do to counter that, who is currently undefeated. And I'm sure even though there is a curse on going undefeated in Swiss, they still want to make things work.
Right. And I'm assuming this Rin player had plenty of practice against variety Kojo decks, so I'm sure they know what to be wary of, especially if there's a mana eruption in play or not from the player.
Yeah, we do
So,
know we can see a mana eruption in Vint's hand here. I imagine it was one that they've been holding on to here for some time, just to help take things out. We are
yeah,
getting a mana decision here, coming up on each player having 6 mana.
yeah. Oh, that's a pretty good resupply right there.
Yep.
The daughter Yggdrasil and the Kodama
Yep,
once
it will
again.
help out with some more anchoring at the moment. They do also still have that snoozer shroom that would be available for helping with some sleep.
Yeah, they decided to double anchor the aloe vera, and I'm sure Ben just rolling his eyeballs like, "You gotta be kidding me."
And then the Daughter of Yggdrasil, an amazing card to play from reserve because your opponent just does not get the advantage off of it.
Yeah, and it was very strong stats too.
I'll see how Vince going to be able to
Ooh,
try to counter this. They
yeah,
are going to go with the spy
so
and hit the
far.
snoozer.
Another aloe vera. We got all 3 on the board, and on definitely the strong side on the, companion expedition. I believe that's forest and ocean. I can't really tell, but I believe it is.
Yeah, there's a lot of stats on the board at the moment. I believe that is the last card, though, in the Rin's hand, so they don't have
Yes.
anything left. It's all on the board at the moment, but they will get a lot of resupplies as long as the board stays as it is, which is probably what their deck is based around
Yeah.
in order to take this game. I think the question for Vint is going to be: at any point, are they going to want to use the mana eruption that they have to deal with a character rather than saving it for a festival, especially since you know your opponent's drawing or trying to draw into a festival at this point.
Absolutely. I think maybe for Vent, it's better to just try to block them from advancing from forwards, do not activate Rin's ability because there's a possibility to do both sides. But I believe they have 4 forests or blocking the forest, but still advancing on the ocean.
Yeah,
So only able to trigger Rin's ability once from the hero expedition.
but still will get a double advance, putting them 2 spots away and honestly in a good spot, despite the fact that they have not been able to play festival.
And I believe that was a beauty sleep. I can't tell because of the glare,
It
but
does
I
look like a
believe
beauty
it's a
sleep.
beauty sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excited to see these 3 resupplies coming in. Not often you see 3 aloe veras being played on the board here.
Yeah, not often as a Kojo, you're not feeling too good on your Buddha turn either, especially with all the aloe veras waiting for you at this
Yeah.
point. And the fact that your opponent is on a water mountain terrain, which is good enough when you have an aloe vera with
Yeah.
mountain. So we will see the 3 cards being used for a resupply showing up. It doesn't look like Vint was deciding to mana. They hit a snoozer, a Kodama, and a bountiful meadow.
He finally decides to play 1 landmark, which might have been a day late here because I feel like he definitely needed it last day or so. See how there's a lot of resources here for this Rim player. And having double bountiful meadow is definitely a nice card to have here. I don't know.
Yeah, I was surprised they went with the bountiful meadow. I'm sure it helps, but usually when you resupply into another landmark, you're not feeling super good about it because it doesn't help you. But I'm also in Bravos mindset
Yeah,
where you don't want to hit another landmark off of your resupplies. But
that's true. I mean, you
the,
also got to think about it too, Blue. After this, at the end of this day, they're gonna have a lot of cards to get rid of here.
yeah, so we'll see what's going to happen here. 4 mana or 5 mana rather for Vent, and we're going to see a 3 happen to decide
Ooh, a nice sabotage going on here.
will be
That was
that
a good
unique
call.
spy that we've seen a few times at this point already. We'll pull it up just for good measure. So, in case you haven't seen it thus far, you will be able to this time. It just sabotages from anywhere, 3 costs, and if you control a landmark, you can resupply.
Yeah, I mean, they could use a sneezer. That's not sneezer, snoozer shroom. Actually, I might just call it the Kohlrabi shroom. To be honest with you, on the solo Oliveira there, since they're definitely not going to be advancing on that side. Maybe sticking a Oliveira on the board here. At least I would do it personally, but I'm not much of a Mundo player.
Yeah. Speaking of resupply, I didn't really see it when I was pulling up the unique, but they did end up resupplying into that mess, which again is one card that you probably don't want to see as a resupply when you're playing Kojo. Um, which is why we see a lot of the times Kojo players opting for less permanent so that that thing doesn't happen. And we do see the common indicator of a festival deck. If you're not sure if your opponent is playing festival, if you see a common Spindle Harvester, they're playing festival.
Yep,
There's no other reason to play
100%.
those.
Well,
So
99%. There's also that 1% of they don't own any rare
I guess,
harvesters.
I guess. But in the meantime, we can assume that it is more than likely a setup here. We will see a Ortis Spy being played here from reserve, I believe.
Yep. Could they take it with the beauty sleep here?
It
I
doesn't
think
seem it doesn't
I
seem like
think
he's used
you
to it
know,
'cause it does not have an Ortis recruit.
man, what are you doing? I'm being unprepared. He has no mana left. Trying to do the math here, saying if I could do beauty sleep on it, would that be enough to advance there? And I think it will be because he has enough mana to play the snoozer shroom and double advance right there. And that's a good
Yeah.
game. That is unbelievable.
GG's.
Wow.
Honestly, Vint should be thinking mid loner
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
because at this point, Vint did not need the win. This
That's
will
true.
gain mid loner the opportunity to be in the final cut while going XN1. Vint and mid loner will both be at XN1 as a whole. And then we'll have to see how the other games pan out to decide who is going to join them. Interesting that we got to see that Rin there without the festival being played and still win over
Yeah.
Kojo, which really shows the power of it. Almost seems like a pseudo aggro Rin festival deck.
Yeah. It might be more focused on aggro than festival looks like, but I can see it being just a festival day with some like good bodies in play. I mean, they did have 3 Oliveras in play, which is not like an easy feat to pull off.
Indeed. But yeah, so that'll wrap up the Swiss rounds. We're gonna wait for the rest of the games to finish. That one was pretty quick though, so I can imagine we still have a little bit of time before that happens. Let me see if they do have the timer up. They do have the timer up for
Mm.
us. It is at 14 minutes, so we still have a lot of time left here before the end of the round potentially. And if there are any goal rank players still playing, we'll probably take all of that time in general before that happens.
Yeah, sadly, yeah. Do we know if Top Cut is going to be on time or is it going to be I think on the 90 minutes or 70 minutes?
I don't remember what they had
Remember.
said. I know someone had mentioned it at some point. I think maybe Cole knows if he's paying attention or not.
He's snapping.
Uh, yeah, I I don't believe it's untimed. I think there is some type of timer. I just don't know what it is. It should be best of three as well, unless they change something. Which, but I believe it is also best of three. At least that's what we are prepared for moving forward. But yeah, we did get Vint finally taking their first
Yeah.
loss.
I'm sure Vin wasn't, I'm not sure if Vin was too happy about it or not. I'm sure he doesn't really care. But I mean, he didn't get any of his engines out until like a day too late. So that also didn't help him from finding against Rin player. So I can imagine not being too happy about it, but he's also made it anyway. So I'm sure he's just shrugging it off, just not really caring that much.
Yeah, he had already qualified at that moment, so it didn't matter. I guess it mattered in the sense of maybe getting a better matchup in the top cut if he felt more comfortable against the 8th seed that would have made it in on breakers. But as well as the bottom seeds have been doing lately, I wouldn't feel comfortable. So at the moment, just
Yeah.
dealing with the fact that we'll be at XN1, so still on the top of the top cut between themselves and mid loner, and they'll likely see at least two more XN1s, maybe three more, depending. No, it'll only be two more. Maybe one more, depending on how table three goes with Emma and Sky Beast. We may only have one more X and one, so we could have up to four X and ones. It looks like, maybe three, and that will leave either five or four spots for the X and twos to decide who's going to get that.
I
Uh,
can't wait. I can't wait. We already got like definitely one Muna player in already, and it's a Rin player from all his Tasia players. So
and
I can't wait to see what else could be showing up here on this top eight here.
yeah, and we got that going there. Just making sure. How are you doing on time? Want to make sure that we're not cutting into anything that you had planned.
No, no, I'm good till I think I told my fiance 5:30 or something like that.
Okay.
Let me double check because I did tell her a time.
Mm. And that's Eastern, correct?
Yes, East Coast is the best coast. I'm sorry to tell you this, to break your heart, but we were here first, so we are the best.
All right. So you potentially have an hour more to go, so no issues there. In the meantime, we are going to wait for everything else to sort itself out. Uh, at the moment, round seven, there are few different players with the opportunity here to 21. So it would be all the X and two players, that anyone that has the opportunity to get 15 points. It
Yeah, Blue, if
looks
you
like.
need to take a break, my man, go ahead. So,
No, you're good for now. I'm just
yeah,
making sure that we're set up. So we have that. So at the moment, all players that at least have the opportunity to make the top cut, if my math is correct at the moment, will be uh Vero Solis, Chris K, Emma, Sky Beast, Thaddeus, Chronar 24, Psychos, Lawrence C, Noble Gaston, Axel Zersh, Graze Rhubarb, Matt 2, if you want to say that one for me, Gus.
at two.
Um, uh, Anton, and that would be all the players at the moment that
So we got 13 players from my counted here, my fingers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That is correct.
All right.
So, potentially, any of those could make it. We know for sure two of them have, so there's
Yeah.
6 spots left open. So we're looking at approximately half of the remaining players, which
Yeah.
kind of lines up pretty well because, as far as who wins, who loses, and everything like that. So we'll have to see how that one turns out for any of those. Good luck to all of them that are actively playing at the moment. Obviously, they can't hear me, but yeah, you never
Right.
know.
I
They could
mean, maybe they hear you from the bottom of the hearts. You never know.
definitely get better.
What's been your favorite matchup so far today?
There's been a lot of good early round matchups that I enjoyed watching while I wasn't actually casting, and seeing those go the distance. Been interesting seeing a lot of Muna being played as a whole. Not really used to that, but good for them. Sometimes they got to win eventually, right? But
Yeah, I mean, if you throw enough to a the brick wall will eventually collapse.
yeah, I mean, honestly, we may get to see that Rin take the whole thing, and that'll be the first.
I hope so.
It'll be the
I hope
first
so.
Muna hero to do it, and get a qualification spot, and doesn't require them to still use Muna in Worlds. If you want to go with a better faction, feel free to.
Yeah, I
But
mean, Skybound Odyssey is only about a month away, so you never know what that might bring up.
yeah, I do think Muna might benefit from Skybound Odyssey though, if as far as
It
the new
definitely need a
hero.
little more love, and I hope they do. I do like playing Muna at the time.
So anything could happen there, but I'm thinking they might get a little bit of a boost.
I'm sad by Kaifu. I was hoping they would do well. I was rooting for Kaifu too, freeloader.
Yeah,
Trust me. We all were.
yeah. I think a lot of people are surprised by that. I think going into the event, I had Kaifu as one of the favorites for sure, as far as just looking at the list and having the possibility of taking the whole thing. So was surprised when they didn't get a good start to the event, unfortunately. So it is sad, but we move on. Still a lot of good players left here to take a look at and see who could take the whole thing.
That's true. And they also still have chances in the NA qualifiers on BGA. They could still go to Baltimore if they choose to do so. I mean, I think it's like an 8-hour trip by car, maybe 9-hour trip from there to Baltimore. They're from Montreal. Um, there's also the Asian World qualifiers if they choose to stay up late. So I mean, there's still plenty of chances for Kaifu or anyone else who wants to make it the top. Right, Blue?
Yeah, I mean there is the beauty of the online qualifiers too is that anyone can do them, right? So
They're down, but they're not out.
exactly. Obviously, those events may be a little bit more difficult. There tends to be a lot of players that join those. We had the biggest event ever in BGA and Altered history at the last qualifier. I think the NA one is currently a little bit smaller though, so maybe it's a better chance for anyone out there if you want to give it a shot. But yeah, there's a lot of other qualifiers. There's Baltimore out there, at least in the North American region. If you want to take a trip to one of the European countries to try to get a qualification spot, go for it. Or maybe you don't have to. Oh, sorry, hit my mic. Uh, take a trip to France anyway.
Yeah,
Go for the last chance qualifier.
there is a last chance for qualifier.
There's 8 spots open there. It's technically your best chance. Anyway, top chance, last chance qualifier. And even if you don't make it, you're there for the world championship. You're here for the 1-year celebration. And it's probably going to be the biggest event that Altered has seen as far as just getting a bunch of people together and meeting everyone. So if you can afford it, go for it. I mean, and even if you can't afford it, take that second loan out of your or second mortgage out of your house or sell something
Yeah.
that's valuable to you that you thought was priceless but
You're for
actually
America. Just get a PPP loan. Trust me, you'll be forgiven eventually.
and yeah, just maybe take out just another loan in general. You don't have to pay those back if you
Yeah.
disappear. So
I mean, they're still. I mean, like we got Spain. I'm looking at the world championship on the Altered website. We still got Spain on September 6th, December and 7th. We got Brazil on September 14th, UK September 13th, Italy the 20th and the 21st. Somehow Greece has 3 days. I don't know why, but they had 26th, 27th, and 28th. I
interesting.
can't see them doing more than a day or two. So for any listeners from Asia, good luck with that one. It's all over the place. And I think that's almost all of them. That's Chile is doing one right now, so you're a little bit too late for that one. Obviously, we have our Baltimore one, which is also on the 13th and 14th, most likely just the 13th at Baltimore. And I think that's it for the world qualifiers that are coming up. So you want to be on stream potentially and have a chance. Me voicing you and saying, "Hey, you're doing great. Or you're doing bad." Mostly doing great. Um, come play.
Exactly. I did get notification there that round 7 is almost done, and once that is done, we will get the final standings as well as the full deck list for the top 8 that we can talk about them a little bit while they are doing deck checks. So there will be a little bit of a conversation as far as the top 8 is concerned and the decks that they have
I'm assuming
for
the last
everyone.
round is a goal rank versus goal rank. That has happened to me yesterday.
It could be, it could not be. You never
Yeah.
know. There's only 2 goal rings, so maybe one of them didn't make it all the way. But that seemed for everyone on stream, that has joined us thus far. I want to thank everyone that is still sticking around to watch the event. We do have a lot more coming here for this WCQ for the Canada Montreal World Championship qualifier, and being able to check that out. We will be having some more content for y'all to watch, so no need to leave. We're going to be going over deck list, top 8. We may even have a little show match depending on if that gets set up or not, but either way, we will be taking a look at that. We will not be taking any more stream breaks. There'll still be someone here at any point throughout the entire time to take a look at everything, and we'll also be able to watch the actual top cut, where we already have one surprise that I didn't see coming. The one Rin that showed up actually is in the top cut, so surprising there, able to beat the undefeated player in Vint, who was 6-0 until becoming X-1 or 6-1
Yeah.
before losing to the Rin.
Yeah, I'm sure
And
that
yeah.
Brent player is on the high right now, saying I beat the person who was undefeated. So probably
Yeah.
feels good about that one.
Yeah, and plus anytime you, get that set up, you can feel good about it, so,
Yeah.
uh, guaranteeing the top cut in the form of just getting one loss is feeling a lot better rather than having to deal with breakers, I'd have to imagine, so
Yeah, breakers is always it feels bad moment for certain players.
we'll, go ahead and wait for that. We're probably gonna be waiting, a bit for the official stuff, but we're gonna stay ongoing here for the updates on who makes top cut and how the final breakdown does in fact work here in Swiss round 7. Let me do a quick refresh to see if we do have any final results here for Swiss round 7 before I look at anything. We're still waiting on results for that Swiss. I
How many
did
more
mute
games do
myself,
they are left? Do you know?
so I'm gonna undo that. That way I know I heard everyone. Because right now I can't hear. I want
No.
to be able to hear Gus. Uh,
I
but,
was asking, do you know how many more tables are still playing?
I don't.
I
I
don't.
just
So you just know.
I just got a notification from them that they are almost done um, with round 7 at the moment, and they will publish the final standings and do some deck checks and get deck lists for us to take a look at as far as the top 8. And yeah, talk a little bit about that while they're doing deck checks
Oh,
and
I can't
eventually
wait.
getting to the top 8.
I'm so excited for it. I can't wait. I wanted to see what else being played here. I want to see what heroes are being played. I want to see if any KR members make it to the top cut. I want to see excitement. I want to see pizzazz. I don't want to
Thrilling.
see. I don't think I don't want to see is any gold rank players on top because I'm going to lose my mind.
You never know. We may just see a gold ring or two. I feel like gold ring has the opportunity to do well. You just got to find the right matchups in the Swiss.
I agree.
If
I
you make it through the Swiss as a gold ring, I feel like you have a good chance. I know Darth Fumbles didn't do it at Dallas, but I think that was just purely the idea of they ran into an Saudi player that knew what they were doing, and you got hit by a bunch of hungers, and it's hard to deal with, right? And even then, the games were really close, if I remember correctly. So is what it is. But we'll see who can make their way to the top cut first here before we talk about them, and kind of go from there. But
I
we'll
think in the
get
meantime,
that.
should I just open this pack on stream?
Should open
Maybe
it, but what is it? Is it Trial by Frost?
it's a OP from Trial by Frost, so it's not gonna be anything exciting. I just been looking at it for a while, and I'm like, I think I'm just gonna open this out of sheer boredom as we wait for the top cut to show up here.
Yeah, Freelater, Gold Ring is indeed swagging. Finally, that we see a Gold Ring.
Look at this, boom! You can't even see it. Let me. Oh, I did pull a unique out of this.
Okay.
I
That
did.
is a heavy pack.
It was heavy, dude. It's been sitting on my desk for like a month. It's a rocket puffin for 2/2, 3/0/3 from reserve. You may ready an exhausted card in reserve. If you do, target character gains 1 boost. And support ability, discard this. Next character you play this turn gains 1 boost. So not so it's okay. It's a
There.
card. It's there.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that top 8 freeloader. It was interesting, especially since the timing changed for top 4 afterwards, right? So uh, kind of sucked for them,
What do you
but
mean by the timing change? I didn't watch the SN.
yeah, they for some reason in top 8 of Top Cut they had different timers for the best of 3, and then they changed it afterwards. So it made it a little bit difficult for the goal ring to win.
Did you
Uh,
shorten the time for some odd reason?
yeah,
Oh,
because it turned into one of the things where they had to go based off of progressions and everything.
top 8 was 70 minutes and then on time. So I guess what top 4 was on time, but top 8 was time.
Yeah.
That's a little bit weird.
It was unfortunate, but I still think obviously some good players got to make it all the way to the end. It was an Afanis mirror matchup. The good old fashioned what we have now with the Nilum Aphanises versus I believe it was a resupply Aphanis as well. Yeah, Goldring was undefeated through there. So we don't have the decks in the top 8 yet. Living
Soon.
Plane that
Soon.
we're wrapping up round 7 at the moment. We finished our game, but it was a fairly quick one, and we are waiting for round 7 to wrap up.
Yeah, last
And that
round was Kojo versus Rin, and Rin won, so it's securing a spot to top 8 here.
yeah, once that wraps up, we will get notification on the top 8, and we will get decks and deck lists for that, and we will be able to discuss that with everyone while they do some deck checks to make sure that the top 8 people are not cheating.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that.
Nah.
Especially if someone sold their unique within the transition.
Yeah, so a little bit of time before that happens, and we'll get that going as soon as it's ready. It may take a little bit of time for them to do some deck checks and get everything set up with that. In the meantime, I am going to switch out at least for now. Cole is going to jump in. Gus will stick around for around 30 minutes or so until they have to be
Yeah.
summoned.
I'll probably stick till the first table of top 8.
Okay. Yeah,
So yeah.
whatever works for you. I don't know when it's gonna be popping up, so I didn't wanna keep you for
Yeah,
too long.
no, I'm flexible today. Don't you worry.
Alright, cool. So, we'll have Cole jump in here in a second, and I'm gonna jump out and still switch some stuff around for him, but then, we'll get things going. There. I'll see you in a bit, Gus.
All right, see you, Blue. For your break. All right, guys, just me, but myself and I. I am in control of this whole place. You are now in my domain as we wait for top 8 to be settled here, and they're also going to do some deck checklists, I believe. And I'm assuming no one is cheating because we all love altered and we won't cheat, except for freeloader, of course. I'm joking, freeloader. I know you wouldn't. Goal rank was 1-1 in quarter in Essen, and game 3 tiebreaker was Flippy, as some hands would have been for goal rank.
You're not in control.
No, my arch nemesis.
Us.
No.
How was it going?
It's going good. It's going good. We're all waiting the anticipation of the top cut here. So I'm assuming you enjoyed that last round. Say yes.
Yes,
Good.
totally. Even though I'm rooting for Vint.
Listen, I'm ready for Vent too, but come on, a Ren player making it to the top, a defeated undefeated player, it feels good, as a Muna player. So you can't not admit that.
What did it end up winning on?
What do you mean?
Was it so I stepped away for a second
Oh,
'cause
you
I
did
didn't
step
see the
away.
full deck.
It was a festival deck, but they won just based on sheer power versus festival.
Nice. Well,
Oh,
at least I can applaud that. I'm not a festival fan, but
fair. It seemed to be like a mixture of like aggro and festival. So I'm not sure it's festival focused or it's just like more focused on power and then festival as a side option.
yeah, it's always good to have a secondary plan, especially being able to play well against more than just a few matchups. So pretty commendable of the Rin player to be able to win on that.
I agree, Freeloader. How could you, dude?
Yep.
Not supporting. You don't believe in Rin or Arjon. You only Tasia. That's it.
No, I'm not an Axiom player. All of the heroes are in their faction.
Fair.
I don't like festival personally. So I actually just lost to a Rin festival on Arena, just trying out a new deck real quick. So that was fun.
This guy was playing on the side. Unbelievable.
I wasn't on cast. I was
Ah, that's
chilling.
fair. Fair.
I was waiting to see what was going on.
Oh, we're still waiting here. So trying to see if it's going to be any other more surprises for Top Cut, or it's going to be mainly like Siggy or Kojo, maybe one Triss player. Unsure yet.
We have results coming up here. I'm pulling up the stream so I can actually watch it. Let's see. Do they have it in the sheet? No. Oh,
No.
wait. Let's see. Yeah, so this one, let's take a look here. This very lovely system they used as a backup. Um, so Midlunner won against Vint. Looks like Vero Solus won against Chris K. Sky Beast won against Emma. Chronor 24 won against Thaddeus. And then Psychos won against Laurent C.
All right.
So I think a lot of those players should be in the top 8. Let's see. Do we have to press any specific buttons to see top 8 here? I don't want to mess something up. I feel like the fact that I can see like the buttons that say to adjust pairings and final standings and stuff makes me worried that I could break
Maybe let Blue handle things in the background here,
it.
and we just look pretty. That's all.
Yeah.
So if he presses the button, that's on him.
Where I'm
Alright.
fully on the Vint train though. I think it would be very cool for him to win Canada after traveling there and then after top aiding in Dallas but not getting the win. Would be a very, very cool story.
Yeah, I was trying to say Blue earlier. Like you're down, but you're not out yet. So there's still plenty of chances of different world qualifiers that's happening in the upcoming months, online or in person around the world.
Yeah, Vint had to lose that last game to not have the undefeated Swiss curse. So everything is going as planned.
I hope so, man. I'm rooting for Ben too. You know, but we will see if there's gonna be any more surprises coming in for top cut. As far as we know, it's one Rin player, one Kojo player. Everyone else is still a mystery.
Yeah, one. So there should be one Rin, one Tasia, um,
One Kojo.
maybe two Kojos.
Mhm.
Oh man, I don't even remember what else we've seen.
I always saw a lot of Tasia for the past 4 rounds, so the kind of like
Yeah.
blanked out of my mind a little bit.
We've been working on this in some regards since 7 a.m. So
That's also fair too. Hopefully, we get a nice little sheet of telling us who made what and what are they playing. Sure, Tom would like to know that as well, so he could put it on 39 cards in the future. Shout out to him for the big support of getting these decks posted as soon as possible after the tournament's over.
oh boy, what are you doing tonight, Gus?
I am playing Peak with some friends tonight and eating pizza.
Peak and pizza night.
Peak and pizza, the 2 P's.
Sounds like a movie.
It is. Movie and a pizza.
Are you gonna make it to the peak?
Knowing my friends, probably not. They like to self-sabotage a lot.
Nice.
AKA me, I like to self-sabotage a lot. But we'll see. We'll see. What are your plans tonight?
I'm ready to go to bed.
That's why I was trying to. I was not sure you heard me earlier, but the Rain player had a snoozer shroom. I think I'm gonna just call it the Karabi shroom.
Yeah. It's that time of day where I get sleepy, but then after 5, get a little bit of a second win. Might go see a movie, might just hang out. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
I mean, we got well, I know you don't have a job at the moment, but we got a not to throw shade at you or anything like that. But we do have a Labor Day weekend here in America, so a lot of people should be off on that Monday. And my job doesn't have power on Tuesday, so I pretty much off on Tuesday as well.
They don't have power. They just shut the
They're
power
doing
off on Tuesdays.
no, they're just doing some electrical work, but they had to
Nice.
shut the whole thing down. One of the players is using one of the custom precious wood mark cart mercury deck boxes. Hope I'll see it. The art of Gorang. Did you know they're gonna make it a top cut? Call how do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce that user's name? Please, I insist you tell me how to pronounce that user's name.
Which user?
The one in chat, the last one, the one talking about the
Oh,
custom precious
one of
wood.
the players is using one of my custom precious bird. Nice. Let's see. For my very terrible French, Ciso Bois, something like that.
So boy, boys.
I do not fluently speak French, so that's about the best you can get.
Sisu a boy. Boy. Oui.
Say it, Sizzo.
Oh, I said it
Wow.
right. Heck yeah, dude. I mean,
Sizzo.
technically, like I just based it on Wikipedia by itself, so it's a very grain of salt here. That my ancestors that came from Spain came from France, so it's a very, very grain of salt right there. So it makes sense that I'm playing Altered now. Still here waiting for the top cut being shown here. And as I asked the lovely voice in my head, Blue, there's any progress going on here? And probably
I'm Yep, I'm
I
checking
agree.
I'm checking around everything. I'm not seeing any updates on my end, but it looks like we have people starting to gather around the stream table. Saw
Yeah.
some coffee there, something. Maybe I should get some coffee.
Maybe doing a little sacrifice for the top 8.
I got tea instead, but
Ah, I'm not a big
I should have got
tea
something
fan.
stronger.
Hmm. I was gonna say that next tournament we need to have like a man on the ground just with just their phone out, just live streaming. That might be me. Who knows? Just to make sure we get all the live updates immediately.
Yeah, what are you gonna do in Baltimore?
I'm gonna play, but I'm probably just play like 2 games and just drop out and just chill.
Is that how it'll go?
I mean, I'll keep playing till I lose, and then I'll decide how many L's I want to take that day. So, I know Rinku is gonna be casting there. I know a guy trying, setting stuff over there. I know Insight is setting stuff over there. So maybe I'll talk to a guy trying, see if I can cast on the side a little bit after taking my L's.
What are you gonna play?
I have no idea. Obviously, zero idea. I don't. I maybe I'll play a Fondness so we can have a Fondness player coming in. uh, maybe I'll do that. That or a Kesha. Or it's gonna be one of those two. Or maybe you'll give me an inspiration to play something cool.
Mm, mm,
I did pull out this rocket puffin on stream. So unless someone scans it, they can take it because I don't care about it, but it's could be something I could use for so you may ready to exhaust a card in reserve, you do target character gains 1 boost.
oh no.
What's wrong?
The stream just went offline.
No. Oh, okay.
Making sure the camera doesn't overheat again, but it'll
Oh,
be back.
did that happen earlier?
I don't know. It broke for
It broke.
for a round. Yeah.
It blipped for a bit. Okay. Well, it's just us for now. We can just talk about our favorite decks. Cool.
My favorite deck is bananas.
Bananas. I don't think that's a deck, buddy. I think you might be a little bit delusional. You know where you're at right now.
What does chat have to say? What do you guys got going on?
Yeah.
What do you want to know? What are you thinking? Who are you?
Yeah, how are you feeling about the Canadian World Qualifier? It is a little bit small, but compared to obviously the BGA ones we do.
Yeah, I think just based on the fact that it was always table 1, we're kind of not sure currently like the full makeup of the top 8, so it'll be rather interesting to figure out what that is and go from there. Let's see the hero breakdown: 8 Sigismar, 8 Kojo, 7 Tasia, 4 Atsadi, 4 Basira, 3 Goreng, 3 Trace, 2 Fen, 2 Sierra, 2 Akesha, 1 Rin, 1 Navenka. Yeah, so I hope the Navenka is doing well because that would be cool to see. And then I think it'd be good to see a Basira again after the recent win that Basira had.
You guys have any ideas when the top 8 will be announced? They're still working on it, so hopefully sooner than later. Shortly, as the A.W.O.L account said, it should be coming in like relatively soon. We've been waiting for a while on our side as well.
Yeah,
But you can blame the gold rank players for taking forever.
once we know, you guys will definitely know
Yeah.
as well.
I hope Nastadi makes it. I hope Nastadi makes it too. I mean, Asadi is the last Bravos hero that has not made it to the world qualifiers. So the three Bravos heroes can all join together and hold hands, knowing that they all made it eventually. Does anyone know what's going on with Chile though? Are they doing their top cut today? Or if they are doing it today, does anyone know the status on that? Or I can just look it up for myself too. It says we are definitely waiting for a while.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that one of the Atsadis makes it. I think we saw them early on, but I don't remember anymore. Um, I'm not sure if we have ever gotten the deck list for one. Seems like they either changed up the spreadsheet or they stopped being able to load in all of the deck lists. It doesn't seem to have all of them on my side.
I would like to say that I do have the Chile stream back up, and I do see a name that we kind of see sometimes in A.W.O.L Zarp.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zarp is in the semifinals with Siggy versus a guy named Chris DM versus Kojo. So that is the status for Chile right now. We were one round behind them, and now we are definitely a lot more behind them.
Okay, yeah. The Gaston was on Atsadi. That checks out. I believe Sky Beast has a very good chance to be in the top 8. Um, let's see. So I should be able to count it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It might come down to tiebreakers if I'm being honest. Um, I think Sky Beast is on 12 points, and there are 1, 2, 5 spots open for 9 players. Yeah. So I think Sky Beast has a good chance, but we don't know, and we don't know what kind of tiebreakers they're doing or anything, or how they're calculating it. So, but
Yeah, with Melee
once
broken, and are they doing everything by hand? I guess.
I would guess so. Yeah.
Are they doing like a gulag situation?
There you go. But like actual gulag style where each person gets a throwing knife and whoever gets hit gets knocked out.
Exactly. Or they had to play a different card game to see who makes it to the top cut. I'm hoping for more. I know Guy Tryon was talking about this earlier, but I'm hoping for more support for 2v2. Because I I enjoy playing 2v2. I've only done it one time, but it seemed very fun to do. But I'm not sure if Equinox really wants to focus on 2v2 at the moment or not. Have you done 2v2 before, Cole?
Yep, I have done a couple a couple for fun 2v2 matches. I've drafted into a 2v2 twice, which was pretty wild, pretty fun. We're getting express spoilers that Sky Beast did make it in, so congrats. Um, Sometimes there are players who have different names on like Melee than they do on BGA. I don't recognize the name Sky Beast. Are they someone that doesn't often play on BGA, or are there any tournaments they like to play in?
Yeah, or maybe they're just a physical player only.
Yeah.
But I do remember Rinku talking about not taking advantage of playing online, and I would say he's 1% right. If you are definitely want to be a competitive player, take the advantage of playing online is definitely be more beneficial for you to do so. I'd say you can't making the top coverage while playing online, but definitely getting more practice. It never hurts.
Yeah, there's just so many ways that you can test decks and interactions online so frequently. Like turn-based games have become one of the ways that I start testing new decks first, so it's very useful.
Mimi, do you know what Beast is playing? I'll let you know, Cole. Is it like was it Kojo or something?
Asia.
Asia? Oh, it's Asia. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Rin, we got Atasia. Not sure Cole was happy about Atasia coming in the top cut. He only believes in Tasia. And and another Kojo. And I'm assuming it'll be another Kojo coming in out of the blue.
Yeah, there was one of the Tasias that didn't have very good anchor uniques. I don't think they made top 8. So Sky Beast does have very good anchor uniques and is in the top 8, so that kind of makes sense. It's great. I love it that Tasia's in there, but it doesn't really help me any.
You gotta get those multi-anchor uniques, man. What are you doing?
You want to give me one?
No, I don't have any.
We are waiting for the top cut, A
Yeah.
Hero's Guide to Asgartha: Altered TCG.
That's the only thing we're waiting for as I look at the Chile semifinals. Because it is actually an interesting match I'm looking at over here. And we got one of our online representative here, Zarp, Siggy, Pine Expedition against a Kojo player.
Traced? Wait, what?
Wait, he's playing Traced?
Skybeast isn't playing Traced.
You lied to me.
Unless we've had the information wrong this entire time.
I mean, you guys are just going based on word of mouth, right?
We're going off of the deck list that was given to us.
Oh.
Yeah, we do have a sheet with like the player names and their decks, and I believe this whole time we've been showing Sky Beast as on Asia.
I'm pretty sure Skybeast was on stream before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they are a traced player, then man, you're watching this back on YouTube on the VOD.
My bad.
We got what we got. Do we even have a deck list for a traced? Let's see. That's not traced. That's a Kojo. Was
You
it
should.
Chicky?
You should have three deck lists.
Chicky is who we had on traced.
Apparently, Guy Base is on Trist
All right.
by Mimi. So whoever we had on stream before was not Sky Beast.
Yeah, maybe what it was is they thought that they had them flipped, and so they flipped them back, but in reality they had it the
Was
first
there
time.
Trist versus? I think it was a Trist versus Tasia.
Yeah.
Stream.
So
And
that
you
would
guys,
mean that they mixed up Chicky and Sky Beast. So Sky Beast is on the traced, which would mean Chicky was on the Asia, which they are definitely not going to top 8. So I mean I guess
all disappointed.
I guess we'll find out. If you didn't know already, we are not in Canada. We are not there in person. We are being fed a video feed and put together the stream and did all of that so that there was a stream for Canada, which is why there might be some little bit of a miscommunication here and there.
Yeah. I mean, we're trying our best, but little mistakes here and there.
Yeah, so if that is the case, then the only Muna might be that Rin.
At the moment. Unless the other ones are playing else.
I should be able to know by remembering the names that we had in the first couple rounds. So I think Sixum and Zypra were both on Tasia. Because round 1, table 1 was a Tasia mirror. And then round 2 was Chicky versus Sky Beast. That would mean Chicky was on Tasia, Sky Beast was on Traced. And then round 3 was Vint versus Sixum, and Vint won. And then Vint, of course, is on Kojo. Round 4 was Noble Gaston, who was on Atsadi, versus Kronar 24, which Kronar 24 is on Asia. And then if we go and we look at the points, Kronar 24 might make it into the top 8. So there might be one Tasia based on the information that I can piece together.
It's a Django, it's like a little messed up tower here. So we're trying to store here. Hopefully, maybe they'll do melee for top cut.
Maybe, yeah, that wouldn't be
That
too hard.
That would be a good idea. Oh no, he had to take a deck check with his mistake. Whoop. I mean, I'm sure it's fine because of so. But that's that's our bad Mimi. I'm sure I'm sure he wasn't too upset about the deck check. I mean, just a deck check, so
Yeah. He had to have a deck check because of the mistake in the paper. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, if I'm being honest. We are not collecting the deck lists, of course. That's being done on location. So thank you, Mimi, for being our connection to
yeah.
solve that. It's going to be very awkward for people watching it back.
I'm sure they watched. They're probably gonna skip this whole section here, waiting for it, waiting for top 8.
Yeah. What is up, Erleia? Lost to 2 Axiom loops in the tumult. What did you get? Top in faction? What happened? I went 1 and 4 in my tumult, so you did better than that, right?
Oof. You went 1-4, but didn't you get the faction card?
I sure did.
So were you the only Lyra player?
I was the only Muna player. Yep.
Oh, Muna player. My bad, not Lyra player. Hey, we take W's somewhere around the world.
Yep. If I knew, or I knew that someone else was playing Lyra. If someone else wasn't playing Lyra, then I would have went with that for an attempt to like actually win. But since I knew that someone was, they actually ended up winning as well on Fen. So I went Muna because no one wanted to play Muna because you can't win.
No ors at all. All Muna.
Did 2 and 2, only 4 rounds. Didn't get the faction card because there was a Rin, a Tasia, and an Arjun. No Ordis at all. We did have an Ordis. We had a Siggy because there's a newer player that joined the week of Dallas been playing, and he picked up Siggy just for a deck that's kind of easy to learn quickly and get stuff for. But yeah, well, unfortunate, but hopefully, besides the looping, there was some kind of fun. There might be a Tasia in Top Cut here in Canada, so
Yeah.
that's exciting. And there is most likely a Rin in Top Cut, which is somewhat exciting.
You don't sound somewhat excited for it.
If it had no festival, it would be way more exciting.
Jeez. Listen, you gotta take Muna's gotta take some W somewhere, all right? Do you not want Muna to be on the top here, or not?
I need the humble Muna to be in top.
You don't understand a winner's mentality, guys. You gotta do what you can to win, even if you gotta be on the dark side.
Never. I will never join the dark side of Altered.
That's festival for you.
Yep. Festival and small step, except for when I play in our rock. Okay, still waiting
waiting.
here. Should have just went on a break and taken a quick nap.
You had the option. Now you gotta wait.
Blue needed a break so that he could go poop and do some calisthenics. So
Mm,
had to take one for the team.
fair. We could do that. I'm watching it right now. So that's really
Yeah,
up to you.
yeah, I was gonna say, is that a breach of agreement we didn't really make or anything yet?
Unless you want to do a little showcase battle.
Mhm. uh, shoot me the link, Gus.
They just stopped
Ah,
because they I forgot who won. Let me ask. Because it went into tiebreaker for Zarp versus the Kojo player. And apparently my Spanish correct, there is a Trist and a Faunus on the semifinals as well. See. No orders at all. Sorry, guys. We are still waiting for all the information for this top cut. I'm assuming they're doing deck check right now. If I could get confirmation from the ghost in my head, aka Blue. He says he doesn't know. We all don't know anything. I'm about to. I know a French Canadian person. I'm not sure how far they are from the store, but maybe I could get them to be boots on the ground.
yeah, send him over there.
Uh they're doing stuff. Okay. Uh
I'm definitely not scrolling Reddit right now. I'm thinking of very great caster things to say and do.
they have not reached the finals yet for the Chile World Qualifiers. It is a one. They're on the third round for the semifinals for the Ordis versus Kojo. I think they took a quick stream break or just quick break of themselves before they come to the third round of the semifinals.
What is your favorite fruit, Gus?
Mm, that's hard. Um, like to eat raw or like a flavor, like like candy. Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I have like different things. So like um for like water ice is cherry. Yeah. But for like straight up eating it, it's either mango or apples.
Hmm. That was a very East Coast answer saying
Yeah.
water ice.
Well, I'm from Jersey, so half of
Mm.
us say Italian ice, half of us say water ice. If you
They
if you
they are
know if
definitely different.
I'm just not gonna say anything after that comment.
I said they're different. I'm agreeing with you. I've had both.
No, no,
You think Italian ice and water ice are the exact same?
they are the exact same. It's just different dialect between the different. So we, if you want to understand the Jersey like region, there's two regions. We got the north side and the south side. And I guess I'm gonna dox myself even more, saying the south side said water ice and the north side said Italian ice. And it's the same thing.
Hmm.
So
Well, I prefer water ice over Italian ice.
good. That's the right way to say it.
Well, no, I mean I prefer the taste of water ice over the taste of Italian
All right.
ice.
If you guys don't see Cole anymore, just let you know that I didn't do anything to him.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll go to Dallas and get some water ice. You know why water ice is better? Because if you're getting Italian ice, you're probably going to like Rita's or something around here. But if you're getting water ice, you're going to like So Icy or something, and they have tahini. So
I have no idea what he's talking about, Chad. So he's just saying a lot of words to me right now.
that's Texas places.
Texas place. I'm just waiting for the ice cream man to show up around my neighborhood to get some ice cream. To be honest with you, I heard it. I heard the alarm earlier, but I'm not sure they'll come back here again. I mean, the weather has been great over here. I'm not sure what's the weather like over in Texas. Probably hot, but ever since the hurricane that blasted through around here, the weather's been very nice and chill.
It has been rainy the last 2 days. So right
So you guys are
now,
in a state of emergency. Got it.
right now it's 80 degrees. So it's pretty good.
Year's been 75 or 23C for some people around here. I don't know the difference between that. I'm pretty sure 23 and 75 are the same thing. I should know because I'm a scientist and I feel like I should be able to convert that pretty easily on top of my head.
I'm a bit of scientist myself.
74, 75, same thing. Yeah, Cole.
Yep.
Are you now? Really?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm a meme scientist.
Yes, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. Um, I'm not sure if anyone's still in the chat. Is anyone going to Baltimore in the chat? Anybody? Mimi, are you going to Baltimore? Because I will be going to Baltimore with a random deck that I have no idea what I'm still playing, but maybe I'll bring every deck possible and then ask everybody if anyone playing this deck. If not, I can have the card and just call it a day.
Mm, I think you should just let chat say a random card, and each random card that they say you have to put in a deck.
All right. As long as it's legal. You just come in with an illegal deck and just keep going at it until they deck check me. And now just peace out. Final day, yeah, Baltimore will be fun. Yes, it will be fun. It's gonna be a lot better than Dallas because sure it's gonna be smaller. Hold on, Colby. I know you're gonna say something. It's gonna be smaller. I'm not gonna disagree with you with that, but it's gonna be more intimate since it's gonna be smaller. So it's gonna be much more awesome, much more, companionship.
Yeah, but if you add up all of the subscribers at Dallas versus the subscribers that are going to be at Baltimore, you know, Dallas just crushes you.
Listen, I don't want to compare numbers here. I just want to compare the funness and the fun levels.
Hmm. So the voice from production is saying that Vint has had a breakdown and is screaming that he should be winning and not have to do top 8. So they're having some issues being able to move on to top 8.
In reality, what Cole's saying is they had to recalculate for top 8 because they're having issues. Gotta do the fun, please.
Imagine being a cop. Couldn't be me.
What is up with the Subway Surfers? What is a Subway Surfer?
It's when we're between matches or bored, we have to put up Subway Surfers so that you guys can be entertained.
Oh, I didn't even see. Oh my goodness. I was waiting for someone to mention it.
Uh,
I didn't even know. Literally looked. I looked at the stream for 2 seconds, like, oh my goodness.
I don't think I'll have a chance to play in another tumult, so that was my one and done.
Yeah, I am tumult out. I went to 3. I think 3 is enough for me.
3 is enough. Dang, can't believe you're so spoiled.
Well, yeah, I know. You guys got to get good over there. That's all.
Yeah, working on it.
I was able to convert a player to start playing altered, so that's a bonus in my locals. But then there was also another person who came in selling the alter card because they can't play because no one's playing their locals. So game 1, lose 1.
Gotta try harder.
Yeah, it's the East Coast here. It's a little bit dry bones.
All right, I'm gonna lay down on the floor. You guys just start yelling in my ear when the games are ready.
All right, while you do that, I am gonna grab some water real quick.
Can't believe that Taco Bell is actually re-evaluating their AI drive-through systems after a guy ordered 18,000 water cups. Oh man, the cast of Expedition 33 are at PAX West and we're not there? What the heck, Blue? Oh, Pizza Bandit. I did come home and play it. It's interesting. Not fully out, is it? Uh when did it technically come out? Oh, it came out 5 days ago. So, yeah, I just tried like one of the tests. So, it's on sale for 10% off if you want to oh damn. They put a dragon in it now? It's a third person co-op shooter if you want to play Pizza Bandit. All right, back to Altered. Also, what's up, Infinite? Nice to see you suggest Celestial Blast. I am making a non-terrible person Akesha deck today. That's what I've been working on. So far, it's kind of really bad, but it's getting stronger and stronger.
I'm still working on my Subash deck. It's getting there. The only feats is slowly coming reality.
Only feet build.
Only feet, no hands, only feet.
It's
The only problems I'm having is trying to get right balance of spells into the deck because there are certain cards that are terrible for me, aka big cards. So I add more removal. But then I start bricking because I have too much removal. So I'm like, great, I don't know what's going on here.
all right. Now it's my turn to go get water. So now you have
All
to
right.
entertain stream. Tell them a story.
All right. All right. I have a real story here. Packs are already open. I was gonna buy more packs and then open them on stream. Not this stream, but my stream that you can definitely catch on Mondays and sometimes Wednesdays and sometimes Saturdays, but mostly Mondays at 6:30 EST. PM, not AM. Do not wake up AM to watch my stream. I won't be there. But I hope everyone's having a good day. I know this is a lot of hiccups going on here. And the only reason why because Melee kind of shot itself in the foot on the first round here. So everything's kind of done by hand, I believe. So hopefully when it comes to top 8, they'll do it by Melee. I mean, they don't necessarily need to do it by Melee anymore for top 8, but I guess it would be better if it's on record for on the system here. In the meantime, I'm going to describe the Chile World Qualifiers. If you guys are not watching it, they are on the semifinals with Zarp versus Chris DM. Siggy versus Kojo. If you are a A.W.O.L watcher, you might know Zarp. I have seen him play A.W.O.L weekly. I think mainly on Mondays, I think. I don't quote me on that, but I think he mainly plays on Mondays. I might see him play on Wednesday time to time, but he is. I know he does frequently. Not frequently. I know he does play online a lot. And I do think I see him play Siggy a lot as well. So rooting for him because he's the only player I know that I am watching at the moment for the Chile World Qualifiers. That's on the semifinals there. In the meantime, we're still waiting for top 8 results. We got one Trist confirmed at the moment, unless they're recalculating. I won't say one Trist confirmed because they're recalculating. I'm just going to say for sure one Rin and one Kojo at the moment here. At the Canadian World Qualifier, I'm sorry, I'm just playing this rapper. That's why I just keep looking down. But I hope everyone else is doing a good day. I'm sorry that the top 8 is not being shown yet. It should be arriving shortly. I know we said shortly last time, but
Did you say you wanted to open some packs?
I opened up one pack because I only had one pack and I got a unique out of it. So
Nice. All right.
should open up some
Everyone
packs,
in chat. Everyone in chat, wake up. We got
ooh, we
three
got goodies here.
3 promo packs here.
3 promo packs of what?
Whispers from the Maze. All right. I'm gonna show stream the cards and you can scan them, whoever wants them. So we got a rare foiler,
Nice.
a Daedalus,
Nice. Common. Ooh.
and a Theseus.
Oh, nice. Theseus. I actually didn't realize Theseus playing altered.
Yeah, they're all at so the alt art theme this set is they're all at an altered convention.
Heck yeah, dude. One day we'll get big and have our own convention.
Yeah,
That is the goal.
kind of what Worlds will be, right?
I'm talking about a separate convention, but yeah, kind of.
I think the Theseus, it goes from he's playing against like Baba Yaga or something, and then he's playing against the Croupier.
I
And
have one on my desk.
I don't remember.
See.
All right, here you go.
Ooh, another rare one, guys. Make sure you scan those cards.
Rare
Almost
foiler,
doing this for free. Minotaur. Cuddly
Minotaur,
Minotaur. Start taking a selfie.
and the Icarus.
More like Icarus. No, no.
Why do you not like Icarus?
I don't know. I just don't.
I like this art a lot. I like him played with his jetpack.
I think he's just. I like him because he's kind of niche.
All right. What do we got in here? Still no unique, but we got another rare foiler.
Ooh, not a rare one.
Got the Theseus.
DC is playing in. Stand up.
I guess this is just some fan or something.
I think so. I think they have. They have a Moon card in their hand, but I can't tell what it is.
Yeah, it is oh boy. You can definitely tell that in the common Theseus has a Atlas, and in the rare, I think is playing a Croupier against the Croupier, but it's very hard to tell. I think the Croupier, she has a Tracer, I think, in her hand. The Muna card, I don't even know. To me, it seems like it's most likely Spindle Harvesters, but
That's what I was thinking too, but I didn't. That was hard to tell.
and then I think the last card here is Pasiphae in Muna.
Oh, I didn't realize Pacific was faction shifted to Muna.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. There you go.
I think you should
Enjoy.
probably build a Pacific deck.
Whoever scanned them. If no one on the live stream scanned them, then maybe someone on the VOD will try. You never know.
True. Never know. What do you do the card that you kind of think that got scanned? Do you just put like a marker on them?
I have donation boxes. So these cards that hypothetically someone should scan, I'll put in my dead card pile. And it's actually very good to have a dead card pile because if you ever like lose a card or you need to bring a card to someone for an event, all they have to do is just buy the digital copy,
Yeah.
and then you'll have the physical there.
Yeah.
So and then I have like all the tournament winnings and stuff, and I keep those in a pile that are dead cards. And if I don't scan them into my collection, then I have them in a donation box that I take to LGSs from time to time.
I think mainly when it comes to uniques, I just put like a marker on across the QR code so I can just play them casually. My locals.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have any more packs to open over here on my side. If I do, might be in this bag. Nope.
All right. What do we got going on in the world? Yes, we're waiting on Top Cut, so Gus and I are entertaining all of you. How's it going,
Halo, kill on
Elon?
guy.
How was your event, by the way? How did it go? And you'll be doing it tomorrow as well, right?
Or they had a tumult.
He was casting for Eve.
Oh, Eve Online.
Yeah.
I was like, it took me a second.
It's been pretty good. Our boy Vint is doing really well. Was 6-0 going into the 7th round of Swiss, but managed to lose the 7th round of Swiss so that he was not undefeated going into Top Cut, which is good because everyone knows if you're undefeated going into Top Cut, then you will lose. So very good that that happened. And then we've seen a Rin, who is most likely in the Top Cut, a Traced from what we've heard, and then kind of the rest is a little bit of guessing, so we're not too sure. Unfortunately, Kaifu had a really rough start and dropped after going 0-3. Has been playing side events from what I've heard. Rhubarb and or Psychos, I think if they get lucky, might be able to make it into top 8, but not certain. But yeah, it's been good.
I think Bennett is top 3 non-QZ North American player. I'm assuming I'm one of the top 3 non-QZ players, North America kill on guy. I'm assuming I am one of those top 3, of course. There's no way you would discount me out of that top 3, would you?
Yeah, doing casting stuff for 12 hours, so you're exhausted. I get it. We haven't quite gotten to 12 hours here on our side. But I'm feeling the tired.
I'm up there. Don't worry. I'm like top 500 out of the top 3. Cole, you're always tired. You're such a snoozer shroom.
Yep.
Always tired. You told me you get your second win at 5 o'clock. It's almost 5 o'clock.
6 minutes, and then I'll be
And then,
bouncing off the walls.
yeah, and then you cannot stop him after that.
Yep. True facts. Hey, Elio stopped by. That's dope. Ah! All right, here we go.
Loser eclipse.
I can ask them for you if they found Asgartha. I think that there was mention of a collector Discord or something. Someone in here was asking about collecting. So
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe
I
they
do
joined
remember
that.
that. That's like hours ago.
That was years ago now.
It does fly bass. Bass. Did I say bass? Bass.
You
Maybe I'm
seen
getting
flying bass?
flying bass. Maybe I'm getting a bit tired here. I do have the Chile World Qualifier on the side here, and I believe
Any hostage players at the event? No, you cannot play that
I don't think so.
in real life. You would never be able to play it in real life, don't you know?
Unless you consider gold rank to be hostage, then yes. There are 3. If you do the commands, I'll do the commands for you, Keelon guy.
Maybe there was though. Maybe the Akesha was a
I mean,
hostage.
there was 2 Kesha players, so there could have been a chance. Two Kesha players, 3 gold rank players, no Waru players, so you could definitely tell there was going to be no hostage situations going on here. Why are you so happy about that, Keelon guy? Why are you so happy about hostage decks? What's going on here?
Because they're in AQZ, they're all
No,
degenerates. A bunch of degenerates.
I like to celebrate. Us civilized folks. All right, Freeloader, that was a good one. I'll give you that burn. That was a good one.
True. But after yesterday, I just have a bunch of holidays now. They're just all
Yeah.
unpaid.
Yeah. For Cole, every day is a holiday now for him.
Yep. Monday's a holiday. That don't matter. Tuesday's also a holiday, and Wednesday, and Thursday, and Friday.
I'm going on holiday.
Yeah, freaking Blue gets to leave right basically after this and go on a holiday.
I'm on a holiday, chilling.
And then gonna go to freaking France next month.
Oh, Blue's going to France?
That's what I've heard
Ah,
on the streets.
nice. Gonna be there for the WC World Champion, huh? Or is he trying to take the last spot qualifiers?
I don't know. That
Now,
I cannot leak.
guess we'll find out in the future, huh?
Let's go see if I have any job offers live here on stream. Let's see. I'm definitely also not playing a game of Altered right now. I would never do that.
I'm there for the eat at a wedding. Folks. Oh, well, congratulations, I guess. Is in order. Oh. 6K spam of people getting congratulations.
They made your Dallas long over layer.
Long over layer.
How long is your layover now? Uh, wait, what? One of the team captains today wasn't there for the Eve event because she was at a wedding. Oh, okay, this was misreported. Uh, to the event host who said she was getting married. Oh, nice. That's wonderful. 3 hours? Darn. Well, how unfortunate I don't have a car. I would have loved to see you. Oh, whoops. Ooh, I love Smoothie King though. That's for sure.
I haven't been to Smoothie King in such a long time. Okay, that's why.
All right, I'm just checking in on things here, seeing if we can give a time update or anything. So I will say Smoothie King like slaps the shit out of Jamba Juice. But there is one place that I think is slightly better than Smoothie King, which was Freshens. They had one on college campus when I went to college, and it was so good. And they had like a green tea energy shot or something that you could put into smoothies, and it was so good. But yeah, Jamba Juice sucks. All right, we are going to actually head on a be right back screen. That way we can stretch or do whatever we need to do. And when we come back, it will be top 8. So I'll let Blue start to take us out here in a moment. But
No.
Gus, you only have like 20 more minutes, right?
Yeah, I was willing to stay a little bit longer just to do the first round, but I'm not sure how long it's gonna take. So
Yeah. Do you
let's-
wanna just in case,
yeah.
worst case scenario, do you want to say your goodbyes before we
Yeah, just in case
send you to the farm?
in case I'm not here, guys. I love you all. I'll see you guys next time I'm on here. So but we'll see. But it really depends on when the top 8 starts because I also need to get dinner ready and hang out with friends and be social and stuff like that.
All right. Well, Blue, whenever you're ready, go ahead and take us to be right back. All right. Never mind. Perfect timing.
Guys, I lied. It was a fake thing. I'm not leaving. It was a trick.
Yeah, we just faked you out.
Yeah, definitely was not spur of the moment.
Oh, there's literally my alarm to wake up from my nap to feed my dog.
You want to go feed your dog now?
Actually, I probably should
Do it before the
because
top 8. I'll take the phone.
yeah, I think because my partner is taking a nap right now, so
Yeah.
I'll go check on them, and I will be right back.
All right, Cole's gonna be feeding his dog. So as he feeds his dog with his Tanjiro shirt.
Tanjiro!
We are getting started momentarily here. Let me ask the producer here a quick question. Blue, do you know if this is going to be on Melee for the top cut? To see the standings. Okay. All right, no clue yet, but we will get a command here. Summon the Wraith self. So there are your top cut. First place for top cut, mid loner. Then Bit, our hero, Riro Solas. And number 3 for Chris Key. Number 5, Sky Beast. Number 6, the Kroner 24, almost a 24/7. Number 7, Noble Gaston. And number 8 is Rhubarb. So I, and I believe Rhubarb is a KRA member, so it's good to see a KRA member make to the top cut here. Yes, Gaston has made it to top. I think I forgot what they're playing. I ain't gonna say it. I kind of forgot it. They were on stream. But I just forgot what they were playing. The only people I do know that are playing for Hero is Vin is on Kojo. Mid Loner is on Rin. Everyone else, I have no idea.
Yep. Sky Beast
Is
is
on
Trace.
Trist. Yes.
I don't know what Rhubarb is playing, but probably Kojo.
I thought he was
And
more a
then
sticky person.
no, well, I don't know. Could be anything really. And then Gaston is on Outsadi, I believe.
Do you know about Kronar or Rero Solus?
Kronar is actually one I think we do have the deck list of, and I think it was it was
Asia.
another Tasia. Yep. So if these are confirmed, let's see. Oh yay! So Sky Beast does have the correct deck list now. For just what we're viewing, so we won't tell you anything wrong anymore. And the stream should also be labeled correctly for that.
It's a self-looping hunger guy. I have not seen Gaston play. I mean, maybe I have. I just kind of don't remember. But
There was something I was gonna ask while we were still just chilling here. I forgot.
how's my day been? It's been good. How yours?
Yeah, that is literally actually what I was gonna ask, except for I was gonna ask Simon. I literally had it like started to type.
Oh, this young unique picks itself up. Wow, that's crazy. That definitely needs to be banned. What is this? What is this? They sell picking up hunger. Yeesh.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've also been told that Blue is buying everyone that appeared on cast dinner. So
Crazy.
we're all meeting at Waffle House in DFW tomorrow night.
That's
So,
gonna be quite a trip for me, buddy. But I'll try to make it.
yeah. Travel accommodations are not included, but he will buy you Waffle House.
I mean, I've been to Waffle House before, and I'll tell you right now, I'm good.
All right. Yep, yep. Can we put, Blue, that little black book we have of people never to invite again?
Apparently, my opinion for Waffle House is not a popular opinion.
Yep. Gus has been muted on purpose. Elio, you should still be able to hear me, right? Oh, or Elio has no sound. Okay. Yeah, top cut heroes wise. Um, I don't think we. Oh, we might have all of them. Blue, are you already preparing the heroes or? Okay, cool. I will not do the work to figure out the heroes then, because Blue is already doing it. But yeah, what Keelan guys said is pretty correct from like as far as we know.
Anyways, as I am now floating on the side. Oh, okay, there we go. Now I'm back to normal. I mean, I would have been fine upside down. So, again, that was my punishment for critiquing Waffle House.
Yeah, what the hell is your problem, man?
I mean, I only been to Waffle House one time. Maybe I went to a bad one.
No, they're all the same.
Yes, I was sober. We don't have Waffle Houses up here in the East Coast, sir. Right?
Unfortunately, we have no
Northeast.
control over what games are picked. It is table 1, so it will definitely most likely be how do they do top 8 matchups? Is it first seed versus last?
Yeah, I would assume
Yeah.
so.
So it'll be mid loner versus Rhubarb, which it'll be cool to see Rhubarb. We haven't seen any of
Yeah.
his play so far. Um
There's only this- There's only one Waffle House. It just exists outside of space and time, so it appears in many places. All right, guy, try. I believe you, buddy. It has not appeared here in the Northeast Coast, so I would say though when I do go traveling south because my best friend lives in Alabama, so I do get to experience some more of this southern stuff. I do like Bojangles, so Bojangles is pretty good. I love the biscuits a lot.
all right. Hope is all we have these days.
I'm about to destroy your hope right now because I have another critique for another fast food place, and that's Whataburger. And I think Whataburger is just a slight upgrade of McDonald's, and I think McDonald's and Whataburgers are bad. Really? I felt like I felt Whataburger is just a bigger size McDonald's, and that they both tasted the same. Yeah.
I will not, even though I'm in Texas, I will not rep hard for Whataburger. Uh, Simon was really stoked to go to Whataburger once, but I could care less. So, ooh, rhubarb's on
Oh,
Fen. That's a total out of left field.
that's yeah, I did not expect that. I seen Rhubarb play a couple times, but I don't think I ever seen them play Finn before. Finn.
So I'm while we're waiting here, I'm in a turn-based game and I'm playing my Silas for the first time. This thing is so cracked.
Upcharge next time you sell it to somebody. It's like
Uh,
now it went from going from 80 to now 180.
he hasn't said if he wants to buy it yet or not. So
You gotta tell them the price is limited here. You gotta pick now, otherwise you gotta be increasing here.
this is probably the strongest unique I've ever opened. So maybe I have to keep it just to play Ghoul Ring. Shut up, Blue.
Yeah, you gotta sell those uniques, buddy.
I'm thinking maybe I just don't get a job. What do we think about that? And you guys all just funnel money into me.
You just stream on this channel every single day, and maybe yeah. You
Yeah.
could be like me and hijack the stream by accident.
Yeah. I think I am gonna do every Tuesday do a stream like I did, trying to figure out a deck. So this week was the Simmerg deck inspired by Gus. Maybe we'll do some Akesha next week. I don't know.
I can inspire with Kesha. You may inspire with Kesha too.
Yeah, what do you want me to use
You
in
want to use
Akesha?
my Kesha deck?
Well, what fun is that?
Because I like to see people use my decks. That's why.
Does it have Celebration Day or
No,
Gear?
no.
All right.
I'm gonna show you one picture and then you think about it. Give me a
All right.
second.
Uh,
Are you interested?
does it
Interested?
require having that Silas that you have in reserve?
We don't talk about that, but you don't need to have that one necessarily. You just need to have Silas's, all three unique Silas's.
Oh gosh.
And yes, you do need a rare Conjuring Seals. And it's funny enough with that game. I played. I think I had one rare Silas. I played that one rare Silas, and I only got 20 boosts at a 21 boost. I was gypped out on my game there.
We
I
got
hate.
the top 8, but when when are do we have an ETA on the games starting?
I'm assuming they're just restarting the stream and stuff like that.
Yeah, the stream's not back up yet.
Yeah.
Okay. So if the information on this app that they're using is correct, which also mirrors what you said, Psychos was literally like 1.3 away.
Do you know what they're playing?
Psychos has been untraced. I don't know for
Ah.
sure what they were playing here, but they were in 9th place. So they just barely didn't make it. Darth Fumbles, who we saw in Dallas, ended at 20th. And Argon 11, unfortunately, on 17th. And then I think Thaddeus is someone we know. Shout out to Thaddeus on 15. And then, yeah.
Cool.
All right, Blue and chat. What do we have to do to get Altered to be an actual game on YouTube instead of Blue picking Magic the Gathering
Wait,
on
what?
his uploads?
Is that true? Really? I need to see my videos if it does that too.
Yeah, they're it's currently I did some research on it because when the game was first coming out, I also tried to help get the Twitch category. Fuck, give me a second. And I did like the submission process that you're supposed to have to get listed on Twitch. And they rejected it because they were like, "Oh, this is like a physical game or whatever." And so I went like a different route that they said to go, like getting votes for the Twitch user voice. And then someone just randomly came in and they were like, "Oh, hey, I submitted this and now Twitch has a category." And I was just like, "What the hell? I've been working on doing this for so long and somehow it didn't work until you just came and did it."
Alter's a category for YouTube. I see it right there. My videos is going straight for Alter, not Magic.
No freaking
I'll,
way.
yeah, unless I'm looking at the wrong thing here.
That'd be funny if like it just is there now
Because
as we're
I
talking
see
about.
under gaming and Altered, and Altered doesn't have much of a picture to it, but I see Elios, I see like Billy Quay, Bravos, Adder.
What the hell?
Actually, I don't see blue at all here.
Blue, what are they doing to us?
I see Kojo Main. I see myself. I see some other people. Caleb. I even see Hero's Guide of Asgard. Asgard. I'm like,
Hero's
yeah.
Guide to Asgard. That's a different channel.
That's a different channel, different place.
All right, so if I go to,
I even see Freeloader.
did you just type in the search bar altered?
No, I went to just my YouTube video, like one of my YouTube videos,
All right.
and then I scroll. So
So
you go to your YouTube, or like one of your YouTube
gaming
videos.
altered. No shot, it's there now. All right. I promise it hasn't been there for that long. Either that or we didn't notice it because it doesn't have like a date or anything. All right, let's see. Altered browse game. Damn. How long auto generated by YouTube? How long has this been here? I wonder. Well,
It doesn't really say how long it's been there, but it does
yeah.
show like a lot of people.
Wait. Oh, because this is not altered. That's what it is.
Well,
This is
Alter, this is something
yeah.
else.
So I'm still right. I'm still right. This
Hey,
is solve,
it's better than being magic, okay?
yeah. Solve difficult puzzles in a soothing atmosphere by altering your characters in multiple ways, forcing you to think outside ... glitch
It's-
heart.
Hey, I mean that's the true altered spirit right there. All right, well at least we got a category. The description is not right, but altered is a category, and I'll take that.
Yeah. There's I see like a creator in here that I've like never seen.
Is it me? Yeah, no.
No, it's Debuni. All of their thumbnails are super AI though. That's against the rules.
Is it?
Yeah, you can't use AI to create
Or
like altered stuff with altered art.
I just use Photoshop and just do something stupid.
That's how you gotta do it. I don't think they've made anything for altered in a long time though. Yeah, like almost a year. It's actually a soothing
That's a
atmosphere.
speaker.
All right. Yeah, you said Vera Solis? Vera Solis is also an artist, but we don't know Vero Solas. We do not know what yet. Nice, nice. Billy Quick may be a good dude, but I'm taller than him, so subscribe.
Listen, I mean, you gotta get your W somewhere, right? So,
I stack W's on W's.
of course, of course.
Do. I was gonna talk to Blue about if we were gonna try to get a winner interview, but
It
I
might
don't
be
know.
late. It might be late at night at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll have time.
It'll be 6. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. W is a very stackable shape.
That's a good one.
You got like 3 more minutes, don't you, Gus?
I mean, let me ask my fiance to see what
I-
to do.
Is she gonna be playing Peak with you?
Yes, she's the one hosting actually. So
That's what's up. Wait, I never see her around in your house. Is this a Roblox girlfriend?
no, it's a Canadian girlfriend. You don't know her. She goes to a different school.
Oh, Canadian girlfriend. Oh my gosh.
Oh, fiance, not girlfriend. So
Oh yeah, Canadian fiance.
yeah, trying to import her to good old USA. So
Why would you ever make someone live here? Why would you do that to a person?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm a villain.
You are a villain.
It's also
At,
because I own a house and they don't.
at some point, we'll realize that any interview is a winner's interview as long as you guys are running it. I
Oh, that's so
mean,
sweet.
facts.
Can we get King Long Guy over here as an interview?
Speak of the devil and they shall arrive.
Yeah. They just tuned in when I was trying to say Asgartha, but I said it incorrectly.
uh,
But they heard that
uh,
clip.
if if anyone is randomly watching this or anyone watching it on purpose and likes the setup, the conversation, how it's run other than the delays, I need a job. So, reach out. The delays are not anything that Blue and I have constructed. We plead the we're not in Canada.
I did it. It was me. I'm the one.
It's gonna be very awkward when you say that you're in Canada, but your fiance is like, "Why are you not visiting?"
Yeah, I'm in 2 places at once.
All right, tell us the story of how you met.
We just met online, and then I raised her up, and that's about it.
Oh yeah, what was your riz like?
I was aura farming essentially, and
Mm.
she's just screaming probably right now that I'm saying all this stuff.
Was it in VR chat?
It was.
God, I knew it. What kind of skin did you have?
Um, it was a I don't forgot what it was,
And
but
she definitely had a Michelangelo Ninja Turtle skin in a speedo, right?
no, but I know she has a Fortnite banana one.
Okay, okay. In Fortnite, I usually have the cowboy lady with like purple mist flying around because I don't spend money on the game. So I either have that or I did earn a clone trooper skin during a Star Wars event. So I'll switch back and forth between those.
I never spent a dime on Fortnite, and I just like farmed the the battle points, whatever. So I got my free battle pass for life now.
Yep. For
I'm too
life?
old for this. Yeah, you know when you well, at least in the beginning, like you could get like the what's it called? I
Oh,
don't
you
Fortnite.
get enough of the V-Bucks from the
V-Bucks,
past.
there we go. Yeah, so I
Yeah.
got enough V-Bucks, and then I just play, and then you get the free battle pass just by grinding a whole 2 years of not paying for a damn thing.
All right. Creator code COHL, by the way. All you Fortnite kids out there can use that code.
I'm too old for this, says Blue, even though we're all probably the same age here.
I think my creator account is actually lapsed. Let me go see. Bam, 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 bam. All right, production, what's the current update? Okay. All right.
Production's dead inside from what I heard, so
Yep.
rest in peace.
I think there's actually technically money locked in my creator account because I've never made enough money to get it out. That's funny. Let's see. I still need to watch that.
What is this K-pop Demon Hunter? I've been hearing about this, but I have no clue what it is.
It's a animated movie about K-pop demon hunters.
Okay, that's all you need to say.
What you could do is with your Canadian fiance, what you do is you pick something to watch and you play it at the same time, and then you like text about it while you're watching it or whatever.
Yeah,
Uh,
so we
Mad Hangs.
actually I finally got her to start watching One Piece when she was visiting here.
Ooh.
So we're now at 800 episodes deep in after I want to say 7 months, I think. About 7 months. I got the 800 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about what arc of One Piece is important.
Or we just talk about the deck list.
Oh, the deck lists.
Yes.
Okay.
We can just talk about deck list.
All right, production. Which one do you want us to start with? Because you're going to
Which
show
I
them,
have.
right?
Yeah.
Do you want to just go in order? Start with Midlaner? No problemo. So I'll be honest, I don't know how it worked out this way. I guess it's just by the different tiebreakers and things like that. But Midloner is in first. I guess it's because no one remained undefeated.
Yeah, I think so.
So
And since he defeated the undefeated person, kind of makes them the top dog.
what happened to Cast? We're right here. What you mean?
Right here, we're chilling.
All right. So this is Midloners. By now, we know from stream, and now because you're seeing the deck list, that it is a Rin Festival deck here. Let's see. So we saw a lot of the aloes. I mean, I guess the most interesting thing about this, as far as I can tell, is the fact that it also still has a bountiful meadow. And maybe that is why it has kind of that two-fronted attack of, if they can't get the festival, they can get a lot of different things out, keep things anchored.
Yeah,
Uh, yep,
yeah. Only three
and
spells. I mean, if you look at, I mean, they have heavy bodies too. They got 3 copies of the rare Seronos. So I guess when you combine it with the bountiful meadow, does make it a cheap 2 cost for a 4/4 body.
yeah, and then they do have 3 unique Capellias, which I have not looked at all. So let's see. When I go to reserve from your hand, play me for free, and I gain a sleep. But it also has you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less than me gains anchored. Blue is showing everything else on his screen as well. Uh,
Uh,
When another
uh,
character joins your expeditions, if you control 1 or more landmarks, something gains anchored. And then, where did I get lost at? Oh no, that's just kind of 2 of them are basically the same. Um, they're both when another character joins your expeditions, if you control a landmark, up to 1 target character and cost 3 or less, gains anchored. And then yeah, as Gus was saying, some different heavy body characters. You got your Sununos, you got your Daughter of Yggdrasil. Aloe Vera can be kind of considered that. And then yeah, pretty cool Rin list, seemingly working out very well. Uh, if they win, I'm ready to see even more Rin Festival every day for a couple days.
well, I think what helps around this deck is just I do think the heavy bodies do work, and I guess they do have a multi anchoring type of thing going on as well with the Capellas. If I remember you saying the uniques correctly, I kind of like zoned out for a second, but I do see a possibility of just you throwing more bodies onto the board and making them stick there, kind of like how Tasia does it without the boost. Oh.
All right, next up would be Vent. We have taken a little bit of a look at this deck. I haven't had the time to do it. It would be, I mean, I guess I can pull it up right now. The difference from Dallas to now, let's see. So Vint on Kojo in Dallas, they had 0 permanents. And then the gameplay should be starting soon. Last thing I'll just say is, yeah, in Dallas, 0 permanents. Here in Canada, it's a mess version with 2 mess and 2 haven. And then the Duel of Grit and Mana Eruption are both lowered to 2 and 2 instead of 3 and 3. And let's see. There's a not Tooth Fairy. There's a Haven Bouncer unique instead of a Tooth Fairy here in Canada. So we should have the stream up here soon. Now you have to see Gus and I while we wait for it to come online. Ugh.
Gotta see behold the Rinsable or Gaston takes it if Kesha didn't make tops. I
Yep.
don't think there was any Yizmir that made it the tops, right?
Yep. No Ysmir top. It'll be more ammo for Keelan. Complaining that Ysmir is dead. Get some good sleep, Sir
Good night,
Keelan.
Elon.
See you doing your thing
Yeah.
tomorrow, and Proud of you as well.
Yep, proud of you as well.
What did what did the fiance say? Are you allowed to hang
Yeah,
out a little more?
yeah. I'll just hang out till we get done with the first game of top 8 here.
Okay.
I feel bad more for the players than us because they're gonna be sticking there a lot longer.
Yeah. Can Gus come out and play?
That's that got the fewer of us, the easier my path. 07.
The salute. Yeah.
Even before I play P. We got plenty of time before we play P. Okay. I have frozen pizza and let me tell you right now, I never ate frozen pizza in my entire life until Jen introduced me to frozen pizza.
What's your brand and style of choice?
I don't have any because I only tried it one time.
What do you have in the freezer right
I
now?
have the Giornos. Like
Oh, you got the fancy stuff.
yeah. I mean it was on sale. So it was dollar off. So it was like $5, I think.
Yeah. Who says you can't eat pizza and play Peak at the same time?
Exactly.
I have actually not played Peak.
Oh, you're missing out.
Yeah. I am uh I'm actually a pretty big gamer. But I have not been able to play as much with doing all the
Ah,
altered stuff.
yeah.
So
Well, speaking of alter, a good transition. We are now live and we are in a game.
we
And
are.
and it looks like we're already off with Capella being played, the unique Capella. And looks like they advance and using invisibility to drop down the Lyra Festival.
Yeah, we see two uniques already. We see one of the Capellias on the Rin side, which we already explained to everyone. And then there's a Esmeralda from this should be Rhubarb, I believe. So let me pull
Yeah, but
up.
I believe Rubar should be the Fen player. So yeah.
Yeah. So this Esmeralda is a 3-3-1-0-3. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, you may return a card. From anywhere, roll a die. On a 4+, draw a card. Otherwise, resupply. And then from hand, resupply.
All right. You said a lot of words just now.
Yep. Yep. And it should have flashed on screen there. You can read all of those words for yourself. Notably, Rhubarb is part of the KRA team, the last hope in the top cut for
Yeah.
KRA team. As far as I'm aware, I know they've picked up some new players recently, but with how we have the names displayed, we don't have any of those team signifiers
Yeah.
next to the name.
So starting off here, looking at a nice little section here. I do want to mention blue. I think you do have the name backwards on the stream here. No, dang.
The names were swapped. Blue should be fixing it here. Man, the festival is already out. One of those Capellias has fleeting on it.
Yeah.
How
We got
how does
Serenos though. Anchored
yeah,
tough. Well, not tough, but like,
yeah. How
yeah.
does the Cernunos get anchored though right off the bat?
The Capella. I believe. Isn't
Oh
it?
shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. All right. Yeah, the Capellia's anchor. That is a good explanation of how this deck has been doing so well. Just seeing that interaction right there.
We do see a cloth cocoon in the reserve though, which it just shows like, hey, I'm able to pop your Lyra Festival at any time I wish to do so. Oh, but they got the win condition with Lyra Festival there. So we're actually going straight to game 2 of the best of 3 here.
Wait, what the hell? I literally
Yeah.
looked over. What happened?
I don't think Rhubarb realized that they had festival condition in on the board until like the last second.
Was it well, how'd they get the sleep?
Beauty sleep.
Okay. They
They
did Beauty
played
sleep
with,
the
yeah,
spindle?
the spindle, yeah.
Damn. All right.
So
That's gotta be an unnerving loss, to be honest.
yeah, I mean, can imagine there's probably not a lot of practice going against festival decks nowadays. So, I mean, they had the opportunity to crack the festival, especially since they had a good lead against the Ren player, I believe. But I don't think they realized that they were kind of getting close to the win conditions there.
Yeah, that's you gotta take out that festival the second you see it. I didn't I was looking at the deck lists, so I didn't clock if they missed the removal or got it at the wrong time or what, but
They had a removal on the reserve, and I believe they had the mana for it because they just played a Nazi. I
yeah.
believe they were on 5 mana, so they could have just played the Cloth Cocoon after I forgot his name, the top of my head. Midloner played a card.
Mm. Well, uh we also, I believe, have really fancy match trackers that Blue put together, so round of applause for Blue.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you.
You'll be able to see on stream what the match record is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this top cut is timed or not. That I have zero information, and I can't really tell if they have a clock going on or not. So for now, we're going to assume it's not timed, meaning these guys are going to stay here but past my bedtime. So, but it is
But
interesting matchup to see a Ren player versus a Fen player.
what how you gonna go to bed early if you're playing Peak all
I'm
night?
not. I'm not. It was a joke. But who knows? Maybe they'll still keep playing until 2 a.m. and then I'm just tired. But we're starting off here. Rhubarb let the Ren player go first here. Maybe hopefully to sneak in a Call Cocoon early on in their match instead of not playing it. What do you think about the game here so far? I know you don't like the festival decks, but that was a pretty sneaky festival played right there. And apparently I'm not allowed to be tired too.
Yep. You're not allowed to be tired. Thank you, Jen, by the way, for the offer to join you guys. I'm super down to play games with people. Tonight may not be the
Yeah,
night, but
you're definitely gonna be stuck here for a little bit.
but yeah, my name is the same basically everywhere. So what I think about the game is, yeah, I mean that was just a very impressive little festival there. Everything lined up.
Yeah.
I don't think it will go that well again in game two, but I mean, you really never know because it could literally just be, a thing of Rhubarb not getting those cloth cocoons or not getting any other removal, and you just kind of
Right.
have to sit there and watch it happen.
Yeah. I mean, I think this Ren player has been playing very well from just based on the first match against Venti and getting that sneaky cloth cocoon or not sneaky Lyra Festival win there. And just based on what I see from their hand, I think they are in a pretty good setup at the moment. I think I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
I'm good. I'm good. So we have a potential. I do see Oliveira from Midloner's hand here. So I wonder if thinking about just blocking the area. Just make sure no one advances here. Just focus on the win condition on festival instead. Or maybe they're thinking, hey, maybe I won't be lucky as I was last time, so maybe I should just go for advancement instead. We'll see. We'll see what they'll decide from here.
One mana play. Is that a little spindle harvester we see?
Most likely.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
change their mind. There's a bumblebee in reserve, but that would cost 2 from reserve. They set a
Decided
full
to
send
block.
on the aloe.
Yeah. Decided to just block instead.
Yep. Man, if that was Tasia, they would have got the advance.
I know. But this ain't Tasia. This is Red.
Yeah.
I
I
can
do.
understand why. So
Yeah, I do wonder if there is really any benefit for this deck to be on Rin instead of on Tasia. I guess
for sure. There's so
it's
many benefits.
the heavy bodies are usually heavy in forest, so that's probably like your main thing there is you're gonna have more access to cards, which
There's
means more festival. Yeah.
yeah. There's also the fact that you can choose. I mean, I'm assuming if you have a hand, you could choose, and you do 1 on 4, you could choose a card to put in reserve here.
Yeah. Because we have seen a couple players just play Festival on Tasia.
I mean, I get it, Tasia, but I think Ren definitely uh utilizes more of the support abilities from these cards. If they could just put them into reserve if they win on forest.
Blue doing the rounds, letting everybody know Top Cut is live.
The fact that I see a Kodama on the other opponent.
Yeah, I was.
was like, are they also playing festival? This is a festival v festival deck.
There's a Twinkle Twinkle, a Kodama, an
Yeah.
Aloe.
I mean, it could be just coincidence here. So we do see the daughter. You could just still being played.
Foiling looks super nice
Yeah.
in this like placement where it is nice and shiny. Hey, what's up, Timpet? How you
Well,
doing?
how's it going, my man? I could definitely see them anchoring the Oliveira for sure here. And
Yeah.
possibly the daughter just trying to maybe go for an advancement at this point.
Yeah, they could have anchored the Aloe before they played the daughter, couldn't they have? That
Yeah.
caregiver's been
Yeah,
there.
they had Kodama as well. So
It is always very interesting when I see players do that because one, I either do it from time to time as an accident, or two, it's a calculated risk. But it is
ooh,
a big risk to leave that caregiver just in the reserve and not anchor the aloe or something else, which
yeah.
now they'll do.
I wonder if that was I mean, oh okay, never mind. I see what happened in hand here. Decided to anchor both Oliveira, so no one's moving again at this day. But they do have a floral 10 for protection here.
Yeah. What is I think scarier that they're not moving is Rin just has more chances and opportunities to pull off the festival.
Yeah,
I think if you're Fen, you want to be ahead on the tumult in this matchup, especially because now you're one cloth cocoon down.
that's true. I'm assuming they might have another one in their hand because I can't see the reason why you use one unless you have another one in your hand here. So maybe the Rin player might just go for advancement instead of the festival play here. They're trying to really decide what to do here. I mean, they have a lot of options going on. We do see the Capella coming in, and I'm not sure which one that one is. I know that they have another one in their deck.
Yeah, so they have two that what is the exact trigger? I know that it anchors, but I can't remember like what the cause is. So let me pull it up here. So it is just when another character joins your expeditions, but you have to have a landmark, and both of them are the same. Um,
We can't.
I
We can't tell. It did.
I
I
if I
think.
had to
Yeah, I think so.
guess,
It's three from hand two from reserve.
I think it might actually be the 3-1-1. Just looking at
No,
the
I don't
stats.
think so. I think it's 2-3-2.
Ah, my eye. Either way, the 3-3 and the both of the ones that cost 3 do the exact same thing.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So, right now, no landmark, so not going to be giving anchoring, but um, how much mana? They don't have enough mana. Are they just going for some card draw here, some progression?
Yeah, I'm assuming it might just anchor the Oliveira again with Kodama. Yeah, we're just going in for another anchor.
Yeah,
The Oliveira's gonna be stuck on here tough, man.
it would be good to also anchor that Copelia if they can. There shouldn't be any way for them to do so now. So
Yeah, they're all out of mana. They're tapped out. Nothing else in reserve besides another Oliveira. So I'm assuming they're gonna go for trade here unless they are able to pop off another card here. Maybe reduce the cost for a Twinkle Twinkle. They choose to do so. Maybe Twinkle Twinkle the Oliveira. Yep. I'm such a fan player, even though I don't touch fan.
just a genius caster.
uh, I just call them how I see them. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fan
How's it
versus
going,
Fan.
Scott?
Yep, it is very spicy going on over here.
Yeah, I would. It's a little better now. So why does that go to sleep though?
Is it a card that goes from expedition to reserve? It goes play for free or something like that?
I gotta read them. And I go to oh yeah. Okay, so when I go to reserve from the expedition zone.
Yeah, that's probably why they played
Okay.
it from hand. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Are both of the 3 cost ones that when I go to reserve from your hand? Okay, so that's the difference.
Yeah, so there's a little bit
So,
difference between some of them where they get played for free, which is
ha,
interesting.
I this is the one that I said it was. I'm right. It's the one that's 3-1-1.
3-1-1.
Yep. Yep. So Gus was wrong. I was right.
Listen, we both wear glasses, and clearly my prescription is not as good as yours.
Yeah, I just got mine updated a month ago. So,
There
yep.
you go. Mine's I think a year lacking.
You got to remember to go every 2 years. All right, the festival has hit the board.
Festival, yeah, festival's on the board, but do they have another cloth cocoon to stop this madness? I imagine they do. I don't see a reason why they play the cloth cocoon earlier, knowing that they're going to go in against a festival deck. think you're trying to decide which side to really take here.
Yeah, the other thing is they could disrupt the festival with Twinkle Twinkle as well. Um if you wait, can they? I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind, I'm getting tired. For some reason in my head I was like, you can do that, right? But if they still have 3 of them on 3
Nah,
different
they yeah,
characters, it's
nah.
whatever.
Yeah, it's whatever.
It's whatever.
I think well they have the festival conditions in no, they need to have another sleeping character, right?
Why does your fiance know when you last got your glasses prescription? Do you not
Because
take care of yourself, Gus?
I do. I just need a little bit of help, that's all. Hi everyone, small question. Does hunger cost more? No, hunger does not target. So
Ooh.
so you do not have to pay the cost for a tough.
Yep. So things that don't specifically target a character get around tough because the characters have tough. I will always mix them up, but uh Blizzard, I think, since
Yeah,
it
Blizzard.
targets the
Expedition.
expedition, hunger just eats everything. It doesn't specifically target a character. Um there's Anubis because you make the player sacrifice a character, and there might be 1 or 2 others I'm not remembering.
To play the Oliveira, I think it might be a good game here, unless they have a Cloth Cocoon in hand here. Yeah, I do see a possibility to make things cheaper. Yes, there we go.
Ooh, the
Oh,
Requiem.
Requiem. I always forgot that card exists too.
Let's go. I mean, I am totally unbiased, and I am just happy that both of these players are playing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good matchup to see here. Not something we typically see here, especially a Ren player. But they do have a lot of stats on the board here against the Fen player. So, and they also have to choose a card to throw away. Keeping a Requiem just for another Lyre Festival that might pop up eventually.
Yeah, so as Rinku has taught us, the Kaibara counter is 1, 2, 3 for Fen, and 1, 2, 3 for Rin. So tied up here.
So I'm assuming the mid loaner might just go for advancement at this point. I don't see them actually pursuing Lyra Festival conditions again, but I could be mistaken. What do you think, Cole?
I don't know. I think it's still highly possible. They do have just a bunch of stats out on the table. We've
That's true.
only had them use 1 of their Capellias so far. This is the same Capellia. I mean, it's still possible, but at least for this turn, you're probably right. They're probably focused on getting a double move here. Oh,
Yeah.
I just noticed that there's a festival on
Yeah, they have a
Rhubarb's side
festival.
as well.
Yes, they do. They got a festival play here. And as we know, the Ren player is not playing anything to remove permanence, as far as I know. And I don't think, as we discussed in stream, I don't think they're playing anything to get rid of permanents like those. Only 3 beauty sleeps.
That's
So,
it.
do they have the enough mana for the win condition though? That's a real question here. It's kind of hard to tell with the red cards blending in together. Like they don't have any cards in reserve to reduce cost, as you typically see with fan players have.
Yeah, they do have a Hatter though, so the Aloe can stick around some more.
Oh, another big body that's getting anchored. Oof.
That's a whole lot of plants
That's a
and
lot of
plant
plants.
people.
I think they're trying to see if a Nazi can take that side or not.
We got to do all the math.
Or they could just also go on the other side, just call it. I wish I could tell how many mana defend player has. I want to say four left. Being really trying to decide what to do here. Do you anchor the Oliveira or do you play the Nasi and then anchor it for stats for the next day?
Against Tasia, I actually think you can play the Anansi because they're or not Tasia against Muna, Rain specifically.
I was ready to correct you, buddy.
You don't have to worry about sabotage, so you can
That's true.
definitely play the Anansi out first. Or yeah, there you go. I was gonna say, or consider playing the Tech Lab to get something else, but
I think he's trying to decide maybe sleep the Capella. Yeah, that Capella is going to be a complete nuisance for Rhubarb here. I don't know, man. I don't know what else going to take here. I don't. There is no win condition for Lyra Festival, based what I can tell here. I mean, there might be something they have in their hand that could surprise me, but
yeah. So Rhubarb actually has a decent amount of mana, right?
I think so. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, there should be 7 mana, and he used 5, so
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the hard part would be getting the last condition after playing the festival, because right now
yeah.
festival's in reserve. You got to pay that 4 mana to get it into the landmark zone. So
Or there are 8 mana. Let me see. I thought it was 7, but maybe I'm mistaken here. I couldn't tell if that was a double advance for Rhubarb or it was a single advance. It was probably just a hmm. I guess there was no advancement for both sides. Oh no, there was an advancement. Okay. They just haven't done it until now. So the Rhubarb is 2 moves away from winning here. Midloner could still win by Lyra Festival conditions, assuming Requiem doesn't stop them in their tracks here.
yeah, so they double resupply because of that. Or they should. Oh, they're not. Wow, I'm
You are
good.
lagging
I'm fine.
behind. They had 2 Oliveras on board, buddy.
Yeah, I was like, they should have 3 resupplies, but they're not Fen. They're Rin. So let's see here. We get another aloe. There's a beauty sleep. That third card that's a little too shiny is a spindle harvesters. And beauty sleep, not really what you want to see resupplied as Muna. Much rather
Yeah.
have it from hand. Gonna play out a free spindle harvesters, kind of a little bit of an after you. They have an anchored. They have bleeding. Um,
Interesting they played it there. They're not
yeah.
really like they're trying to psych out their opponent here. So another one draw, probably increasing the reserves for another Nazi play coming in strong. I would imagine he just tries to get on the hmm. I don't know. What are you thinking here, Cole?
Which
For the run player
for
here.
the win?
Yeah, I think they're really having a hard time to see what side they could win here.
Yeah,
Mainly because they have a Nazi on the board here to be played here. And they're probably gonna get a lot of stats out of it.
let's see. I mean, there is enough mana where you could Beauty Sleep the Anansi.
Yeah. I'm not sure
Um,
what I do see. I was able to peek a little bit the hand there. There was a Lyra Festival in hand.
yeah, the thing with this though, and this is exactly what would have said is they probably are more likely to play the Aloe because of this Capelia. Because they should anchor one other thing right here, as long as they don't forget.
Yeah,
And
there
there
I
we
think
go.
there we go.
Yep. So that is the benefit of playing the Aloe over
Oof.
sleeping
Man,
the
this reserve is
Nuncio.
going big here.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Uh,
they're trying to slow play here so they don't waste too much mana. So they could pop the Requiem in case he plays it, but
well,
oh
they are 1 mana short now to play the festival, but now they just have a bunch of anchored stuff, and they still leave access to the beauty sleep.
yeah.
There may be a double move here for the Rin. We'll have to see.
It's hard to see. I do see a Nazi being played here. I think at this point they're just trying to maybe count the stats because they know this BDC is possibly played here. Unless Rhubarb has Tanuki to counteract the beauty sleeve, then it might be game over. Nope, decided to play another Tech Lab unit, sleeping the Nazi.
How much mana does Rhubarb have left?
I
They
think 2 or 3. They play a lot
Yeah.
of one cost cards, so just expanding their
Yeah, so they played the
reserve.
Anansi, which is what, 2 or 3 from reserve?
2 from reserve.
And they played was that 2 magical trainings they played this turn?
Yeah, 2 magical
That's
trainings and then a
4,
Tech Lab unit.
6. So yeah, they should have 2 left. The Will of the Wisp technically has a discount, so they could discount. I'm trying to see if there's any way for them to block out the Rin here using the Will-O-Wisp for water, but I don't think the stats will be there.
Yeah, if I was the Fen player, I would probably play the Nazi on the uh companion expedition. Sorry, I had to look make sure I'm looking at the right one. Just so they don't trigger the vulnerability there. Block them from forest and block them from advancing. If it's enough number stats, I'm assuming it is enough. I think they have 3 mana. I don't think they have 2 mana there. 1, 2, 3. There's 8 mana there. Oh, and a Nazi from hand.
Those are gonna be big.
That's gonna be big. And then play another Nazi. Ooh. Looks like we're going through round 3, looks like there. Counting out the number just to make sure. Yeah, and that should be enough. Only because the Kodama is sleeping.
Kodama
I
is a sleepy little plant thing.
think they want to make sure everything looks correct, but I believe everything looks correct. Just doing some big quick math there.
Hey, Rare Cuisine, how you doing? Yeah,
Yeah,
Pen and Rin.
yeah. And then Rin. Never thought you'll see it. I am rooting for the Rin player, but it's gonna be a hard matchup here. I mean, they got pretty. I'm not sure you want to consider it luck or it was just pure skill that they got festival play within like day 3, I think.
Yeah, it was day 3 or 4 for sure.
I want to say day 3, but it looks like Rubar decided to do a victory lap of that one win, and probably recollect himself, maybe use the bathroom. I think it is not time. Am I wrong here?
No, if it's best of 3, they should have at least 70 minutes.
70 minutes. Oh man, what do you think, Cole? You think the defending player is going to take it on this one?
I think it's really just anybody's game. Those Capellias are really strong. I mean, both players have Festival. I think it's kind of if Ben can get access to a Requiem or a Cloth Cocoon, I think they're pretty good. Now that we know both are in the deck, I would say more likely that Fen is able to take it, especially because we also know that Rin has no spells other than Beauty Sleep, which means if Fen decides to go for their own festival, the Rin cannot stop it. Literally can't do anything. So
Yeah, it is a very dangerous game that they're playing. And probably not a good matchup against them too. Going against another festival deck. Probably was not
yeah.
expecting that whatsoever. Like you don't expect to go into a festival matchup, especially top cut, huh?
I mean, I don't ever want to go up against Festival.
I'm sure Midloner kind of wishes that he lost the lost against Vince. Not to go against his matchup here. But
Yeah, let's see. Do we have results from any of the other rounds yet? Let me refresh on my side, and while they're shuffling, if I can see an update, I'll tell stream here. Let's see. No, I don't think we will have access to that, at least not on the app here. Um, okay, cool. Do you know how they're tracking the top cut? Okay. Okay, cool. So Blue has already asked if we have a way to track the top cut. And when we know things, we will let you know on stream. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This is a nice long day for the Canada World
yeah.
Championship qualifier event. Thanks, Imaginaire, for hosting the event and also letting us help put the stream together. Definitely glad that we're able to bring some of these matches to people not able to go in person. And we're off to the races. There's
Yeah.
already a meadow out and a snoozer shroom. It's me. I'm asleep.
It's you. You're being played though. You're not asleep yet.
I'm about to be asleep. I'm uh I'm in the card. I'm the one asleep, but I'm
Oh,
not.
we got a
I'm
Capella coming in. Is that the different one now, or is that the same one? I
it
think
to me. So you look at like the bubbles and how they are like big.
yes,
So
yes. I that's what I was trying to do last time, but
I think
I'm
this one is 332.
yeah. Is that a 3-2? Yeah, 3-3-2. I agree with that one.
Yeah. The important part about these Capellias is as long as it's one of the ones that costs 3, it has oh actually no, I have that backwards. One of them that costs 3 has the very cool effect of when I go to reserve from the expedition, you may play me for free and I gain a sleep. So very good Capellia. The other two are the more traditional Capellia, where if they go to reserve from your hand, then you can play them to go to sleep.
So it looks like we have a Lyra Festival in hand already. And do we have the win conditions to play these cards?
We have the Muna Druid for the anchored.
If they didn't use the Sneezer Shroom earlier, last day, they probably would have the win condition for it right there.
Yeah. I'm trying to guess what that third card is. I think there's definitely another
I
Cernunnos.
think that's not a Moon Druid.
It just went to mana.
Oh no, it's a daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, Yggdrasil.
Daughter of Yggdrasil.
I sounded very Russian there. But they do have. They were very close. If they didn't use that sneaker shroom earlier, they might have win conditions right there for festival. Coming with two resupplies, tech lab unit, and a Nazi, and they do have a sleight of hand here.
Yeah, the fun part is we can't really see what Fen has in hand, so it's a
Yeah,
little more of a guessing game.
yeah,
I would hope and think that if you had a Requiem or a Cloth Cocoon in your opening hand, you kept it and you're just holding on to it. Um,
absolutely.
so it should be very hard for Rin to pull off Festival now. But if they do, it's even more of a testament to like how well they're playing. Because if you're playing with your opponent, knowing that you want a festival, knowing you need to get that out, but you manage to dodge all of their chances to stop it, is that what we? No, they tapped the meadow, so this has to be something
Yeah.
else. Did they get rid of the festival?
No, I think. Did they get rid of the festival? I think they did.
Did
Oh,
they switch
yeah,
what they put in mana? Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say I think if you're the Rain, you might just not go for Festival
yeah.
in this game 3 because it's gonna be so easy to
I
stop now.
think because the snoozer shroom, or the kohlrabi shroom got discarded. They definitely missed the opportunity to win the game right there if they didn't have any removal for permanence. But probably just best for now, just go for expeditions here.
Yeah, the other dangerous thing is even if somehow unluckily the Fen did not draw any of that permanent removal in opening hand or the next day, they have magical trainings, so they could just spend 1 mana and then end up drawing one that way.
Absolutely.
All right. Everyone joining us for Top Cut in the chat or have been here for the day, who are you looking to win? Whether it be a faction, a hero, a specific player.
Or
Let
me.
let us know. Yeah. Do you want Gus to just storm through the building, break down the door, and take first place?
Yeah. I believe that the Nazi had fleeting on there, right? That was played from reserve. I think they forgot to put fleeting on it.
They did something with I think they did a sleight of hand or something.
They started to have the I could have sworn that the Nazi was from reserve. But I mean I could be wrong.
Yeah, they should have someone standing right there,
Yeah.
which it looks like they do based on the shadows. So Fen, we got a
We got one
cheers
fan.
for Fen.
I'm cheering for Ren here, dude. Let's get Muna on top, no matter the cost.
Then I can't complain that there's no Muna winners.
Oh well. Sacrifices have to be made, and that is the right sacrifice. Coming in, daughter coming in. Oh, they have to resupply first and then decide. All right. I don't know. I still think it's kind of weird that I could have sworn that Nazi was fleeting, but
Yep, I'm sure
I'm
stream
sure.
chat will tell us in a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. I'm sure they'll review the tapes. Oh, we got a proxy unique coming in.
This is got to be the 2-cost one.
This one has 0 stats in water.
0 stats in water? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is the 2-cost one. So the 2-cost one is 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/0. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, up to 1 target character, hand cost 3 or less, gains anchored. And when I go to reserve from your hand, you may play me for free and I gain a sleep.
There's another multi-anchoring things going on here, but this time just for Ren here. Firefly
Ooh.
does have a lot of cards in their hand just from the little peek they did.
All right, there's the Anansi. Got the fleeting, got some boosts. Yeah, it definitely seems like Fen's just or Rin's just trying to build up the board state now, and
Yeah, trying to go
uh,
for your wins on expedition lanes here.
yeah. I mean, if you get to enough mana and you have all of this anchoring going on, and you have things out that were fleeting, all you need really from there is to play the festival and then play something to sleep. And I'm pretty sure the Muna festival does not have access to the rare version where it allows you to give one of the conditions, right?
I think it's just a draw. That's it.
Yeah. Because the rare one in Lyra, you can give something fleeting, anchored, or
Yeah,
asleep
yeah. I think it's just
from
draw,
anywhere.
and that's about it. It is the Fen player's turn to try and figure out what's going on here. They're even in the tumult here, but I'm sure this day might change the whole game here. Bouncing out probably the magical training, drawing more cards. Kind of deciding which side they want to. I'm assuming they still want to. Yeah. I They do have a potential of double winning here if they do get both the expeditions. Double rating is my favorite thing to say.
Double rinning. Is
Yeah.
that when you advance in forest on both sides?
Yes. I think this the backtracking now. It's like, do I really want to fight this side? Because I'm assuming I think that the fan expedition is on forest and ocean. So maybe I guess they decided, I don't know. I did just say whatever. Doesn't matter. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Curious to see. I don't think we've seen
Debate.
any uniques from the Fen player, right? Ubar hasn't played any uniques yet.
Mm,
No, they played one unique, the
the
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda. Yeah, the Esmeralda with a
Yeah.
whole chunk of text. Boppity boop boop boop.
I think at this point it's just a little bit slow play going on here, trying to make sure there's no mistakes going on.
Counting up all the stats, making sure everything's copacetic.
Copacetic.
How old are you, Gus?
I'm 32.
So you should know that, right? You're
Wait, am I
old.
32? I am 32. I saw. Oh, I don't know my age anymore.
I feel you on that one.
I kind of lost count on my age a little bit.
Doesn't matter after 30.
No, no, it doesn't.
All right.
I,
Still deliberating.
yeah. I'm not sure what's really going on here. Was it like a judge call or something that happened?
I don't know. Could be.
There's not single movement going on here. Oh, never mind. It was just a fan player taking their time. They're really taking their time here. I wonder what they're really contemplating here, like what they want to play. They do have another aloe vera in the cloth cocoon. Are they afraid of using the cloth cocoon and then maybe getting hit by Requiem? Or not Requiem. Lyra Festival?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, from what we can see, it doesn't
Yeah.
look like Rin's really. I mean, there is one card in hand, but only 3 mana left. If that is everything correct. Seemingly Rin is not going for festival
Ooh, the Nasi.
right now.
Yeah. I think they have more than one card in their hand there. They have a lot of cards in their hand.
Just a couple. Just a couple.
No cost reduction from reserve here. Caesar Scream being played. Is that enough math right there for Forest? It is enough math for Forest, and they do get a double of mass man, so they are going to be double winning here. The
Double
winning.
Rinning. Now face to face.
Unless they forget to do that. Okay, there we go. Well, they had nothing in their hand, so they have to play it down. And now they gotta decide what to pick here. Getting rid of Sneezer's Shroom. Probably going for bodies at this point. Ooh. Are they going for bodies? I don't know. It's a hard match pick right here. They could just try to overwhelm the Serranos on the ooh, they decided not to. Oh, actually,
Wow. I don't know if Blue knows he played that for us, but thank you. I'm assuming based off of you saying so many bodies.
yeah. I didn't realize me saying that so many times triggered that moment. And they do get a cloth cocoon off the resupply here.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think I really should have got a Red Bull instead of just tea, but that was before I realized we'd have a little bit of a delay going into top cut.
Yeah. I think the Ren player is just very worried what they have in their hand here. There's definitely going to be some magical trainings being played here for some little bit of slow play, trying to exhaust the resources for Ren here, but I'm not sure. And I do have a quick announcement for the Chile World Qualifiers that Sagemar has won, and that is Zarp as the winner. Played against Fan.
Can't believe they let another Sigismar win.
Siggy has won World Qualifiers against a Fen player. It was a very tough matchup from the side view I had.
Yeah. I am glad that it is Zarp. Or is it Zarp or Zarf? Because it's PH, isn't it?
They had the name Zarp on there. They didn't put the whole thing on there.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there you go. Another Siggy player has qualified. I don't know how Chile let that happen. You guys are supposed to know
And now
that
you're
Sigismar is washed.
yeah. Now the EU is going to qualify that one versus this one here. So yeah, the Chile one was a real world qualifier. Montreal, no, not really. Ren Midlander is one away from winning. So I'm curious to see if they have any more resources to stop them from moving. But the Cloth Cocoon it, they have 2 mana left.
Yeah.
I think unless they are able to play some weird 2-card one card thing, Requiem. That's it. That's a good game. And there we go. Rhubarb has been taken down by the Ren player. They threw away all the festivals and everything. Say, I'm just gonna win just by traditional advancement. And there you go, Cole. See, Muna's coming up. Should be happy. Should be excited.
I am so excited. Woohoo!
Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable here. So that is not the finals. It is not the finals, guys. This is just starting. This is just the start of the top 8. But we should be getting closer and closer to finishing this game, this whole world qualifier out. So good job, mid loner. You did great. Rhubarb, you also did great. You made a top cut and you tried your best. But remember, you're down, but you're not out yet. There's still plenty of chances to qualify for worlds in different locations around the world or online.
Yeah, very, very well done by both players. Was cool to see how they played around each other and their different decks. Love to see the handshake there. And yeah, Muna in the top 4. I have been proven incorrect. And
Top
yeah.
4, I'm rooting for. Okay, if it's gonna be Event versus Ren again, oh my god, I might have a heart attack.
Hey, Sippy. Yeah, Gus was just telling us.
Yeah, I was watching it a little bit, just a little bit. I just caught the end of that stream because the Rhubarb was going a little bit slow for my pacing, for my mental
Yep.
pacing.
um, I believe Gus is going to leave us and
Yes,
make
I
some
am.
pizza.
Yes, is my replacement ready? Are they alive?
Uh, your replacement should be here. I don't know about alive.
Oh, they're here. All right. Let me know
Yeah,
when you're ready, and I'll just say my goodbyes.
yeah. You say
You
your
guys
goodbyes,
okay,
and
whenever. All right. Well,
I'm gonna
guys,
go pee while you say goodbye. Thanks, Gus.
Call's gonna pee. I'm gonna say goodbye. So goodbye to everybody. I'm glad to have you on here, even though it was a very long, rolling 3 hours. We made it to top cut. So I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of the stream. I love you all and have a very good night. Bye, guys.
Yo, what's going on, chat? Yeah, I am Gus the Bus. Apparently, forgot to change it, but we back. How's everyone doing? Hanging out, enjoying life. Good. I am just editing some stuff here for us all and be able to get updated things. But going to the top 4 here, gonna be a good time to see what we got going on. And we'll be able to check out everything that, as far as results are concerned, here shortly to see who got what and who won what. Just looking at some stuff here. Real quick, it looks like as far as players that are still around potentially, if I am reading this correctly, it would be Midloner who won the game against Rhubarb. Noble Gaston seems to have won against Vint. Sky Beast has beaten Vero, and Kronar24 has beaten Chris K, is what it looks like. I will confirm that, but I believe those are what we have as far as winners. So top bottom 8 so far, 5, 6, 7, 8 will be Vint, Vero, Chris K, and Rhubarb is what I believe it is at the moment for everyone. And we should be getting into another game here fairly soon. Once they decide.
Alrighty, what we got going on? You said that Vint lost.
Yeah, it looks like Vint lost
No.
to Noble Gaston, Vero lost to Sky Beast, and Chris K lost to Kronar. So at the moment, it looks like we have the Rin, the uh, Tasia and Kronar, Axiom and Skybeast, or the Trace and Skybeast, and the Itzadi and Noble
Okay.
Gaston. Cat.
Yep, I've been in my office too long, working too much, and he is very upset. He is my shadow. He's attached to me.
Aw, the cat.
Uh,
So we'll probably wait for the next game here. Don't know if they're just gonna have Bin Loner on again. Maybe they'll put someone else on. We'll see. But
what is Leia saying in chat? It's Red Pine Radio. I don't get the joke. I'm not cool enough.
yeah. Let's see what we got going here. I'm getting messages. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, what I'm not sure I knew for certain what the top cut setup was, but I'm assuming it's best of 3 for the entire thing. And is it untimed or is it 70 minutes?
I have no clue. I'd ask, but I think everything is just. I'm not going to try to push it too much. I am getting a message here that we may have a fun game here potentially being played. I don't know.
Is it going to be full of lots of fun guy?
Never mind. They put Midloner back on.
Yeah, so if you did not hear, the top 4 is Rin, Tasia, Traced, Atsadi. And this is seemingly the Rin versus Tasia. That's probably Justin peering over there, if I would guess based on just his shadow. I'm gonna have to look up Red Pine Radio now. I'm assuming that they look like blue.
Oh, maybe that's Veros's deck that I finally got. So it was a Sigismar. It looks like as far as the Ortis person.
All right, that actually gave me nothing on Google. So I have oh wait, that's Red Line. It corrected. Red Pine.
Yeah.
Uh
I actually can adjust this now.
still nothing. I don't know what's going
Sigismar.
on.
Can you? Are they starting it? I'm gonna.
They're shuffling.
Okay. Let me adjust that real quick then before we get going over there, so we can actually have the gameplay ready. Looks like we'll have mid loner on the right still, and new player. Left name is who we got?
This should be, if it's Tasia, it should be Kronar 24, yeah.
Okay, Kronar 24 it is. Kronar 24. And we'll take off the best transition. This will, in fact, be not the top 8, but we will get into the semifinals, top 4 for everyone. And this will be best of 3, 0-0.
All right. So Festival versus Anchortasia. We could take a look at the deck lists and cheat and see what the issues would be here. But instead of doing that, what do you think we'll see, Lou?
Well, it's interesting for this matchup in particular because the winner of this will be the faction champion for Muna.
Mm.
So big match there. And also, I believe, if I remember the top cut correct or the Swiss rounds correctly, Kronar was Midloner's only loss throughout the Swiss.
Ooh.
So this is kind of a little bit of a revenge matchup, if you will. And so we'll see how that goes. It is okay, cool. So I could confirm that. But yeah, should be a fun one. And we're gonna start off strong with the Moon Druid. And then even stronger with Daughter of Yggdrasil. Can't beat that. And let's see here. I'm gonna adjust this, save. So now top cut command works, has everybody in it. And we'll get going on at that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to do a full analysis of this event, Leia, and let us know how there managed to be 2 Muna decks in the top 4. Thank you in advance. I think honestly, one big thing is, as far as we know, we didn't see any hungers, right?
Hungers for what?
Played today.
I mean, we saw hungers, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we saw at least one.
Did we see one in the Atsadi?
Yeah. No, I mean we saw it in the Kojo. We saw Vint there the entire time. I'm almost positive we saw a hunger.
What do I know? Nothing.
That is true.
Yep. Vint, let's see. It's not loading, so never mind. We're still here though. All right.
Quick few days there. We just passed day 2 really quick because the players just wanted to play that fast. And currently we are at Rin taking the lead at the moment, 1 spot up on the Tumult over the Tasia player. But Tasia did set up that nice aloe vera resupply here. And it looks like it's resupplying into the heck is that?
That's the mechanical training or whatever it is, but the alt art from the season pass,
Okay.
aka a card you never see. Is it magical training or what the heck's it called in Muna?
That's meditation training. Okay.
Meditation. Okay, yeah, that's the word. I
Yeah.
knew what it was. I just forget the different M word that they use.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see a meditation training in a deck.
You get to see the Daughter of Yggdrasil come on back out here for the Rin. Been doing a bit of work for him, but we do see an Ogun doing some boosts up, and that will be essential for that Spindle Harvester, who is in fact anchored to get some more resupplies and resources going, as will it be with the aloe vera that got anchored from the meditation training. And try to build that up a little bit while staying slightly behind on the tumult. But we get a 4 mana here.
I think that's just 3.
Oh, 3? 3?
Yeah.
It's only 5 mana total, so it makes sense that it would be 3. And we're waiting on the play. Tick tock, tick tock. Looks like an aloe vera, maybe. Changing their mind. A lot of decisions here for mid loners. Been playing a lot of games lately. Went to game 3 on that last one, and it looks like it will be a Cernanos.
Yep. probably going to use the Kodama to anchor the daughter there, especially because there's no way to get the boost on the spindle harvester, which actually doesn't matter because I think that's common. Gonna put the Cernunos to sleep.
They are in fact anchoring the daughter here.
Yeah, keep it out since it has fleeting. This is kind of a very dangerous turn for Tasia. Anchoring the daughter means that the fleeting is still there. The sleep means that there's their own body for a beauty sleep if they have one. And then the spindle harvester anchors itself. They have enough mana to, if they're able to get it uninterrupted, festival right here.
Yeah, so it's interesting because the Tasia only has Requiem as far as removal is concerned to deal with anything from that level. But they seem to be playing fairly quickly, like they have an idea of what they want to do. So maybe they have a plan based off of their earlier win against Midloner, and they have an idea of what that is. We do see an Isin Boshi unique coming out here that I'll be able to pull up for everyone. Let's see what we got here. Isin Boshi card view for everyone. So Isin Boshi is a 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, 1 stats all the way across the board. Arrow effect of target character gains 1 boost. And when I gain 1 or more boosts, if you control 3 or more characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. So that should allow for 2 anchors based off of 2 boosts.
Now we see one of these Capellias here. The glare might be a little too much for me to guess which one, but by now, if you've been watching the stream, you know what all 3 of them do, as we've talked about each of them at length.
I see 2 mana, so I'm assuming it's the 2 cost one. So we'll pull that one up. And that one is 2 mana from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/2/0. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. And when I go to the reserve from your hand, you may play me for free, and I gain a sleep. And that makes sense because the Cernunos is anchored.
All right, what do we see? The Tasia pulling ahead now here on the Tumult with all of those boosted little plants. I haven't seen if Rin has kept Festival or dumped it, but now looking at it, it looks like they don't have Festival anymore. So going for the straight win on the Tumult.
Yeah, they are down though, so they'll have to be wary of that Isin Boshi coming out once again, and I doubt they have any interaction to sabotage it or the like. We do see a resupply into a Cuddly Corgi, as well as an Ogun. We can take a look at the Cuddly Corgi as we are waiting for the play. Cuddly Corgi right there is going to be 3 from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/1/0 in stats. And when a character you control gains anchor, target character in play or in reserve gains 1 boost. And at dusk, if I'm not fleeting, draw a card.
Love it. Love a good corgi.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it did get resupplied, so it will have fleeting when played from reserve, so won't be able to gain any benefit from drawing a card if they anchor it. But in the meantime, they're just happy anchoring both of their other characters with that Isenboshi.
Both people draw a card. Let's go.
Indeed, a lot of Daughter of Yggdrasil's coming out is something that I talked to a guy trying with earlier. How used to be a pretty popular card back in the day, just for the big stats, but nowadays pretty much only used in Ren.
Yeah. Ramp Tasia, we'll see it sometimes, especially if the Ramp Tasia has Lokis. But as we've kind of mentioned, that Loki has kind of fallen out of meta very quickly, and it oh, that was weird. I thought I thought it froze, but the player was literally just sitting so still, and I realized it wasn't frozen when a shadow passed by.
They're gonna put out that uh, unique Capellia again. The ability will allow it to put a card to reserve and then anchor another character. And it looks like they're going to go for the Daughter of Yggdrasil, as well as putting that Kodama to reserve to be able to anchor another character if they so choose. So quite a good unique, at least for the deck that they have built.
Yeah, those Capellia's been doing work. Who's slandering? You calling me slanderous? I never slander.
So they will bring out that that cuddly corgi at this point that will start giving out some boosts and making things anchored. At this point, just creating a block of anchored characters, it's going to be difficult for the Rin to overcome. So it'll be dependent on if they're able to put enough stats out on one side and or possibly hit the festival at some point. And they're going to try to do some anchoring of their own on that Cernanos that's been out there for quite a bit. I mean, originally, I think, oh, they're doing the sleep on it using the snoozer shroom. My bad, not the anchored. So yeah, they're sleeping the Capellia. Never mind. We're not doing chess rules where if you let go of the token, it doesn't, it sticks. But just flip flopping everything at this point. But in case if anyone was
Ooh.
wondering, at the moment, our top four includes these two between Kronar and Midloner, both on Tasia, and Rin and Orchid. And the other semifinal at the moment is looks to be Traced versus Itzadi. So regrets to everyone thus far. I'm
Yeah.
curious how they decided to do that because it would have been 4-5. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, 4-5. All right. I was looking at trying to think of the bracket, but it is correct. So a bunch of stats at the moment here for the Tasia player who's just kind of out blitzed the Rin a little bit. Rin has been able to do that to a lot of other players at this point from mid loner, even to Vent on the Kojo in the final round of the Swiss. But can't really deal with the boosted up characters that are coming from the Tasia that just keep on staying out there and keep on getting boosted out, courtesy of that Isin Boshi that's been able to help out, and now the Cuddly Corgi.
Ooh, and the double resupply with some more anchor support. Don't really need the Spindle Bastion, but it is the rare, so that is just more boosts. And it would make a beauty sleep a little harder for the Rin to pull off, but I'm not sure they have a way out of this currently. But we'll see with all the mana they have what might happen. If they get all the conditions for festival and get the festival down, festival wins before progression. So
It is the only instantaneous victory left as far as because it has a condition at dusk instead of the check victory phase, which is a little bit afterwards as far as that's concerned. So not gonna matter if that is the case, but we'll see if they're even able to accomplish it. In the meantime, Tasia's doing Tasia things with uniques that do unique things and being able to anchor things up because when something gets a boost, the corgi or when the corgi is able to give things a boost when something gets anchored, and the Isin Boshi is able to anchor when it gets a boost. So basically, anchoring the entire board, making that Isin Boshi that much bigger, and just handing out boosts like candy at the moment is the nature of the Tasia board. And realistically, the only other thing that they need to be wary of is maybe hopefully have a Requiem in hand that they can use for other interaction as they get a second tree off a resupply.
Yeah. Handing out boosts like candy. It is Halloween season, so they're just getting in the
Uh-oh.
true spirit.
Sleep and 4 mana left.
Oh no. Does Tasia have something to stop it? This would be, oh no, putting out the aloe and full sending it. Oh my god.
They have they have 3 mana, but it doesn't look like they have a response for it, and it looks
Damn.
like we get the victory here for Rin just in time. They must have just drawn it because we knew that we hadn't seen it before. So
Yeah.
they must have gotten it somewhat recently, as well as that Kodama that they did need in order to accomplish the conditions. And Midloner goes up 1-0 despite almost losing that one.
Yeah, that was wild. That was a very last minute just success. Seemingly, like you said, nothing in hand for Tasia to answer at all, which is always very terrible against Festival. You're just sitting there watching it happen to you.
I mean, you get that big anchored board out there and you can't win. Yeah,
Yeah, yep.
it just does not feel good, I'm sure. It would be interesting though to finally see a Rin and Orchid or a festival deck of some sort take a victory in some capacity. I know Justin, who is also at this event, has been a big proponent of that type of deck all the way since Beyond the Gates and had teased it before. I think we confirmed that at one point, right? Or maybe it was something he told us. I don't know. Either way, that I know that Justin has definitely been a big fan of it. So I'm sure he would be excited if that was the result of it in any capacity. But still has one more game to win here in the semis, and then we'll have to win the finals as well. There is only one winner from this WCQ in Montreal, Canada, and that winner will go to France, get a free trip. And
Disneyland Paris.
that's true. I've been told that I may have to go to that. We'll see.
Who told you that you may have to go?
Uh, the person that will be coming with me.
Oh, I see, I see. I was gonna say, are you guys gonna plan a little
should
Paris Disney
should,
outing
should I
as
try to
a
get
ultra group?
yeah, should I get try to get Loki and Simon to come?
Absolutely. I expect to see pictures of you all on a roller coaster.
Yeah, and put with the Mickey ears on.
I mean, I wouldn't make you spend that much money, but sure, if you want.
I can only imagine what it is in France.
Maybe it's cheaper. I don't know.
Could be. No, it's not cheap over here, that's for sure. Let's see here. They are resetting. In case anyone was wondering, Rin did in fact get the festival victory, which we thought was their only condition, but we weren't sure if they were going to get it because they were just we didn't look like they had it in hand when we last looked. But able to get some good draws between that and a Kodama and able to get the victory over the Tasia player, despite the Tasia just having a really good anchored setup between their Isin Boshi and Cuddly Corgi. Nice to have some other uniques than ones and Beyond the Gates show up in these events. All right. Adjusting my chair a little bit. Players are shuffling. Currently 0-1 Midloner in the lead. Midloner is the number one seed coming out of the Swiss after beating Vint in the final round of of said Swiss. Vint, number two seed, did go out in the top 8 round, as well as did the third and fourth seed of Vero Solis and Kriski, um, which were both looks like Sigismar and Kojo players. So based off of that, it looks like the Bravos faction champion will be Noble Gaston on the Itzadi.
What's the dream finals here for you?
I mean, I think I'd like to see Noble Gaston win against Sky Beast. as far as I'm not really I don't need to see a traced. But other than that, uh, I don't know. Either of these would be cool, but I think I'd rather see the Rin than the Tasia.
Yeah, I guess it's a little more interesting. My cat wants out.
You're good. Yeah, it should be. I'm not sure how exactly it'll be set up, but it should be there. In the meantime, while I was talking, we did get a day one where both players got a 1-for-1 on that hero side, and we will see the Alavera being played for the 4 costs with Anchored, as does the Rin with on their side. It's interesting. I know, uh, obviously, Rare Alavera is a pretty good card
Mm-hmm.
and able to resupply or anchor itself and everything along those lines. A lot of the times when I see festival specific decks, though, I see sometimes when people using common aloe veras, but I think that's probably more prevalent in the Argent decks as far as anything like that. But still fun, nonetheless. Would have been even better. I mean, I'm happy for Rin, but even better if Arjun was able to be the one here right now.
Yeah, maybe there's still time for a Arjun Anchor Corgi deck to make it.
Still waiting on this one here. I'm getting some other typing going on here, so we may be getting an update for another game, which I would be surprised if they were done already because at Saudi usually takes a little bit, but we'll see what's going on. Maybe it's just butt dialing. Either way,
What? How long have we been live now? Does it tell us over here? 10.5 hours. Sheesh.
yeah. So I'm actually getting an update that both of these players are actually came to the event together. They're both from Quebec and are pretty good friends. Good luck to them.
Nice. I appreciate those kind of updates that you're getting.
Yeah, no, it's nice. I mean, plus I think it would be pretty cool to see someone that's actually local to the area
Yeah.
take the win rather than someone that just came in. Nothing against my US folks. I was rooting for Vint, but it is cool to
Yeah.
see some local Canadians maybe potentially take this one. I think it would be similar for I don't know about Skybeast or Noble Gaston. Those names don't ring a bell, so they may just be Canadian players I'm not aware of. But we do see a Lyra Festival pop its head out and maybe start setting up. Got to be aware of it as the Tasia player, though, and they'll do the best that they can. We will see another double advance, though, for the Tasia, again taking the lead. But the thing is are they going to be fast enough before they get hit by that instant victory from the Lyra Festival?
Yeah, now that it's out and going into a turn where they're going to be first, and how much mana? We're going to be at 6 mana. I think this is a much more avoidable festival for the Tasia here. Let's see. Is it a double festival bait? What else is there in hand from the Rin here?
I mean, there's 6 mana left. I'm pretty sure there's a Spindle Harvester in reserve. I am almost positive I saw a Kodama in hand as well. So that's 2 of the components, and it's easy to get a fleeting character. So I'll be interested to see if we just see it pop up right now on a 6 mana turn, which would be quite impressive. Day 4? Yeah, 3,
All
3,
right, so
4,
there's that
5, 6. Yep.
Daughter of Yggdrasil unique. What that do?
We can take a look at that. In the meantime, we do see the daughter of Yggdrasil rare popping up. Let me pull up the unique in case the game ends immediately here, if I can find it.
And it's going to, because there's 2 mana left. Kodama in hand. No removal on the festival. So, dang, who would have thunk it? A Rin going into the finals, a Rin festival, Tasia doing very well in playing, but not able to stop the festival. Very, very unfortunate. Like I said, especially if you are Tasia, you see the festival start to come out, if you don't have the answer right away, you're probably not going to get it. You don't have very much card draw. You don't have a ton of removal to knock things out. So, well done to mid loaner there.
Indeed. Good job to Minloader. And honestly, with the quick 2-0, we may be waiting a little bit for the other semifinal match to wrap up because it will be a Trace versus a Itzadi. Itzadi could drag this one out a little bit. The Trace probably won't. Maybe they'll be able to wrap things up quickly and we'll get into the finals faster than we expected. But in the meantime, congrats to Midloner, who is able to make it all the way to the finals, not only on a Munahiro, but on a Munahiro known as Ren and Orchid, which if we came in today thinking that that was, anyone thought that was going to be a possibility, I would have slapped them in the face because it's just ridiculous to even propose such a theory.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I even said as early as when we were going into top cut, we knew that there was Muna in top 8, but I was like, there won't be Muna in top 4. And look at it now. That's why it is now Erleia's job to look at the whole event, look at all the deck lists that get posted, and give us a report on how it happened so that we can do it again.
Indubitably, we don't know. I was gonna potentially pull up the deck list for the other player as well, just to see if we'd be able to um, look at the top 2 players' deck list, but we honestly don't know who the other player is quite yet. But yeah, I mean, between the Itzadi and the Trace, I would have to imagine the Itzadi would be the matchup that the Rin does not want to see.
Yeah, there's probably too many answers. We haven't seen the Otsadi deck list, or at least like I haven't pulled it up and taken a look.
Mhm.
But I mean, your Duel of Grit hits pretty hard. Because obviously you're gonna try to win before 8 mana, where or 7, I guess. The earliest hunger is played, whatever that is. You're gonna want to try to win before that. But yeah, there's just a lot of removal options and the ability to ramp and technically be that high on mana before you. So
Yeah, I can pull the deck list up just so that way we can take a look at it actually while we're waiting. The there will be actually right behind it. But yeah, so let's go and pull it up just for funsies. This is the Itzadi deck list at the moment, and the interesting thing is there are no removal spells. I did not see that coming. So they would be entirely using the hunger for the ability to take down anything on the board, which wouldn't be a bad idea, especially if the Rin had built up their board enough. But that also requires them to get to 8 mana and stop the Rin before they can get a victory before then, which we've seen they definitely can do. That was day 4, 6 mana turn that they hit the second festival victory. So could go either way, but I would think that nothing would be perfect here. I'm not sure if there is anything as far as removal on their uniques. Should maybe be able to look at them if I pull it up here. Yeah. So no, it's just boost interaction with the tracer. Um, more just stats for the snowman. And where's the Sakurabu? Maybe this was the bread and butter. Your opponent's expedition facing mine moves backwards one region. Okay, so I don't see anything special with these uniques. So um I'm not quite sure if they would have such an amazing matchup other than trying to dig out those hungers.
yeah, that is very interesting. You're telling me no Duel of Grit?
no removal whatsoever, just mana channeling and mana flare, assuming that this is the correct deck list. And I have to assume because all these players got deck checked.
Yeah, so Milk, Sakurabru. I mean, Sakurabru isn't really gonna help you. I mean, the Haven Bouncer, I guess could be pretty decent as well. What's the fastest you can get to 8 mana? You have the Tiny Jin.
Yeah, they would need something with the Tiny Jin, potentially Mighty Jin, potentially something with mana channeling. None of their uniques ramp, so it wouldn't be through that. So they'd have to maybe kind of sort of be. Do they have anything that boosts? Think Tracer gave a boost. No, it's on it itself, so it's not even that. Um, yeah, I think even the ramp isn't that fast. It would
Yeah,
have to be through Swift gens or maybe a Tiny Gen, and then eventually like mana channelings, and they only have 2 mana channelings. So I don't know. Uh, would be interesting one. We can look at the trace deck as well, in case anyone. This looks like someone was interested. So let me pull that up for y'all.
Yeah, I think their goal is probably ramp and mana flare a hunger and hope that they can do that before festival goes off.
Yeah, I could see that. Let me pull this down here a little bit. All right, that should be good. Transitioning over to the trace deck. This is the trace deck that we have. They actually are running removal, so I didn't think the trace would be running much removal, so they may actually have a better matchup. They have the Avalanche in 2 spots and a Kelon Burst or Kellen Burst, if you guys want to pronounce it like everyone else does, for 1 on their setup. Other than that, they do have the Grims, which is always a good setup, but they are running the common Grims, so they won't be able to hit.
No one rare, no one
Nope,
of rare rims.
only 3 common Grims, so they won't be able to hit uh the Lyre Festival and would have to rely on hitting something else. I guess technically they could hit the Bountiful Meadow that shows up on occasion, or even the Floral Tent, but other than that, no. We can take a look at the uniques that they have. They have a Repotter Otter that lets each player put a card from their hand in reserve, which I think both players would like, to be honest. You've seen that a lot from the Rin preferring to do that, and it lets you have a permanent cost 1 less. Sap Sniffer that lets you augment from anywhere and put something in reserve. Gain 1 boost per landmark you control, so kind of like the Anansi's, but not quite. And then if you sacrifice a permanent, you do resupply. So uh, yeah, looks like they may be looking to sacrifice the bug out bags, maybe, or the Kelon cylinders. Either way, to be honest, the way that the Rin and Orchid player has been playing, I would not be surprised to see them take this one.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, there's some very interesting paths they would have to take to not win it. The Traced, I think you're right, probably does have a little bit better of a chance, especially with those Kellen bursts and Avalanche. I always pronounce things how someone from Equinox directly has told me,
Mhm.
and so that's why I say Kellen. But it's Kellen Burst, but Keelon Guy. So you know.
Yeah, that's what I heard, but it's just so hard to break the habit for it. Same
Yeah.
thing with the idea of people trying to say it's shoddy. Like, go
Yep,
to
but
hell.
I asked Francois, and he said everyone in the office just says that's Saudi,
Yeah,
so it's at Saudi.
yeah. If all else fails, believe the French.
Yep. I am very bad at saying Lyra though instead of Lira. Lira.
I actually go back and forth on that one. That's that one I say consistently either way. So I don't mind either one. But yeah, so this is the trace deck for everyone. As far as the breakdown of what they have. Honestly, if I had seen rare Grims out of the trace deck, I would feel much better about the trace going into the matchup. But the fact that I I don't know if they have enough, to be honest, to take care of it. The Avalanche will be fine, but uh, the statted characters that they put out are usually pretty big between the daughter, the Cernanos, and
Yeah.
everything along those lines. So they may be able to hit one card with an avalanche on occasion, but not multiple. And they're going to be leaning hard on that Kellen burst until they see a festival potentially, because who knows when it's going to pop up. But
Yeah.
yeah,
You know why we can't root for the Traced?
why is that?
Because they have Star Wars Unlimited sleeves for their deck.
That's right. I saw, was it Mando?
It's the Mandalorian. Yeah.
Well, tis what it is. We did see him on stream for a little bit, right?
Yeah, in the earlier rounds.
Early on. We do have a backup match going on apparently. That we'll watch here.
This looks like Atsadi versus Traced is what they're putting on. So are they just doing one game at a time or?
Yeah, I guess so. Let me switch on over. So, well, it looks like we'll be able to see the game. I'll switch the names on the fly here. We do not know what the game count is at the moment, so that, I'll ask here shortly. So we do have, what are the names again? Sky Beast on Traced and Noble Gaston.
Yep.
Sky Beast.
And
Not
it's
here.
Noble as in Nobel.
I'm just putting Gaston because that's all that fits.
Yeah.
Sky Beast. All right, cool. We are in here, and this should still be the semifinals top four. And I'll see if I can get the game record. And then we'll get into it. Maybe they just had them switch over after a game, but we'll see. Either way, cool to get the other semifinal one.
Yeah.
It is game 3. Never mind, I just didn't pay attention.
Oh, they already told you?
Yeah.
Okay, so 1-1.
1-1, top cut, best of 3, semifinals, top 4, 1-1. Itzadi versus Trace. Would be really cool to see an Itzadi make it to the finals and maybe even get a world championship qualifier spot. Although at this point, I'd have to admit that it seems like that Rin could be the favorite based off of how well they've been playing. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
Where's Vint when you need him to lay down the standees?
It's not here. That's why he's my favorite NA player. But we'll do our best to read the shadows. And I'll let them know that we're good. Players are mana-ing in the meantime. And we are live for game 3 of the semifinals, top 4, Gaston versus Sky Bees. Gaston is, in fact, the Itzadi player, taking the top faction award for Bravos, and Traced on Sky Bees, also taking the top faction award for Axiom. In our previous match, we got to see Midloner taking the top faction award for Muna. I am not sure who took the top faction award for Izmir because none of them made the top cut.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a pretty good resupply there. Going for the advance though. Gotta go fast. get complete before Atsari is able to just rain terror with Sakurabrus and the hunger and all other sorts of things.
Indeed, a nice little 2-1 play. Looks like they had the plan regardless of what they resupplied. So we may get to see that Kellen cylinder come out here. Just as a quick little after you potentially. Either way, they're looking at getting 2 counters here based off of having those 2-1 costs available to them. And one thing I always forget about is the fact that you have to exhaust the Haven, Bravos, Bastion, and Axiom these days because you just don't get a boost for free anymore. This will allow the Sap Sniffer to boost itself because it gained the boost from the Haven, and it is able to augment itself based off of that.
Yep, no free boosts in this economy, and we're just gonna see another Swift Jin and straight into mana. Maybe we'll see a play here with 2 mana left from the Atsari. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely could have an option here to do it. Either way, they're building up that reserve as far as mana available to them, and we will see a unique version of the snowman that I believe is just straight up a regular snowman that has stats. I'll pull it up just in case anyone wants to look at it though. Um, we do have the Snowman 2/2/3/3/3 in stats, so it just doesn't have the weakness it normally does, but it still has the unless I'm in water, I gain fleeting, and its support ability is the next character you play this turn costs 1 less. Then we do have someone in chat. We were 2 Akesha and 1 Aphanis. First Yzmir was Akesha at 24th. Thank you, Max 37200.
Shout out to the Akeshas and the Aphanis. Akesha being 24th, taking the top in Ysmir faction. Nice.
So that was Brahmin X or Brahminix, if I'm looking at the records correctly, and that they were end up 3 X and 4 on the day. In the meantime, Star Wars fan Sky Beast is gonna go and play that Axiom Salvager. Okay, perfect. Thank you for confirming, Max. But yeah, and then we will see a Sarengar come out for the Tsadi, as well as the Snowman once again, just for some boosts. Finally getting up to 4 counters for the Traced as they play another Salvager from reserve, which will allow them, I guess, the possibility to hit that 5th counter and hit those scrap setup quite early. Looks like unique.
Do they have a unique sap sniffer?
They
Because
do.
ooh, if I called it based off of that very shiny little view we have right now, I just send me to the moon or something. I don't know.
Yeah. How, right to the moon. And they are going to take a look at it, and it does look like it is the sap sniffer. So I'll bring it up for everyone else to look at as we have Gaston taking a look at that as well. It is a 2/2 sap sniffer. Sap sniffer. 2/1/1 in stats. From anywhere, you may augment target card in play or in reserve. From reserve, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If it's a permanent, I gain 1 boost per landmark you control.
Nice. Man, there's so many snowmen around.
Yeah, we got some rare snowmen popping up, and it looks like that was one played from hand, so it will gain the fleeting just purely for the boosts and try to help them advance in that terrain that was mountain forest. We will see a hooked come out this time around, not to get the 5th counter, but to push everything on one side and not allow the double advance for the Atsadi.
Yep. Hooked, definitely a top 5 card in the whole game. Busted.
Mm-hmm. 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 I was still in the production chair, I'd be playing that song in their ear. But yeah, Snowman is really strong. Probably one of my favorite out of faction cards. I wanted to include more of them in my Bravo stacks from previous season, but it was a little bit harder to fit. But now it seems like people are finding more ways to fit it and just being happy with those strong stats at 2. It's very interesting that the Saudi player opted to include one as a unique, basically just for the stats, because that's all it really provides for the setup.
Yeah, this turn is going to be very devastating for Trace because I'm pretty sure we could see a hunger right here, which would eat a very lot. What are we going to see though? That's a whole lot of mana.
6 mana. Like they look like they're potentially trying to exhaust here. They could be trying to mana flare, maybe.
Yeah, this is just like prime hunger moment right here. Is that what's going to happen though?
At 7 mana, so they can't. Or are they at 8? No, they are at 8. No, 7.
The
Okay, so
amount of trickery right there.
yeah, so they were at 8, but now they're at 7, and they have a Arcolano milk out. So they can't technically hit the hunger by itself. So we'll have to see what the trace is going to decide to do here at the moment. They can't hit that because they're not at 5 counters. They're at 4 counters. Yeah, yeah, you noticed it. I was waiting for it, and luckily the opponent was able to recognize it before he was able to hit the resupply, or the draw rather, into the card to reserve. So we'll have to play one more card before hitting that 5th counter for the traced. Nice try though, Sky Beast. We saw you. Looking at a 2 mana play here potentially on the board, and it will just be the Anansi. It will be the rare Anansi being played here.
Yeah, we're basically calling for a hunger right now, Graham. That is in our guest, but a Sakurabri works just as fine. So might as well wait it out. Just let Trace load up some more things, get some more counters, and hunger next turn with the milk chilling right here.
Yeah. Nice little milk setup play. A big play on its Saudi is being able to set up milk so you don't even have to play it the turn that you're planning on using it. But the hooked will kind of force the issue here a little bit and potentially get the milk back to reserve. I believe they're checking the interaction between the milk and moving it from the expedition zone as far as it gaining a boost or not.
Ooh, there you go, though. That's a very cheeky way to stop that. Hooked, man. Hooked so strong.
Thought I had looked into something similar, um, that when I thought it didn't interact that way, but maybe it does. I don't know.
It doesn't get the boost from being moved into the milk.
Yeah, I thought that's what I did, but maybe I'm remembering it incorrectly. But either way, that is how it was ruled at the moment. So we will see that, and they were not even able to get the advance out of that. It looks like so. At the moment, the Traced is just 3 advances away from taking the game. The Itzadi is down to 5 advances at the moment, but they are not in a bad spot. The Trace did hit the 5th scrap counter though, so the engine is moving and they have 4 cards in hand, maybe 3 depending on if they mana this turn or not.
Yep. There are some very interesting interactions with gigantic and when gigantic things are switched around. But otherwise, if it's just a normal character, I believe it getting hooked into the milk should do that. I mean, we could look it up here.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I guess it makes sense because it works with cards like Amarok, so it should do it as soon as it enters. I just wasn't sure if it's classified as entering an expedition or if it or not. But either way, we will see the big whale get hit by a milk to become not gigantic, but to get one more boost and be even bigger. And it is quite tough at this point, so not much interaction can happen here. Be curious to see if the trace is going to want to do anything, or if they're going to try to save things, or if they think they can boost over it. It does look like they are going to use the boost on the Haven Serengar, or not Haven Serengar, on the Axiom Salvager play. So they think they have the amount of stats they need to take this one, it seems like.
Could I have the amount of stats to be sleepy? Oh, frozen delivery into a frozen delivery? I'm not quite sure that's what you want. But there is still traced ability available, which is very strong. Traced still has access to so many different things at this amount of mana, and we're gonna see that start coming true.
Yeah, we're seeing how things turn out here. We're pretty much just free play by Trace to decide how they want to play this as a whole.
We got seems like we have a couple different Sky Beast fans out there in the chat. So thanks for coming in, supporting your players.
Yeah, I think we mentioned someone had mentioned that earlier too, right? Track and Skybase. So they,
Yep,
I assume that they may be a local player too. Does anyone know where Skybeast is from?
from your mom.
Solid joke.
Ooh, see, this is just like what always seemingly happens with Priest. They just always have Frankenstein. They always get to use the Frankenstein, and then they are resupply into another salvager, and then it's just game over, man. It's game over. He's French living in Quebec. So he's not Quebecois, but he is Francois. Francais. My jokes are going to get more and more terrible the later it gets.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting dark over there for you.
Yeah, I guess I should turn on the lights.
Yeah, I think Atsadi win would be awesome. I think though, based off of the deck list that we were reviewing earlier, the Trace may have a better matchup against the Rin in the finals. But honestly, not sure. I don't think either of these decks are made to play against the Rin festival if the Rin focuses on the festival. So it looks like the Trace was able to get a little bit, or at least enough there to get one advance out of that. And now they're dead even on the small. A lot of French are playing Altered in Quebec. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a French game, so Quebec, Quebecois, a lot of French.
Yeah, I'm surprised the community isn't even bigger out there, to be honest.
Yeah, I know they've had some rough times getting things set up. I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
sure really.
Canada distro is pretty bad for a little bit, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the problems are. I don't know if they just don't have enough people like championing it at other LGSs, or if they're just the same issue as us. They're just too spread out. And there's like a very central pocket of players in and around Montreal. I got no idea.
I gotcha. Either way, we're getting into the next day here. It is dead even on the tumult. Traced is online, however, and we'll have to see what they're able to do with it. We get to see a Grims pop up, which can hit the milk if they so choose, but they can also use it to create a brass bug.
Mhm.
And I'll be curious to see if they want to do that, or if they want to do for stats, or if they just want to get rid of the milk and not have to worry about something like a Sakurabu. Or I mean, another gigantic character when it comes to hunger, rather, because there's 3 hunger in this deck, if I remember correctly.
Yep, you never give milk to the Grems, especially not after 7 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yeah, and that is the only milk that is in the deck. There is only 1 milk, so we won't see a hunger play off of it.
I think the Rin won. I think the Rin is going to finals, right?
What are you talking? Yeah, the Rin is going to finals.
Yeah, so it'll be Rin versus whoever wins out of these two.
Yeah. Yeah, Rin won the first one. We're actually just coming in here, watching game 3 of this. We watched the Rin versus Tasia matchup first, and the Rin won 2-0. They were down big in game 1, and they ended up pulling out the festival just in time. And then in game 2, they won with a festival on day 4.
Yep.
So they double festivaled the Tasia, and the Tasia had a really good setup. Game 1, their uniques were doing work, but just got caught with the festival and didn't have the removal.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
luckily, we were able to see this one for game 3.
I only think because we're hitting at over 11 hours now, and Blue and I both got up early to do a pre-production meeting. So it's been a long day, you know. I don't remember what I had for dinner, but that's probably because I haven't had a chance to have dinner yet. So
Yeah, not as late for me at the moment. Obviously, I've been up the same amount of time,
yep.
but not as late. And I still need to pack. So as soon as this is over, probably not going to do too much of a recap and just going to get ready and eat and do all that good stuff. But in the meantime, we got a lot of play going on here. Bug out bag popping up for the Trace player. A card that I didn't really see coming as far as Trace decks as a whole, but a lot of them have been using it these days. We will see the rare use of the Swift Jin as an actual character and used with the Eat Me Energy bar to be gigantic and try to put pressure on the Trace to at least put some stats on the board. Past that, that does look like the Itzadi is completely out of mana at the moment, whereas the Trace has 3 left for them. So they won't be able to hit it with the Avalanche, as the stats are a little bit too big. But they may be able to put out enough stats somewhere to get a 1-for-1 here. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I also hear that there are still side events going on at the convention. So you guys just pop back on over there and play some more Alter, you know? Get a drink, take a Red Bull, pop back on over and win some side events, right?
Easy win. It does look like we get the hooked to just get the 1-for-1. Interesting that Sky Beast wanted to keep the Eat Me Energy bar there, which means that they were probably pretty desperate not to give up a 2-0 there as far as being able to have the stats available for it. Rather have to deal with the Eat Me Energy bar still being out there, knowing that I mean, we've only seen one Sakurabu at this point, right? So they could
Yeah.
definitely still get hit by it, whether it be one of the rares or one of the uniques. I think there was one unique Sakurabu for the Itzadi player, which would be pretty devastating, I'd have to imagine, if they're able to get it out here. but we'll have to see if that is in fact the case.
Yeah. It'd be pretty wild to see um the Sakura brew come out right now. It would be pretty devastating right now. Atsari should be first, right? If they moved it correctly. Um the best case for Trace is if they were first now, they could get rid of that chocolate bar. Um, but we've already seen what, 1 grams? So maybe they don't have the other two, and they have to get them into reserve anyways.
Yeah. I mean, which they can. They do have the traceability if they have it in hand, right? So it wouldn't be too
True,
difficult there.
true.
But we are going to see a big play here from the Swift Gen, from the Itzadi player, which is interesting because they do still have 6 mana, so I guess they may have some other answers. I thought they may want to try to play a little bit slower, but they could also just have bigger stuff in hand at the moment and don't really have anything to play. It is interesting that we haven't seen a hunger from them yet either, to be able to take advantage of certain things on the board. But you never know what they do. We also haven't seen a mana flare, I don't think yet either. So they could have still done something, but at the moment, with the play of the Haven Bouncer hitting that hooked, they only have 3 mana left to play. They can't use a mana flare at this moment, costs 4, and realistically, there's only a few other cards that they have at 3 costs, maybe some 2 cost cards with a 1 cost, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. I mean, they very well, well, maybe not. I was gonna say they could be playing to get 1 progression and keep traced to only 1, and then use the hunger for a last minute just overall win.
Mhm.
Seems really risky though, especially now without the milk. What
We
does this
do
GN do though?
Yeah, we do have a unique in the GN Assembly Overseer coming out, and we'll pop it up for everybody. It is 2 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/3/0 in stats, and from anywhere you may sacrifice a permanent. If you do, resupply. And the support ability, you may activate the anywhere ability of target permanent you control.
Very good card coming out from Atsadi here for the Tolarian Skater, but will not be able to play it again. Only 2 mana left. Was that the last card they had in hand?
Not sure. It's harder to see their hand at this moment.
Yeah.
The mats shifted a little bit, so I'll have to take a look.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, they're never count traced out. Their Kellen Cylinder is not tapped. Their Bastion is not tapped. That's the perfect card to put in reserve. They're very well could be some traced wildness here to just take a win. But maybe, oh, they did have another card. Okay. That changes it a little bit.
Yeah, putting more stats out on the board here, and it did look like that unique Jin was just used for the stats because I didn't see any permanent being sacrificed. Or did no? They could sacrifice the bug out bag. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
Um, but at the moment, they should have the Atati should have plenty of stats to double advance here, unless the Traced has anything with the 4 mana they have left here. Um, Avalanche wouldn't help them much. It would take down the Pathfinder, but still not enough to deal with that gigantic Jin at the Swift Jin at the moment. So
Yeah, what is the card in reserve?
I can't tell what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, lean over a little bit so I can get the shadow. No, okay.
Almost did it.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like there's some sap on the card, but that could be, I don't even know. But they're definitely thinking if there is any way for them to get out of this or to hold off a loss,
Yeah, they definitely don't have an obvious move. It seems like they're doing some number crunching here. They are trying to stop a mountain advantage at the moment, which would be they have 357 stats over there between their unique, the brass bug, and the Amelia Earhart. We see two coming down here to put the elemental, and they're going to put the Dr. Frankenstein down. So they do still have abilities to boost as well as boost from the cylinder. I don't know if that's gonna be enough. They're doing some adding here, it looks like. Still have 3, 5, 7, 12 for the Swift Gen. Curious why he put the elemental on the other side.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a question of if using Frank on the elemental gives him enough, which then um able to tap it after to give a boost. And yeah, I think they were. It's really hard for us to tell the stats, but just based on how they played it and their counting has to have meant that Trace was finding a way to win, and they did find it. That was an armored jammer as well in reserve, so that wouldn't have mattered too much. Yeah, that's literally what I was saying though. Like, you cannot count Traced out when you're in this part of the game. The abilities online, there's just way too much access, way too many answers that you can have. It's very very hard to play around.
Indeed. So congratulations to them. Assuming that we got it correct. Wasn't super obvious, but it seemed like that was the scenario that we are talking as far as just crunching the numbers and everything. So we will get to potentially see a Traced versus Rin matchup. Interesting finals, that's for sure.
Yeah, but we gotta root for Rin now, even though it's festival. We've already had more than enough Traced qualify. I think your read of both of these decks would be at a disadvantage of sorts going up against that Rin deck is probably pretty correct. The Grems, they only have common, cannot attack the festival, and then they only have avalanche. That Rin deck has they have Kellen Burst in the traced. It was the
Just a
Atsari that
one.
had like no removal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be a very interesting game either way. But I really gotta pee now. So I will be right back.
Sounds good. I'm gonna keep talking, everyone. I'm also gonna grab a cord here to make sure my headset doesn't die. 1 second. Oh, hi. But we are back. Oh. Here for the finals, the winner of this upcoming game will be the person who takes that free trip over to Paris. And yeah, should be exciting. Let me make sure I can plug in here. See if it'll let me do it simultaneously. Hopefully it's charging. I'm not quite sure. This cord kind of sucks, but we're going to assume it is. Once again, I want to thank everyone that has joined the stream thus far or has just been around as a whole. It's been a very interesting World Championship qualifier, very diverse top cut as a whole, and we're going to have a fun finals as well. It'll be a best of 3. Winner will take home the full prize. Both of these players have won their individual factions at this point. So congratulations to them there. Want to thank the Imaginaire folks for having us on to be able to host this stream and for providing the clean feed that we can take a look at. And we're getting little notifications here to make sure that they're. Sounds like we're going to start about in 5 or 10 minutes. So we'll give them time to do that. In the meantime, we will maybe we can do a little review of the deck list, I believe, and make sure that everything is going there. So there, we'll get a quick review as far as who we have left. I don't think they've updated it yet, but yeah, we'll take a quick look at the deck lists that have gone here thus far. As far as between everyone, just keep on getting updates for my other stuff. But yeah, WCQ Canada, aka Montreal, been a fun event. We still got one more game for everyone. That will be the finals. Luckily, we were able to catch the end of that other semifinal match that went to a best of 3, as the other one ended fairly quickly. And we'll get another best of 3 here. We could see a lot of things. We could see another knockout dragout, or we could just see something quick between the Traced and the Rin. Both of them capable of ending the game fairly quickly. So should be a fun one to figure out who is going to take the whole thing. At the moment, does look like they are wrapping things up here on their end. Should just be a few more minutes before we start up. And we'll see who's going to take it. Check one more thing. I'm just going to hang out here for a moment and work without the headset. I can put the microphone on elsewhere until I have another headset and let it charge up. Interesting that the headset died that quickly, though. Going to do this. Close that, see if I can get it to charge a little bit. And I will pull up the speaker. Hopefully it doesn't ring too loud to come into the microphone. It should be fine. I would think. I don't know, to be honest. We'll see. In the meantime, we're waiting for Cole to join us again, and we're getting a few more minutes until the final game here occurs for the Canada WCQ. Can't quite get that yet, but as soon as I do, as soon as Cole gets back, I'll be able to mess with it a little bit more, so that way I can talk and go over this stuff at the same time. In the meantime, we are talking about the event. I'll go ahead and take a look at what we have for the breakdown. We are still waiting on when we can get started. Looks like both players are doing a little bit of setup here, though, so I'm going to go ahead and do a quick switch over so we can take a look. All right, here we are. Let me switch everything over here so that way we can change these. And the top cut as well. Game count is no longer at 1-to-1. It is at 0-to-0. Player names I will adjust here shortly. This will be Sky Beast. And we have Midloner.
Okay. All right.
on the Rin, as is customary.
I did a little more than just go pee, of course. I went and got the mail to see when I'm
I
supposed to.
forgot I can't hear Cole at the moment. Give me a second, Cole. I can't hear you.
Okay.
So both of those players are up 0-0, and I will put the top cut set up here. We are no longer in the semifinals. We are, in fact, in the finals for this setup. There we go. Perfect. In the finals. Don't think it's charging for me still yet as far as my headset, but that's fine. We'll put it back on. That way we can hear Cole maybe. All right, Cole.
Yeah, I was saying, obviously I went more than just to the bathroom. I got some water. Then I went to grab the mail to see when my jury duty summons was. I don't know if they ever summon you on the weekend, but according to this, it's the 23rd of next month. So I think very luckily dodged any of the other qualifiers, at least for now, until they change the date.
Yeah, perfect timing. Thanks a lot, county of wherever you're from without doxing you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, folks, we're getting started here. The finals is imminent. We are going to get into it here shortly. I'm going to check my Discord messages to make sure that no one's messaging me. All ready. Sorry for the delayed setup. Thank you, Justin, for checking in with us. We are good to go. We are ready for the BGA WCQ finals. I have it as BGA for some reason. That is not what it is. But I can switch that really quick and we won't worry about it. In the meantime, we'll get going here for this Canadian final. Trace versus Rin. Cole, who do you got?
Well, we have to root for Rin. Traced is using Star Wars Unlimited sleeves and has already won a WCQ. So for that reasoning alone, unfortunately, we have to root for Rin.
Unfortunately?
Yep. Well, I mean, like, I don't want to like be biased or count anyone out, but I feel bad. It's just what we have to do.
Oh, it's what we have to do.
Yeah. Also, seemingly, their jacket looks very much like a Star Wars jacket that I have. So it'd be very funny if it's also that same jacket.
Same Star Wars jacket.
Yeah. Star Wars sleeves, Star Wars jacket.
All right. Now that I got that fixed, WCQ finals here in Canada. Early game. We're going to start us off with that sap sniffer that we've heard so much about. And I will pull that up for everyone to take a look at here. Sap sniffer. Sweet. There. Open. Sap Sniffer, and if you didn't know already, it was 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/1/1 in stats. You may augment target character from anywhere or in reserve, and reserve ability, you may put a card from your hand reserve. If it's a permanent, I gain a boost per landmark you control. And
Already a 1-for-1. Some really good stuff in Traced reserve. Kind of same for Rin as well. A Muna Druid and a Cernunos in reserve, both very good.
all right. we will see how the day's progressing here. Salvager, not a bad card for the Trace to be playing immediately. Getting more cards in reserve, especially Dr. Frankenstein. That's not too bad, but usually you want to have a permanent to be able to activate it. And you know what? Why not throw out a rare version of the sabotaging permanent that is going to allow them to decide on either that druid, or I'm not sure what the other card is. Can you tell what that one is?
It's the Cernunos.
Okay, the Cernunos. So yeah, I had not seen this jammer before. I think we missed it when we were looking at the deck list potentially, but it is a armor jammer down there, and yeah, just one rare version of that. So they're able to get some more permanents out, and it leaves. They'll be able to sabotage again.
All right. Before we get too far into an obvious result, there's the poll for the audience.
Oops, I accidentally closed it. My bad.
There's no poll for the audience.
We'll put it up again.
Who's gonna take it? Who takes the finals? Question mark. Rin or Traced?
I like how we were having the same idea, and then as I was doing it, you popped it up, and I accidentally closed it.
Wait, are there two going now?
No, this is just one. I closed
Oh, it
one.
completed after one vote. Okay.
Yeah, because I closed it
Uh,
because I was about to do it, and I
yeah.
didn't realize that you had set it up. But
Yeah.
yeah. All right. We do get to see the Frankenstein come out, and we do see another Moona Druid hitting the board there. In case anyone was wondering, this is in fact a festival deck for the Ren player. They were able to win their semifinals with 2 festival victories.
Yeah, did a festival get sabotaged as well? There's one
Yeah,
in the discard.
yeah, it must have by that Dr. Frankenstein sabotage
Mm,
triggering the jammer.
yeah, that maybe is the secret tech that we were not considering here. Is the armored jammer is really what's gonna stop the Rin here.
Yeah, it could be either setup, but not quite sure. Uh, I mean, most of the time, I'm sure you're trying not to have your festival in the reserve.
Yeah, once those Capellias start coming out, not only will the festival be something to worry about, but just the sheer amount of characters that are gonna. And there we go. There's one.
Sure enough, we do see a Capellia out. Can you tell which one it is?
I want to say that it has a 0 in water, but I can't tell for certain.
Well, we'll throw it down on the setup here, and if we're wrong, we're wrong. But in the moment, this is the Compelia, 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, 2/2/0 in stats. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, you may give target character 3 costs anchored. So looks like they anchored the uh did they anchor the Olivera, or was it already anchored? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm not quite. I might have missed where we're at right now because the Capellia also has fleeting. It must have just been a very fast turn or something. Missed some of the triggers there.
It could be out if it has fleeting now, it's probably based off of the Rin ability. So it does look like it has water, so I don't think it's one of the ones without water.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually one of the other ones that are pretty similar. So I'm gonna throw one of them up there so y'all can take a look at it, but you can get the basic idea. Here's the one that is 3/1/1, and when I go to the reserve from the expedition zone, you may play me for free. I gain a sleep, and when another character joins your expedition, if you control 1 or more landmarks, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored, and there is in fact a landmark that is set up in the form of the Bountiful Meadow.
Yep. Now we're gonna see the Capellia start going. Oh, but there's the Grims. This is another thing that the raced deck can hit with the Grims is the Bountiful Meadow. which if it's one of the Capellias that requires a landmark, would essentially shut it off. But still going to get some triggers out of it here. Gonna do that and then probably anchor the aloe. Yeah, call it a day. We're at 4 mana. Need something to sleep. So couldn't get festival now. But getting dangerous in a couple different ways.
And interestingly enough, they are both even on the tumult as well, with only needing 4 more advances apiece to take the game, and already revealing that center tumult card. So we know what the entire terrain is going to look like and what you can try to set yourself up for. One of the big things that I had noticed when I was interviewing Rinku is the emphasis that they were putting on knowing the tumult track and being able to set up your stats accordingly. Does it matter as much for this Ren player? Maybe not because of the festival, but always something to pay attention to, especially when a really good player is talking about.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a player you lost to in the top tables. Then you don't feel as bad. You're like, oh yeah, it wasn't a bad thing that I lost because the winningest player is who I lost to.
Yeah. Yeah, Sky Beast is in the finals. Barely made it past the Itzadi, but it was a fun little last game 3 there and was able to get a double advance to take it. So it's cool to see. Looks like we are having an avalanche being played there. In order to take the card out, take the aloe vera out as well as remove the anchor from the spindle harvester.
Yep, the spindle harvester cannot go anywhere because of the spindle, but the aloe is Gonzo. I think that was a total of 3 mountain, maybe. So it just perfectly went into that 4 for the avalanche. His jacket is Ravenclaw. Okay. I was gonna say the sleeves are um the same as a Star Wars jacket I have. That's gray and black, and it has like Star Wars on one of the sides.
We do have that unique sap sniffer in the reserve for Sky Beast at the moment, but they're instead gonna throw out their Grims to target their own um, armor jammer and be able to sabotage based off of that, as well as create a brass bug. Curious to see which card they decide to sabotage between. It looks like an aloe vera and a daughter of Yggdrasil.
Yep.
Obviously, one with a little bit more stats and another helping with resources. I guess it would be dependent on what they think mid-loader needs as far as what's in their hand and the like. Because at the moment, they're probably not going to be able to contest uh, too well with the daughter of Yggdrasil on the companion side, but they do decide to go for the aloe vera because on that hero side, it is a solo water here for mid loner who's going to have to play the daughter of Yggdrasil, which famously only has 3 stats in water.
Most famously.
Famous listlessly.
Ooh, but the shroom. So this is it 302?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So the blocking on the mountain and should be advancing on water now. Kodama, I believe, is 1 stat short now. Kodama's 2s, right? For sure.
What's that?
No, Kodama's 3s.
Yeah.
So right now but the brass bug is 2s. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, yeah, they're gonna end there. I wasn't sure if Rin was gonna have another thing to add to the Kodama, but just a 1 for 1 there, and now neither of them are blind. Both of them are one double move away from winning here.
Yeah, we do see the Trace holding another avalanche available to them that they may try to utilize. That'll be pretty big if they're able to target the snoozer shroom. But the chances of the snoozer shroom being used for much else than maybe the hero expedition is unlikely, especially since the Rin is on a individual mountain terrain and a mountain forest terrain. So I'd be curious to see them use the snoozer, but they definitely could. At the moment, though, we'll go ahead and see what they. It looks like they may be playing something from hand to set themselves up. It does look like it's just going to be a game of who can advance on the tumult, though, rather than a festival victory. We will see the snoozer come out. It is a good target for the avalanche, but I'm sure the trace is going to want to wait a little bit longer to be able to target multiple characters and have that snoozer knocked out for free.
Yeah, what do you got, Rin? Oh, the Capelia. This one definitely has water. I would say this one has the heavy forest stat. Um, so if they played it from hand, I'm guessing this is the one that when it goes to reserve, you can play it again for free with a sleep.
I'm gonna pull it up here. 3/3 Capelia, 3/3 2 in stats. When I go to reserve from your hand, you may play me for free. I gain a sleep, and when another character joins, if you control one or more landmarks, you can anchor, but no landmarks at the moment, right?
Nope. This ooh, this might have been this is another thing. Like I'm saying, we could see Trace win right here. Traceability still online, Bastion still online, Helen Cylinder in reserve. I don't really remember what the Sap Sniffer does, but
Does the same thing as a usual rare snap first allows it to augment from hand.
okay.
From reserve though, it allows I forget what else it did from reserve. It had another effect from reserve that I can check real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going for the win for sure. Use the Grems, get it augmented by the Bastion, put out the Brass Bug, and now you can add more to that. Oh man.
The big one and the small one. And it looks like they're just gonna have a GG off of that, and
Yeah.
Traced will take the victory on game 1.
Cernunnos Force?
Yeah, Cernos is Force.
Just the perfect play. Man, Traced, you can just never count Traced out.
Yeah, we're saying a lot as far as the Rin being the favorite here, but it didn't seem like they found a lot of what they needed and were hit pretty big by 2 different avalanches as well as Grimm's hitting the Bountiful Meadow. So maybe those removals are doing a little bit more work than we thought they would originally by just removing a lot of the setup that the Rin has normally before even getting to the Lyra Festival victory.
Yeah, I think the Jammer did do some decent work that we didn't consider. And when it leaves the expedition, so, you know, Grems eat it or whatever, it also does the same thing. Um, Capellia's didn't get to do too much work for the Rin here. And then, of course, we did not see a festival, which seemingly, if the Rin is able to get out a festival, is when we assume Traced will have a really hard time. But we'll have to see how game 2 goes.
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot better for the Ren at the moment that if they're able to get a early festival, know it can't be removed, and just set up around it as many characters as possible, occasionally dealing with the removal that may come from some like an avalanche or something. But if they can get a day 2 festival out and not go too far behind, I'd have to imagine they would be feeling pretty okay with that. So we'll have to see if they're able to have that happen before they maybe lose a second game and this finals.
Yeah. Hello, Agent Potato. Welcome on in. We are in the final finals. Rin versus Traced. Traced is currently up 1. All of that information should also be on the screen because Blue put together some really nice little labels for the stream. So
Indubitably, we do see a 1-for-1 at the moment, a Vike being played over on the companion side, whereas Cernunnos is going to be hanging out over on the hero side for an advance there, and is going to immediately play the Cernunnos again, it looks like. It looks like we're looking at a unique potentially. It is a. Is that the 2 cost?
I think that's the Capellia with no water.
Yeah, so that is the 2 cost Capellia that will pull up for everyone. I think we may have looked at it already, but it doesn't hurt to look again.
Did you say the Cernunnos was played from reserve or it was just played from hand?
I believe it was played from hand. There's no way
Okay.
for it to be anchored, so
Yeah, they just they can't anchor it. Yeah. They put an anchor on it, but I think they were like, "Oh crap, never mind. I got to remove it."
at the moment, it does look like we will get another anchored character in the form of an aloe vera being played for a measly 4 mana. And both players now at 4 mana total, I believe. That one card down below for Midloner seems to be a card in hand, if I am correct. But we'll see how Trace is able to respond. Currently, with only 1 scrap counter set up for them, and has a frozen delivery available if they so choose for the 1 cost. And it looks like we will see that being played here to add another scrap counter as well as resupply. And it looks like they have a unique brass punk in their deck somewhere there. Uh, as far as the double-sided setup. I'll remove the unique so we can watch the game a little bit more. They do get to hit the salvager off the resupply, and another pretty good card to see in reserve in the form of a Grims off of the resupply of the Haven Bravos Bastion. But at the end of the day, it will just be a double advance for the Ren. So feeling pretty good about that, I'm sure. But we'll have to be wary of the Trace setup now that they have 2 pretty good cards in the reserve to mess with.
Yeah, did they just not tap their last mana? Is that what we're seeing here? Because they played the Frozen Delivery, you said,
Mhm.
to get the Salvager, and then they
And
played.
the Haven for 2. So they still had a mana. I think they were just saving the Salvager for
Yeah,
next play because they couldn't really do anything with it.
yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Um, why put it out just for the resupply? Oh, there it is. There's the
Oop,
festival.
oop, there it is indeed. It will be potentially a sabotage target, though. We do know those armor jammers exist. It does not look like that will be the case, though, as an exhaust happens for the Haven to play the Salvager, and it will get a boost as well as resupply a Salvager.
How is it that Trace is just always able to get the most perfect resupplies every time?
Exactly what you need all the time. We will see a discard here happening with the Moon Caregiver, and in fact, throw out that Lyra Festival. Not too surprised to see that. Even if they don't have another play here, they're probably fine. I mean, they're probably fine in general with just the aloe vera at the 4 stats in the individual water, unless it gets messed with here by a hooked, maybe, or the like. But even a hooked will put them in a good spot on the other side of the expedition. We do
Hmm.
see the Grims come out, go ahead and sacrifice the Haven in order to stat up to block the aloe vera.
Yeah, very, very risky play, maybe, possibly. I think getting the festival out is super good for Rin, though. It's gonna avoid that jammer that got rid of it before. And now it's just gonna chill there, and it's just up to Rin to satisfy the conditions.
It's always good when you can satisfy conditions. and new conditions a lot back in the day. But we are gonna look like we have a pass here from the Rin, and we will get a boost here on the Grim. So we will see a double advance actually for the Trace player, which should even things up on the Tumult after Rin had gotten an early lead on the Trace, opting instead to give up that lead a little bit to set up the festival as an alternate win condition, which is not a bad situation for them. Just a matter of can they keep the characters on the board they need when having to deal with the avalanches and maybe even the one killing burst coming out from the Trace player that I have to imagine will never mana it if they see it.
Yeah, this is the danger zone we're going into right now. Very. Oh, you see a hooked, a bug out bag, maybe an avalanche. Um, couldn't see the last card. Hello, Rosario. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, everyone. In fact, Rin did make the finals. This is a potential match point for the Trace player, though, from Sky Beast. Maybe getting securing their spot as far as a spot into the World Championship if they take the win. This one more game, but Rin trying to stop that and get 2 more wins and be the first Muna hero to get a World Championship qualifier spot, whereas we have seen a Trace take one already. This is in fact the final, top left there, WCQ final for the event. We are at 3 scrap counters at the moment here for the Trace, and it looks like we are going to see a Repotter Otter pop up here. So we'll pull that one up for everyone to take a look as far as the unique that is currently in the reserve. That Repotter Otter is a 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, 1/2/2 in stats. Each player may put a card from their hand in reserve, and the next permanent you play this afternoon costs 1 less as far as anywhere abilities for arrows.
Yeah, the Trace still playing things out makes me think there's some kind of answer here. Or, I mean, they're still digging for an answer.
Yep, and they don't find the
Okay.
answer that they were looking for, so they show their hand, and we do get that festival victory that, we said was a big win con here for the Ren player.
Yep. We are in the finals. The players have been at it for a long time. We've been at it for a long time. One more game to decide who is joining the rest of the qualifiers, getting a trip to Paris, France, and playing in the Worlds event. Um,
One of the 32 people, one of the 24 from these WCQs, and with 8 more coming from the, Last Chance qualifier, right?
yeah. There's been some debate about the formats that they decided for Worlds. To me, it's kind of like the really big win is if you qualify in a WCQ, you get that trip to Paris. And if it were me, from there, I'd be like, "Oh, I don't freaking care, but we could play. We could play sealed for the world champion, and I'd be happy." But they are, as far as we've heard, still discussing with some of the qualifiers to make sure, those players are happy. We don't even really know what prizes are, but saying you're the world champion is pretty big in itself. But I also like, changing things up, making things interesting. And there are a couple different TCGs, as far as I know, that to actually be the world champion, you have to win in more than just a straight up, constructed 1v1 type element. And that's to me kind of what the world's format uh was doing, but I don't know. What do you think, Blue? What does chat think? I've heard differing opinions.
Um, I mean, I like the format in particular. I understand that some people would like to see some slight changes to it, but for the time being, I'm honestly preferring the Conquest format, even if it has a ban, comparative to just a single deck format. I like multi deck formats, especially in games similar to this, where I think it makes a lot of sense. Not always the case when it comes to certain TCGs, but I do believe Altered is a really good multi-deck type of game if you so choose. Especially, I think a lot of people can make an argument for uniques, but other than that, the decks themselves, 36 of the 39 cards are fairly easy to get and not too expensive to create as far as
True.
3 decks. And even coming from a last chance qualifier to just try your luck, it would still be doable in my opinion if you're not even if you're not throwing, the kind of money some of these competitive players are throwing at the game. Is in fact final game 3 here, Infinite. It is Sky Beast on the Trace versus Midloner on the Rin and Orchid. A finals matchup that none of us could have predicted. They have played some really good players to get here, and we're moving fast here on day one as we get a 1-for-1 setup with a it looks like a Avalanche and an Axiom Salvager in the reserve for the Trace. So not a bad Salvager setup as far as the Haven resupply hitting the Avalanche. I don't think they probably wanted to see that. More of a card that you want to keep in hand and surprise everyone. And since the Cernanos did get a victory, was able to use the Rin ability to throw out one of their unique um, Capellias that we can also pull up once again. I know you've all probably seen them a lot at this point, but is one from hand to reserve, so it has to be one of the 3 costs. And I believe it is this one right here for everyone. Is 3 from hand, 3 from reserve. Solid stats too at 332. And when I go to the reserve from your hand, you may play them from sleep. And when another character joins your expedition, if you control a landmark, you can give something anchored.
The Avalanche, though, it's scary.
Yeah, the good news is that it will be on a 4 mana turn, so there's not often cards that you want to play just for that. Good thing for the Trace though is they did have 2. They have a 1 cost card in that Salvager if they wanted to Avalanche here. But we do see the Floral Tint come out for a resupply, and it looks like it hit a Beauty Sleep, which is not a card that you probably want to see.
Facts. And only 3 mana left, so you can't anchor the